After Shunyi was harmed by Lin Jiadong, her soul wandered the world. Then she saw her three sons seeking revenge on Lin Jiadong. Lin Jiadong, you caused our mother's death. You must pay for it. The three teenage boys beat Lin Jiadong badly. Because of this, her sons were sent to prison for life. When the judge asked if they regretted it, the three boys glared with hatred. He caused our mother's death. Why should he live? Shunyi wanted to stop them, but her ghostly form couldn't touch anything. The scene shifted. She saw her husband, Chen, destroy Lin Jiadong's business with ruthless methods. In the end, he drove a car straight toward Lin Jiadong. No. Before she could finish shouting, the scene changed again. She found herself in a pure white space. A mechanical voice spoke. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed your 999th mission. You are now officially retired. Please choose a world to enjoy your retirement. You may make 2 wishes. Shunyi slowly pulled herself out of the memory, breathing heavily. She was an employee of the Quick Travel Bureau, whose job was to enter different worlds and play the role of a troublesome supporting character to keep the story moving. What she had just seen was her final mission from a novel called Perfect Life in Reverse. Lin Jiadong was the male lead of that story. Chen was the main antagonist who opposed him at every turn. Shunyi herself had played the jealous supporting character who loved Lin Jiadong and happened to be Chen's wife. The novel told the story of Lin Jiadong, once a favored child of fortune, who faced family tragedy, was sent to the countryside, and eventually changed his fate to become a wealthy man. But to understand it all, let's start with her own story. She was born into a family with 2 sons and 1 daughter. As the only girl, with an older brother and a younger brother, she was deeply loved by her parents. However, she fell in love with Lin Jiadong. Lin Jiadong's family had once been wealthy merchants, but during political changes, they were labeled as capitalists. He was forced to cut ties with his family and sent to the Qingshui Brigade for rural work. Deeply in love, Shunyi secretly followed him there without telling her parents. But Lin Jiadong never liked her. Instead, he fell in love with another girl from the village, the story's heroine, Jiang Wanru. Angry and jealous, she wanted to be with Lin Jiadong, but by accident, she ended up involved with Chen, a local bully who had long been infatuated with her. After that night, she became pregnant and was forced to marry him. She later gave birth to twin boys, Debao and Erbao, and then to a younger son, Xiaobao. Although she had 3 children, she never truly accepted Chen or the kids. She refused to work, cooked separately, and ignored them, silently resisting the marriage. Chen, once a feared bully in the village, changed completely after marrying her. He became hardworking and kind, taking care of the children, working in the fields, cooking, washing clothes, and managing the household. He didn't mind her coldness and even gave her money every month. He could tolerate everything except divorce. She often told others that she had been forced to marry him, and because of Chen's bad reputation, most people believed her, including his own family. Her in-laws felt guilty toward her. Since she had given them several grandsons and the family had already separated, they didn't dare to criticize her. If Lin Jiadong hadn't caused trouble, her life might have continued peacefully. But Lin Jiadong suddenly changed his mind and began showing affection again. Even after getting into university, he still made promises to her. Lin Jiadong had always been her weakness. When he came back to her, she couldn't resist and left her husband and children to follow him to the city. Once there, she discovered that Lin Jiadong had deceived her. He only wanted to use her family's connections to help his parents regain their status, while secretly staying close to Jiang Wanru. To make Lin Jiadong's actions seem more justified, the original author portrayed her as arrogant and cruel after returning to the city, constantly opposing Jiang Wanru and even nearly causing harm to her unborn child. In the end, Lin Jiadong took justice into his own hands and caused her death. That was when her mission ended, and she was free to choose her next life. Yet Shunyi couldn't feel happy. She remembered the fate of Chen and their 3 sons. After she left them and later died, The four of them were so resentful that they even held a small celebration upon hearing the news. Of course, as the main villain and a vengeful person, she would never let Lin Jiadong go so easily. Later, Li Chen became a powerful business tycoon. He and Lin Jiadong fought fiercely, and his three sons often made trouble for Lin Jiadong's younger brother and sons. But because of Lin Jiadong's strong main character aura, Li Chen and his sons all met their downfall. Although they left the story at different times, it was never like what she had just seen, where they all suffered and paid the price for avenging her. The difference was too great, so Shunyi asked the system directly. System, because Li Chen loved you deeply, his feelings broke free from the story's control. Your three sons were also influenced by him. Shunyi froze, tears filling her eyes. As a so-called villainess, her endings were always tragic, and no one ever felt sad when she was gone. Of course, she never cared much. It was just a job. But now, someone had loved her so much that he broke free from the story, avenged her, and even gave his life for her. She couldn't help but be moved. Although she had completed many missions, this was the only time she had married and had 3 children. During her time as a wife and mother, she had truly developed feelings for her husband, Li Chun, and for the sons she had carried and raised. They had given their lives for her, so why couldn't she live once more for them? With that thought, determination flashed in Shunyi's eyes. System, I choose to return to the world of reversed perfect life. My first wish is to remove Lin Jiadong's role as the main character and turn that world into a free one. My second wish is to have a space filled with endless supplies. The mechanical voice sounded again. This was the right of a quick travel worker. After completing a mission, she could make any request, and the system had to grant it. Wishing the host a happy retirement, Shunyi closed her eyes and opened them again, looking around. The dim room had blue brick walls, a clay bed, gray blankets, a small closed window, and an old red cabinet with a time-worn red box on top. Everything looked messy, but familiar. Everything was just as she remembered. Covering her mouth, Shunyi laughed and cried at the same time. She was back. Back in 1973, before she had left her husband and children to follow Lin Jiadong to the city. Everything could still be changed. In this life, she would no longer be bound by the story's plot. In this life, she would love Li Chen and their 3 sons with all her heart. As she was thinking, Shunyi suddenly remembered the supplies. She quickly closed her eyes, silently recited the words to enter her space, and saw endless shelves neatly filled with all kinds of goods: rice, flour, meat, sugar, medicine, fruit, and more. She picked up a handful of rice and was delighted to find that the amount in the bag hadn't decreased. The supplies in this space could renew themselves. That meant she now had an endless supply of resources. Shunyi was overjoyed. Although she could survive well in any situation with her own skills, who would ever complain about having a little extra help? A sudden wail caught her attention. She listened carefully and realized it was her youngest son, Xiaobao, crying. She quickly left the space, opened the door, and saw several children arguing in the yard. This is the fish my dad caught for my mom. Give it back. In the middle of the group were her 3 sons. The one crying was Xiaobao, his face covered in tears as he tried to the fish back from an older boy. Beside him, his 2 brothers, Debao and Erbao, clenched their fists and glared angrily at the older kids. The boy leading the group was Taizhu, a child from the 3rd branch of the Li family. He was known for being arrogant and lazy, often skipping work and wandering around the village with his friends. Times were hard, and most families could barely afford to eat meat. But Li Chun was skilled and often brought home wild game for Shunyi and their sons. Li's father had 3 sons and 2 daughters. Shunyi and Li Chun belonged to the 2nd branch. Because she didn't work in the fields and had given birth to 3 children, some of her sisters-in-law were unhappy, and the family eventually split. Taizhu and his friends, who rarely had meat to eat, often bullied her sons when Li Chun wasn't home. Taizhu laughed and said, "Are you 3 silly? Your mom's so selfish. If you give her the fish, she'll eat it all herself, and you won't get any. You'd better give it to your grandparents. When they cook it, maybe they'll give you a few bites.
No.
It's for my mom.
Give it back.
Xiaobao shouted, trying to grab the fish. No way, Taizhu said, tossing the fish to another boy. Catch it, Gun. We haven't had meat in ages. After speaking, he gave a push, and little Bao almost fell. Big Bao quickly caught his younger brother. Bao had been about to grab the fish, but when he saw Taizhu push little Bao, he turned and swung his fist. Don't you dare hit my brother. Taizhu wasn't paying attention and actually got punched. Bao was only 6 years old, so it didn't hurt much, but Taizhu felt humiliated. Angry and embarrassed, he raised his hand to hit Bao, but someone suddenly grabbed him by the collar. Who? Taizhu's throat was squeezed, making it hard to breathe. His face turned red as he reached back to grab the person behind him. When he looked up, he met Shen Yi's cold eyes. A second aunt? Taizhu froze. Who were you planning to hit? Shen Yi narrowed her eyes. Taizhu stared at her fair but stern face and swallowed nervously. I didn't hit anyone. Liar.
Bao immediately complained loudly.
Mom, Taizhu pushed little Bao and almost made him fall. He also took our fish.
Bao. Shut. Ow, ow.
Shen Yi lifted him slightly by the collar, smiling faintly. Who are you telling to shut up?
Ovu, I'm sorry.
Taizhu cried out in pain. I won't do it again. Second aunt, please forgive me. Do you know you were wrong? Shen Yi asked calmly. Will you still bully the little ones and take their things? No, I won't. Taizhu said quickly, signaling his friend Go Dan to return the fish. Go Dan and the others were stunned. Trembling, they handed the fish back to little Bao. Little Bao wiped his nose, took the fish, and held it tightly in his arms. Only then did Shen Yi let go of Taizhu.
Run.
Taizhu shouted as soon as he was free, dashing off faster than a rabbit, with his friends following behind. When they were far enough away and sure Shen Yi couldn't catch them, Taizhu turned and shouted angrily, You mean woman? Lazy and shameless. My second uncle will leave you one day. Shen Yi's face darkened, but before she could react, the 3 children were already angry, standing with their hands on their hips. Our mom is not a bad person. Shen Yi's heart softened. She's not really your mom, Taizhu yelled. She doesn't even like you. She'll leave you soon and go back to the city for a better life.
Taizhu.
Shen Yi's face turned cold as she rolled up her sleeves. Taizhu flinched, and the group quickly scattered like birds. You're lying. Bao shouted angrily and ran after him, but Shen Yi pulled him back. She still called out toward Taizhu's back. My mother would never leave us. My father said she'll always be with us.
Bao.
Shen Yi quickly held him tighter. Hearing his words made her heart ache. She crouched down to meet his eyes, smiling gently. Don't chase him. Later, Mother will go to his house and ask for an apology, so he won't dare to say such things again, all right? It was the first time his mother had been so close and gentle with him. Bao felt a little shy. Okay.
Good boy.
Shen Yi noticed the dirt on his face and gently wiped it away. Bao blushed even more. When Deepening and Xiaobao saw how kind their mother was to Bao, they felt a little jealous. Xiaobao, only 2 years old and unable to hide his feelings, ran over holding a fish.
Mama Fisi.
All right, fishy, Shen Yi said with a smile, taking it from him.
Hee.
Xiaobao grinned, showing his tiny white teeth, looking very cute. Shen Yi couldn't resist and kissed his chubby little cheek. As she pulled away, Xiaobao looked at her with sparkling eyes, puckered his lips, and kissed her back. Shen Yi laughed as his wet kiss landed on her face. Mama, me too. Bao hurried over. Shen Yi kissed his cheek as well, and Bao happily kissed her back, laughing with joy. Deepening stood a short distance away, twisting his fingers nervously. He wanted a kiss too, but he was the oldest. Deepening, come here, Shen Yi called. Deepening was surprised that his mother called him. His eyes widened, and he walked over shyly.
Mama, moi.
Shen Yi kissed his cheek. Deepening's face turned bright red. He covered the spot she kissed, looking bashful. Erbao urged him. Big brother, you haven't kissed Mama yet. Xiaobao and I both did. Xiaobao nodded eagerly. Yes.
Kish mama.
Debeo glared at his two younger brothers, his face even redder. When he saw his mother watching him, he lowered his head shyly. Seeing this warm scene, with the children's eyes full of love and trust, Shenyi felt her eyes grow hot with emotion. It was as if she had never been away from them at all. Before, because of the story's restrictions, she hadn't treated them well. As a mother, she owed them far too much. How could she deserve to have three such lovely and sensible sons? She felt deeply guilty. Mother, why are you crying? The second boy noticed her tears and became anxious, circling around her. The youngest reached out to wipe her tears. Mother, don't cry. The eldest grew even more worried. He thought she was crying because he hadn't kissed her, so he quickly leaned over and kissed her cheek. Mother, don't cry. I'll kiss you. Shenyi had been crying sadly, but when she heard his words, she couldn't help but laugh through her tears. She quickly wiped her face and comforted them. All right, Mother won't cry anymore. Little one, your hands smell like fish. Don't let Mother smell it. The second boy scolded, pulling his younger brother's hand away. The youngest looked a bit upset. He sniffed his hand, and sure enough, it smelled fishy. Feeling wronged, he looked at Shenyi. Mother, I'm sorry. It's all right, Shenyi said gently. Mother doesn't mind.
You were just worried about me.
The little one immediately smiled and ran off. I'll go wash my hands.
Slow down.
Don't fall. The eldest quickly ran after him to protect his brother. The water jar was tall and wide. Shenyi worried they might fall in, so she took the second boy's hand and said, Don't rush. Mother will scoop the water for you. When she lifted the lid of the big water jar, she saw that the water had been carried back by Chen. There was still about half a jar left. Since the children had just come back from the fields, covered in dirt, Shenyi helped them wash their hands. Mother, give me a bit more water, said the second boy. Thinking his hands weren't clean yet, Shenyi scooped some water to pour over them. But he quickly cupped his hands. Mother, I want to drink it. He was about to lower his head to drink, but Shenyi swiftly stopped him. This is well water. It hasn't been boiled yet. You can't drink it. It's fine, he said, reaching out again. No, you really can't, Shenyi coaxed. This kind of water has lots of tiny germs. If you drink it, they'll grow in your stomach. Will they turn into little fish? The youngest asked seriously. Roundworms did look a bit like tiny fish. When Shenyi heard there was a chance, she quickly said, Almost right, but not an eel. It's something called a roundworm. That's great. Xiaobao clapped his hands. Taiju said he pulled out a long roundworm, and they even roasted it to eat. Second brother, drink some water quickly, then we'll have meat to eat. Shenyi was speechless. Children really do say the funniest things. Don't, Shenyi said, feeling a bit sick. Roundworms can't be eaten. Think about it. If there were worms crawling around in your stomach, they would eat the food you eat. And if there's nothing left, they might even make your stomach hurt badly. She described it vividly, afraid the children might actually think roundworms were food. Sure enough, the three little ones looked frightened. Xiaobao started crying and hugged his second brother. Second brother, I don't want to eat meat anymore. Don't let there be worms in your stomach. The eldest, Debeo, said seriously, Erbao, you should listen to Mother. Erbao looked scared. I won't drink it anymore, never again. Satisfied, Shenyi fetched a bucket and filled it with water. Wait here. I'll boil some water for you to drink, and then you can take a bath. The children were covered in dirt, their clothes smelling of sweat. It was clear they hadn't bathed in days. Shenyi quickly carried the water to the kitchen. Erbao wanted to say they could bathe in cold water, but Debeo stopped him and whispered, if drinking cold water is bad, then bathing in it must be bad too. Just listen to Mother. Erbao nodded and said no more.
You watch, Xiaobao.
I'll go help Mother, Debeo said, then ran toward the kitchen. Xiaobao immediately said, Second brother, I want to help Mother too. Erbao took Xiaobao's hand. Let's both go help her. Shinyi had just poured the water into the pot when Debeo ran in. Mother, I'll start the fire. No need. Shinyi tried to stop him. Debeo, before she could finish, Xiaobao's soft voice called out, Mother, I'll help too. Shinyi turned around and saw Erbao and Xiaobao standing at the door, their big, bright eyes shining like black grapes. They looked absolutely adorable. Starting a fire is dangerous. Children must not play with fire, Shinyi said. Erbao, take your little brother outside. Debeo, you go play too. I can handle this myself. Debeo told Erbao to take Xiaobao to play, but he refused to leave. He insisted on lighting the fire himself, looking very serious. When father cooks, I'm the one who lights the fire. I'm really good at it. Shinyi, who had wanted to coax him out, was speechless. She patted his head and said, Our Debeo is such a good boy. Debeo smiled shyly. While Debeo boiled water, Shinyi began cleaning the kitchen. There wasn't much firewood left, and the kitchen was quite messy. She only cleaned part of it before the water boiled. She poured some for the children to drink, then got ready to bathe them. Debeo and Erbao were older and didn't want her help, so Shinyi bathed Xiaobao instead. Because they were all very dirty, she took out a bar of soap from her storage space. Now that they had their own courtyard after separating from the family, Shinyi wasn't afraid of being discovered. The children were curious, but she made up an excuse, and they didn't ask further. After bathing them, she helped them change into clean clothes. Shinyi was quite beautiful, and Chen was tall and handsome. Their children had inherited their good looks. Though thin and small, they were very cute and charming. Seeing the three children so clean for the first time, Shinyi suddenly felt a pang of sadness. Before, she had been careless and left everything to Chen. He was a rough man who didn't take good care of himself, let alone the children. As long as they were alive, he was satisfied. So even though the three children were naturally good-looking, they had always been messy and often laughed at by other kids. She silently promised herself that from now on, she would keep them neat and clean, making them a bright and lovely sight. The children had never been this clean before. They walked carefully, afraid of getting dirty again. By the time Shinyi finished bathing them, it was almost noon. The children were probably hungry, and Chen would soon be back from work, so she decided to start cooking. But when she opened the grain jar, she found only about 3 pounds of rice and 5 pounds of sorghum. There were plenty of sweet potatoes and potatoes on the floor. The oil was almost gone, and the only seasoning left was salt. Books had said that before the villain's success, his life was miserable, raising 3 children and barely having enough to eat. Now it seemed that while they weren't starving, their meals were indeed quite poor. Shinyi took 20 pounds of rice and 20 pounds of flour from her storage space and put them into the grain jar. Then she took out 30 eggs, some shredded kelp, 5 pounds of cured meat, and some oil, salt, soy sauce, and garlic, filling the jars with the seasonings. Since she used to cook alone, besides the food Chen provided, her family also sent her 15 yuan every month, so her life had been quite comfortable. Having these supplies wasn't strange, so she wasn't worried that Chen would suspect anything. However, other items were not convenient to take out now. She would find another chance later. There were 5 people in total, 2 adults, 2 6-year-old children, and 1 2-year-old. Estimating their appetites was difficult, so she simply decided to cook 1.5 pounds of white rice. The rice from her space was of excellent quality, clear and shiny even before cooking. Soon, the kitchen was filled with a delicious aroma. The 3 little ones were immediately drawn by the smell and leaned against the doorframe, watching her eagerly. Hungry? Shinyi smiled gently. After checking her space and finding no buns or similar food, she said, Wait a little longer, all right? I'll cook the dishes soon, and then we can eat. Unexpectedly, the 3 children widened their eyes. Mother, you made food for us too? Yes, Shinyi's voice softened even more. And for your father as well. I made enough for everyone. The children's eyes lit up with joy. The eldest ran in excitedly. Mother, I'll help you with the fire. Mother, me too. Mother, I want to help too. The second and youngest children chimed in eagerly. The kitchen was too dangerous, especially for the two younger ones who were very active. Shen-yi coaxed them out by taking a few white rabbit candies from her space. The two children had never seen such candy before. Their mouths watered as they obediently took the sweets, but still stood at the doorway, watching. Shen-yi couldn't help but laugh. When she saw the eldest sneaking glances at her, she peeled a candy and placed it in his mouth. "Open up, Debao. Is it good?" Debao blushed slightly, shy because his mother had fed him.
Good boy.
Shen-yi patted his head. With his help, she turned to prepare the dishes. "Mother?" Debao hesitated a little. "Can I have one more piece of candy?"
Of course you can.
"I didn't give it to you earlier because your hands were dirty," Shen-yi said, thinking that Debao wanted more because his two younger brothers each had 2 pieces while he only had 1. She explained so he wouldn't misunderstand. She took out 2 more candies and gently put them into his pocket. "Since you helped Mother with the fire, I'll give you 1 more as a reward. But don't eat too many, okay? We'll have dinner soon, and too much candy can hurt your teeth." Debao quickly explained, "No, Mother, I wanted to save it for Father. I've never seen him eat candy before." Shen-yi's throat tightened. She didn't want to cry, but tears still filled her eyes. When Debao saw her tears, he panicked. "Mother, do you not want me to give it to Father? Then I won't."
Please don't cry.
He had heard that Mother didn't like Father, and even Father had said so. At the door, Erbao and Xiaobao, who were eating candy, heard this and ran in. "Mother, don't cry." "I'm not crying," Shen-yi said quickly, wiping her tears. "I'm just happy that my children are so thoughtful." She took out a handful of milk candies from her pocket. "Why wouldn't I want to give some to your father? But these are for you. I have plenty more, and I'll give some to your father later, all right?" "Really, Mother?" the 3 children asked eagerly. "You like Father too, and want to save candy for him?" Seeing each of them still holding an uneaten candy, Shen-yi felt deeply moved. Li Chen had truly raised them well. "Really," she said softly. "Mother likes Father very much." Then, Debao gathered his courage. "Mother, does that mean you won't leave us or Father anymore?" Erbao and Xiaobao looked at her nervously. "No," Shen-yi said tenderly. "Mother will never leave you 3, and I won't leave your father either."
Yay.
Erbao and Xiaobao jumped up happily. Debao's eyes sparkled with joy. Shen-yi's heart melted. "All right, go outside and enjoy your candy. Mother needs to start cooking." Erbao pulled Xiaobao outside, but Debao stayed in the kitchen to tend the fire. Shen-yi made egg and seaweed soup, stir-fried bacon with potatoes, and cooked the fish that Xiaobao had brought back. Li Chen had already cleaned the fish, so she only needed to wash it before cooking. It didn't take much time at all. The air was filled with a delicious smell that could be noticed from far away. People returning home from work for lunch passed by, already hungry, and the scent made their stomachs growl even more. "It smells like meat. Who's cooking meat?" someone asked in surprise. These days, it was hard enough for everyone to have enough to eat, let alone meat. And now, during the busy harvest season, who would have the time to go to town to buy it? "It seems to be coming from Li Chen's house," someone said, following the smell. When the others heard that, they no longer found it strange. Li Chen's wife, a young woman from the city who had come to the countryside as part of a youth program, was known for being delicate and lazy. She didn't help much with the children or the housework. She even cooked separately from Li Chen and the kids. But her family in the city was well off and sent her money every month, so she could live comfortably without relying on Li Chen's hard work. Thinking of this, the villagers looked on with curiosity, as if waiting to see what would happen next. Among them walked a tall man carrying a. His short hair and sharp, chiseled features gave him a serious look. His lean, strong build and piercing eyes made him seem unapproachable, even though he was quite handsome. The young women and married ladies who admired his looks didn't dare to stare for long. He was once known as the toughest man in Qingshui village. People said his wife, Shen-yi, had been forced to marry him after a scandal involving the 2 of them. So, the women thought, it wasn't surprising that Shen-yi didn't care much for him or his children. After all, she was a delicate city girl. How could she possibly like a rough, poor farmer like Li Chen? The women sighed, half pitying, half judging. The men in the village, however, didn't hold back their envy. They might think Shen Yi was lazy and spoiled, but that didn't stop them from being jealous that Li Chen had such a pretty, educated wife. One of them couldn't resist teasing, "Li Chen, we're all jealous of you. Your wife must be so thoughtful. She knows how hard you've been working for the harvest and even cooked meat for you. You're really lucky." His tone was full of sarcasm. Everyone in Qingshui village knew that Li Chen and Shen Yi cooked separately. Li Chen's eyes narrowed dangerously as he rested on his shoulder. Even without saying much, his expression was enough to make people nervous. "Zhao Si, what's your problem? Jealous, huh? Too bad you won't get a taste," said Chen Chong, who was walking behind Li Chen. He was one of the brothers who used to follow Li Chen in the early days. Even though they had both left that life behind, their bond was still strong, and he couldn't stand Zhao Si mocking Li Chen. Zhao Si's legs went weak, and he quickly hurried away. "Coward," Chen Chong muttered as he watched Zhao Si run off, then turned to Li Chen. "Brother Chen, don't take it to heart. They're just talking nonsense." Li Chen glanced at Chen Chong. His face softened a little when he looked at his friend. "If I really cared, I wouldn't be this calm." Chen Chong let out a breath of relief, then hesitated. "Brother Chen, why don't you come eat at my place? I'll ask my wife to make more food and call the others too." He knew that Shen Yi would never cook for Li Chen, and naturally, the three kids wouldn't get any either. Li Chen had to cook for himself when he got home. Normally, that was fine, but it was harvest season now. After working all morning, he still had to cook and then go back to the fields. Even a strong man couldn't keep that up for long. Chen Chong felt bad for Li Chen, and anger rose in his heart. The villagers all thought Li Chen had forced Shen Yi and ruined her reputation, which was why she married him. But as Li Chen's brother, Chen Chong knew the truth. Shen Yi had spread those lies to protect her own pride. She had planned to trick Lin Jiadong, a young man from the educated youth camp, but Li Chen accidentally got caught up in it, and that's how things turned out. Chen Chong had thought about telling everyone the truth, but Li Chen seemed bewitched. He would rather be misunderstood than let Shen Yi be shamed. "No need," Li Chen refused. "I'll just cook something simple at home. It won't take long." He knew that if he went to Chen Chong's house, things would be easier for him. After all, even if he didn't eat, the three kids still needed food. But Chen Chong had his own family to care for, his parents, his wife, and children. Even if Chen Chong didn't mind, his wife might. Once or twice was fine, but too often would cause talk. Times were hard for everyone. As they reached Li Chen's house, he said goodbye to Chen Chong and went inside. Chen Chong waited until he saw him enter before leaving. Before he went, he couldn't help taking a deep breath of the delicious smell in the air. His stomach growled loudly. He was even hungrier now. Their family hadn't eaten meat for a long time. When there was time, they had to go to town to buy a few pieces to taste. Although Shen Yi only made 3 dishes, she cooked 2 pounds of cured meat. With the potatoes, there were 2 big plates. Together with the braised fish and the egg and seaweed soup, there were 4 dishes in total. More than enough. When the food was served, Erbao and Xiaobao were so hungry that they couldn't stop drooling. Debao was more reserved, but his eyes kept glancing at the table. Xiaobao was short, so he stood on tiptoe, leaning on the edge of the table, staring eagerly. He poked his second brother's hand and whispered, "Second brother, it's meat, it's meat." "Hom," Erbao replied, staring without blinking. Shen Yi smiled, lifted Xiaobao onto the bench, let Debao and Erbao sit by themselves, and went to serve the rice. Debao, worried she might not manage it alone, called Erbao to help. Then they saw a whole pot of steaming white rice. Their mother was serving it for them, each bowl filled to the brim. When Shen Yi saw them, she waved them over and handed them their bowls. "Be careful, it's hot. Go ahead and eat. If it's not enough, come back for more." Debao and Erbao took the bowls in a daze, holding the shiny, fragrant rice as they walked back to the main room. Xiaobao didn't notice his brothers' stunned faces. He was too young to think much about it. Seeing his brothers with bowls of rice and smelling the delicious aroma, He couldn't resist climbing down to get his own. The next moment, his mother came out of the kitchen carrying a bowl of rice. "Why did you come down?" Chen set the bowl in front of him and lifted him back onto the bench. "This is yours. Mother brought it for you." "Mother, is this really for us to eat?" Erbao couldn't help asking. He had heard that white rice was a fine grain, very expensive and not always easy to buy, even with money. Their father had bought some before, but it was always mixed with coarse grains and never smelled this good. "Of course," Chen said gently. "As long as you like it, Mother will make it for you every day." "Mother," Erbao suddenly burst into tears and threw himself into her arms. "You're so good to us." When Xiaobao saw his brother crying, he didn't know why, but he started crying too, reaching out for a hug. Chen quickly gathered them into her arms to comfort them. Seeing tears welling up into Bao's eyes too, she called him over to join the hug. Bao stepped forward, looking up at her with tears in his eyes. "Mom, can you always stay like this? Please don't go back to how you were before." Shunyi's heart ached. She pulled all 3 children into her arms. "All right, Mom will always be like this. I won't change back." As soon as she said that, the children all started crying again. It took Shunyi a long time to calm them down and get them to sit and eat. The 3 little ones sniffled. "Mom, why aren't you eating?" Shunyi picked some food for Xiaobao and said casually, "I'm waiting for your dad." When Bao heard that, he immediately put down his chopsticks. "Then I'll wait for Dad too." Erbao looked longingly at the dishes on the table, then also put down his chopsticks. "I'll wait for Dad too." Xiaobao's mouth was already full like a little hamster. Hearing his brothers, he looked up at Shen-Yi with teary eyes, wanting to wait for his dad as well. Shen-Yi couldn't help but smile at her youngest son's cuteness. She gently wiped the tears from his lashes. "Xiaobao is still a little one. You need to eat well so Dad will be happy when he sees you." After saying that, Shen-Yi was about to persuade Bao and Erbao to eat first when the door suddenly creaked open. She froze and quickly turned around, meeting the eyes of the man who had just entered. Scenes from their past life together flashed through her mind like a movie, ending with the image of him driving toward Lin Jiadong with a determined, fierce expression. Shen-Yi's eyes slowly turned red. Bao and Erbao were thrilled. They jumped off their chairs and ran over. "Dad, you're back. Mom made something delicious. Come eat." Dada Xiaobao also saw his father and waved his little hand excitedly. Li Chun patted Bao and Erbao on the head, but his eyes stayed on Shen-Yi. Seeing her red eyes, his face darkened. He strode forward and asked in a deep voice, "Who upset you?"
I'll go talk to them.
Only then did Shen-Yi realize she was crying again. She had shed far too many tears today. She quickly wiped them away. "No one upset me. I'm just really happy to see you." Li Chun frowned even more, his gaze turning cautious as he looked at her. Shen-Yi had wanted to run into his arms and cry, but when she saw his expression, she suddenly remembered Li Chun was not like the 3 little ones. Since the day she married him, she had never shown him a kind face. With such a sudden change, it was natural for him to feel suspicious. But it didn't matter. She had come back to make up for what she owed him and their 3 children, to live together as a real family. She already owed the 4 of them too much, and she didn't want to waste time taking things slowly. If her image was ruined, so be it. After all, she wasn't a monster. She was still herself. They still had a long life ahead of them. As long as she treated him with sincerity, one day he would believe in her heart. Thinking this, she walked out and said, "You must be hungry. I'll get you some rice." Li Chun watched her back. When he realized she had said she would serve him, he was pulled by their second son. "Dad, sit down and eat. There's meat." Only then did Li Chun notice the 3 dishes and 1 soup on the table, and his 3 clean, tidy sons, each with a bowl full of white rice. "Brother Chun, come sit and eat," Shen-Yi said with a bright smile, carrying 2 bowls of rice. Li Chun turned to look at her, stunned.
What?
What did she just call him? Shen-Yi looked calm and natural. She placed 1 bowl in front of him and said, "Brother Chun, sit down." Li Chun still hadn't recovered from his surprise when the second son tugged at him again. Dad, hurry up, I want to eat. Following the child's pull, Chen sat down, still glancing at the woman beside him. When Shun-yi noticed his gaze, she gave him a big, warm smile. Chen frowned even more. Something this unusual couldn't be simple. Shun-yi picked up a piece of cured meat and placed it in his bowl. Brother Chen, this one's really good, salty and fragrant. Mom, I want some too, the youngest said, holding up his bowl. Me too, the second son added quickly. There's enough for everyone, Shun-yi said with a laugh, giving each of them a piece. Mom, you should eat too, the eldest said, putting a piece into her bowl. Thank you, big one, Shun-yi said, patting his head and eating the piece he gave her. Seeing this, the second son also gave her a piece. The youngest couldn't reach and grew anxious, almost crying. He called to his father, Dad, lift me up. I want to give Mom some meat too. Chen numbly lifted the little one, letting him place a piece of meat into his mother's bowl. Watching the woman's bright, happy smile, he finally began to believe that this wasn't just his imagination. Why had she suddenly changed so much and become so kind to him and the three children? Was she thinking about divorce again? Just as warmth began to rise in Chen's heart, it was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over it. A shadow crossed his eyes. He would never agree to a divorce. She shouldn't even think about it. Brother Chen, let's eat, Shin-yi urged when she saw Chen still not picking up his chopsticks. Her sweet, playful voice lingered in the air like a feather brushing against his heart. Chen swallowed hard but decided to stay still. He wanted to see what she was really up to. Under Shun-yi's expectant gaze, Chen finally picked up his chopsticks and took a bite of rice. The soft, fragrant grains filled his mouth, and his taste buds were instantly satisfied. He couldn't help but eat more. Seeing his expression, Shun-yi knew he liked it. She smiled happily, watching the father and three sons eat the meal she had cooked. A warm sense of fulfillment rose in her heart. This was the true reason she had come back. Brother Chen, don't just eat rice. Have some vegetables too. Shin-yi placed a piece of fish in his bowl. Chen paused, then picked up a piece of cured meat and put it in hers, saying stiffly, You should eat too. All right, Shun-yi replied with a smile. What a man, tough on the outside, soft on the inside. In the old Lee family house next door, Lee Taiju shouted as he came in from outside, Is the food ready yet?
I'm starving.
Almost done. Just a moment. Jiang Ailing called from the kitchen. Unable to wait, Lee Taiju ran in and saw only cornbread, sweet potatoes, a pot of thin porridge, and a small plate of pickles. He immediately complained, Mom, it's the same food again. It's so plain. Hearing this, Jiang Ailing quickly pulled him to a corner and secretly took an egg from her pocket. In a low voice, she said, Son, I boiled this egg just for you. After dinner, eat it outside quietly. Don't let your grandmother find out. Eggs were considered a luxury. Most families saved them to trade for grain or for someone who was sick or had just given birth. Sometimes, Jiang Ailing would secretly keep one or two for Taiju. Of course, Lee's mother knew about it, but since Taiju was her eldest grandson, she adored him. As long as it wasn't done openly, she pretended not to notice. So Lee Taiju often got to eat eggs every few days. No one else had any, but he did, and he felt secretly proud about it. However, when he smelled the delicious scent of meat in the air, the eggs suddenly didn't seem so special. Still, he quickly grabbed one and put it in his pocket before turning to his mother. Mom, I want to eat meat. Jiang Ailing went back to the stove, took out the sweet potatoes and cornbread, and carried them to the main room. The whole family would need them when they came back from work later. She said, Be patient, my good boy. In half a month, when the harvest is over, the team will butcher a pig. Then I'll cook meat for you. I want it now, Lee Taiju said, pouting. Where can I get meat for you right now? Jiang Ailing frowned. Next door, Lee Taiju said. Mom, can't you smell it? The scent is coming from there. I just saw Xiaobao and the others bring back some fish. They must be cooking it. Jiang Ailing had already noticed the smell. The more she smelled it, the hungrier she felt. She hadn't eaten meat in a long time and was craving it badly. If it were any other neighbor, she would have gone over to chat and maybe get a taste. But this time, it was from Li Chen's house, or rather, from his wife, Shenyi. Although Li Chen had already separated from the main family, his parents still lived there. If he cooked meat and didn't send any over, that would be seen as unfilial. She didn't dare scold Li Chen to his face, but she often complained about him behind his back. However, if it was Shenyi who cooked it. Shenyi was a city girl who had come to the countryside as a volunteer worker. She had married into the Li family after being tricked by Li Chen. She didn't get along with him or his brothers and cooked separately for herself. Even though she didn't work in the fields, her parents sent her money every month. She didn't rely on the Li family at all. Even if Jiang Ailing went over to ask for food, Shenyi probably wouldn't share, and neither Li Chen nor his mother would agree to it. Li's mother still felt guilty toward Shenyi because of how Li Chen had treated her. Even though Jiang Ailing had given birth to the family's eldest grandson, if she dared to bully Shenyi, Li's mother would never allow it. As for Li Chen, no one knew what kind of spell Shenyi had cast on him. Even though she clearly disliked him, he still treated her like she was the most important person in the world, more important even than his own son. If she insulted Li Chen, he might not take it to heart, but if she dared to mess with Shenyi, she would really be asking for trouble. "Mom, I want to eat meat," Taiju shouted again when he saw his mother lost in thought. "My good boy, Mom doesn't have." Jiang Ailing was about to comfort her son when she looked down and saw the red marks on his neck. Her heart ached, and she cried out, "Taiju, who hit you? Who dared to hit you? Mom will stand up for you." Taiju touched his neck. If his mother hadn't mentioned it, he would have forgotten about the marks. He wanted to say it didn't hurt anymore. But when he thought about the meat, his round eyes turned, and he quickly complained, "Mom, it was second aunt who hit me. She did it. Go help me get even." That way, he could have some meat to eat. Father Li had 3 sons and 2 daughters. The 2 daughters were already married. The eldest son, Li Dabin, and his wife had 3 daughters, and because of that, she became weak and couldn't have more children. This made Mother Li, who always preferred sons, a bit unhappy. The second son, Li Chen, before meeting Shenyi, was a troublemaker who gave his parents many headaches. They once thought he would never find a wife. So all their hopes were placed on the third son's family, Li Sanhong and Jiang Ailing. Jiang Ailing lost her parents when she was young and grew up with her younger sister. Without family support, she felt insecure after marrying into the Li family. But she was lucky. Just a month after marriage, she became pregnant and gave birth to a son, Li Taiju. That made her a great contributor to the family. Later, she had another son and 2 daughters, so she stood tall in the Li household. Now, during the autumn harvest, even the eldest family's youngest daughter, only 9 years old, went to the fields to cut rice. Jiang Ailing, however, took an easier job at home, cooking for everyone. That's why she treasured Li Taiju like her own heart. She couldn't bear to scold him, let alone let someone else hurt him. "Come on. Mom will get justice for you," Jiang Ailing said angrily, grabbing Tieju's hand and storming out. Just then, Father Li, Mother Li, the eldest couple, Li Sanhong, and several children came back from the fields. Seeing the mother and sons so furious, Mother Li called out, "Where are you going?" "Mother." Jiang Ailing immediately pushed Taiju forward and pointed at his neck. "Look at Tieju's neck. What's going on here?" It was all done by his second aunt. Mother Li had been furious when she saw Li Tieju's bruised neck and face, but after hearing Jiang Ailing's words, she froze for a moment. "The second daughter-in-law did this? Why did she hit you?" Mother Li turned to Li Taiju. The second daughter-in-law wasn't the kind of person to cause trouble. She barely cared for her own children. Why would she hit Taiju? Li Taiju stammered, unable to speak. Jiang Ailing didn't like the sound of that. Was he trying to defend Shenyi? "Mother, Taiju is the one who got hurt. No matter what happened, even if Taidan did something wrong, he's still just a child. As his second aunt, she shouldn't have hit him so hard." After saying that, she pulled Taidan along and headed next door. Mother Li and Father Li exchanged a look. Mother Li quickly washed her hands and told the eldest daughter-in-law to come with her to take a look. Jiang Ailing led Li Taizhu to the door next door. Looking at the two small brick-tiled houses, she couldn't help but feel a pang of bitterness. Everyone in the village was poor and lived in mud houses. Only the village leader's family had a brick house, thanks to their son who served in the army. Li Chen used to be a bully, and no one knew how he managed to get enough money to build these two houses. To Jiang Ailing, it seemed wasteful for 2 adults and 3 children to live in such nice houses. After all, the old house only had 3 rooms. Father Li and Mother Li lived in one, the eldest son's family of 5 in another, and their own family of 6 squeezed into the last one. It was so crowded that even having a private conversation required sneaking around the children. Li Chen had money, but never thought to help build another room for the family. How selfish. Jiang Ailing fumed. Since Shen Yi had hurt her sons so badly, she was determined to make her pay some compensation. With that thought, she knocked the door. Shen Yi,
Come out.
Shen Yi, come out. The family of 5 inside, who were enjoying their meal, all heard the shouting. Shen Yi was momentarily confused about who it was, but Little Bao shrank back and whispered its third aunt. At the mention of third aunt, Shen Yi immediately understood. It was Jiang Ailing, the sister of Jiang Wanru, the heroine of reversing a perfect life. Thinking of Jiang Ailing's past behavior, a cold glint flashed in Shen Yi's eyes. She remembered clearly that in the original story, when the 3 children were little, Li Chen was often too busy to take care of them. His mother would bring them to the old house to look after them and feed them there. Of course, Li Chen gave money every month, so the children never lacked food or care. However, Jiang Ailing was unhappy. The money went to Li Chen's mother, but she had to cook extra meals, so she often treated the children coldly. When the children were still too young to speak, they sometimes suffered from her rough treatment. Since children are active and often get small bruises or scratches, no one thought much of it at the time. Jiang Ailing was clever, though. She knew Li Chen was not someone to cross. If the children ever told on her, she would be punished, so once they learned to talk, she stopped hurting them. Because they were too young to remember, the children forgot what she had done. Still, their bodies seemed to remember, and even after growing up, they felt uneasy around Jiang Ailing without knowing why. A sharp look flashed in Shen Yi's eyes. She hadn't gone to confront Jiang Ailing, yet Jiang Ailing had come to her instead. Thinking of this, she gently patted Little Bao's head. You all eat first. Mother will be back soon. Then she strode toward the door with determination. Father, go help Mother. Second Bao urged as Li Chen put down his chopsticks to follow. Sensing something was wrong, Li Chen asked with a serious face, Did your mother have a problem with your third aunt? Second Bao quickly told him about Li Taizhu taking their fish. Li Chen's face darkened. He told the children to keep eating and headed for the door. At the doorway, Shen Yi paused to listen carefully, then suddenly pulled the door open. Jiang Ailing had been knocking for a while with no answer. Li Taizhu, growing impatient, sniffed the air and said, Mother, second aunt must know we're here. She's hiding the meat. Jiang Ailing thought that made sense. The two leaned closer to the door, trying to peek through the wen. The door flew open, and both of them lost their balance, falling forward. Shen Yi stood nearby, but she had planned it, so they wouldn't fall on her. Still, a strong hand pulled her back slightly to keep her from being knocked over. Shen Yi turned back and gave him a small smile. The mother and son who had fallen to the ground looked quite embarrassed. Mom, get up quickly. You're crushing me. Li Taizhu shouted. Oh, dear, my poor boy. Jiang Ailing hurriedly got up and helped her son to his feet. When she looked up, she saw Shen Yi watching them with a faint, teasing smile. Anger rose in Jiang Ailing's chest. She pointed at Shen Yi and snapped, Shen Yi, you did that on purpose, didn't you? Li Chen's eyes turned cold. He reached out to pull Shen Yi behind him, but she held his hand instead and shook her head, meaning she could handle it herself. That made Li Chen's expression darken, but when he noticed her still holding his hand, a faint light returned to his eyes. A moment later, Shen Yi let go. Li Chen couldn't help rubbing his hand behind his back. Zhang Ailing, what are you talking about? Shen said with a cold smile, calling her by name. Did I tell you to lean against the door? You! Zhang Ailing was speechless. Mom, Taizhu wasn't interested in the argument. As soon as he stood up, his eyes wandered toward the house. When he saw the table full of delicious dishes, smoked meat, fish, eggs, and white rice, his mouth started to water. He tugged at his mother's sleeve. Meat, rice. Zhang Ailing, along with Li's mother and Li's sister-in-law who had just arrived, followed his gaze. When they saw the rich spread on the table, they were stunned. Was this a New Year's feast? No, even during New Year's, they didn't eat this well. Seeing that his mother ignored him, Taizhu ran to his grandmother and said, Grandma, I want to eat meat. What meat? This isn't your house. Li's mother said instinctively. She glared at the dazed Zhang Ailing and scolded, What are you doing? Go home right now. Can't you behave for once? Zhang Ailing came back to her senses and remembered why she was there. Go home? No way. I came here today to talk things out with second sister-in-law, she said loudly. Her eyes couldn't help drifting toward the meat and rice on the table again. It had been a long time since she'd eaten such fragrant food, real meat and white rice. If there was no reason, she might have let it go. But since she had won, she definitely wouldn't miss the chance to make the second branch pay. After all, how dare Shen hit her son? Zhang Ailing grabbed Taizhu and pointed at the red mark on his neck. Second sister-in-law, I don't have any grudge against you, right? Then why did you hit my Taizhu? Because big cousin tried to take our fish. The three children said angrily. He even bullied us. Their parents had told them to eat, and even though they had never tasted such delicious food before, to them, their parents were more important. So they all ran out together, holding on to Shen's clothes, looking as if they were protecting her. When Zhang Ailing heard that the mark on Taizhu's neck was caused by Shen, she rushed over in anger, not expecting there to be another reason behind it. Taizhu quickly denied it. That's not true. You were the ones who wanted to give me the fish, so I could take it home and cook it, then bring you 2 pieces later. You said if you gave it to second aunt, she wouldn't let you eat any. The accusation was like a bucket of dirty water thrown over them. The 3 children's faces turned red with anger, and even the usually calm eldest child couldn't help shouting, You're lying. The youngest, afraid their mother would misunderstand, stammered, Mom, it's not true. Not like he said. The second child clenched his fists, ready to fight. We'd never treat Mom like that, you meanie. Shen quickly comforted them, assuring them she believed them. Only then did they relax. Of course they won't admit it, Zhang Ailing sneered. Second sister-in-law, don't blame me for being blunt, but Taizhu did have a point. If the kids brought the fish home, wouldn't you have eaten it yourself? Kids get tempted easily after all. The second child wanted to argue, but Shen stopped him. She looked at Zhang Ailing, her smile fading. Third sister-in-law, you say children get tempted. Doesn't your Taizhu get tempted too? She glanced sideways at Li Taizhu. I saw your boy staring at our table the moment he came in. In fact, he's still staring. Zhang Ailing looked down and saw that Taizhu was indeed gazing at the meat on the table, drooling so much that it had soaked into his clothes. She quickly pulled him back. My little one's eyes are still red and swollen. If they really gave Taizhu the fish willingly, then why was he crying? Shen didn't give Zhang Ailing a chance to speak and continued, and you said that when the 3 kids brought fish back, I would eat it all myself and not share with them. Are you blind? Didn't you see how many bowls were on the table? Hearing this, the 2 older children sighed in relief. Their mother believed them. Zhang Ailing's face turned red from embarrassment. Indeed, if the children could eat meat when they came back, then what her son Taizhu said was clearly false. Realizing she couldn't win this argument, Zhang Ailing lightly tapped Li Taizhu and said, You silly boy, if you wanted to eat meat, you could have just said so. Why did you have to lie? Then she turned to Shen with an awkward smile. Second sister-in-law, I'm really sorry. It was my mistake. I'll teach Taizhu a lesson when we get home. After saying that, she grabbed Taizhu's hand, ready to leave. Taizhu. A cold voice stopped her. Jiang Ailing froze and looked at Li Chun with a nervous smile. Second brother, please don't be angry with Taiju. He knows he was wrong. I'll scold him properly when we get home. Li Chun ignored her words and looked at Taiju with a calm but stern gaze. Taiju, didn't your father ever tell you that bullying your younger brothers means you'll be punished? Li Chen's reputation in the village was no secret. The adults didn't think highly of it, but to the children, he seemed impressive. Li Taiju didn't go to work or school anymore. He spent his days wandering around the village with a group of boys, trying to act like Li Chen. People often joked that he was Li Chen's successor. Instead of feeling ashamed, Taiju was proud of it. He admired Li Chen deeply, though he was also quite afraid of him. When he saw Li Chen's cold expression, he forgot all about the meat and wanted to run away. But Li Chen wasn't about to let a child escape from him. In just a few quick steps, he caught Taiju and gave him a few firm smacks on the backside. Taiju cried out loudly, tears streaming down his face. Please stop, second brother, stop. Jiang Ailing shouted anxiously. She felt sorry for her son but was too afraid of Li Chun to step forward. Instead, she turned to Li's mother for help. Mother, please say something to second brother. Taiju is your eldest grandson. When the eldest grandson was beaten, Mother Li felt sorry for him, but she was also afraid of her second son. Although she loved her eldest grandson, Li Taiju, the three younger children were also her grandchildren. They had already suffered enough, and it was too much for Taiju to bully them. Holding back her anger, Mother Li shouted at Jiang Ailing, "Why are you yelling? Why did Taiju get beaten? Isn't it because you didn't teach him properly? I think the one who deserves a lesson is you. Why was it her fault again?" Feeling wronged, Jiang Ailing turned to her sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, please help me talk to second brother. Jiang Ailing often bullied her sister-in-law because she had a son while the other didn't. So how could her sister-in-law help her now? She was actually glad to see Jiang Ailing so anxious. Ailing, I can't persuade second brother either, she said. Jiang Ailing grew furious and glared at her sister-in-law, then looked toward Shenyi. Their eyes met for a moment before Shenyi said to Li Chen, Brother Chen, keep going. Xiaobao's eyes are still swollen. Li Chen, who had just let go of Li Taiju, grabbed him again and gave him a few more firm smacks. Jiang Ailing burst into tears from anger. Shenyi watched coldly. Considering what Jiang Ailing had done, it was only because she had no proof that she hadn't confronted her directly. But letting Jiang Ailing off easily? That was impossible. Li Chen finally stopped after a few more hits. Jiang Ailing, afraid he might continue, quickly picked up the crying Li Taiju and ran off. What a mess, such trouble, Mother Li said irritably as she watched them leave. Then she turned to the three younger children, called them over, and gently patted their heads. If your cousin Taiju bullies you again, tell Grandma. I'll take care of him. Okay, the three children replied softly. Shenyi stood nearby, watching. Having read this story and lived through it once, she knew that although Mother Li favored Taiju a little, she had never treated the three children unfairly. She even felt guilty toward Shenyi. Even when Shenyi didn't take care of Li Chun or the children, Mother Li never blamed her and quietly helped raise them. Of course, Shenyi knew this was all because of Li Chun. Although Father and Mother Li seemed afraid of their son, in truth, they worried about him the most and helped him the most. Since she had decided to come back and live a good life with Li Chun, she knew she also needed to keep good relationships with others. So she said, Mother, we're having dinner now. Would you like to stay and eat with us? Hearing this, Li's mother instinctively looked at the dishes on the table in the main room. Of course, she was surprised by how rich the meal looked, but what shocked her even more were the extra sets of bowls and chopsticks. It seemed that her second daughter-in-law was eating together with her son and the children. Li's mother was so stunned that her mind went blank. She said without thinking, no, the food at the old house is ready too. The next second, her eyes widened as she stared at Shenyi.
What?
What did you just call me? Not only Li's mother, but also the eldest sister-in-law and Li Chun were all shocked. Mother, Shenyi said, looking at them curiously, isn't that right? I'm married to Li Chen, and you're his mother. Shouldn't I call you mother? Yes, that was right. But she had never called her that before. Li's mother looked at Shen Yi, not knowing what to say. When Shen Yi first married into the family, she disliked Li Chen, let alone his mother. Back then, Li's mother had felt sorry for her son's new wife and had tried to comfort her, but Shen Yi had avoided her as if she were a stranger. Who would have thought that one day she would call her mother? Li's mother couldn't help glancing at her son, her eyes full of confusion, as if asking, has her wife been possessed by something strange? Li Chen also looked at the woman before him with a complicated expression. This was definitely his wife, he was sure of it. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes were clear yet deep, and when she spoke, the corners of her eyes lifted slightly, giving her a mix of liveliness and calmness that no one else could imitate. So, what exactly was she planning? Shen Yi could see their doubt, so she said directly, I know I was foolish before. Mother, from now on, I'll live well with Chen. Chen, don't you agree? Shen Yi looked at him. Li Chen stared at her. You'd better mean what you say. Otherwise, if she still planned to leave him and go back to that other man, she would be disappointed. He would never agree to a divorce. Shen Yi responded softly. She knew Li Chen still didn't fully believe her, but she decided to take things one step at a time. She turned to Li's mother. Mother. Li's mother hadn't spent much time with Shen Yi, so she didn't know her as well as Li Chen did. Seeing Shen Yi speak so sincerely, Li's mother was overjoyed. Yi, I'm so glad you think this way. Li Chen treated you poorly before and made you suffer, but I've seen how much he's changed over the years. He truly regrets his mistakes. From now on, you two should live happily together. She went on talking for quite a while, leaving Shen Yi a little embarrassed. In the original story, the reason she married Li Chen was because she had planned to be with Lin Jiadong, but by accident, she ended up with Li Chen instead. To protect her reputation, she claimed that Li Chen had forced her. Because of his past as a local troublemaker, everyone believed her, even Li's mother. It was she who had wronged Li Chen. Thinking of this, she wanted to explain. Mother, actually. But Li Chen interrupted her. Mother, don't worry. As long as Yi is willing to live with me peacefully, I'll treat her well and make up for my past mistakes. Shen Yi looked at him, but he didn't meet her eyes. Li's mother was delighted. Good, good. Then go home and have dinner together. I won't stay to eat with you. I'll head back first. Grandma, you really won't eat with us? Mom made lots and lots of meat, said Debeo. Li's mother often took care of the children, so they were very fond of her. Li's mother smiled kindly. Grandma won't eat today. I'll leave it for my 3 little treasures. Eat more meat and grow tall. Wait, Mother, Shen Yi called out. She went back into the main room, filled half a bowl with cured meat and added 2 pieces of fish, then handed it to Li's mother. Mother, please take these home and share them with Father. As for the rest, she didn't give any more. Oh, I can't take that, Li's mother said quickly, turning away when she saw how much meat there was. Keep it for the children. Shen Yi gently pulled her hand back and placed the bowl in it. The fish was caught by the children's father, and the cured meat was sent for my family. I made too much, and it's a bit salty. The children are still young, so it's better if you take it home. Yes, Grandma, please take it, added her Bao. Since everyone had said so, Mother Li accepted it, waved her hand, and said, Then you should all go back and eat. I'll head home too. I still have work to do later. As she spoke, she called sister-in-law Li to go with her. Shen Yi met sister-in-law Li's gaze, nodded slightly without saying anything, then looked at Li Chen and said, Brother Chen, let's go back and eat. Li Chen looked at her with a complicated expression. As he followed her back to the main room, he finally said stiffly, Thank you. Shen Yi knew he was thanking her for giving meat to his mother, so she nodded. He treated her so well. So, of course, she wanted to be kind to his parents too. Back at the old house, Jiang Ailing carried the crying Li Taizhu home, startling the whole family. Li Sanhong grew impatient with the noise. Crying again? You're so big already.
Who hit you?
You have the nerve to ask? Jiang Ailing scolded. Wasn't it your dear second brother? You didn't even help your own son, and now you're talking nonsense. Are you really Tieju's father? My second brother? Li Sanhong was shocked. Why would my second brother hit Taiju? He's such a fierce man. He must have Jiang Ailing. Mother Li's voice came from afar, full of authority. What nonsense are you talking about again? Do you think I don't know what's going on? Jiang Ailing immediately stopped spreading rumors and muttered, You always favor your second son. Your eldest grandson was almost beaten, and you didn't even say a word. Mother Li walked in carrying a bowl of meat and happened to hear that. She kicked Jiang Ailing and said angrily, You wicked woman. Your son bullied little Bao and you didn't even discipline him. Now you dare to bring him over to make trouble? Jiang Ailing took the kick, but didn't dare to talk back. Meanwhile, Li Taiju, who had been crying nonstop, suddenly smelled the aroma of meat. He turned around, saw the bowl in his grandmother's hands, and quickly stood up. He snatched the bowl and shouted, Meat. I want to eat meat. Mother Li was caught off guard, and before she could react, Taiju had already run off with the bowl. She quickly called out, Taiju, leave some for Gooden and Grandpa. Gooden, Jiang Ailing's 5-year-old younger son, heard this and immediately ran after him. The girls of the Li family, eldest sister-in-law Li's 3 daughters, Dahua, Erhua, and Xiahua, along with Jiang Ailing's 2 daughters, looked expectantly at Mother Li, but she didn't return a single glance. Of course, neither Father Li nor Gooden got to eat the meat that Mother Li brought back because Gooden came home crying, saying that his older brother had eaten it all. Mother Li's heart turned cold in an instant. Li Taiju was the eldest grandson and naturally her favorite. Seeing him beaten by Li Chen and crying so sadly had made her heart ache. One big reason she accepted meat from Shunyi was to bring it home to comfort him. But that big bowl of meat, she hadn't planned to eat any herself. It wasn't enough for the whole family anyway, so she had thought to share it among her 2 grandsons, Taiju and Gooden and Father Li. After all, the autumn harvest was hard work, and Father Li was getting old. He worked long hours every day and deserved some nourishment. But Taiju ate it all by himself? Thinking of the little triplets offering her meat earlier, Mother Li realized for the first time how selfish Taiju was. No matter what was happening at the old house, things were calm again on Shunyi's side. The family of 5 continued their meal. From time to time, cheerful voices filled the air. Mom, you eat too? Thank you, Mom. Hee hee, Dad, pick me up. I want to give Mom some meat. The scene was warm and full of love. After the meal, Shunyi was about to clean up the dishes, but Li Chen got there first. He placed the dishes in a large basin, carried it to the water jar, and quietly began washing them. Under the bright sun, his tanned skin glistened with sweat. His strong build, handsome face, and practiced movements made for a striking contrast. Shunyi thought for a moment, then went back to her room and took out some mung beans and brown sugar. On her way through the main hall, she also picked up Li Chen's green military canteen. In the kitchen, she soaked the mung beans first, then washed the canteen with clean water from the jar and finally filled it with freshly boiled, cooled water. During this time, the 3 little ones followed her in and out, their soft voices full of curiosity, like a chorus of endless questions. Mom, what are you holding? A water bottle. What about those little green beans? Mung beans. I'll cook mung bean porridge for you 3 later. Do you want some?
Yes.
We'll drink anything you make, Mom. Good job, Shunyi praised. The little ones, feeling a bit shy but also proud, stayed quiet for a moment before they couldn't hold back anymore. Mother, why do we soak the mung beans? Because soaking them makes them easier to cook. Oh, then can I help you start the fire later? Mother, I'll help you too. Mother, me too.
No.
Before Shin-Yi could refuse, the eldest son spoke seriously. You're all too young. What if you get burned? I'm the big brother, so I'll help Mother. You can go play. But you're the same age as me. You're 6 and I'm 6 too, the second child said. I'm still the big brother, the eldest replied calmly. Grandma said, I was born first. No way, the second child protested. You've been the big brother for so long. It's my turn now. From now on, you have to call me big brother. Second, are you asking for trouble? The eldest raised his small fist. The second child, who wasn't afraid to fight even with 9-year-old Li Taiju, pouted at his brother's tiny fist instead. Feeling wronged, he turned to his mother. "Mother, big brother is bullying me." Shunyi tried not to laugh. She reached out and gently rubbed both of their heads. Be good she didn't take sides. Knowing his mother wouldn't help him, the second child huffed and made a little angry calf gesture at his brother. The eldest stayed calm, keeping his big brother attitude perfectly. After washing the dishes, Li Chun placed them in the main room. Outside, the sound of people chatting filled the air. Those who had finished lunch were getting ready to go back to work. It was time for him to go too. Li Chun thought about it but didn't move right away. He listened quietly to the sounds coming from the kitchen. From outside the gate came Chen Chong's voice, along with a knock. "Let's go, time to work." Li Chun came back to his senses, cleared his throat, picked up his and sickle, and headed out. Just as he opened the door, a gentle voice called from behind, "Brother Chen, wait." He turned quickly and saw a pretty young woman running out of the kitchen with a kettle in her hand. When she reached him, she handed it over. "Here, water." Li Chen looked at the clean kettle and at the fair, slender hand holding it. His gaze moved up to her smiling, lovely face. He quietly took the kettle from her. "Good job," Shunyi said kindly. "Go to work now. The weather is very hot. Remember to drink plenty of water and avoid heatstroke. Don't worry about home. I will take good care of Sanbao, okay?" Li Chun replied softly, glancing at her before turning to leave. After he left, Shunyi stepped forward, planning to close the door once he was gone. But outside, Chen Chong looked at her with a shocked face. Shunyi waved her hand. "Xiangzi, that sister-in-law." De Chong swallowed hard and quickly ran away with Li Chen. "Shunyi, is she that frightening?" "No, it's not that Shunyi looks scary, but her actions are too shocking." Chen Chong still couldn't believe his eyes. Was the gentle person just talking to Brother Chen? Could it really be Shunyi? Maybe she was possessed by something unclean? He thought this and asked aloud. Then his brother Chen hit him on the head with a sharp look. "What did you mean? Do I not know what my wife is like? She's naturally gentle and kind." Chen Chong thought, "Brother Chen, aren't you feeling guilty for saying that?" Li Chun wasn't guilty. He continued, "She cooked for me and Sanbao at noon and said she wants to live a good life with me. Keep your mouth shut about this, or I'll punch you." Chen Chong hurriedly said he wouldn't say anything. He thought, "Brother Chen, are you pretending she hasn't changed so much because you're planning some scheme to divorce her? It's clear that their friendship is as close as family, brothers who think alike." Li Chen believed Shunyi's sudden change must mean she had some ulterior motive, but he wouldn't say it out loud. He hoped this change would last longer, even if it was just a trick to fool him. Anyway, he wouldn't divorce her. After Li Chen left, Shunyi put green beans into the pot to cook. Once the water boiled for a while, she added rice. When it was almost done, she added brown sugar. She scooped the porridge into a large basin to cool. Meanwhile, she and the 3 little ones tidied up the house inside and out, rooms, the main hall, kitchen, and yard. The children were very excited, eager to arrange things, sweep, and dust, almost competing to do the chores.
Soon she cleaned the house simply.
The weather was probably around 30 degrees, and Shunyi and Sanbao were sweating a lot. Worried about catching a cold, Shunyi quickly took Sanbao back to change into new clothes. The mung bean porridge had cooled down. While Sanbao wasn't paying attention, she secretly took some small ice cubes from her space and added them in, stirring well. She served a bowl of the cold, sweet mung bean porridge for each of them and called them over to eat. In the hot weather, a bowl of icy, sweet mung bean porridge was a real treat. Sanbao squinted his eyes while drinking, especially Erbao and Xiaobao, who wanted more after finishing. But Shunyi didn't let them have more, soothing them. "Little kids can't drink too much, or you'll have stomach troubles." That would be very uncomfortable. She looked at Deepening, who hesitated to speak, and directly pulled him into her side. "Isn't that right, Deepening?" Deepening also wanted to say he wanted more, but after hearing his mother's words, he felt a sense of trust. Although he wasn't sure if it was true, he believed his mother was right. So, she sternly scolded her younger brothers. Mom is right. Drinking too much can cause stomach issues. You can't drink too much. Your big brother won't drink either. The two younger brothers who had been about to complain pouted and said, Mom, we won't drink anymore. Good, Shin-yi was satisfied. It wasn't that she didn't want them to drink, but they were still very young. Since the porridge was cold, drinking too much could easily upset their stomachs. She then took out an old aluminum rice bucket she had cleaned earlier. Although it was a bit worn and dented in some places, it was spacious enough to hold enough food for several people. After washing it, she filled it with the mung bean porridge and grabbed a few bowls, planning to take it to Lee Chun in the fields. The three children were very happy to hear they were going to deliver porridge to their father and eagerly wanted to go along. Originally, Shun-yi wanted to keep them at home because of the hot weather, but she thought that, alright, she couldn't really leave such small children alone at home. So, she set out with the three little ones. The vast, flat fields stretched endlessly, with harvesters working every few meters. At noon, Shun-yi forgot to ask Lee Chun which part of the field he was harvesting, so she could only follow the main road with the children. She did ask someone, but that person not only refused to tell her where Lee Chun was, but also kept quietly asking her why she was looking for the Lin family. Shin-yi looked carefully and realized the person was a young worker from the rural youth station. Her face darkened. No, I am here to find my man, Lee Chun. Man, Lee Chun, she emphasized strongly, then stood up. Ignoring the surprised expression of the person in front of her, she pulled Sanbao and walked away. As they followed the main road, many people's attention was drawn to them. Some looked at her, some looked at her again. Shun-yi. Finally, through her persistent efforts, she found. Not Lee Chun, but Lee's parents. The children were very happy to see their grandfather and grandmother. They shouted excitedly,
Grandpa.
Grandma. Their clear, cheerful voices caught many people's attention, and they looked over. Lee's mother put down a handful of harvested grain, squinted her eyes, and saw her three adorable grandchildren and the children from the second family waving from the riverbank. She quickly tugged her husband's arm. Old man, is that the second family's children and Sanbao? Lee's father looked over as well. Yes, who are they? Why are they here with some kids? The village's well-known gossip, Wang Yan, overheard and smiled maliciously. Are they trying to leave the kids with you again? Mrs. Lee? Honestly, your second son's wife isn't good at all. She's pretty, but lazy and doesn't even take care of the kids. None of your business. Lee's mother, who disliked Wang Yan's mouth, scolded her. After a moment, she added, my second daughter-in-law said she will take good care of Lee Chun from now on. You all should stop your gossip. Wang Yan scoffed and sneered. Who would believe that? Lee's mother said sharply. Then keep your eyes open and watch carefully. Wang Yan's face turned red and white from the scolding.
Grandpa.
Grandma. Come up quickly. From the riverbank, the children's innocent voices called out again. Go up and see what they want, said Lee's father. Lee's mother was worried something urgent might have happened, so she asked casually, you go too. They called you, and you can rest a bit and have some water.
I'm not thirsty, old Lee said.
Lee's mother ignored him and went up herself. Next to her, Wang Yan saw this and wiped her sweat, then went up to take a look. She wanted to see if Shin-yi really planned to settle down and live a good life with Lee Chun. Not far away, Zhang Ailing was also there. Today, she pulled Tai Zhu to find trouble with Shin-yi, but Li Mu called her over to work. She and Wang Yan both thought Shin-yi came just to leave the three children with Li Mu. But that wouldn't do. Today, Li Mu had earned work points. If Li Mu went back to take care of Shin-yi's children, who would do her work? In the end, her husband would be exploited again. Thinking this, she didn't care that Li Sanhong told her not to interfere. She dropped her sickle and walked over. Bao saw only Li Mu coming and shouted, Grandpa! Grandpa, come over too. Hearing the voice, Li's father couldn't bear to let his grandson keep calling him that, so he put down his sickle, washed his hands, and followed. Li Mu was the first to come ashore. She smiled and asked Sanbao, What's wrong? Why are you calling for Grandma? Grandma, I want to drink mung bean porridge. Little Bao ran over, pointing at his mother. Li Mu looked in the direction he pointed and saw Shin-yi finding a shady spot. She placed 2 bowls on the ground, poured 2 bowls of mung bean porridge from a rice bucket, and said happily, "Come, Mom, have some porridge to cool down." Li Mu, along with Wang Yan, Zhang Ailing, and Li Father, was stunned speechless. Only after Shen Yi handed the bowls to Li Mu and Li Father did they come back to their senses, staring at Shen Yi as if they saw a ghost. Shen Yi didn't care about their expressions. She looked around and asked, "Dad, Mom, do you know where Brother Chen is working?" Li Mu had already recovered and smiled with the corners of her eyes crinkling. Yes. Following her gaze, Shen Yi saw a strong man about a meter tall, looking in her direction from among the nearly meter-high rice plants. She immediately raised her hand and called out, "Brother Chen." Li Chen looked far away at the girl waving to him from the shore, a bright light shining in his eyes. Chen Chong also saw the figure on the shore and asked curiously, "Brother Chen, is that Shen Yi?" "Call her sister-in-law." Li Chen, who was originally looking at Shen Yi, turned to glance at him. "Yes, yes, sister-in-law," Chen Chong quickly replied. Seeing Li Chen acting protectively, he originally wanted to ask if Shen Yi had any bad intentions, but he swallowed the words. Li Chen had already put down his sickle, with a faint smile in his tone. "My wife is calling me. I need to go over there first." Wife, though, maybe she doesn't like you that much." Chen Chong pouted, feeling sorry for Brother Chen. Just as he was thinking this, he heard, "Changzi, come over too." Chen Chong thought he might have heard wrong, but Li Chen turned to glance at him. "Your sister-in-law is calling you. Hurry and come with me." Chen Chong quickly followed, eager to see what Shen Yi was up to. Humph. Seeing them both come over, Shen Yi was about to go back to get some porridge when she saw Li's parents holding bowls of mung bean porridge, looking at her blankly. "Mom and Dad, what's wrong?" Shen Yi asked. "The mung bean porridge helps cool you down. Drink it quickly. It's so hot today and getting heat stroke wouldn't be good." The 3 children jumped in to agree. "Grandpa and Grandma, you should drink it too. It's sweet and really tasty." Li's father and mother, urged by the children, quickly took a sip. When they held the bowls, they could feel the coolness through the bowls. After tasting it, the icy, sweet flavor spread through their mouths. The heat and fatigue they felt earlier seemed to be washed away, like a refreshing spring, making them feel much better. Li's father and mother closed their eyes happily. "Really delicious," Li's mother said. Meanwhile, Wang Yan pretended to be drinking water and said to Zhang Ailing, "Your second sister-in-law actually brought your parents some mung bean porridge. Why didn't you get any?" Zhang Ailing, upon arriving, realized she had been thinking too much. Seeing that Li's parents had porridge to drink, she kept glancing over, her meaning clear. But she hadn't heard Shen Yi call her, and with Wang Yan speaking loudly, Shen Yi definitely heard. She deliberately responded loudly, "I don't know either." Shen Yi naturally heard this, but she didn't spit or do anything. She thought it was good enough that she didn't spit on her. Did she really expect her to share her porridge? Thinking this, she saw Li Chen and Chen Chong arrive. She quickly poured 2 bowls of mung bean porridge and handed them to them. Li Chen took both bowls and then handed one to Chen Chong. Chen Chong saw from afar that Li's father and mother were eating porridge. He didn't expect Shen Yi to really ask him to come and eat porridge, so he was stunned. Shen Yi didn't look at him and was smiling happily as she watched Brother Chen. Brother Chen kept calling her, "my wife," in front of him, but when he was near Shen Yi, he seemed quiet. It's very tasty," Shen Yi said, then pointed to the rice bowl over there. "There's another bowl over there for you." For some reason, she added, "Others only have 1 bowl, but you have 2. This obvious favoritism made Li Chen's heart beat faster. After Shen Yi finished speaking, she suddenly felt something was wrong because Li's mother was looking at her with a worried face. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she said with a hint of blame, "Hurry up and drink." Then she called out to Chen Chong, "Changzi, you should drink too. Uncle Chong, you should drink. It's really tasty," Little Bao said. "Hey." Chen Chong naturally became more relaxed when facing Little Bao. "Little Bao, have you drunk yours yet?" "I have," Little Bao said excitedly. But Little Bao looked a little sad. But Little Bao hasn't had enough yet. Hearing this, Chen Chong felt like the bowl in his hand was burning hot. Was this meant for him to drink? He was about to give his bowl to Little Bao. "Then Uncle Chong's bowl will go to Little Bao too. Debao and Airbao scolded him. Mom said you're a kid and it's not good to drink too much. Little Bao didn't say he wanted to drink. Little Bao was scolded by his two brothers and looked very wronged. He tugged at Chen Chong's clothes. Uncle Chong, you drink, Little Bao won't. Everyone was amused by the innocent words of the three children. Shen Yi also smiled and directly picked up Little Bao, saying to Chen Chong, Chongzi, don't worry and drink. This bowl is specially brought for you. Thank you for taking care of Brother Chen and the three little ones before. It's Brother Chen who took care of me, Chen Chong said with a shy smile, and he didn't refuse anymore. Shen Yi then carried Little Bao to under a tree. When she came out, she also filled her water bottle with water. Otherwise, walking such a long way in the hot sun would surely dehydrate her. She fed Little Bao a few bites, then let Debao and Airbao each drink a few sips. She was the last to drink herself. Li Chen was drinking mung bean porridge and watching the scene, feeling like it was a dream. So unreal. But he also cherished it. If only she could always be like this, how wonderful that would be. On the other side, Zhang Ailing's teeth were almost clenched, and she hurried back to the fields. Li Sanhong saw her and asked curiously, What's wrong? Shen Yi brought mung bean porridge for Li Chen and my parents. Li Sanhong was surprised and said, Shen Yi? How come? Do you even understand what I want to say? Zhang Ailing snapped, clearly knowing he didn't catch the point. She brought some for Li Chen and my parents. I was right there and she didn't even say she would share a bowl with me. Li Sanhong was speechless. Since the family is separated, why would she bring you a bowl too? The problem is, Chen Chong has a share but I don't. Zhang Ailing was angry. Fine, I am just your wife, so if I don't get one, so be it. But you? You're Li Chen's younger brother. She didn't even give you a bowl. Chen Chong has a good relationship with my second brother, and he usually takes care of the children. It's not strange that she brought a bowl for Chen Chong. Before she finished, Zhang Ailing interrupted, What about me? I also took care of the children. Li Sanhong wanted to say that he hadn't, but he knew it was true. He had 4 children himself, and wanted to help, but he was powerless. If Zhang Ailing found out he had saved some grain to help, she would go crazy. He didn't say anything and turned back to work. Zhang Ailing was furious. Meanwhile, Shen Yi and the others finished eating and hurried back to the fields to work. Li Chen helped clean up the dishes before returning to the fields. Shen Yi saw him disappear into the yellow rice fields and then took a few little ones home. The children were already tired and yawned widely before they even reached home. Shen Yi was also tired. When they got home, she took the little ones for a short nap. When she woke up again, it was probably past 3 p.m. The children were still sleeping. Fearing they would stay up late and have trouble sleeping at night, Shen Yi called them all to wake up. The children, still drowsy, sat up from the bed, rubbed their eyes, and looked at their mother with a dazed expression. Their big, dark eyes looked at her with a hint of shyness. The oldest and second children were twins. They looked very similar, about 90% alike, but it was easy to tell them apart because the oldest had a gentle, kind look in his eyes, while the second was more lively and mischievous. Although Little Treasure is not from the same pregnancy, he looks similar to his 2 older brothers, sharing some features with their father. Shen Yi feels love for him, but also can't help feeling jealous. After all, she spent 10 months pregnant and gave birth with great effort, so why doesn't any of her children look like her? Seeing Sanbao still has a dazed expression, Shen Yi waves her hand in front of them and asks, What's wrong? Did you forget who your mother is after just one sleep? Mother? Bao pouts and climbs beside her, hugging her. I thought that gentle mother was just a dream. Debao also comes over, hugging her arm and looking up at her. Mother, are you really not going to change back? They've asked this question more than once, but every time Shen Yi hears it, she feels a little sad. She was really too reckless before. Now that she has changed for the better, her children still feel insecure. I won't. Shen Yi quickly hugs her 2 sensible big boys. If you like me this way, I will stay like this forever. Yes, yes, Debao and Bao nod, burying their faces in her arms. Their mother smells nice and feels soft and gentle. They like this kind of mother. Little Treasure is still young, and not as worried as his brothers. Seeing his mother hugging the others, he can't hug her himself, so he squeezes over to get a hug too. The family of four stays close for a while, then Shinyi tells them to get up. After washing her face, she plans to take them up the mountain to gather firewood. In the past, Chen would go to collect firewood when he had free time. Recently, busy with the autumn harvest, he leaves early and returns late, so there isn't much firewood at home. Although the firewood can last about 10 more days after the harvest, winter will come soon. If they don't gather more, they won't have enough to burn. Of course, Chen wouldn't let the family run out of firewood in winter. Even if Shinyi doesn't go, he will find time to go up the mountain after the harvest. But Shinyi just wants to live a good life with Chen. Although she can't help much with farm work, she will do whatever she can. Since she has several children, she only gathers firewood at the foot of the mountain. She doesn't dare go higher, worried about wild boars or snakes. Fortunately, now everyone is busy with the harvest, so no one has time to go up the mountain. There is plenty of dry wood at the foot of the mountain. The three children followed their mother to gather firewood. They looked very excited and eager, running around, picking up sticks, and holding them in their arms before placing them together. Shinyi didn't stop them. She gathered firewood while reminding them, "Be careful and watch your step. Don't go into the grass, there might be snakes. Don't run too far. Stay within my sight. Bao, don't carry so much, it's heavy. Put some down first. Bao, you don't need to go so far. Bao, remember to stay close to your brothers or me." Even Bao wanted to help. He couldn't carry much, so he picked up a stick, huffed and puffed as he ran back to the pile, put it down, then picked up another and ran back again. Shinyi watched them and found it funny. She carried a basket, and when she picked up firewood, she placed it into her basket, which was actually stored in her space. Later, she would quietly take it out again. She was also thinking about what to cook for dinner. At noon, she took out 5 jin of preserved meat, cooked 2 jin, and had 3 jin left. But it was very salty. She and Chen could handle it, but the 3 children, being young and not having eaten meat for a long time, couldn't resist. Most of the preserved meat was eaten during lunch. For dinner, it might cause mouth ulcers. She looked around, closed her eyes, and entered her space. She took a chicken, injured its leg, then took it out and threw it on the ground. Inside her space, the chicken was still, but once outside, it came to life and clucked loudly. Shinyi shouted, "Wild chicken." Hearing this, the 3 children who were gathering firewood ran over quickly. They saw a fat chicken, and Bao, being quick, pounced on it. The injured leg made the chicken flail, but couldn't run far. Bao caught it easily.
Mom,
"It's really a wild chicken," Bao said loudly, holding the chicken. Bao and Bao were also very happy. The chicken's feathers were shiny and it was very fat, not like a wild chicken at all. The children were young and didn't know better. Shinyi smiled as she took the chicken. "Yes, we're lucky. You guys go back to gather firewood. I'll clean the chicken and cook it for dinner tonight." "Okay." The children's eyes lit up at the thought of eating chicken. When they turned away, Shinyi quickly killed the chicken with a knife, then put it into her basket. She needed to clean and prepare it quickly when they got home. Otherwise, Chen wouldn't be so easy to fool like Sanbao. Shinyi originally wanted to find some mushrooms, but she couldn't find any, so she decided to head back home. Sanbao and the others collected too much firewood. Shinyi couldn't carry all of it, and it wouldn't be good to put it in her space in front of them. So she took the firewood they gathered and hid it behind a dense tree. Of course, if someone came by, they might notice. If it was discovered and taken away, so be it. It was only a little firewood, and she could gather more next time. Shinyi carried a basket of firewood. At the strong request of Bao and Bao, she also brought them a few bundles, giving each of them 2. Little Bao held 1 bundle in his hand, bouncing happily behind his 2 brothers. Shinyi walked at the back, watching them. When they returned to the village, most people were working and hadn't come back yet. Only a few elderly, weak, sick, or disabled villagers sat at their doorways, curiously watching Shinyi and her children. Shin-yi usually didn't interact much with the villagers and rarely came out to work or chat. She didn't get along well with Li Chun, and everyone knew she paid little attention to the children. Suddenly seeing her come out with the children, villagers looked at her as if she had seen a rare animal. Of course, their mother wouldn't greet her first. Instead, the three treasures were very sweet-tongued, calling her Prince Grandpa, He Grandma, or Zhang Auntie when they saw her. The three treasures were also very popular. The villagers smiled kindly and greeted them warmly. Seeing this, Shun-yi kept a smile on her face. When she made eye contact, she nodded and greeted them with a small wave. The villagers looked a bit surprised but friendly. An elderly person asked kindly, "Debao's mother, are you out gathering firewood with Debao and the others?" "Yes," Shun-yi replied kindly, casually chatting. "Have you finished cooking?" "Yes, it's cooking now." "You haven't cooked yet, right?" "Not yet. We'll go back and cook soon," Shun-yi said with a smile. The villagers watched their backs with curiosity. Someone asked uncertainly, "Is that Li Chen's wife? You just called her Debao's mother. Do you think she's Li Chen's wife? That's a big change." "Can't believe it. Isn't she the one who argued with Li Chen about divorce?" "It probably won't leave," someone said. "I heard Wang Yan say this afternoon when I was delivering water to my family. Debao's wife cooked mung bean porridge and took it to Li Chen. She also took some to the two elderly people in the Li family." Li Danyang said that Debao's wife has had a change of heart and now plans to live well with Li Chen. "Why would she lie to you?" Everyone shook their heads, not really believing it. Whether they believed it or not, Shun-yi had already arrived home. She put down her basket, sent the three children to wash their hands, then unloaded the firewood and took out the ones stored inside. Among the firewood sorted out at noon, not much seemed to have changed. After finishing, she boiled some water, blanched the chicken, and just plucked the feathers when she saw Li Chen coming back. She was surprised and asked, "Finished work so early?" Her expression didn't look very happy, which cooled Li Chen's eagerness to rush back. He nodded slightly. He looked around and immediately saw that the yard was much cleaner. He paused, saw the chicken in her hand, and frowned. "Where did this chicken come from?" "Dad, it's a wild chicken." Before Shun-yi could answer, Erbao eagerly said, "Mom found it." "I caught it." Erbao looked like he wanted praise, but Li Chen didn't seem to appreciate it. "Did you go up the mountain?" Shun-yi thought Li Chen believed she shouldn't have taken the children up the mountain, as it was too dangerous. She hurriedly explained, "We only stayed at the foot of the mountain, just looking for some firewood." "Is there no firewood at home?" Li Chen frowned. He remembered there was enough firewood for at least 10 days. He had planned to gather more after the harvest ended. "No, it's just that winter is coming soon. We need to stock up more," Shun-yi explained. "There's no need for you to gather it. I'll do it after the harvest," Li Chen said, walking over to her. "Let me handle it." Shun-yi wanted to say she could gather firewood too, but seeing him come over to take her work, she had to put the firewood aside for now and said, "No need, you've had a long day. Go rest." "I'm not tired." Li Chen directly took her knife. Shun-yi was afraid of getting hurt and didn't dare to argue. Then Li Chen naturally took over her task. Li Chen carefully removed the chicken innards and looked at her. "How should I prepare this?" "Make soup with the innards, cut the chicken into pieces," Shun-yi said. "Use the chicken for stir-fry." Li Chen nodded and cleaned the innards. Seeing she had nothing else to do, Shun-yi left. The three children were playing in the yard. She went into the kitchen, steamed some rice, then returned to her room. She secretly took out a package of dried mushrooms from her space. Tonight, she planned to make soup with these mushrooms. She threw the packaging back into her space. Thinking for a moment, she also took out several packs of mushrooms, some white rabbit milk candies, 5 pounds of brown sugar, 5 pounds of red dates, salt, soy sauce, and 2 cans of malted milk. She didn't take rice or flour. She had already taken those in the morning. If Li Chen asked, she would say her family sent these. Her family often sent her packages, sometimes large ones. She would take them to her room, and no one knew what was inside. With this, she felt at ease taking these things out. There was a little while before mealtime. Shun-yi poured 3 small cups of malted milk and called the 3 children over to drink. The children drank the malted milk happily. Xiao Bao was a little foodie. He pouted and said happily, "Mom, it's sweet. Can I make you a cup every day from now on?" "Yes," Xiao Bao replied, leaning next to his older brother. "Big brother, isn't it very sweet?" "Just okay," De Bao said. Seeing Xiao Bao staring eagerly at his cup, he handed his own cup to Xiao Bao to try. Xiao Bao took a small sip from De Bao's cup. Bao saw this and scolded, "Xiao Bao, you're so greedy. You're eating big brother's stuff again. You already have your own. Hurry up and give it back." Xiao Bao, caught by Bao's words, giggled foolishly. De Bao scolded Bao directly. "Bao, how can you say that? Xiao Bao is our little brother. Well, he has his own too. You only have a little. You can't always spoil him," Bao said irritably. "Little greedy guts." Xiao Bao was scolded again. He angrily raised his cup. "Big brother, drink." De Bao, a bit helpless, could only follow Xiao Bao's lead and took a small sip. Shen Yi watched the whole scene, her heart melting from cuteness. She poured herself another half glass and took it over to Li Chen. "Brother Chen, you should have some too." Since working so hard, she needed to replenish herself. Li Chen had been watching her closely and knew she had brought out a lot of things, including some malted milk for the 3 little ones. He didn't expect her to bring some for himself. His feelings were complicated and he declined. "No need. You have to drink it," Shen Yi insisted. Seeing him busy handling the internal organs, she directly pressed the malted milk to his lips, signaling him to open his mouth. "I've already had half a glass myself, and the 3 little ones have all had a little. If I drink more now, I won't be able to eat later. If you don't drink, this prepared malted milk will be wasted." Li Chen reached out to take the cup, but Shen Yi avoided him. "You're not used to it. I'll feed you." Li Chen paused but had to open his mouth. She fed him sip after sip. Li Chen's movements were a bit stiff, but Shen Yi was very happy. When he finished, she smiled and asked him to continue helping with the chicken, then said, "I'm going to soak some mushrooms." She soaked the mushrooms in hot water, washed 2 potatoes, and came out to ask, "Brother Chen, what kind of greens are in the vegetable patch?"
"Shinasa kabaja, Li Shen raplia."
The vegetable patch was right in the backyard, and he sent Bao to pick a leaf. Soon, the chicken was ready. She washed the Chinese cabbage that Bao brought back and took it into the kitchen, placing it on the stove. Shen Yi prepared the soup and then started to fry some meat. Li Chen said, "Let me do it." Shen Yi thought that in the original story, her character was set to do nothing after marrying Li Qian because he was too capable and doted on her, not letting her do anything. But Shen Yi didn't plan to follow the original story's way. If she just stayed back, her return would be pointless. "I can do it," she said, then asked De Bao, who was tending the fire. "The meal I cooked at noon was pretty good, right, De Bao?" "Yes," De Bao immediately replied. Hearing this, the second little one, who was outside playing with Xiao Bao, shouted, "Mom cooks better than Dad." Li Chen cast a cold glance at the second little one from the kitchen. The second little one didn't notice him at all. He cleared his throat but didn't insist. "Then I'll light the fire for you, Dad. I can light the fire for Mom," De Bao said loudly. Li Chen said, "You're too young to play with fire. Go outside and play with Bao and the others. But I used to light the fire for Dad before," De Bao said. "Today, I also lit the fire for Mom." Li Chen, "Then go ahead." He didn't go outside. The kitchen was small, and Shen Yi was busy cooking, so she said to Li Chen, "Brother Chen, maybe you should go out first?" Li Chen, "Okay." If Shen Yi looked carefully, she would see that he seemed a little reluctant. But she was busy cooking. Li Chen left the yard and immediately saw his 2 little sons playing happily. "Bao, Xiao Bao, come here, Dad." The 2 boys heard their dad calling and hurried over, still smiling happily. "Did you call us?" "Yes." Li Chen squatted down. He saw a leaf on Xiao Bao's head and casually took it off. He asked, "Did you have fun following Mom today?" "Yes, fun," the 2 boys shouted loudly. Li Chen was surprised. He looked toward the kitchen behind him. Seeing Shen Yi not looking over, he relaxed a little. "What did you do today?" Xiao Bao immediately answered like he was sharing a story. "We ate, swept the floor, went to the fields." "Wait a moment," Li Chen interrupted when he saw Xiao Bao had something in his mouth, making it hard to speak clearly and drooling. He wiped his mouth. What do you have in your mouth? Candy. Bao answered proudly for Bao. Big white rabbit milk candy. Mom gave it to us. Mom gave it to you, Chen repeated. Yes, yes, Bao added. Didn't she give you some too? She said she would. Chen looked confused. Seeing their father's expression, Bao immediately understood that Mom hadn't given him any. He turned around and ran toward the kitchen. Mom probably forgot to give you some. I'll go ask her. Chen didn't have time to stop him. He saw him run toward the stove. Shen-Yi was cooking, and Bao tugged at her clothes, saying something he couldn't hear. Then she looked over at him. Chen felt strangely guilty, and looked away.
Dad.
Dad. The excited voice of Bao came. Chen looked back and saw Bao holding a big white rabbit candy, running toward him and offering it. Mom said we can only eat one because dinner is coming soon, Chen. Did she think he was a child? But he still instinctively took the candy, ignoring Bao's eager expression. He put the candy in his pocket, cleared his throat, and returned to a serious look. Go play now. Bao then pulled Bao, who kept looking back, to go away. Chen glanced again into the kitchen. Seeing no one watching him, he took out a big white rabbit candy from his pocket, unwrapped it, and put it in his mouth. It was sweet and milky. He usually didn't like sweets, but he really enjoyed the sweetness of this white rabbit candy. Feeling energized again, he grabbed a water bucket, planning to go to the village to fetch water and fill the big water jar at home. He was quick and strong, and soon the water jar was full. Shen-Yi had finished cooking and was carrying dishes toward the main room. When she saw Chen coming back with water, she greeted him. Brother Chen, dinner is ready. Yes, Chen responded quickly. He put down the water bucket and came over. Bao had already served the food with Bao, neatly placing it on the table. There were 2 dishes and 1 soup, stir-fried chicken, homemade cabbage, and a mushroom and chicken offal soup, served with fragrant white rice. It looked very appetizing. Shen-Yi took a bowl, scooped half a bowl of chicken, and handed it to Bao to give to the grandparents. Remember to give it to Grandpa or Grandma. Got it, Mom. Bao took the chicken and ran outside. He couldn't wait to eat. At the old house, tonight's dinner was sweet potato cakes and a bowl of corn porridge that was as thin as water. They ate quietly and slowly because the smell of meat made the dinner seem especially hard to swallow. Taiju couldn't hold it anymore. He threw his chopsticks across the table. I want to eat meat. I want to eat meat. The chopsticks almost hit Li Mu, who was sitting opposite him. Before she could scold, Jiang Ailing, sitting beside Li Taiju, pretended to look troubled and said, Mom, look, Taiju is throwing a tantrum. Maybe you should talk to second sister-in-law. Talk? About what? It was obvious. She wanted Li Mu to ask Shen-Yi to give some meat for Li Taiju to eat. Li Mu almost spat out her words. Why should I ask?
Huh.
Did I buy that meat for her family? Why should she give it to me? You're shameless, but I still want some. Then Taiju, Li's mother was so angry she almost spat. You, Iron Pillar, want to eat, but I don't want to. Your father doesn't want to. The whole family doesn't want to. Take good care of your son. Doesn't he know what conditions we have at home? When others eat meat, he also wants to eat. Does he have rich parents like others? Jiang Ailing was choked by Li's mother's harsh words. She looked at her in disbelief. Iron Pillar is her eldest grandson. Wasn't she the one who loved Iron Pillar the most before? Why is she acting so strangely today? Actually, it's not entirely Li's mother's fault. In the past, the best thing at home was eggs, usually given first to the eldest grandson, Iron Pillar, so he never caused trouble. Today, when there was a piece of meat, Iron Pillar revealed his true nature. Li's mother was truly hurt by him. Iron Pillar is the eldest grandson. Li's mother loves him very much, but she has other grandchildren too. As long as they are grandchildren, she cares for all of them deeply. When the 2 strongest people in the family are arguing, no one dares to speak. Only Iron Pillar, unable to tell what's happening, keeps crying. He thinks that if he cries, his loving grandmother will do everything to get him good meat. Ugh, shut up, Li's mother shouted. Iron Pillar choked and couldn't breathe properly, coughing painfully. Hearing the second child's voice, Lee's mother relaxed a little. She saw the second child carrying a bowl of meat like a small cannonball rushing in and shoving the bowl into her mother's hand. Meat. After saying that, he tried to run away. Lee's mother quickly caught him. Second child, why are you bringing meat again? Take it back. Mother. Jong Ailing was helping Iron Pillar breathe when she heard this and called out, but Lee's mother shot her a stern look. Grandma, this is wild chicken meat. We saw it when we went up the mountain to gather firewood, but I caught the chicken myself, the second child proudly said when talking about catching the wild chicken. Feeling the fragrant smell in the air made it even more delicious. Eager to eat the meat at home, he broke free from his grandmother's hold, running and saying, Grandma told me to bring this to Grandpa and Grandma to eat. If I take it back, she'll scold me. This kid, Lee's mother didn't catch him, but she didn't plan to send it back either. Grandma, cough cough, Iron Pillar, still catching his breath, reached out to grab the meat from Lee's mother's hand. Lee's mother looked cold and turned the bowl around, expressionless, saying, This is my second aunt's gift to me, so I won't let you eat it. What? Lee Taiju was startled and stopped coughing. Grandma, I want to eat. He even reached out to grab it. Lee's mother hit his hand with chopsticks and Lee Taiju cried out, Mom. Jong Ailing screamed and quickly checked her son's hand for injuries. Lee Taiju pushed her away fiercely and said, I want to eat meat, but this meat isn't for me, Jong Ailing said anxiously. Your grandma won't let you eat it. Seeing this, Lee's mother was even more determined not to let Lee Taiju eat meat. She picked up a piece and gave it to the dog sitting next to Lee Sanhong. The dog drooled immediately and started gnawing on the chicken. Although the eating looks a bit messy, it was much better than Lee Tieju's. The others didn't get any. Lee's mother and Lee's father divided the food. On Sheni's side, they waited until the second baby came back before starting to eat. The chicken was very fat, juicy, and fragrant, with tender, soft meat that was delicious. Shen-Yi glanced nervously at Li Chen, knowing that wild chickens are usually lean and have firmer meat, but she wasn't sure if he noticed. Li Chen often went to the mountains to hunt wild game and had caught many wild chickens. He must have known this chicken was special.
But he didn't ask.
Or maybe their relationship wasn't close enough for casual chatting. Seeing him so calm, Shen-Yi relaxed a little. She looked at the three children, each holding a piece of chicken and eating happily, covered in oil, just like three little cats. Eat slowly. Shen-Yi took a clean cloth, first wiping Xiaobao's mouth and then his little hands. Xiaobao sat obediently without moving, letting his mother wipe his hands, and smiled foolishly. Mom, it's delicious. If it's tasty, eat more. Shen-Yi pinched his little nose. Mom, I want to wipe too. Bao quickly finished a piece of chicken and reached out happily, pouting his little lips. So cute and silly. Shen-Yi laughed and was about to wipe him when a big hand reached over, took the cloth from her, and directly handed it to Bao. Li Chen's voice was stern. Take care of your own things yourself. Two treasures were scolded by their father. They bit their lips, pouted, and huffed angrily, then took a cloth to wipe themselves. Li Chen didn't usually indulge them. He picked a piece of chicken leg and placed it into Shen-Yi's bowl. His strong, serious face showed no emotion, but you could feel he was trying to protect her. You eat your food. Don't worry about them. Shen-Yi. Although she felt a little sorry for her son, she was surprisingly happy. Li Chen hesitated after putting the chicken into her bowl. She didn't like him getting close, especially not with his used chopsticks. She froze for a moment, feeling uneasy, and his expression darkened. He reached for his chopsticks, about to pick out the chicken piece. But someone else was faster. A pair of chopsticks grabbed the chicken first. Li Chen was stunned. He saw her already putting the chicken into her mouth, cheeks puffed out, looking completely happy, and she smiled softly. Thank you, Brother Chen. Li Chen relaxed a little and mumbled a vague, Everyone ate this meal very happily. Of course, after eating, Li Chen still eagerly took the bowls to clear the table. Shen-Yi couldn't compete with him, so she gave up. That night, the three treasures ate until they were full, their bellies round. The youngest, in particular, walked with a waddling gait, touching his little belly, looking like a cute, chubby pregnant person. Shini found it both funny and a little worried. It seemed she needed to control their eating habits in the future. She had planned to take the little ones out for a walk, but it was already dark, so they stayed inside. They paced around the yard, with the three little ones following closely behind her, like a mother hen leading her chicks. Chen finished washing the dishes and saw the scene. His usually cold and stern eyes softened. He gathered some firewood from the kitchen, took an axe, and split it into smaller pieces outside. While he was doing that, Shun-Yi finished feeding the three treasures and urged them to take a bath. The house had 2 pots on the stove. She used the outside one for cooking and making rice, and the inside one was filled with water, which had already boiled. She poured some water for drinking, and the rest was for bathing. Shun-Yi scooped water into the big bathtubs for the older and younger boys. The second boy looked confused. "Mom, didn't we already take a bath this noon? Because we got dirty again," Shun-Yi explained. "But I only washed once before. Mom, let me give you an example. Did you eat lunch? But if you're hungry at night, you need to eat again, right?" Shun-Yi kindly explained. "Taking a bath is the same idea." Erbao nodded as if he understood but was about to say something. His father lifted him from behind. "Stop asking so many questions. If your mom told you to wash, then hurry up and do it." "Dad, you're so mean," Erbao complained. "Big brother," Chen called out to Daba, who was standing quietly nearby. "Erbao," Daba said seriously, looking a bit like his father. "Mom and Dad are doing this for your own good. Don't ask anymore. Come with me to get your clothes and take a bath." Erbao pouted angrily and went out. "Don't forget to bring Xiaobao's clothes too," Chen reminded him. "I know, Dad," Daba replied, pulling Xiaobao along as they went out. Only Shun-Yi and Chen remained in the kitchen. Shun-Yi poured water into a large basin. Chen squatted down and lifted the big basin. Shun-Yi stepped forward to help him hold the other side. Outside, by the water jar, he scooped a few ladles of cold water into the basin to test the temperature. When it was just right, he called the 3 children to come and take a bath. The 3 children each took their clothes and then undressed. Xiaobao was slow to take off his clothes, so his 2 brothers helped him. The 3 little ones obediently got into the big bath, which was just big enough to hold all 3. Chen grabbed a bucket nearby, filled it with water for washing, and casually said, "Make sure to wash well. Daba and Erbao, remember to help your little brother scrub off the mud." Daba obediently responded. Chen carried the bucket into the kitchen. Shun-Yi, unable to help at all, watched silently. Daba and Erbao felt a bit shy under her gaze and turned away. "Mom, don't look at us. Shun-Yi, such tiny children." She was just thinking about going back to her room when Chen came out, holding half a bucket of hot water. He went to rinse it with cold water and said to her, "Go take a bath." "Huh." Shun-Yi was still a bit surprised. Chen carried the bucket of hot water toward the bathroom. Shun-Yi, feeling inspired, brightened her eyes and quickly followed. "Brother Chen, is this hot water for me?" "Yes." Chen quickly glanced at her, worried she might see dislike on her face. Shun-Yi didn't notice that when she heard Chen say it was prepared for her, her delicate face showed a big smile, and she praised generously, "Brother Chen, you're so kind." Then she hurriedly ran back to her room, saying, "I'll go get my clothes." Chen watched her joyful figure, a smile appearing on his strong, dark face. He placed water in the bathroom. When he came out, Shun-Yi was just bringing her clothes over. He instinctively said, "The hot water is already in there. If it's not enough, just tell me and I'll bring more, okay?" Shun-Yi's eyes sparkled. Shun-Yi took a long time to wash, and when she came out, half an hour had passed. Chen was in the yard, washing Sanbao's clothes by the moonlight. He hadn't had time to wash her afternoon outfit, so he washed that too. Although he washed roughly, just rubbing a few times before tossing it into another basin of clean water, his movements were very skilled, which didn't match his tough, masculine image. Who would have thought that he was once a bully who caused trouble for parents, scared villagers, and was lawless? And all these changes happened because he met her. In the original story, after Chen met her character, he indeed liked her. But after marriage, he didn't seem to love her that much. Later, when she abandoned her husband and children to return to the city, he hated her even more. But in the previous life, after she entered her role, he was very kind to her, and later, they even faced death together with the Lin family. So, he had long broken free from the plot and fell in love with her as a person, not because of the author's setting. Thinking of this, Shen Yi's eyes started to turn red again. Li Chen, noticing someone in his peripheral vision while folding clothes, saw it was her. He looked puzzled. What's wrong? Nothing. Shen Yi quickly wiped her tears. It was dark earlier, so Li Chen didn't see her eyes were teary. Now, seeing her wipe her tears, he understood. He suddenly stood up, took big steps toward her, and spoke anxiously, a little sternly. What happened? Tell me. Shen Yi threw herself into his arms, hugging his waist. Brother Chen, she choked. I promise to live a good life with you from now on. Li Chen stiffened, and at that moment, his heart trembled. He raised his hands, but Shen Yi felt it and looked up at him, tears still in her eyes. Don't you believe me? Believe, Li Chen said, smiling a little to show he was convinced. Shen Yi. Her expression clearly showed she didn't believe him. She felt like crying again. I know you don't believe. Shen Yi wiped her tears, but time will prove my determination. I hope so too, Li Chen said, looking at her with a complicated feeling he couldn't quite explain. Shen Yi felt deflated. As soon as she returned to her room, she heard rustling at the door. Turning her head, she saw 3 little children holding their small pillows, standing at the door looking at her eagerly. Mom. Shen Yi understood. Do you want to sleep with me? The children's eyes sparkled as they nodded happily. Is that okay? Shen Yi sat on the bed and reached out her hand to them. The 3 children cheered happily and rushed toward her. Oh. Shen Yi tried to lift all 3 at once but almost hurt her back, so she let them go and patted the bed. Come up. The children climbed onto the bed one after another, giggling and playing with Shen Yi. Outside, Li Chen had just hung up his clothes. Hearing the joyful sounds from inside, he softened his expression. Thinking about what she had just said to him, a little hope arose in his heart. If what she said was true, that would be wonderful. Li Chen took the remaining hot water to wash himself, then returned to Shen Yi's room next door. When they moved out, Li Chen used most of his savings to build 2 small houses, each over 30 square meters. He planned to use one as a bedroom and the other as a living room and kitchen. But Shen Yi didn't want to share a room with him, so Li Chen divided the big room into 2 parts, one big and one small. Shen Yi stayed in the larger room, and Li Chen with the 3 children stayed in the smaller one. The walls weren't soundproof. Li Chen, lying on the bed, could hear the laughter from the other side, especially the soft female voice, clearly reaching his ears amid the noisy sounds. Li Chen felt a bit restless. Suddenly, he sat up quickly, lit an oil lamp, and went to the next room. He closed the door, but from the window, he could see the light was still on inside. He knocked on the door and said in a deep voice, "It's time to come back and sleep." He was talking to the 3 children. "Father," the second child's voice responded, "today, we're sleeping with Mom." "You don't need to wait for us. Sleep with Mom," little treasure's voice. Li Chen. No one came to open the door for him. Just as he had this thought, the wooden door in front of him suddenly opened with a click. Brother Chen. Shen Yi peeked out, her eyes full of hope. "Do you want to join us?" The bed is very big. She was wearing a short-sleeved top and shorts, showing her slim legs. Li Chen quickly looked away, not thinking about what Shen Yi said, and instinctively replied, "No." As soon as he spoke, he realized what Shen Yi had said. He wanted to explain, but the pretty young woman already looked disappointed and said, "All right then, can Sambao sleep with me? I will take good care of them." Li Chen wanted to say more but couldn't find the right words, so he could only mutter, "Okay." So Li Chen had to return alone to his small room. He tossed and turned until late at night before finally falling into a deep sleep. Over on Shen Yi's side, although she was a bit disappointed that Li Chen didn't join her, she was very happy to hold her 3 obedient sons. She slept very soundly. Shen Yi was thinking about getting up early the next day to make breakfast for Li Chen. She originally planned to wake at 5, but she woke up a little late at 5:30. Now that autumn had arrived, the weather was a bit cold. The 3 treasures curled up together, and Shunyi covered them with small blankets. She put on a coat, lit a candle, and went to the kitchen to start making dough. Just as she finished kneading the dough, there was a noise at the door. Shunyi turned her head and saw a sleepy-eyed man at the door. Chen saw her, shivered, and his sleepiness was instantly gone. "Why are you up so early, Shunyi? Why are you up so early, Chen?" "I got up to make breakfast, Shunyi. I got up to make breakfast." They paused in silence for a moment. Shunyi spoke first. "I'll make breakfast. You go back to sleep for a while. You have to go to work later." Chen looked at her with some disbelief. "Are you making breakfast for me?" "Yes." Shunyi nodded without turning around. She was busy cutting the dough into strips. Chen was silent for a moment. Instead of leaving as she suggested, he came in, washed up, and started boiling water. Shunyi tried to persuade him a couple more times, but he wouldn't listen, so she gave up. Someone helped light the fire, so she added a few slices of cured meat, then put in the noodles. Soon, the aroma of the noodles filled the air. She scooped out the noodles into a bowl, then fried a few eggs and placed them on top. The 2 bowls of fragrant noodles were ready, smelling very appetizing. Meanwhile, Chen quietly kept the fire going. Sometimes, he would silently glance at her. Her black, fine hair was casually tied back, with a strand falling on her cheek. Her gentle features looked even softer. In this quiet morning, the scene felt very warm and peaceful. She carried the noodles to the main room, and they went to wash up. After washing, Shunyi sat at the table. Chen was already there, but he hadn't eaten yet, probably waiting for her. She sat down and noticed there was an extra egg in her bowl. She had fried 3 eggs, 2 of which she put into Chen's bowl, and she ate one herself. She carefully put her chopsticks down and said, "Brother Chen, 1 egg is enough for me. You still have work later, so eat more." Chen tried to take her chopsticks away, but she held her bowl and moved aside, glaring at him. Chen gave up and started eating quickly. Shunyi ate slowly, not in a rush. She looked for something to talk about and said, "I plan to go to the county today." Chen paused and looked up at her, surprised that she was chatting casually. Usually, she wouldn't tell him where she was going. She explained, "My family sent some things, so I need to pick them up. I also want to buy some fabric to make clothes for the 3 little ones. Winter is coming soon, and there are many things at home that need to be bought."
"Okay," Chen replia.
He felt he might seem a bit cold and added, "Go ahead. I'll take the 3 little ones to work and let them play there." "No need," Shunyi said. "The old house will have someone staying to cook. If my mother is home, I'll ask her to watch over things. I'll try to come back before noon." Of course, if Jiang Ailing was there, she wouldn't go. Chen nodded. Shunyi asked again, "Is there anything you want me to buy for you?" Chen shook his head. "No, I don't need anything." Shunyi knew he was a bit reserved, but that was okay. She would make plans for him. As soon as Chen finished breakfast, the bell for starting work rang. Shunyi asked him to put down the bowl. She would wash it later. This time, he didn't refuse and went back to his own room. While she had a moment, Shunyi took his water bottle to the kitchen, rinsed it with clean water, and then filled it with hot water she had boiled. Seeing him come to the kitchen, she handed him the water bottle. "Remember to drink more water." Chen paused for a moment before taking it. Then he handed her 5 large banknotes. "Buy a few for yourself too." Shunyi looked at the 5 large bills and didn't take them. "How do you have so much money?" "I saved some before." Chen seemed reluctant to say more. He quickly put the money into her hand. "I need to go to work. You haven't finished breakfast yet, so go back and eat." After saying that, he grabbed a sickle and water, then left. Shunyi silently accepted the money, feeling warm inside. Yes, her brother Chen is really a good man. After finishing her breakfast and tidying up the house, she went next door. She found that today the person staying to cook was Dehua. Dehua saw Shunyi and looked a bit surprised and nervous. "Second aunt, you're looking for me?" She knew her second aunt had a bad temper, was educated, pretty, and had money, so she felt a bit inferior instinctively. "Yes," Shunyi replied. She didn't have much impression of Dehua, only remembered she married early, but not well. She was a bit shy and introverted but hardworking and honest. She felt reassured leaving Sanbao with her. Are you staying home to cook today? Can you watch Sanbao for me? I'll be back at noon. Yes, second aunt, Dehua said without hesitation, sounding a bit eager to please. Shen-yi frowned slightly. Dehua was a bit timid, but she didn't say anything. She took out 3 Mao coins, small change, and put them in Dehua's pocket. Thank you. This is for you to buy an ice lolly. Second aunt, you don't have to. Dehua knew this was her payment from Shen-yi and tried to return the money. Shen-yi pressed her hand. Just take it. Dehua could only accept it. Just as Shen-yi was about to leave, she noticed Dehua's shy expression and how thin she looked, almost like a skeleton. She couldn't bear it and asked, Have you eaten? Dehua quickly nodded. Yes. Just after she said that, her stomach made a gurgling sound, and she looked a bit embarrassed. Today, Dehua stayed at home to cook. Naturally, she woke up early to prepare breakfast, but she was not as clever as Jiang Ailing and didn't save a portion for herself. When she went to eat later, only a bowl of sweet potato porridge without sweet potatoes or rice was left. After eating, she busily cleaned the house, washed the dishes, and fetched water for the vegetable plot. The bowl of sweet potato porridge was long gone by then. I plan to make noodles for the 3 children. Come and have some, Shen-yi said. No need, Dehua quickly replied, but Shen-yi turned around and walked away before she could refuse. Dehua had no choice but to follow. Back home, she woke the 3 children. Daba and Erba helped their younger brother wash up and get dressed. Shen-yi asked Dehua to help light the fire and put the dough they made this morning into the pot to cook. She added eggs and cured meat in the usual way, making Dehua drool at the sight. Once cooked, she divided the noodles into 4 parts and took them to the main hall with Dehua. They placed the bowls on the table. The 3 children, dressed and eager, ran out quickly. Daba and Erba had already started eating. Shen-yi picked up Xiaobao and sat him on a stool. He had just woken up and looked a little confused. Dehua stood nearby, clearly feeling a bit nervous. Dehua, Shen-yi called her, indicating the remaining bowl. Eat quickly. Is this really for me? Dehua swallowed hard, still a bit surprised. What about second aunt? What will she eat? I already ate with your second uncle this morning. This bowl is for you. Eat it, Shen-yi said. Daba also urged her older sister. Only then did Dehua sit down, but she still looked a little uneasy. Shen-yi didn't mind. This kind of personality was formed over a long time and couldn't be changed with just a few words. Ignoring her was the best way to help her relax. After they finished eating, Shen-yi told the 3 children she needed to go to the county. They all said they wanted to go too. Shen-yi coaxed them for a long time. Finally, Daba took the lead, telling Erba and Xiaobao not to make trouble and to listen to their mother. Only then did they settle down. Xiaobao still looked sad, holding on to his mother tightly. Shen-yi gave each of them 2 big white rabbit candies. She then said with a reluctant smile, Mommy will come back early, okay? Mommy will be back at noon. When she comes, she will bring delicious food for the 3 children, Shen-yi promised. Previously, she traveled through different worlds and saw some mothers holding their children carefully, afraid they might fall, or keeping their mouths closed to prevent things from melting, wishing they could pick the moon from the sky to give to their children. She couldn't stand it and thought this was overprotective. But once she had her own children, she truly wanted to give them the best things in the world. Of course, it was also because her children were very well behaved. Big Flower was stunned, wondering if this was the second aunt she knew. Before leaving, Shen-yi reminded Daba and Erbao to drink more water. Xiaobao was still young, so Shen-yi asked Dahua to help take care of him and gave her 2 big white rabbit candies. Then she hurriedly left. Qingshui Brigade was not far from the county, about 6 or 7 miles away. Walking there would take about 40 to 50 minutes at a slow pace, or half an hour if faster. Usually, the village had a cow cart going to the county twice a day, but now during the harvest season, few people went to the county and the cow carts were busy rushing to harvest and transport grain, so there were no carts going to the county. Fortunately, Shen-yi was lucky. Today, an old man driving a cow cart was taking some bags of corn to the county leader, and he happened to meet Shani, so he gave her a ride. It took about 20 minutes. After getting off, Shani paid the old man 5 cents, the usual fare for riding a cow cart. The old man happily accepted it. Shani first went to the post office. She mainly came out to pick up some things sent from home. As for shopping, she already had everything in her space. Of course, she still needed to go to the county to pass through the main road. Her family sent her a letter, 10 yuan, some tickets, and a package. The package contained a sweater, a pair of cotton pants, and 2 pairs of socks. The sweater was knitted by her mother, and the cotton pants and socks were bought, the latest styles. The letter was also from her mother, talking about daily life, saying everything at home was fine, and telling her to take good care of herself while living in the countryside. It ended with a shy tone, mentioning that she only had 10 yuan this month and subtly suggesting she spend less money in the future. Seeing this made Shani feel a bit sad. If she was still bound by the plot, she would be angry now and write a letter back, scolding her mother for being stingy. The family earned so much money each month, yet only sent 10 yuan. That was too tight. Because in the original story, her character is that of a spoiled girl who is pampered by her family. Her father is the factory manager, earning over 60 yuan a month. Her mother is the director of the neighborhood committee, earning more than 30 yuan monthly. Her brother is in the army and sends back over 20 yuan each month. Altogether, their family income is over 100 yuan, but she considers 15 yuan too little, let alone 10 yuan. In her previous life, she behaved this way, which made her father so angry that he ended up in the hospital. In fact, her family situation had already worsened compared to before. After she went to the countryside, her father had and was hospitalized. Since then, he experienced speech difficulties, coordination problems, and hearing issues, which forced him to leave his job. Her mother, caring for her father, was often late or leaving early from work, and she handled personal matters during work hours, causing serious mistakes at her job, and eventually lost her position. The only income in the family these years was the money her older brother in the army sent home. When he learned about the family situation, he saved money and could only send 30 yuan each month. The family had some savings before, but besides daily expenses, her father needed expensive medication, and her younger brother was still in school. These costs kept draining the family's resources. However, her parents never told her about the family's hardships. They thought she was struggling in the countryside, living frugally, sending 15 yuan each month, along with some food or clothes. Reducing the allowance from 15 to 10 yuan showed the family was in very difficult times. In her previous life, she was trapped by the plot and couldn't help them. But this life is different. Although she can't go back to help now, she won't cause them more trouble. So, she didn't take the 10 yuan from Shun Yi and send it back. She also took 40 yuan out of the 50 yuan given by Li Chen and wrote a letter to her mother, telling her she was doing well here and that she didn't need to worry. She shared her marriage and the fact that she had 3 sons with Shin father and Shin mother and apologized for hiding it from them. In the story, she never told Shin father and Shin mother that she married Li Chen and had 3 sons. Besides her dislike for Li Chen and her hope to be with Lin Jiadong, she was also afraid that if Shin father and Shin mother found out she was married, they would stop sending her money. After sending the package, Shun Yi went to the supply and marketing cooperative, but she didn't buy anything. When she came out, she looked around and then found a quiet alley. She slipped into her space with the package. Her space was special to her. Other living creatures that entered would stop breathing and become still. They could only regain life when they left. But she could move freely inside and use her mind to take things. Inside her space, she took a men's brown coat and a pair of black pants. She also grabbed a wig and a hidden hairnet to cover her long hair. Then she put on a men's wig and used foundation to darken her face, covering all exposed skin. To make her disguise more real, she even stuck on a fake beard, like the stubble men leave after shaving, making her face look rougher. Her figure wasn't thin, but not full either. Casually dressed, she looked like a small but clever middle-aged man. Shen thought that even if Li Chen saw her, he might not recognize her. She admired her disguise for a while, then carried her basket and left her space. She dressed this way for a reason. She was going to the black market. Of course, she wasn't there to buy things but to sell them. Her family was in trouble, and she needed to exchange some money to send back home. She also had a family and a son, so she needed to hold some money to give them a better life. After working on missions for so many years, her biggest wish was to retire and do whatever she wanted. But that dream depended on having enough money. Her current life wasn't exactly what she imagined, but in a few years, the country would reform. New industries would rise like mushrooms after rain. If she seized the chance, she could become one of the first to get rich. Her space contained endless resources, a reward from her mission system, a special tool she could use to gather her first funds and live her ideal life. Happy, Shen set out to find the black market. But it was hard to find. She wandered around several times but couldn't find any suspicious places. The sun rose higher and higher, and she guessed it was around 11 o'clock. She was still thinking about going back to cook for Li Chen and the 3 children, so she wandered around a few more times. Still, she couldn't find what she was looking for, so she decided to head back. While wandering, she didn't know exactly where she was. She saw 2 children playing in a busy alley, and when she approached, they looked at her cautiously several times. Shen noticed their strange behavior, looked at them a bit longer, then walked away. More people started to appear on the street, about every 3 or 5 meters. Most of them carried, or had things on their backs. As she walked, many people stared at her basket. One person came up directly and asked what she had. Shen was surprised for a moment, then suddenly realized, had she found the black market? By chance, she found the place. Shen smiled but didn't say anything. She didn't understand the market prices yet, so she needed to check the prices before deciding what to sell. She saw an older woman buy rice from a woman with a mole near her nose. Shen went over and asked, "Auntie, how much is this rice per jin?" 1 yuan. The woman thought she had a deal and quickly opened her basket, revealing some yellowed rice. "There's about 5 jin left. Do you want it all?" Shen's mouth twitched slightly. "Auntie, this rice isn't fresh. This is last year's rice," the woman said immediately. "But it's cheap and there's no receipt needed. The rice from the supply and marketing cooperative costs about 1.5 mao per jin, which is about 8 mao more than this, but it requires a ration coupon." Shen understood and said, "Auntie, I think I'll look around some more." "Just 1 mao cheaper, is that okay?" The woman looked anxious, worried her deal might slip away. "I'll look around some more," Shen said with a smile, then decisively walked away. Next, she asked about the prices of other grains, oils, fabrics, and so on. She sold a few jin of rice, some flour, and a few jin of brown sugar, earning a total of 30 yuan. She didn't dare sell too much, estimating her basket could only hold that much. So she stopped there. Selling grain was just a quick way to get some money in an emergency. She didn't plan to make a lot from it. Of course, she could get as much as she needed, but in this planned economy era, flooding the market with large amounts of grain would surely attract attention from above. If they checked, it would be troublesome. She planned carefully for the long term and had to be cautious. She tidied up and prepared to leave when suddenly she heard a pleading voice from the corner behind her. "Brother Feng, please help me. My son is about to get married, and the other family is very well off. I need to get 3 items, and now I just need a watch. If I don't get it soon, they'll refuse. I can't just give away the watch, can I? My son's family will look down on him if I don't. Honestly, I want to help you, but the authorities are strict now and I can't get the goods," said Chen Ho with a helpless tone. "Grandma Gu, you should try the department store in the city, but the department store needs industrial coupons and I need 6 of them."
"I don't have any left," she replied.
Hearing this, Shen Yi's eyes lit up. She had a watch. She told the system she wanted billions of supplies, but didn't specify what exactly. So, most of what the system provided was everyday items. However, the system might have appreciated her hard work over the years and prepared many things from this era, like the popular 3 turns and 1 sound, which was quite trendy at the time. Over there, Grandma Gu was still talking. If you have any way to get me a few industrial coupons, I'll pay you. Grandma Gu, you overestimate me. A rough but slightly awkward voice interrupted Zhou Fengshou. When he looked over, he saw a small, short, and somewhat awkward man approaching, smiling at Grandma Gu with a row of white teeth. He lowered his voice. Grandma, I have what you need. Can we talk somewhere private? Completely ignoring Zhou Fengshou, he made him a little annoyed. Zhou Fengshou snorted coldly, showing his disdain, clearly thinking she wouldn't get the watch or that she couldn't produce anything decent like a good watch. Shen Yi glanced at him briefly and decided not to argue with him for now. Hearing this, Grandma Gu was a bit excited but also worried about attracting attention. She whispered, Little brother, do you really have it? Yes, Shen Yi nodded. She looked around. Their place was quite hidden, except for Zhou Fengshou watching closely nearby. Seeing that Grandma Gu had a good relationship with him, Shen Yi didn't want to find another place. She simply reached into her backpack, actually into her space, and used her mind to retrieve an item, pulling out a small square box. She opened a silver, round watch with 12 small dials and 3 uneven hands, lying quietly inside. Aunt Gu was a bit excited. Is this a Shanghai brand watch? Yes. Shen Yi smiled. Next to her, Zhou Fengshou, looking disdainful, straightened up and stretched his neck to get a better look. Shen Yi noticed and deliberately blocked his view, handing the watch to Aunt Gu. You can take a look. Aunt Gu immediately picked it up and examined it from all sides, but still seemed a little unsure. She handed it to Zhou Fengshou behind her. Brother Phone, take a look. Zhou Fengshou took it and looked carefully for a moment, then returned it to Aunt Gu with a complicated expression. It's real. Hearing this, Aunt Gu was overjoyed but hesitated again. Brother, about the price. Shen Yi didn't know the market value of the watch, but she acted as if she was shrewd. Aunt, how much do you think you can offer? 120, Aunt Gu tentatively asked. From her tone, Shen Yi knew she was testing her bottom line. She squinted and smiled faintly. Aunt, I told you I only have this one watch. I don't want the industrial coupons. If you can't offer a price that satisfies me, I won't sell it. Seeing her sudden change in attitude, Aunt Gu didn't dare to try to bargain further. She smiled awkwardly. 160. Brother, I really only have this much money. Please, be flexible. The department store sells it for only 120, and I've already offered 40 more. This time, her tone was quite sincere. Shen Yi didn't press her further and agreed to sell the watch for 160 yuan. Aunt Gu happily took the watch and left. Shen Yi put the money away and was about to leave when someone stopped her. She looked up at the man blocking her way and sneered.
What?
Want to fight? Although she couldn't win, she had a stun baton and pepper spray in her space, which were quite effective. Big brother, you misunderstood, Zhou Fengshou said with a nervous smile. Shen Yi, good dogs don't block the way. Step aside, Zhou Fengshou. Don't, big brother. Let's be friends. Suddenly, Shen Yi squinted her eyes. The man in front of her looked like a rough troublemaker, clearly not a kind person. When she first arrived, he sneered at her, but now he was acting friendly. Could he be trying to talk business with her? Although she didn't have a good impression of him, she usually didn't refuse money. She said, say what you want to say directly. Zhou Fengshou, being a straightforward person, asked, that watch, where did you get it? Shen Yi rolled her eyes and turned to leave. Realizing his question might have been a bit stupid, Zhou Fengshou quickly stopped her. All right, I won't ask about that. I just want to know if you have other ways to get watches. Can you sell me one? Shen Yi stood firm. 170. Huh? Zhou Fengshou was a bit confused. You want a watch, right? I'll sell it to you for 170. Shen Yi said, pulling out another watch. Cash on delivery. Zhou Fengshou stared at the small box in her hand. You have more? I thought you told Aunt Gu there was only one. That's just how business works, Shen Yi said impatiently. Do you want it or not? Yes, Zhou Fengshou quickly replied. But I have a question. Why is mine 170, but Aunt Gu's is only 160? Shen Yi smiled without answering. Zhou Fengshou understood. He had heard her sneer when she first arrived. Who would have thought that such a short, poor-looking man could have a watch. But Zhou Fengshou didn't want to give up. Can you give me a better price? If you buy 2, I'll sell each for 160, Shen Yi said. You have more. Zhou Fengshou was truly surprised. Shen Yi checked the time and thought she should go back soon. Li Chun would be getting off work soon. If she wasn't home, he'd have to cook hungry. For her, money was always easy to earn, but her husband and son were the most important. She deliberately moved the watches away from him. If you don't want it, forget it. Yes, I want it. Zhou Fengshou saw that Shen Yi was not someone easy to deal with. If she refused to sell, he wouldn't buy. He quickly took out all his money, exactly 320 yuan, and said, Both, I want both. Shen Yi checked the watches and decided they were enough. She handed 2 watches to him and said, Take a look. Zhou Fengshou examined them and confirmed they were genuine. Seeing that he had verified the goods, Shen Yi started to walk away. Zhou Fengshou chased after her, quietly asking, Brother, if I want to buy more goods, how can I contact you? Shen Yi paused, aware that he was a middleman who bought to resell. She knew dealing with such people wasn't necessarily bad. Since buying and selling was risky, there's always a chance of getting caught. Even if she had a safe space to store items, with her family and children at home in the village, it wasn't convenient to come out often. It was better to sell to a middleman, even if the profit was smaller per item. The large volume could make up for it, and it was safer. Shen Yi said, If you want to keep working with me, just give me an address where I can find you. I remember a brick missing from the wall on the left side of the supply and marketing cooperative, about 2 meters high. If you want goods, put a brick in that spot. When I see it, I'll come find you. She thought for a moment and added, If you buy a lot, I can give you a better price. It depends on how much you want. Zhou Fengshou eagerly gave her an address. Shen Yi memorized it, then warned him before leaving. Don't try to follow me. If I find out, you won't get any more watches from me. Zhou Fengshou promised he wouldn't have any bad intentions and showed loyalty.
Shen Yi left.
It was her first time in the black market, and she got out smoothly. Maybe because she had a safe space. Even if she was discovered, she could hide inside it. She acted confidently, without showing any signs of fear or guilt. Zhou Fengshou kept his word and didn't follow her with bad intentions, which improved her impression of him. When she reached a quiet place, she changed her clothes. Afterward, she prepared to go home. Looking at the sky, she guessed that Li Chun had already finished work, so she didn't have time to cook. She went to a state-run restaurant, intending to buy some steamed buns and buns to take home, but there wasn't much left. She bought a few pounds of pork and cabbage dumplings, then hurried back home. Just as she reached the intersection on the way back to Qingshui village, she was surprised to see Uncle Nio's cart stopped by the roadside. Shen Yi felt a bit surprised. Could he be waiting for her? Either way, she probably had a ride back now. Earlier, for convenience, she only carried an empty basket. She had put everything else inside her space. She planned to take things out when she was closer to the village. But now, that plan was ruined. She found a hidden alley and took out the package from her mother. Inside her space, she saw some children's clothes, so she took a few. She also wanted to see if Li Chun could wear any of them, but there was nothing suitable. She then took out some fabric and yarn. Next, she took out a kettle of hot water, 10 eggs, a can of malted milk, 2 pig's trotters, a large bone, and a jar of oil, stuffing everything into her basket. That was enough. She then walked over to Uncle Nio. To her surprise, he was actually waiting for her. Shen Yi felt a bit flustered. Uncle Nio, I thought you had gone back already, so I stayed a little longer. I just came back from the leader's place. I thought you might not have gone home yet, so I planned to wait a bit. If you didn't come back, I would leave, Uncle Nio said cheerfully. Carrying all this must be heavy, right? Get in the cart quickly. Luckily, I waited for you. Okay, Shen Yi replied happily, loading her things into the cart. She knew Uncle Nio was waiting for her out of kindness, but it wasn't much. She hadn't had a good relationship with the villagers before, and Uncle Nio, having no family or close ties, didn't need to wait for her. But if he went back, he probably wouldn't catch the grain truck, and if he met her, he could earn 5 cents from her. When she got home, Shen Yi jumped off the cart and went to open the door. Sure enough, Li Chun was already back, washing rice and preparing to cook. Shunyi called him over to help carry her things. Today, we're not cooking lunch. I bought some dumplings. Let's make dumplings, Shunyi said happily, patting the bulging paper bag. Chen was carrying her package and basket from the cart. He looked at her with a smile and nodded, okay. He carried everything directly on his shoulder and took it inside. Shunyi followed behind him, smiling as she said goodbye to Uncle Nyo. Grandpa Nyo smiled warmly as he watched them go inside. Who said Chen and his wife didn't have a good relationship? It looks pretty nice to him. Back home, Shunyi took things out of her basket and chatted casually. Besides what my mom sent me, I bought quite a few things myself. Eggs, malted milk, a jar of oil, 2 pig's feet, and a big bone. She paused, then looked up at Chen. Chen listened patiently to her chatter, a faint smile on his face. When she looked at him, he asked, "What's wrong? You?" Shunyi hesitated. "Do you think I'm being wasteful?" This story is based on a novel. Although it differs from real life, it is set in the 1970s, reflecting that time period. In those less wealthy days, rural people struggled just to eat enough, let alone make large purchases like hers. Chen is a character in the story, portrayed as a villain. He is more forward-thinking than most people, but he is still a person living in that environment. He thought her way of living was a bit luxurious. But she was originally from the city and came from a wealthy family, wasn't she? Since the day he married her, he had promised to do his best to give her a good life. Before, she refused his allowance and disliked him, even wanting to divorce him. Now, whether it's true or not, she accepts him and asks for his opinion. He was so happy, he couldn't contain himself. Even if she was wasteful, he would be very happy. In the end, he just needed to find a way to support her spending. Not at all, Chen said. You can buy whatever you want. Shunyi let out a breath of relief. Brother Chen, don't worry. I have my own money. Before going to the countryside, my parents gave me quite a bit, and they send me money every month. It's enough for us. Although she was lying, something about her words felt a bit off. Shunyi realized this and felt a little embarrassed. Was she really angry? Soon after, Chen came out holding money, and he handed it to her. Shunyi stared wide-eyed. Chen said casually, "Since we are already married, it's not good to always use your parents' money. Here are 200 yuan. You can buy whatever you want. If you run out, just tell me, and I will find a way." Feeling touched by the money, Shunyi also felt it was a heavy burden. How do you have so much money? He had given her 50 yuan in the morning and now 200 more. Isn't he just a simple farmer? He shouldn't earn that much from farm work. Thinking about what he used to do, she widened her eyes. Could this money be from? After all, in the novel, he was a major villain and a bully before. Seeing her expression, Chen knew she was imagining things. He hesitated for a moment and said, "Don't worry, I didn't get it through violence or theft, but the source of the money wasn't exactly very proper either." Shunyi felt more at ease. Remembering that he was a villain, she thought it wasn't surprising that he had this money. Later, he would become a powerful businessman who could compete with the male lead, so having some money was normal. Seeing she didn't ask further, Chen let out a sigh of relief. He reached out to take the hot water kettle. "I'm going to boil water, cook the dumplings, and also warm the kettle. I'll go with you," Shunyi said. The two quickly boiled the dumplings. After they were cooked, Shunyi brought 2 plates, one with less and one with more, and said to Chen, "Brother Chen, I'll go next door to call Sambao back and also take the dumplings to my parents. Be careful of the hot water." After Shunyi left, Daba and Erbao didn't go back to the old house with Dawawa. They were at the age of mischief. Previously, Chen had kept them at home to take care of little Bao. Now that little Bao was being looked after by Dawawa, they wanted to run out and play. But they remembered their mother said she would come back at noon. When they saw the adults finished work, they ran back first to bring little Bao home. Just as they were about to carry little Bao, they saw their mother and others returning. They immediately greeted politely. Limu saw that they were all dirty from playing and told them to wait a moment, then poured water to wash them. Jiang Ailing glared in disgust and followed behind Sister Li, quietly muttering, "Sister-in-law, those kids from next door keep coming over to eat again." It's so annoying. Sister Lee smiled gently and advised. Third sister-in-law, little treasure doesn't eat much. Don't worry so much. Be careful not to let mother hear you, or you'll get scolded. Zhang Ailing came over to complain, hoping she would side with her. But hearing this, she felt like vomiting. She didn't understand how her sister-in-law could be so weak. Even if the other children ate less, they still ate food. It's their food. And who said they ate less? They clearly ate more than pigs. Zhang Ailing gritted her teeth and almost hated Shen Yi. Yesterday, because of Shen Yi, her son Tai Zhu was beaten, and she was also taken away by Mother Li to help with the harvest. She was exhausted. On the way back, she told Mother Li she didn't want to work this afternoon. She wanted to stay home and cook, tend to the land, and let Dawawa harvest rice. But Mother Li scolded her, saying she was old and tired but never complained. She accused her of hiding at home for leisure, not tending the land, and not cooking good food. No respect was left for her. Zhang Ailing was angry and annoyed. Shen Yi stayed at home all day doing nothing. She only ate when Li Chen came back to cook. Yet, as the mother-in-law, she never scolded her. It was so biased. Her resentment was at its peak. When she returned, she saw the three treasures at the old house and automatically thought they were coming over to eat as usual. She initially wanted to use Sister Lee as a, but Sister Lee didn't fall for it. Coincidentally, Mother Lee came out with a bowl of porridge and overheard this. She angrily said, Zhang Ailing, what nonsense are you talking now? Hurry up and go eat. If you don't want to eat, go work. Seeing the thick sweet potato porridge in Mother Lee's hand, Zhang Ailing knew it was for the children. She was furious her mother-in-law was so biased. Afraid she would eat it all, she quickly ran back to the kitchen, scooped out a bowl, and squatted by the doorframe to eat her porridge. Big Treasure and Second Treasure didn't eat, but Little Treasure was hungry. Mother Lee fed him, and he ate. Watching Mother Lee feed Little Treasure, Zhang Ailing still insulted. Mother, you said second sister-in-law wants to have a good life with second brother, but now you're just leaving the kids to you again? And you're eating our food. Today, Lee's mother came back and saw the three treasures in the yard. She felt a bit uneasy, wondering if the second son's family was just talking about things. But Zhang Ailing knew what was on her mind. She scolded, Why are you so mean with your words? The second son's family did give me money before, and they didn't eat less food because of me. I just shared my portion with them. Zhang Ailing was upset because Lee's mother scolded her. She wondered why she didn't get her share. When they ate Lee's mother's portion, she ate less. If she ate less, she couldn't work as much, and if she couldn't work, she wouldn't earn as many work points. She and Lee's mother hadn't separated their household yet. If Lee's mother earned fewer points, it was the same as her earning fewer points. That wouldn't do. But Zhang Ailing didn't dare argue with Lee's mother about this. She could only say bitterly, Mother, you're so kind to them, but they might not be grateful to you. What's all this noise about? Before Zhang Ailing finished speaking, a gentle voice interrupted her. She turned around and saw Shen Yi push open the door and come in, her bright, beautiful face smiling. The three treasures saw her, and their eyes lit up. They all ran toward her. Be careful. Don't knock anything over, Shen Yi said, carrying 2 plates of dumplings. Mother, what are we eating? The second treasure asked, stretching his neck. Dumplings, Shen Yi replied. These are for Grandpa and Grandma. We're going back to eat. Then she greeted Lee's father and mother, handed the larger plate to Lee's mother, and said, Hey, second son's family, take this back. Lee's mother looked a bit embarrassed and said, You bought these for yourself and the old folks. The 3 treasures can eat them. No need to give any to me or the old man. This is a gift from me and Big Treasure's father to you and Dad, Shen Yi said, glancing at Zhang Ailing and everyone in the house. She spoke straightforwardly and honestly. It's my pleasure to give you both something to eat. But if I give to others, Mother, there won't be any next time. Everyone, including Lee's mother and Zhang Ailing, paused for a moment. Shen Yi didn't mind their surprised expressions. She handed the smaller plate to Dahua. Dahua, this is for you. Thank you, second aunt, Dahua said happily, taking the plate with both hands. Chen then took the three treasures home. The Leaf family could still hear their joyful chatter. Mother, what kind of filling is in the dumplings? Cabbage and pork. Pork? Is there meat? Isn't it expensive? Yes, it's expensive, but Grandma sent money to Mom again. We can buy lots of meat for the three treasures and also malted milk. Do you like drinking it? Yes, I love it. It's sweet. Hee hee. When their voices gradually faded away and could no longer be heard, the Leaf family finally came back to their senses. Jiang Ailing angrily said, "What does she mean? Could it be that we might take the money she gives to honor her parents? Grandma, dumplings." Li Taizhu ran out of the house, with Gooden following him, both staring intently at the dumplings in Li's mother's hand. Li's mother glanced at Jiang Ailing. Jiang Ailing looked a bit embarrassed, touched her nose, and took her bowl into the main room. She wouldn't take the dumplings, but if Li's mother gave her two sons some to eat, that was not her concern. Grandma, Li Taizhu looked at Li's mother. After last night, he had learned to be more gentle and now used a softer tone. "I want to eat dumplings. Didn't your second uncle's wife just say that?" Li's mother looked at her two grandsons. She said these are her way of showing respect to the grandparents. "If I give you some, she won't be filial to the grandparents anymore." "But Grandma, I want to eat dumplings, I want meat." Li Taizhu didn't care whether Shen Yi would be filial to Li's parents in the future. Right now, all he cared about was the dumplings. Gooden behind him felt the same. Li's mother was disappointed. Gooden was only 5 years old, but Li Taizhu was 9. She believed he understood the meaning of her words, but he was only thinking about himself. "If you want to eat dumplings, ask your parents to buy some for you. This is what your second aunt is doing to show respect to me and your grandpa." "I won't give you any," Li's mother said coldly, looking at San Hong. "San Hong, am I right?" suddenly called out. San Hong quickly stood up. "Yes, mother, you're right. Li Taizhu and Gooden, you little rascals, always eating and drinking. Is that what you're supposed to do? Go back to your room now." San Hong was annoyed and directly reached out to grab them. Li Taizhu and Gooden couldn't fight their father and started crying loudly. Although Jiang Ailing had gone into the house, she kept her ears open to listen outside. She didn't expect Li's mother to not give the dumplings to Taizhu and Gooden. Hearing the noise, she came out angrily scolding. "Why are you crying? Do you think crying will make people feel sorry for you? My daughter told you there is nothing. Remember, you are not just three treasures, not only a wealthy mother but also a biased nursemaid." "Jiang Ailing," Mother Li shouted angrily. Jiang Ailing huffed and took her two sons back to the room. "Mother." Li Sanhong hurried over to comfort Mother Li, afraid she might explode. "Mother, don't mind her. That stubborn woman doesn't understand. I apologize on her behalf. Can't accept it," Mother Li snorted. "Your wife is quite formidable. I dare not argue with her." Then she ignored Li Sanhong and went back to the room with Father Li, carrying dumplings. Inside, Mother Li quietly asked Father Li, "Old man, did the second daughter-in-law hear what the third daughter-in-law said?" Father Li nodded silently. "I think she did." Then Mother Li hesitated. "What does she mean? Is she unhappy about us giving things to Taizhu and Go Dan?" Father Li, "Seems like it. What should we do?" Mother Li asked. Father Li looked at her and took the paper bag directly. "Just do as I say. From now on, the things brought by the second daughter-in-law don't need to be shared with Taizhu and Go Dan. The ones for us we eat, but Taizhu and Go Dan, after all, they are our grandchildren." Father Li was less biased than Mother Li about boys and girls. He glanced at her. "Just do as I say." He looked at the dumplings, picked one up with his hand, and put it in his mouth. The fragrant smell made him savor it. If she can send us food, it means she doesn't dislike us. Don't think too much. Hurry and eat. Mother Li saw him staring at the dumplings while talking, and she scolded him for being useless. "Are you dirty? Just use your hands to pick it up." After saying that, she went out, took a pair of chopsticks, and came back to pick one up. It was meat. The smell of meat. "Good for nothing," Father Li also scolded. Meanwhile, Dawala carried dumplings and her two younger sisters back to the room. Their older sister-in-law, also their mother, He was inside. He was thin and weak, with a face full of hardship, always frowning, making people feel she was burdened with worries. Big Flower held a dumpling and said, "Mom, second aunt gave me a few dumplings. Shall we eat together?" Heejati tiredly looked at the dumplings in Big Flower's hand, paused for a moment, then suddenly brightened up. "Big Flower, how does second aunt treat you?" Big Flower thought for a moment and said, "I think second aunt is very kind." "No, I mean, does she like you?" Big Flower didn't understand why her mother asked this. After thinking carefully, she shook her head. "I'm not sure, but I don't think she dislikes me." Heejati, upon hearing this, rarely showed a smile. She reached out and picked a dumpling, handed it to Big Flower's mouth. "Eat first." Big Flower opened her mouth and ate. Heejati then fed her two younger daughters before eating herself. Chen returned home with the three children. Chen had already scooped dumplings into bowls and was pouring hot water into the kettle with a ladle. They sat down to eat, all feeling full, especially the three children, who looked at the remaining dumplings with some regret. Chen comforted them, saying they could eat more in the afternoon, which made them happy again. After resting for a while, Chen needed to go to work. Chen prepared water as usual and said, "I soaked mung beans this morning. I'll cook them later and bring some to you in the afternoon." Chen had already seen the soaked mung beans in the kitchen and guessed what she was doing. Hearing her, he couldn't help but feel happy. Okay. After he left, Chen started cooking mung bean porridge and then cooled it in well water. Nothing else to do, she went back to bed and took a nap with her three sons. When she woke up, she took the three children to deliver the mung bean porridge. For 2 days in a row, Chen was seen bringing the children and a rice container, which surprised many people who peeked at her. Chen calmly held Xiao Bao, occasionally reminding the older brothers, De Bao and Air Bao, to watch their steps carefully as they played. She had already asked Chen this noon where he was working today. De Bao and Air Bao grew up in this countryside and knew the area well, so they led her directly to the right place. A surprised female voice called out. Chen looked up and saw a woman dressed in patchwork coarse cloth, with 2 thick ponytails covered in rice seedlings, rice grains, and dirt, looking at her with excitement. "Why are you here in the fields? Are you here to find me?" Without waiting for Chen to answer, her gaze fell on the lunchbox Chen was holding. She quickly walked over. "What are you holding?" "They said you brought mung bean porridge to Chen yesterday." "Is this the mung bean porridge? Hurry up and give me a bowl." Seeing her about to grab the lunchbox, Chen raised her hand and tilted her head with a half-smile. "Chen Jai, why are you so shameless?" Chen Jai's usually confident face froze in disbelief as she looked at Chen. What are you talking about? Are you saying I am shameless?" "Exactly." Chen sneered. "Do you think I was going to give you my mung bean porridge? You just had to come and it. You." Chen Jai looked at Chen, feeling a bit unfamiliar with her. But wasn't it familiar? In stories, the arrogant and mean female antagonist usually has a little follower who flatters her. In The Perfect Life in Reverse, Chen Jai is the little follower of the villainous Chen. Chen Jai comes from a family that favors boys. Because every family has to send someone to the countryside, her brother was supposed to go, but her biased parents secretly swapped the work opportunity with her brother, so she was sent instead. After going to the countryside, not only did her family refuse to send money, but they also made her send grain back home from the rural area. Life was a mess, and she set her sights on Chen. In the story, Chen is portrayed as a spoiled, vain rich girl. Chen Jai's flattery satisfies her vanity, and since she needed a little follower to serve her, she took Chen Jai in. Chen Jai managed to flatter Chen and exploited her as much as she could. But unfortunately, Chen was no longer the same Chen bound by the plot. In the original story, she wouldn't mind, but Chen Jai still wanted to continue exploiting her as before. That was a mistake in her plan. Chen was leading Xiao Bao. "Good dog, get out of the way. Please move aside." Chen Jai awkwardly stepped back, watching Chen walk away, still wondering what she said or did that didn't please this spoiled young lady. Was it because she hadn't told her about Lin Jiadong's recent activities? Or because she found out she liked Lin Jiadong? Chen Jai thought it was possible, especially since she had been walking home with Lin Jiadong a couple of days ago. Thinking about this, Chen Jai felt guilty. No, she couldn't let Shen Yi find out now. Winter was coming soon. She had sent her warm clothes back to her mother, so she needed to persuade Shen Yi to buy her 2 more cotton jackets first. Shen Yi brought mung bean porridge for Li Chen, and also brought some for Li's parents. Li's mother wanted to refuse, but Li's father subtly pushed her, so she silently drank the porridge. Before Shen Yi left, she carefully told Shen Yi that they ate the dumplings themselves at noon and didn't share with anyone. Shen Yi couldn't help but laugh and cry. Her words were mainly aimed at Jiang Ailing, but unexpectedly, she also scolded the 2 elders.
Of course, she didn't explain.
The things she gave to Li's parents were originally to show respect. If Li's parents then gave those things to others, why would she still give them? After delivering the porridge, Shen Yi went back with the 3 children. At home, she reheated the remaining dumplings. After the family of 4 finished eating, they packed up their baskets and prepared to go up the mountain to gather firewood. De Bao and Air Bao had borrowed 2 small baskets from somewhere, confidently saying they wanted to help their mother carry firewood. Shen Yi was very touched. Xiao Bao saw this and also wanted a small basket to help carry firewood for their mother. He was too young, so Shen Yi comforted him, saying she would have his father weave one for him when he grew older. He then gave up. For safety reasons, they still stayed at the foot of the mountain. The firewood they gathered yesterday was still there and hadn't been taken by anyone. The 3 children were very happy. Air Bao eagerly wanted to carry a basket of firewood first to go back. Xiao Bao, who had the best relationship with his second brother, happily carried 2 sticks of firewood and followed behind him. Shen Yi thought that since this place wasn't very far from home and the road was flat, with many people harvesting rice nearby, they wouldn't be bothered. She also thought that since they had just eaten dumplings, it would help them digest, or they might not be able to eat dinner later. The pork trotters and large bones she bought wouldn't be useful then. De Bao, do you want to go with Air Bao and the others? Shen Yi asked. De Bao shook his head. His small handsome face, very similar to Li Chun, looked serious. If we all go back, no one will be here to keep the mother company while gathering firewood. Mother will feel very lonely. A warm feeling flowed through Shen Yi's heart. Her 3 children were very obedient, but the most sensible one was De Bao. Little Dabo is so well behaved, Shen Yi praised, taking a big white rabbit candy from her pocket. She tore open the wrapper and held it near Dabo's lips. Here's a reward. Dabo's face turned a little red. She opened her mouth and ate the candy from her mother's hand. Shen Yi was about to pat Dabo's head when she heard a strange sound. She looked toward the source and almost lost her soul in fright. She saw a strong, furry wild boar with dark brown fur running down the mountain toward them. Its shiny black eyes were wide, and its long, pointed snout was dripping with shiny saliva. Mom. Dabo was very scared, clutching her mother's clothes tightly. Without thinking, Shen Yi tried to get Dabo into her space. But she muttered several times, and Dabo still stood in place. She couldn't get Dabo into the space. A sense of danger hit her. Shen Yi's body tensed up. If it was just her, she could handle it, but now she had Dabo too. She couldn't just hide in the space alone. She regretted not having Dabo go back with her Bao to carry firewood. Her mind raced to find a solution. There was no way. She could only distract the wild boar to keep Dabo safe. Quickly, Shen Yi took out a red cloth from her space. She pushed Dabo back while running and warned her quickly. Run, Dabo. I will distract the wild boar, Mom. Dabo cried out, tears in her eyes. She knew her mother was trying to protect her by distracting the boar. She didn't want her mother to face danger alone and refused to leave, crying. Seeing the boar getting closer, Shen Yi ignored comforting Dabo. She pushed him away and ran in the opposite direction, spreading the red cloth to lure the boar toward her. She shouted sternly, "Go get help. Save me." The wild boar saw the red cloth and went into a frenzy. When it saw Shen Yi holding the red cloth, it immediately turned and charged after her. Facing this huge, Fierce boar. Shen Yi was also very scared. She ran up the mountain as fast as she could, looking back to see if Dabo was following. Fortunately, Dabo understood her words. She wiped her tears and ran back, calling out, "Someone help! Save my mom! Wah! Please, someone help!" Seeing Dabo safe, Shen Yi let out a breath of relief. She stopped and took out an electric stun baton from her space, ready to defend herself against the charging boar. The wild boar saw her stop and suddenly lunged forward with its front hooves. Before she could react, Shen Yi quickly swung her stun baton and struck it. The wild boar trembled violently, but did not faint. It became even more aggressive and charged at Shen Yi again. At a critical moment, Shen Yi silently recited an incantation to enter her space. The wild boar was instantly pulled into her space, in a vacuum state. Its eyes, wide open, still looked fierce and angry. Shen Yi's consciousness returned from the space with the wild boar. Her tense body relaxed, her legs felt weak, and she sat down on a wooden stump to catch her breath, feeling scared but relieved she had her special power. Fortunately, she had her golden finger ability. She looked around. No one was nearby. She let out a deep breath. The situation was urgent just now, and she didn't have time to check if anyone was around. If someone saw her suddenly transform into a wild boar and then disappear, they might think she was a monster and try to burn her. After sitting for a moment, Shen Yi grabbed a piece of wood and entered her space again. She hit the wild boar's head several times to make sure it was knocked out. Even if released, it wouldn't wake up. Only then did she release the wild boar from her space. Shen Yi, big sister Dabo, Li Chen's wife. Hearing the loud voices approaching from afar, Shen Yi hurriedly used all her strength to drag the wild boar under a big tree. A group of people with sickles and shovels rushed over. The leader was Li Chen, whose sun-darkened face looked anxious. He shouted loudly, Shen Yi, Brother Chen. I'm here." Shen Yi recognized his voice and quickly called out. Everyone saw her and rushed over in a crowd. Li Chen ran the fastest, grabbing her and checking her anxiously. "Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere?" He was so worried, his brows furrowed, and sweat covered his forehead. His clothes and face were sticky with rice stalks and mud, but Shen Yi felt like he was shining at that moment. She was looking for an excuse to get closer to him. Without hesitation, she threw herself into his arms and, with a slightly tearful voice, said, "I'm fine. I was just scared. It's okay now, it's okay." Li Chen held her tightly and comforted her repeatedly. Li Chen's wife, someone finally caught up and asked, "Where's the wild boar?" "Over there." Shen Yi hugged Li Chen's waist and tremblingly pointed under the tree. Her body still shook slightly, and Li Chen held her tighter. Everyone looked forward and saw a wild boar under the tree, fainted but still breathing, along with some thick logs on the ground. They looked at Shen Yi in disbelief.
"This."
Li Chen's wife, "Did you take down this wild boar?" Li Chen also looked at her in surprise. "No. It chased me, then ran into the tree by itself. I was really scared it would go crazy again, so I endured my fear and hit it a few times with a stick." Shen Yi quickly explained, her eyes red as she said to Li Chen, "I was so scared to death." No one doubted her fragile appearance. It seemed genuine. "Don't be afraid anymore. You're safe now." Li Chen comforted her, then looked at the men and said in a deep voice, "The wild boar is knocked out." Everyone lifted down the mountain. The men who came up were some men including Chen Chong. Hearing his brother's command, they efficiently directed others to carry the wild boar down the mountain. They didn't waste words. As they carried the boar past the two people hugging, their smiles seemed meaningful. Li Chen suddenly realized he was still holding Shen Yi in his arms. His movement stiffened. She actually let him hold her? Shen Yi pretended not to notice, released Li Chen, and wrinkled her nose. "Brother Chen, let's go now." Li Chen saw her let go and felt a slight disappointment. He took a step back, signaling her to walk in front of him. Shen Yi didn't seem to notice and grabbed his arm, walking side by side with him, looking a bit scared. Li Chen looked at her, hesitated, then squatted down. "How about I carry you?" He was ready for her to refuse. But in the next second, he felt a soft sensation climb onto his back. He didn't move immediately. Shun-yi couldn't help but urge him. "Brother Chen, am I too heavy?" Li Chen suddenly snapped out of his surprise, stiffly stood up with her on his back, and walked forward, speaking in a rough voice. "No, you're very light." Shun-yi's lips curled into a small, satisfied smile. Yes, her brother Chen's back was so broad and strong, it made her feel very safe. Debao ran down crying, shouting for help. Li Chen and Chen Chong carried the rice back to the field to dry. As they passed by, they heard Debao crying. Li Chen hurried up the mountain, and Chen Chong called a few men to follow. The commotion also alarmed others. Some people were sent back to help with the harvest, while a few women stood at the mountain entrance, watching curiously. Li's mother was among them, holding Debao, who was crying and trying to find her mother, while Erbao and Xiaobao, who had just heard the news, were comforted. They carried firewood back home. Jiang Ailing saw that Li's mother was not working, so she took the chance to sneak out and act lazy. She sarcastically said, "Oh, how unlucky is this second sister-in-law."
She even met a wild boar on the mountain.
With her small body, how can she withstand a wild boar's attack? Debao and Erbao understood and cried even harder. Xiaobao didn't fully grasp how serious it was, but seeing his brothers crying, he started to cry too. Li's mother tried to comfort everyone but couldn't, then glared at Jiang Ailing angrily. "If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. Now go back and do some work." Jiang Ailing angrily walked back, muttering that Shun-yi should just be killed by the wild boar. Wang Yan, known for gossiping, watched the scene for a while. Seeing that no one was coming down, she still hadn't finished her work, so she followed Jiang Ailing to the fields, not forgetting to gossip. "Iron Pillar's wife, why is your mother-in-law so harsh to you?" In her heart, the second household is the treasure. "Our third household is just grass." "She's not mean to me," Jiang Ailing snorted. "Look at Shun-yi. Since she married into the Li family, she's never worked in the fields. I only rested a little, and she scolded me." Wang Yin caught the hint of gossip and continued, "I also feel like your mother-in-law is a bit harsh to you. But how is the second household a treasure?" Jiang Ailing finally found someone who agreed with her and started complaining. Not long after they left, Chen Chong and others came out carrying the wild boar. Li Chan was behind them, carrying Shun-yi. Seeing such a big wild boar surprised many people, who hurried to help. Debao was more worried about his mother and cried even more loudly when he saw her. Shun-yi felt a bit shy because, after they all cried, everyone's attention shifted from the wild boar to her. Their expressions became playful, and Shun-yi, who was leaning close to Li Chen, blushed and wanted to step down. Li's mother quickly came forward to stop her. "Are you hurt?" "Oh, why are you coming down?" "Don't let Li Chen carry you." "Mom, I'm fine. I just got scared, and my legs are a little weak." Shun-yi forced herself to lie. Li's mother noticed the gossiping women's eyes and glared at them. "It's your man carrying you, so what do you care about what they think?" She patted Li Chen's strong arm. "Keep carrying your wife well." Li Chen was about to respond with a, when the three children came out, tears still on their eyelashes, and earnestly told their father, "Big treasure. Dad, you have to carry Mom carefully." Second treasure. "Dad, when I grow up, I will carry Mom, but I'm too small now. Can you carry her for me first?" Little treasure. "Dad, carry Mom." Li Chen. "Okay." He lifted the woman on his back and steadied her more securely. He was just worried she wouldn't want to, and he didn't care about the others' opinions at all. Shun-yi was silent. The women looked at each other. Today, they saw that the second wife of the Li family was truly favored. They had heard before that Li Chen was deeply in love with his wife, so much so that many didn't believe it. Apart from Li Chen's reputation for being fierce, he still looked cold and distant now. It was hard for the villagers to imagine him being tender and caring in front of Shun-yi. Now they saw it clearly. Well, he wasn't overly servile or overly eager, but behind his tough exterior, you could feel his affection and protectiveness. And the three children, weren't they supposed to be independent of their mother? Why did they all look so dependent and loving toward her? Also, Li's mother, who was known for her strictness, was surprisingly kind to Shinyi. She even let her son carry his wife in front of everyone. Shinyi wondered if this would damage her son's reputation, or if her son had been wronged. Everyone was shocked, but Shinyi wasn't hurt, just scared. Why was she so nervous and cautious? There are women in the village who go to work the day after giving birth to earn points, and they aren't so delicate. Especially women around Shinyi's age who are married and have children. They make her feel how different her life is. The contrast is quite strong. Shinyi, who was about to get down from Li Chen's back, decided not to insist anymore. In this time, relationships between men and women are quite strict. If unmarried men and women are too close in public, people will gossip. Some might even criticize, more harshly. But Shinyi and Li Chen are married, and they've had several children. At most, people might say they are shameless. But what does it matter? Life isn't lived for others to watch. The village chief quickly arrived after hearing the news. Seeing such a big wild boar, he was also surprised. He comforted Shinyi, praised her for her bravery, and said she had caught such a large boar. Village Chief Li Shan, in his 70s, is from the Li family, a respected elder. He looks a bit sickly, with a fragile appearance. Shinyi, soft and gentle, said, "Village chief, you're flattering me. I was just lucky. The wild boar hit a tree and fainted, so I managed to get away. My legs were weak. If Brother Chen and Xiangzi hadn't come to find me, I wouldn't know what to do when the boar woke up. Village chief, this boar is quite big." Xiangzi and a few others struggled to carry it. Maybe we should find some people to kill it? It would be good for their health, and for others in the village too. They've been busy with the harvest and have worked hard. Killing the boar and sharing it would give everyone more strength to work. The village chief agreed with this idea. Now, everything from the mountain belongs to the community. Things like wild chickens and rabbits are fine, but large animals like boars are usually confiscated. But no matter what, Shinyi deserves the most credit for bringing down the boar. It's best if she is the one to suggest what to do. Okay, the village chief nodded in agreement, looking at Shinyi with more satisfaction. He had heard that Li Chen's wife was a delicate city girl, fragile and naive, sometimes even foolish. He was worried she might do something silly. But isn't she being sensible now? Knowing she was frightened, she looked at the 3 children whose tears hadn't dried yet. After a moment of thought, she said to Li Chen, "Chen, you don't need to go to work today. Stay home and take good care of your wife. Don't scare her even more." Li Chen nodded. He was thinking the same thing. "Thank you, village chief." Then, the village chief arranged for Chin Chong and another villager to carry the pigs to the market, and someone was sent to find the butcher to slaughter the pigs. After that, he went to find the team leader and told him what happened. The team leader rearranged the work. The villagers were a bit unhappy, but when they heard there would be meat to eat tonight, they worked faster. Until she was carried back to bed, Shinyi was ordered by her father and sons to lie down. She watched them busy bringing her tea and water, and she started to wonder if she had been pretending too much. "Mom, are you still scared?" Daba's eyes were red. He saw the wild boar rushing over, so he cried the hardest and was the most afraid. "No, Mom is not afraid at all." Shinyi quickly comforted him. Seeing his swollen, crying eyes, she felt very sad and said, "Don't cry anymore. Everything is safe now." Daba wiped his tears and looked determined. "Mom, when I grow up, I will protect you." Yes, Shinyi replied quickly. Xiao Bao clumsily climbed onto the bed and, with his small body, hugged his mother. He said in a childish voice, "Xiao Bao will protect Mom too." Bao rushed in from outside. "If I had been there, I could have punched the wild boar away." See if it dares to bully my mom." Shinyi, who was moved to tears, was speechless. What should she do? She found it a little funny. She was both crying and laughing as she pulled them outside. Just then, Li Chen came in with a bowl of prepared barley milk. He saw her come out and frowned. "Why are you out here? Staying inside is a bit boring." Shinyi felt a little guilty, but she knew she had to keep her lie going. Li Chen paused for a moment, but said nothing. He handed her the bowl of barley milk. I made this for you. Drink it. Shunyi awkwardly took it and took a sip. Seeing Xiaobao staring at her eagerly, she squatted down and fed him a little. Xiaobao shook his head. Mom, you drink. Mom can't finish it, let's drink together, said Shunyi. Only then did little Bao happily drink from his mother's hand. After he finished, Shunyi fed Big Bao and Second Bao one by one. Li Chen watched from the side, thinking he was the only one who didn't get any. When they finished the malted milk, Shunyi took a small stool and sat under the eaves, trimming their nails with a nail clipper. Li Chen wasn't very careful when taking care of the children and rarely noticed such small details. If his mother saw it, she would help trim their nails, but if she forgot, the three little ones would end up biting them off themselves. Their nails weren't very long now, but there was some dirt underneath, so they needed to be trimmed and cleaned. The three children behaved well, lining up quietly and waiting their turn. Since Li Chen didn't have to go to work, he sat under the eaves too, fixing a stool with a broken leg. The autumn sun set quickly, and the hot light turned warm and gentle. Outside, someone shouted that the wild boar had been butchered and asked each family to send someone to the threshing ground to collect their share of meat. Wild boar meat was firm and had a strong taste, which Shunyi didn't like. She actually didn't want any, since she had already bought big pork bones and pig's feet that would be enough for the family of 5. But if she didn't go, people would surely talk, so she decided to go and get some anyway. While Li Chen continued fixing another table, Shunyi took the 3 children and went out. The threshing ground was lively. It had been a long time since anyone had eaten meat, and some people even left their field work behind to get their share first. When Shunyi arrived with the children, the line for the meat was already long, so she quietly joined the end of it. Everyone already knew how the meat had been obtained. When they saw her, their eyes flickered toward her, but because of her usual proud and distant attitude, no one greeted her. Shunyi didn't try to force a smile or start a conversation. She only nodded and smiled politely when she met someone's eyes. Even that small gesture surprised people. Those who remembered her from when she first came to the countryside still recalled how spoiled she had been, unable to do this or that, crying out dramatically over a tiny cut on her hand, demanding to be taken to the town clinic as if it were a serious injury. After marrying Li Chen, she stopped working and looked down on the villagers. Unless necessary, she rarely interacted with them. The villagers are poor, but they have pride. No one wants to serve someone they don't know or care about, so even when they meet her, they usually don't say hello. Now, she surprisingly smiled at them. Shunyi knows her reputation in the village. However, she feels she is innocent in this matter, but she can't tell the villagers, sorry everyone, it was all part of a script. I was just following the script. Of course, repairing the relationship would be best, but if it can't be fixed, then so be it. The group moved quickly, and soon it was Shunyi's turn. The village head distributed the meat. When he saw her, he greeted her with a smile, and even gave her 5 more jin of meat. The people waiting to receive their meat looked at her with subtle expressions. The village head noticed and loudly said, if it weren't for Li Chen's wife, we wouldn't have this wild boar meat. She almost lost her life because of that boar. Giving her 5 more jin of meat is only fair. After the village head spoke, many agreed that it made sense. But some still felt unhappy, thinking that the boar hit a tree on its own, and it was Chen Shan and others who went up the mountain to bring the boar back. She didn't do much work, so why should she get so much meat? There are about 90 households in Qingshui village, with over 600 people. If divided evenly by person, each would get about half a jin of meat. Because of the autumn harvest, families with more laborers got a little more meat. Since different households have different amounts of labor, the amount of meat they received also varied. Some families with fewer workers and more children received less meat, and with these reductions, it was hard to stay calm. It's understandable that some people had complaints about Shunyi's family. Old Li's family should have had Da Huang, who cooks at home, lead the distribution, but Jiang Ailing didn't trust Da Huang, thinking she was too young and naive, and the meat might be cut short. So she volunteered to go and receive the meat. Li's mother also didn't trust Da Huang. When she heard Jiang Ailing was coming, she agreed. Jiang Ailing stood behind Shen Yi in line. Seeing Shen Yi being troubled, she couldn't help but feel pleased. Shen Yi didn't notice Jiang Ailing or pay attention to others' gazes. After the village chief finished speaking, she said directly, "Village chief, I didn't do much. The ones who worked the hardest were Qiangzi and the others who carried the wild boar. Why don't you give them a bit more? As for my family, we'll take the same share as everyone else." The village chief immediately understood what Shen Yi meant and smiled. He had only suggested giving her family 5 extra pounds of meat, which would have made some villagers unhappy. But she suggested giving more to Qiangzi and his group with a fair and reasonable reason. Wouldn't that make the complaining villagers even more frustrated? The village chief also disliked how selfish some villagers were, so he agreed to Shen Yi's suggestion, though he still wanted to say something. Shen Yi noticed his expression and smiled. "Village chief, just give my family the same as everyone else. I bought some pig's feet in town this morning and plan to stew them tonight. If we get too much wild boar meat, we won't be able to finish it." The village chief, who had been about to persuade her, was left speechless. So it seemed he had worried for nothing. Wang Yan stood behind Jiang Ailing. Her family had few workers but many mouths to feed, and she was one of those unhappy about Shen Yi getting 5 extra pounds of meat. But to her surprise, Shen Yi didn't take the extra meat and even gave away more, which meant Wang Yan's share became smaller. She muttered unhappily, "Life must be easy for Li Chen's wife. Eating meat every day, almost like living a life of the rich, isn't it?" As soon as she said that, not only Shen Yi but also the village chief and the Li family members nearby all looked displeased. Shen Yi was now married into the Li family. If such word spread, it could bring trouble to the whole clan. Realizing the seriousness, Shen Yi's sharp gaze turned to Wang Yan. "My father is the director of a machinery factory, my mother works at the neighborhood office, and my brother serves in the army to protect our country. I came here to support rural development as part of the national program. My whole family contributes to building our nation." Her voice was clear and firm, striking everyone's hearts. "My husband's family has been hardworking farmers for 3 generations, honest and loyal. We're nothing like those who took advantage of others. Sister Wang, if you can't think before you speak, it's better to stay quiet. Keep talking nonsense like that, and I'll have to report it to the authorities." Wang Yan immediately realized she had spoken out of turn. The Li family was a big family in Qingshui village. Once she mentioned their landlord status, she didn't know how many people might be affected, including the current village head. Just as she was about to speak and interrupt, she heard Shen Yi's clear and strong voice. The more she listened, the wider her eyes became. Not only Wang Yan, but many others present also widened their eyes. The lively threshing yard suddenly fell silent, as quiet as if a pin had dropped to the ground and everyone could hear it. With her background, it was no wonder she had so much money, dressed so well, and ate meat every day. Shen Yi spoke quickly, not only to confront Wang Yan but also to take this chance to tell everyone about her family situation. After all, she couldn't keep hiding and shrinking away, afraid to eat or wear certain things. She came back to make up for Li Chen and the 3 children, not to let them continue living a hard life. She wanted to give them and herself the best material conditions possible during these turbulent times. With her parents' reputation, things would be easier to handle. The source of her money and resources could also be explained clearly. Since they were so far away, they couldn't investigate. Among the young people who came with her, only Lin Jiadong was from the same place as her. But Lin Jiadong's family had already been sent to a farm, so he had no way of knowing about her family. In the story, Lin Jiadong only found out when he returned to the city. Otherwise, he wouldn't have tried to use her family's influence to make a comeback. She had finished speaking, but she still needed to give some lessons, so others wouldn't think she was easy to bully. Shen Yi then said to the village head, "Village head, how do you think this should be handled?" The village head also realized the importance of distancing himself from her reputation. He looked seriously at Wang Yan and said, "I understand that what you said today was unintentional. Yes, 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 village head. Wang Yan felt regretful. She hated herself for being so straightforward and speaking out of turn. She quickly said, "It's all my fault for not watching my mouth." Oh, my terrible mouth. Wang Yan was also a tough person. She directly slapped herself. The village head saw her do this and looked at Shinyi. Wang Yan also looked at her. Li Chen's wife, I really apologize. Sister-in-law, I didn't mean to offend. Please forgive me. Shinyi, with a serious face, said, since Sister Wang has realized her mistake, I am not a person who argues over small things. But this time, please do not take the wild pig meat from Sister Wang's house. A small punishment to serve as a warning. I hope Sister Wang will pay more attention in the future and know what to say and what not to say. Wang Yan felt bitter inside. Not only did she get slapped for saying the wrong thing, but she also lost the meat. She knew her mother-in-law would scold her badly when she got home. But she didn't dare to fight back or look at the meat. She nodded and said, yes, yes, Li Chen's wife is right. I won't eat this meat. A small punishment as a warning, haha. Zhang Ailing. Zhang Ailing didn't dare to speak at all. Then, Shunyi took the wild pig meat they received and happily went back with the 3 children, feeling proud and confident. Debao and Erbao understood that their mother was arguing with Wang Yan and that she had won the argument. They were very excited and jumped happily on the way home. When they arrived home, they saw their father and shouted loudly, Dad. We're back. Li Chen looked at them with a puzzled face. The 2 little ones started playing and laughing by themselves. Li Chen, Shunyi gave each of them 2 big white rabbit candies and told them to go play outside. Erbao still remembered that his dad wanted a white rabbit candy too. He reminded his mother, Mom, Dad also wants a white rabbit candy. Yesterday, he asked me to ask you for one. Li Chen, who was fixing the table, froze for a moment. Shunyi smiled and promised that she would definitely give her husband a white rabbit candy. Only then did she run out to play with Debao. Xiaobao hadn't gotten a candy yet. He looked up at his mother. Shunyi peeled a candy for him, and he happily ate it. She peeled another one and walked behind Li Chen. Brother Chen, have some candy. I don't like candy. You eat it, Li Chen said without turning his head. If his ears weren't turning red, Shin-Yi would have believed him. She poked his broad back playfully and said, Hurry up, I already peeled it. Li Chen finally turned around slowly, looked at her and opened his mouth to take the white rabbit candy from her hand. When he ate it, his lips accidentally touched her fingertips. The soft, moist feeling made Shin-Yi feel a little uncomfortable too. She looked at him, and their eyes met in midair. After a moment, both of them looked away casually. Shin-Yi tried to make conversation. Is it almost fixed? Li Chen stood the table upright, gave it 2 firm knocks, and it didn't wobble at all. Done. Shin-Yi nodded. Li Chen washed his hands, wiped them with a cloth, looked at the sky, and asked, Is it about time to cook? Yes, Shin-Yi replied, pulling Xiaobao toward the kitchen. I'll steam the rice. Li Chen stopped her. I'll do it.
You stay with Xiaobao.
How should we cook the dishes? Shin-Yi didn't listen and pulled Xiaobao along with him to the kitchen. Make soup with the bone, braise the pig's trotters, and there are some greens in the vegetable plot. Also, stir-fry a plate of greens. Li Chen, hearing this, started steaming the rice. Then he went to the vegetable plot, cut a cabbage, and pulled out a white radish. He didn't want Shin-Yi to do the work but couldn't help. He didn't know how to make the braised pig's trotters and was worried he wouldn't do it right. So, he handed the cooking back to her and helped light the fire for Xiaobao. Shin-Yi proudly showed her skills. First, she blanched the large bone and pig's trotters to remove the smell. Since she bought 2 pig's trotters, she divided them after blanching. One part was set aside for tomorrow. The other was browned with the large bone, then cooked with sugar, soy sauce, salt, scallions, and cinnamon, simmered for an hour. The large bone was cooked with star anise and red dates in water over low heat for over half an hour. Then she added the radish, and it was ready to serve. The cabbage was stir-fried casually. With enough oil, salt, and high heat, it turned out very tempting. Just as the dishes were ready, Debao and Erbao came back smelling the food. They eagerly pressed against the door curtain, staring. Xiao Bao, drooling, even wet his father's shirt with his mouth. Time to eat. Shen Yi naturally remembered to ask Bao to take a bowl to the old house for the elders. Since every family had meat today, and because wild pig meat has a strong flavor that overpowered the taste of Shen Yi's pig's trotters and bones, not many people paid attention. Those who noticed only mumbled a bit, sighing that old Li's family was lucky to marry Shen Yi from the city, and they'd enjoy good fortune in the future. At the old house, because there were 6 workers, they received nearly 7 jin of wild pig meat. Everyone was very happy. Jiang Ailing didn't need to cook with big flowers anymore and started helping herself. Li Taizhu and Go Dan were early, holding bowls and waiting at the kitchen door, eagerly watching. When the meat was served, they started eating immediately without waiting for everyone. Jiang Ailing watched with a smile, showing no intention to stop them. Li Mu finished work and went to tend her own vegetable plot. When she returned, she saw this scene and held back her anger without scolding. She thought it was enough, but when the second son's family sent pig's feet over, Taizhu, who was happily eating wild boar meat, suddenly found it too gamey and tough compared to the fragrant braised pig's feet. He looked longingly at his grandma. After his grandma refused, he threw a tantrum, smashing a bowl and hitting her on the head, causing a small bump. Li Mu had secretly kept a piece of pig's foot, planning to give it to Taizhu when fewer people were around, but now she decided not to, feeling very disappointed. She realized her eldest grandson had been spoiled by Jiang Ailing. Shen Yi was unaware of the fuss caused by delivering pig's feet to the old house. Her family of 5 ate happily. After dinner, Li Chen took over the dishwashing task again. Shen Yi was used to it and didn't argue. She took the 3 children for a walk in the yard. Entertainment was very limited in this era, with no electricity. When it got dark, few people went outside. After eating, there was no need for baths, just a foot soak before bed. The 3 children used to do the same. When very dirty, they would pour cold water from head to toe, basically giving themselves a bath. Now, Shen Yi strictly forbade them from doing that. Once they finished eating, she told them to take a bath. Li Chun heard and naturally brought out a large basin, filled it with hot water, mixed in some cold water, and let the 3 wash themselves in the yard. Yesterday, they washed themselves, but not very thoroughly. Shen Yi suspected they were just playing with water. She offered to help, but the older 2 refused firmly, shyly hugging themselves and not letting her get close. Shen Yi. She returned to the room, took a bar of soap from her space, and came out. The older 2 saw her leave and relaxed, starting a water fight. When they saw her come out again, they immediately blushed and hugged each other shyly, their faces red. Mom, why did you come out? Shen Yi put down the soap on the small bench beside them, turned her back, and walked away. This is the soap I bought today in town. Using this will make you cleaner and smell nice. Mom, we're men, we don't need to smell nice. Bao immediately argued seriously. Only girls need to smell good. So, Mom, you should keep this soap for yourself. Shen Yi paused, feeling both annoyed and amused. She couldn't help but ask, who said you're men? Dad said so. Bao proudly betrayed his father. Just then, Li Chen came out of the kitchen, holding a half bucket of hot water he had prepared for her. Seeing her amused expression, he asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Shen Yi went forward to take the hot water. "I'll do it. San Bao, and the others can't wash well. You can help wash them." "They won't let me." Li Chen avoided her hand with the hot water and looked at little troublemaker Bao with a dangerous gaze.
Bao, are you bullying Mom? No, Bao shouted.
It's Dad who said that men shouldn't let women see their bodies easily, and we don't need to smell nice. That's embarrassing, little Bao added at the right moment. Li Chen. He cleared his throat and said to Shen Yi, "I'll bring the water to the bathroom first, then come out to help wash them." Seeing her husband carry the bath water for her, Bao shouted, "Dad, bring the soap in too. Mom has her own," Shen Yi said loudly. Her second son was too lively. She couldn't suppress him without a threat. "Mom likes to smell nice. If any kid doesn't wash well or doesn't smell good, I won't sleep with him tonight." Bao immediately shut up. While Shen Yi was taking her bath inside the bathroom, Li Chen was outside helping San Bao and the others wash. She could faintly hear their voices from outside. Dad, you haven't put perfume on me yet. Dad, put a little more perfume, just a little more. Dad, you haven't washed my feet yet and my hair. Shut up. Her husband, Brother Chen, finally lost patience and shouted. Shun Yi secretly smiled. After her bath, she returned to the room and saw San Bao lined up at the door, excitedly running over when they saw her. Mom, we're all clean. Mom, smell me. Do I smell nice? Girl, can we sleep together tonight? Yes, 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 Shen Yi said sweetly and a little helplessly. She called them inside, and after they got on the bed, they started playing and joking around. Li Chun was filling water, preparing to take a bath. Hearing the laughter and noise from inside, his gaze fell on a light yellow soap. He couldn't help but take it into the bathroom. After a busy day, the three children were already tired. Shen Yi played with them for a while, and then they fell asleep. Shen Yi was also sleepy, but forced herself to stay awake. She listened carefully to the sounds outside. When she heard some movement from the next room, she immediately became alert. Worried about waking the children, she carefully got off the bed, opened the door, and just happened to meet Li Chen, who was about to go back inside. Brother Chen, Shen Yi called softly, a little shy. Li Chen had just washed his hair and hadn't dried it. His short hair was still damp with tiny water droplets. He wore a simple cotton and linen sleeveless shirt and shorts. His healthy skin, balanced body, and strong muscles seemed to radiate a masculine aura. Shen Yi. Her face turned red. Li Chen, just stepping into the room, saw her and instinctively pulled back. Under the moonlight, her long, dark hair was spread behind her. Her face was smooth and clean, with natural beauty, bright eyes, white teeth, delicate features, and pink lips. Li Chen's eyes darkened slightly. His voice was low and slightly hoarse as he asked, "What's wrong?" I'm scared," Shen Yi said shyly, her eyes a little unfocused. But in Li Chen's eyes, her words seemed to confirm her fear. He frowned and asked softly, "Is it because of the wild boar?" Yes, Shen Yi thought, since it had come to this, she might as well tell the truth. "Brother Chen, can you come sleep with us?" Li Chen was thinking about what to do when he heard her words. His heart suddenly beat faster. He looked up at her, his throat moving slightly. "Are you serious?" "Yes," Shen Yi replied quickly, then quickly added, as if trying to hide something, "The children are already asleep," very quietly. "I'm a little scared. If you're here, I would feel safer." At this moment, nothing made Li Chen feel more secure than hearing his beloved woman say that his presence gave her safety. His throat tightened and he said, "Then, I'll dry my hair and come over, okay?" Shen Yi's heart pounded like a drum. She felt a warm rush rise to her cheeks, and her face was probably very red. After getting Li Chen's answer, she immediately went into the room. When she noticed Li Chen also entered the next room, she gently rubbed her hot face. She had traveled through many worlds and considered herself experienced, so why was she still so shy? Shen Yi blushed and secretly scorned herself. But she forgot one thing. Even a carefree, bold tomboy can feel shy and embarrassed when it comes to love. Although she had traveled through many worlds, she had never truly fallen in love or been moved by anyone. Li Chen was the first person she genuinely liked. In her previous life, trapped in the story, they had no warm interactions, and even their intimacy was only twice, both accidental. So even though she had 3 children now, she still felt innocent, like a young girl who had never experienced much. Inviting a man to sleep over so openly, even if he was her official partner, naturally made her shy. But despite her shyness, she was quite brave. Her room was spacious, and the bed was large enough to hold 2 adults and 3 children comfortably. Because the 3 treasures wanted to sleep close to her, she originally slept in the middle, with her Bao on the left and Xiao Bao and Debao on the right. When Li Chen came over, she used all her strength to move her Bao next to Debao, leaving a big space on the left. It's already autumn now. The daytime temperature is high, but mornings and evenings are still quite cold. She covered the three boys with a wool blanket sent from her family when she went to the countryside. They also sent a single cotton quilt, but she didn't use it for herself. She spread the wool blanket across, just right for her and the three boys, but she didn't leave any for herself. Then she took out the cotton quilt from the wardrobe. She wanted to share it with her dear Li Chen. She lay down beside Xiao Bao, leaving a space on the left for Li Chen, and even prepared a quilt for him. When she took the second child away, she didn't feel much at first. But when she lay down now, her heart started to race as Li Chen came over. The quiet night made her feel very nervous. Li Chen's hair was short, and after a quick wipe, it was almost dry. He grabbed the quilt and left the room. But when he reached the door to the next room, he hesitated again. Did he hear her right? Did she really want him to come and sleep with her? The more he thought about it, the more he doubted himself. Maybe he was just hearing things. He turned back, put the quilt down, and didn't hold it anymore. If it was just his imagination, he wouldn't feel so awkward. The door to the next room was open, and a faint oil lamp was lit inside. Li Chen went in and saw everything clearly. His three sons were sleeping side by side, like little piglets. Next to them, a small woman was lying straight, only her head showing. There was an empty spot beside her. Seeing him come in, Shunyi cleared her throat softly, trying to hide her excitement. She looked at the door and whispered, "Is the door closed?" Li Chen snapped out of his thoughts and turned to close the door. Shunyi patted the empty spot beside her, her voice soft and a little teasing. "What are you waiting for? Come up." Li Chen's mind involuntarily thought of ancient stories about charming spirits who people's blood and seduce scholars on their way to the imperial exams. Were they also as charming and alluring as this at night? Maybe so. Otherwise, hardworking scholars wouldn't have been so easily swayed by such enchantresses. Li Chen pressed his lips together. According to her words, he lifted the quilt and was about to lie down. But suddenly, the small woman spoke softly, like a songbird. Li Chen stopped, holding his breath. Shunyi said, "Turn off the light first." Li Chen relaxed a little, sat up, and blew out the faint oil lamp. The room fell into darkness. He reached back in the dark and stepped on something. Realizing it was her foot, he was surprised and quickly asked, "Did I hurt you?" "No," Shunyi replied, shifting slightly toward the little boy. "Can I lie down now?" Hearing her voice normal, Li Chen felt relieved. His initial doubts and nervousness eased a lot. He whispered, "Yes." He lay down beside her and a faint, pleasant fragrance filled the air, making his heart flutter. Not only Li Chen, but Shunyi as well. A strong, mature man's scent filled the air, and her hormones stirred. She couldn't help but move a little closer to Xiao Bao. Both of them silently agreed not to speak, lying in the same blanket, afraid to make any sudden movements. At first, Shunyi was a bit nervous, but as time went on, Li Chen didn't make any moves, and she gradually relaxed. What she said to Li Chen earlier, that being with him made her feel safer, was true. Knowing that the person lying beside her was him made her feel secure. Soon, she fell asleep. In her dream, she saw a warm stove nearby and unconsciously moved closer to it. Li Chen was in a tough spot. Due to the differences in male and female body structures, and because he was at a lively age, lying next to a woman, who was also the person he loved, was no joke. He held back for a long time before suppressing his impulses. Just as he was about to fall asleep, he suddenly felt something soft and fragrant touch him. He opened his eyes. In the darkness, he could barely see her peaceful sleeping outline, but he could clearly feel the smooth, tender skin that was pressed against him. The urge he had just suppressed surged again. He restrained himself from acting on his impulses, carefully shifting away. But as he moved back, she moved with him. This back and forth repeated several times, almost driving Li Chen crazy. Through the darkness, he looked at her outline fiercely. She's his wife. He thought about it intensely, but his actions remained gentle. Carefully, he slipped his arm around her neck and gently pulled her into his embrace. Holding her soft body, Li Chen sighed. He had wanted to hold her like this for a long time. Suddenly, the little woman in his arms moved. Li Chen froze, realizing she hadn't woken up, and he let out a breath of relief. Overall, this night, Li Chen experienced both sweetness and a bit of sadness. Shen Yi slept very soundly, but she was thinking about making breakfast for Li Chen. When she vaguely heard the rooster crow, she sleepily opened her eyes. As her hand reached out of the blanket, she suddenly felt a cold breeze and quickly pulled her hand back. The movement was a bit sudden, waking Li Chen from his light sleep. His voice was a little hoarse. "What's wrong?" Shen Yi's sleepy eyes suddenly widened. That voice was so close, right above her. Now fully awake, she noticed something strange. What was her head resting on? His arm. And what was that firm, warm thing in front of her? His chest. So, she was lying in Li Chen's arms? But she remembered that when they went to sleep last night, they weren't this close. There had been enough space between them for little Bao to fit in. Did she move closer in her sleep? Or did Li Chen pull her over while she was asleep? Either way, it didn't really matter. What mattered was that she was in his arms now. All traces of sleep vanished. She felt both nervous and excited, her face growing hot again. Li Chen, not hearing her answer, became more awake too. Realizing he was holding her, he stiffened slightly but didn't let go. "What's wrong?" he asked. "Nothing," Shen Yi quickly replied, relieved that the room was dark so he couldn't see her face. "I just thought, maybe it's time to get up," she explained. Li Chen let out a small sigh and reluctantly released her. He carefully lifted the blanket to keep the cold air out, opened the window, and looked outside. The sky was already turning pale. He got out of bed, slipped on his shoes, and said, "I'll get up first. It's a bit cold. You can sleep a little longer." Shen Yi sat up, wrapped in the blanket, grabbed her clothes from the bedside, and put them on. "I'll get up with you." Li Chen was about to say something, but Shen Yi hushed him. "Don't talk, or you'll wake the kids." He nodded silently. They took a flashlight and stepped outside. As soon as the door opened, a rush of cold air hit them. Shen Yi shivered, pulled her coat tighter, and hurried toward the kitchen. "Come in quickly, it's freezing." Li Chen slipped inside, and Shen Yi closed the kitchen door behind him. Li Chen lit the kerosene lamp while Shen Yi opened the grain jar. "Chen, what do you want for breakfast?" she asked. "Anything simple is fine," he said. That wouldn't do. After all the hard work of the harvest, they needed something nourishing. But it seemed there wasn't much time left. Shen Yi took some rice, a few sweet potatoes, and several eggs. "Let's have egg porridge today." "I'll steam some sweet potatoes too." Li Chen was indifferent. "Okay." He took the rice from her hand. "The water is cold. I'll wash the rice." Shen Yi didn't argue with him. The kitchen had water ready. She used a ladle to scoop water into 2 pots on the stove. The outside pot was for cooking porridge. Once Li Chen finished washing the rice, he would put it in. The inside pot was for boiling water, which they would also use later for washing up. After setting everything up, she started the fire. When the flames grew strong, she added a big piece of wood. When it burned down, she added another. Li Chen finished washing the rice and put it into the pot. Then he washed the sweet potatoes and eggs, placing them on a steaming rack, and put it into the pot, covering it. The water in the stove was warm. Shen Yi scooped some out, and the two went to wash up. When they finished, the porridge was almost boiling. They cooked it a little longer, then scooped out portions for the 3 treasures. When they woke up, they would add the eggs and cook a bit more. Cooking it now while they were still asleep would make it too fishy. They cracked an egg into the remaining porridge, added oil, salt, scallions, and soon, a fragrant, thick egg porridge was ready. Together with the steamed eggs and sweet potatoes, they carried everything to the main room. They sat facing each other and started breakfast. They thought they wouldn't have enough time, but breakfast was quick and simple, leaving them plenty of time. Li Chen ate while glancing at Shen Yi across from him. He hesitated, thinking of what to say, and after a moment, remembered a topic. "Today, don't go up the mountain to gather firewood with the 3 treasures. It's too dangerous. I'll go after the harvest." Shen Yi obediently agreed. "I know. I won't go today." Of course, it was only temporary. Her obedient attitude surprised Li Chen a little. He looked at her again. She held her bowl with both hands, sipping her porridge carefully and politely. It made him think of last night, when she curled up in his arms. Li Chen lowered his head, took a big sip of the egg porridge mixed with tiny bits of, and swallowed. It warmed his whole body. Feeling a bit hot, he took off his jacket. Chen Yi noticed and looked at the work jacket he had taken off. It was already faded and white in some places, with a few uneven patches where he had sewn it himself. Suddenly, she felt a little sad and said, "After breakfast, I will measure your size and make you 2 sets of clothes." "You can make clothes?" Li Chen was surprised. He knew she had never done sewing before. Her clothes were always sent to her by her mother. In the novel, Chen Yi indeed does not know how to make clothes. Actually, she really doesn't know how. But Li Chen's doubtful expression annoyed her. "I can learn. I will find someone to teach me. I have nothing else to do today," Chen Yi said, a bit stubborn. Li Chen. He was very eager to avoid arguing with her. "You don't have to make clothes for me. Just make some for yourself. I have plenty of clothes. My mom sent me some yesterday, then make some for Sanbao and the others. I already bought ready-made clothes for them," Chen Yi said, pulling out her secret weapon. "Are you worried that my sewing skills are bad? That I might make ugly clothes that you won't want to wear?" Li Chen. That honestly, he definitely didn't have that thought. To prove himself, he quickly finished breakfast and deliberately took a ruler to measure himself. Chen Yi was pleased with his cooperation and took his measurements. After measuring, the bell for work rang. Chen Yi handed him a water bottle and saw him off. Just as she was about to close the door, a figure suddenly rushed out. Chen Yi turned around and saw Chen Jai running towards her. She stood still. What is Chen Jai up to now? Chen Jai wasn't here to cause trouble. She was here to flatter Chen Yi. She ran over from her pocket, took out an egg, and handed it to her. I saved this egg and secretly boiled it this morning. I didn't want to eat it myself, so I thought I'd give you some to help you get stronger. You've been looking thinner lately. Here, eat it quickly. I have to go to work now or I'll be late. I'll come back to see you later." Without waiting for Chen Yi to speak, she hurriedly ran off. Chen Yi watched her running away and looked at the egg in her hand. Could Chen Jai be genuinely trying to give her an egg? Of course not. As for her real intentions, Chen Yi could probably guess. In the novel, Chen Jai often uses small favors to coax her. When she feels touched, she tends to give her even more and better things. This time, Chen Jai brought her an egg and specifically said she was reluctant to eat it, just to save it for her. She probably wanted to get something from her again. Chen Yi slightly curled her lips. Without the story's restrictions, does Chen Jai really think she can get things from her?
Dream on.
As she glanced to the side, she saw Dahua passing by. Chen Yi called out to her, "Dahua." Dahua turned around and looked at her, a bit shy. "Second aunt, here, I have an egg for you." Chen Yi handed the egg to her. "Second aunt, I can't take it. Just take it. It's from someone you don't like," Chen Yi said. Dahua. Seeing her carrying a basket and holding another bag filled with clothes, Chen Yi guessed she was going to wash clothes by the river. She frowned. "Are you washing all the family's clothes by yourself?" "Yes," Dahua hesitated. "Second aunt, have you washed your clothes?" "I still have space. I can help you wash them." Chen Yi knew she wanted to thank her. She shook her head. "No need. I can wash them myself." Dahua nodded. "All right, second aunt. I'll go wash the clothes now. Go ahead." Chen Yi looked at her thin, bony hands but said nothing. She turned and went inside. Back home, the 3 children were still sleeping. She took out some money. Yesterday, she earned over 500 yuan from various small jobs, and Li Chen gave her more than 200 yuan. After buying buns and sending money back to the Shen family, she had about 720 yuan. Although this amount wasn't large, she knew you can't become rich overnight. She still had 4 years, so there was no need to rush. Chen Yi carefully stored the money, unwrapped the package she received yesterday, and put the clothes sent by her mother into the cabinet. Then she took out the children's clothes. They didn't have many clothes, and most were old or torn. Chen Yi gave each of them 2 sets. If she wasn't worried about showing off too much, she would have taken more. When it gets colder, she plans to take out a few more. While she was thinking, she heard a soft, gentle voice. She turned around and saw that Erbao had just woken up. Second treasure, Shun-Yi called to him. Come quickly and take a look. Mom bought you new clothes. Be careful, don't wake up your older brother and younger brother. Before she finished speaking, the second treasure widened his eyes, looked at the clothes in her hand, and suddenly jumped up loudly, making a big fuss, which woke up the older and younger brothers. Mom, are these our new clothes? Shun-Yi was speechless. The older brother, dazed, woke up and, hearing the second treasure, also widened his eyes and ran over to see the new clothes. Only the youngest, little treasure, pouted sadly, feeling wronged. Shun-Yi went over and picked him up. When he saw his mom, he snuggled softly in her arms. Mom, are these the new clothes you bought for us? Second treasure held the new clothes and gestured with excitement. Yes, try them on quickly and see if they fit, Shun-Yi said. The older and second brothers immediately started trying on the clothes. Seeing little treasure still snuggled in his mom's arms, he called out, Little treasure, come down quickly. Mom bought us new clothes. At first, little treasure wasn't interested, but after seeing his brothers in their new clothes, he became interested too. Once they all changed into their new clothes, Shun-Yi looked at the three similar little ones and felt proud instantly. They resembled her and Li Chun, and all three looked very good. Although they were thin, they didn't look as scrawny as many children in the countryside nowadays. After washing, their skin was even whiter and softer, like the lucky babies in traditional paintings, looking very festive. Now dressed in new clothes, they looked like three adorable and handsome little bundles. So cute! Shun-Yi couldn't help but kiss their little faces, her pride and happiness obvious in her tone. Shun-Yi was happy, and the three treasures were naturally happy too. They kept saying they wanted to go out and play in their new clothes. Shun-Yi said, No, the new clothes have many germs. You need to wash them before wearing. The older brother, curious, asked, Mom, what are germs? Germs are. Shun-Yi explained a lot about germs, and only then did they reluctantly agree to wash the clothes before wearing them. While they went to wash up, Shun-Yi went to the kitchen to put the rice porridge back in the pot. After boiling, she added eggs, warmed up the cooled boiled eggs and sweet potatoes, and brought them out for the children to eat. During their breakfast, she took out their new clothes again to wash. After washing the clothes, the three treasures also finished eating. Shun-Yi took some cloth, a pound of brown sugar, and a pack of white rabbit candies. She brought the three treasures and went to Chen Chong's house. She was serious about making clothes for her brother Chen Chong. Chen Chong's house was not far away. Shun-Yi and the three treasures left their home, turned a corner, and went up a small hill. There were three small mud brick houses, surrounded by a fence that formed a small yard. It looked a bit poor, but it was quite clean. The main door was closed, but the door to the main hall inside was open. Shun-Yi was about to call out when Erbao loudly shouted, Wankai! Wankai! Deepening and Xiaobao also called out with him. Soon, a small head appeared from inside, running out quickly and opening the big door. Deepening, Erbao, Xiaobao, why are you here? We brought you some candy. Erbao excitedly held up a white rabbit candy and put it into Wang Sai's arms, acting a bit proud. This is from my mom. Really? Wang Sai's eyes lit up, looking at Shun-Yi expectantly. Shun-Yi smiled slightly. Yes, go ahead and eat it. Wankai, how can you just take someone else's things? Just as she finished speaking, a gentle, soft voice sounded. Shun-Yi looked over and saw a very thin woman with an unusually large belly walking over. Seeing her, Shun-Yi felt a bit nervous, worried that her slender limbs might not support her big belly. But she was wrong. Although her body looked unbalanced, she was quite agile. She walked over, took the white rabbit candy from Wang Sai's hand, and put it back into Erbao's hand. Erbao, you can take this back and eat it yourself. Erbao looked at his mother. Everyone else also looked at Shun-Yi, including the woman. When she saw her, she was a bit surprised. Sister-in-law? Why are you here? Shun-Yi hesitated, unsure how to address her. This woman was Chen Chong's wife, named Lin Daniu. Usually, they all called her sister-in-law. For Lin Daniu, she should also call her a younger sister-in-law. But she was 25 years old, while Lin Daniu was already 32, 5 years older than Chen Chang. Calling her a younger sister-in-law felt a bit awkward. As for why big sister Lin is much stronger than Chen Chang and is actually his wife, there is a little secret behind this. Chen Chang is the only child of Chen's family, but his father passed away when he was very young. His mother worked hard to earn enough for him and raised him on her own. Just when he was grown up, last year, his mother had an accident while working in the fields and hurt her leg and spine. She was bedridden and unable to take care of herself. Chen Chang wanted to marry a wife to take care of his mother, but everyone knew how difficult their family situation was. Plus, his reason for marrying was obvious, so no family was willing to send their daughter to suffer. Even though Chen Chang was willing to pay 200 yuan as bride price, no one dared to marry their daughter to him. Big sister Lin was from the neighboring Lin family village. Her parents died early, and she was the eldest daughter. To raise her younger brothers and sisters, she waited until she was 25 to get married. She married a widower who had lost his wife, and he already had 2 sons. Soon after she married, she got pregnant and gave birth to a son named Wang Kai. A few years later, her husband died in an accident. Her 2 stepsons said she and Wang Kai were bad luck, blaming her for causing their father's death, and they drove her out. She had to bring Wang Kai back home, but unexpectedly, her younger siblings, whom she raised herself, also disliked her and Wang Kai, refusing to let them return. With nowhere to go and no money, big sister Lin heard that Chen Chang from nearby Qingshui village wanted to marry, so she came overnight with her son. She said she didn't want any bride price, only that Chen Chang accept Wang Kai and she would marry him to take care of his mother. They quickly agreed and got married. Big sister Lin also noticed that Shen Yi looked conflicted, so she hurriedly said, "Big sister-in-law, just call me big sister or Wang Cai's mother. That's what everyone calls me." Big sister, Shen Yi smiled. "You can also call me Yi." "All right." Big sister Lin smiled shyly. She had been married to Chen Chang for a short time and had seen Shen Yi a few times, but they hadn't interacted much. From what Chen Chang and the villagers said, Shen Yi was a delicate and proud person. But she didn't look like that at all. Shen Yi wondered if she looked too fierce. To avoid scaring her, she could only try to smile more kindly. Sure enough, seeing her smile kindly, Lin Daniu relaxed a lot and invited her in, saying, "Come inside and sit for a while." "Are you here to see Qiangzi?" "He's not home. He's gone to work. I'm here to see you," Shen Yi said as she followed her inside. "I heard you're very good at sewing, so I wanted to ask you for some advice." Lin Daniu's sewing skills were famous. When she didn't ask for a bride price, Chen Chang bought her a sewing machine. Since then, Chen's family became one of the few households in Qingshui village with a sewing machine. Lin Daniu understood and looked at the big white rabbit candies she was again giving to Wang Kai. "You don't need to bring such expensive gifts. You're being too polite. There's also a pound of brown sugar," Shen Yi said, handing the sugar to Lin Daniu. "It's not just because of that. I haven't paid much attention to Sanbao before, so I appreciate you taking care of them. We haven't really taken much care," Lin Daniu said a little shyly. Honestly, they didn't do much, just sometimes inviting the kids over for a bowl of porridge when Li Chen was busy and couldn't watch them. Lin Daniu returned the items. "You can take them back. Brother Chen often looks after my son Qiangzi." The sewing machine was also provided by him. "If you want to use it, you can just take it. With Brother Chen, who knows who's taking care of whom? The money for the sewing machine was also from you," Shen Yi said politely with a smile. "Anyway, you should accept these small gifts. It's just a little token of my thanks, unless you don't want to teach me." Shen Yi looked at her pregnant belly. "And you're about to give birth, right? It will be winter then. If you take this brown sugar, you can drink some to keep warm." This last comment seemed to touch Lin Daniu. She hesitated but finally agreed. "Thank you so much." Wang Kai was very happy. Shen Yi told Daba, Bao, and Wang Kai to go out and play. Little Bao insisted on going too, so Shen Yi had no choice but to let him. She warned Daba and Bao, "Make sure to watch your little brother. Lin Dania looked at her in surprise but said nothing. She changed the subject, asking, "Do you want to make clothes for Sanbao?" "No, I want to make clothes for Brother Chen," Shunyi said as she sorted fabric and thread without turning around. She didn't notice Lin Dania's surprised expression. Dame Lin confirmed, "You said you want to make clothes for Brother Chen?" Dame Lin paused, picked up her fabric, and asked, "What kind of clothes do you want to make? Let's start with a piece of underwear." "I haven't gotten the cotton for the winter clothes yet." Dame Lin nodded and began teaching Shunyi how to measure sizes and operate the sewing machine. Shunyi spent almost the whole morning learning how to use the sewing machine. Her hands were pricked several times, and she wasted many pieces of fabric. Seeing the wasted fabric, Dame Lin felt a pang of pain. Even though it wasn't her fabric, it was still too much waste. Noticing her look, Shunyi comforted her. "It's okay. The leftover fabric can be used for Sanbao and the others." Dame Lin. Wealthy and carefree, thanks to Shunyi's persistent effort and Dame Lin's help, she finally made a men's underwear in the morning. However, the finished product was crooked, the stitches uneven, and there were many loose threads. "Shunyi, forget it, let's go home and cook first." Before leaving, she took the underwear with her. Dame Lin held back her laughter. "Shunyi." Back home, Sanbao and the others hadn't returned yet. Shunyi first steamed the rice, then stewed the pig's trotters left from yesterday, and went to the vegetable plot to pick a large cabbage. After washing it, she was about to stir-fry when she saw Li Chen bringing Sanbao and a few others back. Erbao happily ran over to her, excitedly saying, "Mom, did you make a piece of clothing for Dad?" Shunyi quickly glanced at Li Chen, who was outside washing his hands. She immediately squatted down and whispered, "Yes, but don't tell Dad that the clothes are too ugly." Before she finished, Erbao already shouted loudly, "Dad, I was telling the truth. Mom really made you a piece of clothing this morning." Shunyi. "Is it finished?" Li Chen came in as expected, with a tone that hinted at anticipation. "Let me see." Shunyi stood up and directed him to help with the fire, seriously saying, "Later. Let's cook first." As for this later, Shunyi didn't specify when, and she didn't see Li Chen until he went to work. After Li Chen went to work, Shunyi prepared the mung bean porridge as usual, tidied up the house simply, then took a nap with the 3 children. When she woke up, she went to deliver the porridge. After drinking some water, she went to Chen's house. Big Treasure and the others couldn't sit still, so they went out to play. Shunyi didn't stop them. That morning's experience taught her a lot. She practiced for about 2 more hours and finally made a decent piece of clothing. Of course, she couldn't have done it without Lin Dania's help. Lin Dania was pregnant and didn't need to work. She mainly stayed at home to cook and look after Mother Chen, who was sick in bed.
She had some free time.
She often guided Shunyi. Seeing her serious about sewing, Lin Dania would handle the leftover fabric nearby, cutting it into pieces according to the sizes of the 3 children. When Shunyi finished, Lin Dania would sit at the sewing machine. In no time, a few small clothes were made, which amazed Shunyi. Although Lin Dania insisted she didn't want any, Shunyi still gave her 2 small clothes. Wang Kai was about the same size as Big Treasure and Second Treasure, and could wear them. Just as they were about to finish and go home, Big Treasure and Second Treasure returned with Little Treasure and Wang Kai, both crying loudly. They were covered in mud, especially Second Treasure and Wang Kai, who looked like mud dolls. If they weren't her own children, Shunyi might not even recognize them. "What's wrong?" Shunyi and Lin Daniu each went to hug and comfort the crying children. Big Treasure and Second Treasure looked a bit guilty and didn't dare to look at them. Shunyi knew they were afraid she would blame them for causing trouble, so she asked directly, "Who bullied you?" When Second Treasure heard that she was on their side, he immediately puffed up his cheeks. "Taizhu." He clenched his fists tightly, as if he wanted to punch Taizhu if he was nearby. Hearing it was Li Taizhu, Shunyi's expression turned cold. "Did he hit you?" "He took our fish again." Even Big Treasure couldn't hold back and said angrily, "That fish was first seen by Wang Kai." He said he saw it first and pushed Wang Kai into the ditch. Big Treasure tried to pull Wang Kai away, but Taizhu splashed muddy water from the ditch onto Big Treasure's face. Seeing his older brother and good friends being bullied, second baby naturally couldn't just stand by. He stepped forward to try to push Iron Pillar away, but Iron Pillar was bigger and had his friends around him. As a result, second baby was pushed into the mud pit himself. Little baby. Little baby saw Wonkai crying and started crying along with him. Are you hurt? Shunyi wiped the small mud from their faces. The three children shook their heads, feeling wronged. Shunyi let out a sigh of relief. Glad they weren't hurt. Go wash your faces. Mom will take you to get revenge, Shunyi said. Mom, really? Second baby looked up excitedly. He still remembered how, a few days ago, Shunyi had scolded Li Taiju, and Li Taiju looked scared. Mom won't let you be bullied, Shunyi replied. Go wash your faces first. Hearing this, second baby hurriedly pulled little baby to wash his face. Big baby also looked at Wonkai. Wonkai wiped his tears from his face and went to wash his face too. Lin Danyu watched Wangcai's back and hesitated before looking at Shunyi. Are you really planning to go and get revenge? Yes. Shunyi looked at the mud-covered backs of the three children and answered without hesitation. Lin Danyu felt uneasy. Shunyi noticed her and looked back at her, understanding her worries. Wangcai was, after all, a child brought over by Lin Danyu after her remarriage, not Chen Chong's son. In the village, he was already sensitive. Many people talked about him behind his back, and some even mocked him openly, calling him a burden. If he had a conflict with the village children, the villagers would probably side more with the local kids. That would make Wangcai's position in the village even more awkward. As Wangcai's mother, Lin Danyu naturally didn't want her son to face such a situation. So, when Wangcai was bullied, she often told him to endure it if he could. Shunyi didn't agree with this approach, but she understood Lin Danyu's concerns. However, seeing Wangcai's weak figure, Shunyi couldn't bear it anymore and said, If you keep enduring, others will think you're easy to bully. Then she called the three children over. Wangcai saw that Shunyi clearly didn't want to take him along. He looked at his mother blankly, then, as if realizing something, lowered his head and silently walked over to Lin Danyu. Seeing his son's shy and disappointed expression, Lin Danyu felt a pang of pain. Suddenly, she grabbed Wangcai's hand and said, Let's go. Mom will help you get revenge. Most children around Li Tieju's age are still in school. However, because there is no school in Qingshui village, children who want to go to school have to walk half an hour along a mountain path to the commune school. Due to the distance, poverty, and the presence of educated youth who return to the countryside after high school, many people think studying is useless. As a result, many children in Qingshui village are not sent to school. They stay at home to take care of younger siblings or do light work to earn work points. Li Taiju is one of them. He has two younger sisters, and Jiang Ailing, who cares for him, often makes his sisters help with chores. The work points are credited to him. Li Taiju spends his days hanging out with his group of brothers, idling around. His brothers are either spoiled at home like him or are children with no one to take care of them. Today, they played a game of guerrilla warfare. When they got hungry and looked for food, they happened to meet Wangcai and his friends, and they casually stole Wangcai's fish. If it were other children, they might not dare to steal, but Wangcai and his friends knew his background. They often liked to tease him, and even if they stole his things, he might not dare to tell his family. So, they stole confidently. However, their group had 5 people, and the fish they stole weighed less than half a jin. When roasted, it wouldn't be enough for even one person to eat. After Sanbao and the others left, they stayed behind to continue fishing. When Shunyi and Sanbao's group arrived, they hadn't left yet. Li Taiju saw Shunyi and didn't feel as afraid as he did a few days ago. A few days ago, his mother scolded him, saying Shunyi was just a delicate girl. If a fight really broke out, she might not be able to beat him. Li Taiju thought about it and realized he was 9 years old, strong, and if Shunyi hadn't grabbed his collar and choked him, she might not have been able to fight him. Plus, he had many brothers to help him. Li Taiju considered himself a fighter, and since he was part of the fighting world, he couldn't let others look down on him. To regain his authority, Li Taiju immediately called his brothers. They looked at Shin-yi and her group with unfriendly eyes, finally focusing their gaze on Wang Kai. Their eyes were full of threats. I didn't expect this troublemaker to dare to go back and complain today. Wang Kai noticed their looks and, feeling scared, hid in his mother's arms. He timidly said, "Mom, they took my fish." Lin Dania hugged Wang Kai and looked at Li Taizhu and the others with a fierce expression, feeling a bit nervous herself. But in front of the children, she couldn't show weakness. She gathered her courage and asked, "Did you take Wang Kai's fish?" "What do you mean we took your fish?" "We saw the fish first," Li Taizhu immediately shouted. "No, it was me." Wang Kai's voice was a little shaky under their gaze. Actually, if it weren't for Sanbao and the others today, he wouldn't dare to complain. Wang Kai saw it first. Erbao quickly held his friend's hand to give him courage and shouted loudly, "You're lying." "What proof do you have that we're lying?" One of Li Tiezhu's friends, Wang Yan's son, He Weidong, retorted. There were only two groups fighting over the fish. So where's the proof? Seeing Erbao and Wang Kai look confused, the people on Li Tiezhu's side felt more confident. They kept demanding proof or accused them of slander. Li Tiezhu's group had 5 people. Besides Go Dan, the other 4 were about 8 or 9 years old. Compared to Sanbao and the others, who were around 5 or 6, they seemed more confident. This made Sanbao and Wang Kai very angry and red in the face. They had thick skin and were shameless, so there was nothing they could do about it. Wang Kai felt the most wronged. He looked at his mother. Lin Daniu supported her belly. She felt helpless against such bullies and looked at Shin-yi. For some reason, she inexplicably trusted her. Shin-yi thought for a moment, then looked at a small new pond dug beside the drainage ditch. Inside, there was a medium-sized fish. She suddenly smiled and said, "Forget it. The fish is too small. If they want it, we can give it to them. Let's catch a few bigger ones." "Okay, Mom. There aren't many fish left in the water now." Debao hesitated. Shin-yi looked at the drainage ditch. Not far away was the river, with flowing water. It was quite a lot, but because it passed through rice fields, it carried a lot of mud and was very muddy. Shin-yi looked confident and said, "But I think there's plenty of water." She finished speaking, and Li Taizhu and the others all sneered, mocking her for overestimating herself. Qingshui village is located in the middle of the river, where there aren't many fish. Because farmers don't have meat tickets, they can only fish by the river to eat meat. Recently, due to the autumn harvest, everyone wants to catch some fish to strengthen their bodies. During the harvest period, many families have been fishing very hard. Now, there are hardly any fish left in the river. Li Taizhu and his friends fished for a long time, but didn't catch a single fish. They grew up in the countryside and couldn't catch any, let alone Shin-yi. Shin-yi ignored them. She rolled up her pants and walked to the water ditch, watching the water surface. Seeing her focused look, everyone looked in her direction. They could only see the rushing, murky water, but they couldn't help holding their breath and watching her hand movements. Suddenly, Shin-yi reached out her hand and dipped it into the water. She caught a large, oval-shaped, flat fish. Its rounded tail fins swung vigorously from side to side, making a loud sound. Sanbao and Wang Kai exclaimed in surprise. Li Taizhu and the others stared with wide eyes, unable to believe what they saw. "Erbao, move aside," Shin-yi said, then threw the fish onto the ground. The fish landed and jumped lively. Everyone finally came back to their senses. Erbao happily squatted down and picked up the fish, saying excitedly, "What a big fish!" As she spoke, another fish was thrown up. Then a third, fourth, fifth. Each time she caught a fish, Shin-yi moved to a different spot. Of course, she didn't catch one every time. When she missed, she would regretfully say, "Oh, it got away." But her speed in catching fish was already impressive. She wasn't satisfied with just catching fish herself. Seeing Erbao so excited, she waved her hand and called him over. In Erbao's eyes, her mother looked like she was glowing. He ran toward her, asking, "Mom, do you want to teach me how to catch fish?" "Yes," Shin-yi said, giving him her pants cuff. "Be careful, don't fall. Just squat here. When I call you, reach out your hand, okay? Okay, okay?" Erbao nodded eagerly, showing his excitement. Look carefully at the water flow. Do you see that? Are there ripples? Shani was making up stories seriously. Of course, she didn't know how to fish normally. The fish she caught were taken out of the water, using her mind to pull them from the space. Erbao's eyes were wide open, and he couldn't see the ripples her mother mentioned. He was about to ask, "Mom, where is it?" "Be quiet, don't scare the fish away," Shani whispered. "Watch that ripple carefully. Catch it." Erbao was confused. His mother told him to catch the fish, so he reached out eagerly and then shouted happily, "I caught it! I caught it! Mom, I did it!" Shani repeated her tricks to teach Debao and Wang Kai. Xiaobao was still too young, so she didn't teach him. In short, her little tricks made Iron Pill and others think there were many fish in the river and that they were easy to catch. So they also rolled up their pants and tried to catch fish like Shani. After catching more than 10 fish, Shani and her group stopped. 10 fish were enough. They couldn't carry more by hand. Erbao volunteered to go back and get a bucket. They sat on the bank, watching him and waiting for him to bring the fish, while also observing Li Taizhu and his group fishing. Li Taizhu and his friends imitated Shani's method, staring intently at the water surface. They watched for a long time but couldn't figure it out, so they simply reached out to grab. But they didn't catch anything. Just as they were about to give up, a fish suddenly appeared on the murky water. The group was startled. Li Taizhu and He Weidong reacted the fastest and lunged forward. Mud splashed everywhere. They bumped into each other and missed the fish. Instead of catching it, they hit their heads. Li Taizhu was in pain, and his eyes turned red. His voice choked with emotion as he scolded, "He Weidong, what are you doing? It's all your fault, you scared the fish away. I'm trying to catch fish. I saw that, so why do I need to catch it?" "How would I know you saw it?" They argued loudly, tears starting to fall. The other two, and the dog looked at them blankly. Shani, who was causing trouble, sighed, "They're just kids." "Mom." Erbao ran over quickly with the bucket, smiling brightly. "I brought the bucket." Shani took the bucket from him, picked up a crucian carp, and put it in the bucket. She said, "Put the fish into the bucket. We'll take them home tonight and have fish for dinner, okay?" Debao, Erbao, Xiaobao, and Wang Kai happily responded, showing no sign of the anger and frustration they had just felt when the fish was snatched away. They hurriedly picked up the fish from the ground and put it into the bucket. Meanwhile, Li Taizhu and He Weidong had stopped arguing and were quietly wiping their tears. They couldn't catch any fish and could only watch silently as Shani and her group enjoyed a good catch. Shani looked at He Weidong, whose eyes were red but who stubbornly refused to cry, and she waved to him. He Weidong immediately walked over to Shani, feeling a bit shy after the recent fight. "Aunt Li, are you looking for me? Do you want to eat fish?" Shani asked kindly. He Weidong swallowed hard, secretly glancing at the fish in the bucket. There were many kinds: crucian carp, grass carp, blackfish. And they were big and fat. He had never caught such large fish before. "Answer my question and I'll give you one," Shani said gently. "Did you just take Wang Kai's fish? Did you also bully Debao and the others?" Cough cough, Li Taizhu panicked when he heard this. He forgot to cry and hurriedly cleared his throat, worried that He Weidong might betray him. But speaking out made He Weidong react defensively. He directly said, "Yes. Do you know you were wrong?" Li Taizhu became even more anxious and stepped forward. "He Weidong, I know." He Weidong challenged him with a look. "Then apologize to them. If they forgive you, I'll give you a fish." He Weidong. He licked his lips. Still a child of 9 or 10, in a time when even eating rice mixed with sweet potatoes was enough to fill him, fish was a big temptation. He looked at Sanbao and Wang Kai, his voice a little muffled. "Sorry." Unexpectedly, he actually said sorry. Debao and Erbao looked up at their mother. Shani smiled. "Do you want to forgive him?" Erbao looked at his older brother, and Debao thought for a moment before nodding. But he added a condition: "You can't bully Wang Kai again in the future." Wang Kai also looked at his mother. Lin Daniu saw He Weidong say sorry, and tears suddenly welled up. She knew her son had been bullied by these people all along, but she had always told him to endure it. She never thought there would be a day when they would apologize. At this moment, seeing his son look over, she quickly wiped her tears. Wonkai, if you want to forgive, then forgive. If not, then don't. No need to ask Mom. Wonkai seemed to understand a little and looked at Huidong. I forgive you. Shunyi took a Christian carp out of the bucket. Here, this is yours. Look at how generous your brothers are. You can't bully them anymore in the future. When Huidong first apologized, he was a bit stubborn, but now he felt a little ashamed. He mumbled, maybe I don't want this fish anymore. Take it. Just promise not to bully your brothers again, Shunyi said. She then looked at Lu Guanjuan and He Fugue, who were among the five, smiling warmly. What about you two? He Fugue is a cousin of Huidong, so he naturally followed his brother. Lu Guanjuan wanted to eat fish, so he also apologized to Sanbao and Wonkai. Shunyi divided a fish to each of them. Seeing this, Gooden eagerly stepped forward, thinking that his second aunt might ask him next. But Shunyi didn't ask Gooden. Instead, she looked at Taiju. Li Taiju held his chin up. He also wanted a fish but didn't want to apologize. He knew Gooden would admit his mistake, and after doing so, Gooden would get a fish. He could eat one at home too. When Li Taiju was at home, he almost caused a big fuss over a piece of meat. Now, with such a big fish in front of him, he refused to admit his mistake. Shunyi didn't believe he was that brave. She looked at Gooden, who was staring at her eagerly. Gooden quickly said, Second aunt, I know I was wrong. Big brother Dabo, second brother Erbao, Wonkai, and little Bao, I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Shunyi glanced at Li Taiju and saw him looking at her sideways. She smiled slightly, took a big white rabbit candy from her pocket, and handed it to Gooden. Admitting your mistake and changing is a good trait. Here, have this. Gooden grabbed the candy, but his eyes stayed on the fish in the bucket. He seemed confused about why Huidong and the others had apologized, and second aunt gave them fish, but he apologized and only got candy. Because your brother didn't apologize, second aunt didn't want to give him a fish. As she spoke, another fish appeared in Shunyi's bucket. Huidong quickly took the fish from Wangcai's hand and said politely, Aunt Li, this is Wangcai's fish. Shunyi nodded, thinking he was quite teachable. Li Tieju's eyes widened. Seeing Shunyi and her group walking further away, Li Taiju immediately regretted not having fish to eat tonight. He quickly caught up and said, I was wrong. Debao, Erbao, Xiaobao, and Wonkai, I'm sorry. Can you forgive me? He then looked at Shunyi with a flattering smile. Second auntie, can you give me a fish? Of course. Shunyi stopped and smiled slightly. No. Shunyi ignored Li Tieju's angry and resentful expression and simply pulled Sanbao home. Lin Daniu supported her belly and walked beside her, originally wanting to help Shunyi carry the bucket of fish. But since she was pregnant, her belly size compared to her limbs made Shunyi feel worried. She didn't dare let her help carry anything. Still, the fish were quite heavy. Although she didn't catch too many, she caught 13 in total. Most weighed 3 or 4 jin, with a few around 5 or 6 jin. Altogether, they weighed over 50 jin. She gave 3 fish to Huidong and his friends, leaving about 40 jin remaining. Seeing that their mother was struggling to carry the fish, Sanbao and the others hurried over to help lift them. Lin Daniu felt grateful, but also a bit worried. She looked back at the Li brothers still standing there, and then at the fish in Huidong's hands. After hesitating for a moment, she thought she should remind Shunyi, are you really not going to give them any fish? Afraid Shunyi might think she was meddling, she quickly explained, I mean Li Taiju and Go Dan are Uncle Chen's nephews. If they go home and complain, do you think the Li family might think you gave fish to Huidong and the others but not to the nephews, and then have opinions about you? Shunyi understood that Lin Daniu was concerned about her. Given Jiang Ailing's personality, this situation was very likely to happen, but people who have opinions about me will still have opinions even if I give them fish, she thought. So, why should I change my actions just to consider their feelings? Moreover, she had already given Li Taiju a chance, but he insisted on being petty, trying to manipulate her even when apologizing. His selfishness was endless. If she gave him fish, who knew if he would become even worse next time? Lin Danyu asked, but won't Uncle Chen feel torn? He will stand on my side, Shen Yi said confidently, her expression very natural. Originally, I wanted to advise Shen Yi's big sister, Lin Danyu. As Li Chen's good friend's wife, Lin Danyu naturally knows how Li Chen feels about Shen Yi. Suddenly, she felt a bit emotional. A man who loves and protects you is the biggest confidence a woman has in her in-laws' family. Shen Yi doesn't need to think hard to know who is more important to Li Chen, herself, Sanbao, or the third family. She can tell easily. Otherwise, she wouldn't be making this trip again. As for Li Chen's parents, Shen Yi can only hope they understand clearly. If not, she always believes that loving others starts with loving herself first. Although she doesn't want Li Chen to be caught in the middle, she will never compromise or accept unfair treatment. When they arrived at the Chen family's place, Shen Yi put down the bucket to give fish to Lin Danyu. Lin Danyu stubbornly refused, saying she hadn't helped much and that they should take the fish back to eat themselves. Shen Yi said, "There are so many. How long do we need to eat them? Hurry up and take them. Even if you don't eat, Qiangzi and Wang Kai will want to. Your baby in your belly and your mother-in-law need some nutrition too." Besides, some of these fish were caught by Wang Kai. Wang Kai, hurry and go home to bring the bucket. Unable to refuse, Lin Danyu felt embarrassed and accepted the fish, repeatedly thanking her. Shen Yi gave her 3 fish, plus the one Wang Kai caught himself, making 4 in total. There were still 7 more, all live fish. If they put them in a broken water tank, they could keep them alive for 10 or 15 days. Sanbao and the others were so happy, leaning over the broken water tank curiously. Everyone was covered in mud. Shen Yi took cold water into the kitchen, boiled a pot of hot water, and steamed some rice. When she came out, she saw them still watching with great interest. She told them to take a bath first. They reluctantly left. Their new clothes had already been washed and dried. Shen Yi folded them and placed them on a small bench nearby, telling them to change after their bath. "Wear your new clothes, but make sure to wash off all the mud." Hearing this, Sanbao stopped playing with water and started supervising and helping each other. Shen Yi took out a chopping board and knife, ready to kill the fish, when Li Chen returned. He was strong and quick. After finishing his work, he came back early, even earlier than many who had just finished work. As soon as he entered and saw the 3 sons sitting in a big basin with no clothes on, and his wife with mud on her clothes and hair, he paused in surprise. Sanbao was very excited to see his father and eagerly boasted about what they had done today, proudly saying how amazing their mother was. Li Chen listened while walking inside, saw the fish in the broken water jar, and looked at Shen Yi with pride that couldn't be hidden. Shen Yi slightly smiled, feeling a bit shy, and said, "Help Sanbao and the others wash off the mud on their bodies. We can do it ourselves." Erbao immediately said loudly, "We've already washed very clean." They were eager to wear new clothes, after all. But to Li Chen, it seemed like his little second son was looking down on him. He coldly looked at Erbao and said, "If you don't wash it well, I will scold you later." Erbao huffed in protest. Li Chen then took the knife from Shen Yi and said, "If they can't wash it properly, don't worry about them. Are you planning to kill a fish?" "Which one?" Shen Yi was speechless. "Let's kill 2 grass carp. Today we'll make fish slices in spicy broth," Shen Yi said. "Later, call Dad and Mom over too." Li Chen had no objection and caught 2 smaller grass carp. Shen Yi explained how to cut the fish slices and how big they should be. Li Chen understood quickly and started working efficiently. Shen Yi had nothing more to do. She should have gone to do her own things, but she looked around, squatted beside Li Chen, and chatted casually about what happened today, finally saying, "Some people only apologized because they wanted to eat fish. But since their attitude was sincere and they're just kids, I don't want to argue with them. But Taizhu is too scheming. He wanted to eat fish but refused to apologize, tried to use Go Dan, and only hurried to apologize when he saw I didn't give Go Dan any. He's selfish and opportunistic." As she spoke, Shen Yi got angry with herself. "And he has bullied Sanbao more than once." Li Chen looked up at her. He rarely saw her so lively and innocent, and he looked at her a few more times with interest. Seeing him stare without speaking, Shen Yi bit her lip and asked, "Do you think what I did was wrong?" Li Chen snapped out of his thoughts, sneered, and said, "If I find out that Li Taiju dares to let people bully my son, I will beat him until his is swollen." It seemed like Shen Yi's punishment was still too light. Shen Yi, with a slight smile, she asked, "So, I caught so many fish and shared them with you Weidong and others, but didn't give any to Taiju and the third brother. If they get upset, will you feel uncomfortable?" Li Chen sneered coldly, showing a protective attitude. "I would be unhappy if his son hit my son." Shen Yi's eyes sparkled. "Then, Mom and Dad," Li Chen said, "I'll explain to them," and continued to look at her carefully and seriously. "Don't worry, I will definitely support you and Sanbao." After saying that, he kept slicing the fish. Shen Yi felt so touched her heart almost melted. She looked at his clean, sharp features, the high nose and thin lips, and suddenly felt a strong desire to get close to him. Li Chen noticed she hadn't left and looked up at her, as if asking if she had anything else to say. Shen Yi encouraged herself silently, just one quick kiss, then she would run away. Just as she was about to make her move, suddenly behind her a voice called out, "Mom, Dad." Shen Yi was startled and shivered a little. She looked back and saw Erbao, who had finished bathing and changed into new clothes, running over excitedly. Erbao asked, "Mom, do you think my new clothes look good?" Shen Yi. She stood up, forced a smile. Yes, they look great." "You are the best." She hurriedly avoided eye contact with Li Chen and ran away, as if escaping. Erbao looked at his mother's back with some confusion, thinking she ran so fast because she needed to go to the bathroom, and called out, "Mom, the bathroom isn't over there." Shen Yi almost stumbled. Erbao continued to look at his father, hoping he would praise him, but saw his father's cold gaze. Feeling something was wrong, Erbao turned around and ran back to find his older brother and younger brother.
Li Shen
Was thinking, did she just want to kiss him? It seemed like it, but also maybe not. He was torn between yes and no, staring at Shen Yi's back with intense focus.
Shen Yi
pretended to be calm, took a hot shower. After washing, she found Li Chen had already sliced all the fish and cleaned the pot. She used some seasoning to marinate the fish, then remembered the jars of pickled vegetables she saw at the Chen family's house today. She took 3 eggs and asked Erbao to exchange 1 jar of pickled vegetables. The second treasure quickly returned. Aunt Lin brought him a big plate of food and plenty of dried chili peppers. Shen Yi prepared some pickled vegetables, dried chili peppers and chopped scallions, and garlic for later use. Then she heated oil in a pot, added the scallions and garlic and fried the fish bones and head until golden. She poured in water, brought it to a boil, then added the pickled vegetables and other ingredients to cook until thick. She removed the pickled vegetables and fish bones and placed them in a large, clean aluminum tray. Next, she added the fish slices, cooked them until done, and combined everything in the large tray. She sprinkled peppercorns and dried chili peppers on top, then poured hot oil over it, filling the air with a wonderful aroma. The 3 treasures watched eagerly. Even Li Chen, who was tending the fire, couldn't help but swallow hard. They made 2 fish, plus the pickled vegetables, filling the big aluminum tray completely. Tonight there was only pickled fish. After bringing it to the main hall, Shen Yi asked Li Chen to go call Li's parents. Because the second treasure was wearing new clothes and wanted to show off in front of Taiju, he also wanted to go. Little Treasure wanted to follow his older brother. Big Treasure didn't go. He stayed home to help his mother serve the meal. At old Li's house, the atmosphere was very gloomy. After Li Taiju was rejected by Shen Yi, he cried with dog egg and went home. When he found Jiang Ailing wasn't there, he cried and went to the fields to look for her. He told a long story, but didn't mention that he had bullied Sand Treasure. Instead, he said that second aunt had caught many fish and gave them to He Weidong and others, but didn't give any to him and Dog Egg. Jiang Ailing was furious when she heard about Shen Yi's favoritism. She went to complain to Li's parents again. Li's parents were confused but, wanting to protect their family, told Jiang Ailing not to make a fuss. Jiang Ailing felt that Li's parents were defending Shen Yi, which made her very angry. She cried out in the fields, and everyone learned that Shen had caught a lot of fish today. Suddenly, everyone's expressions changed subtly. After last night, when Shen confronted Wang Yan, everyone knew that Shen's family was well off. Some envied her, others were jealous. The jealous ones said Shen had taken the family's things for herself. Wang Yan was also there. Yesterday, because Shen didn't give her a wild boar, she was scolded by her mother-in-law at home and held a grudge against Shen. She initially wanted to join in criticizing Shen, but when she heard that Shen had given her son a fish, she was so happy she forgot her grudge from the night before. She started defending Shen, saying, "It's just a few fish, after all. Who hasn't caught fish before? Has your family never caught any? Or was it their family? Why didn't you say that you took public property for yourselves back then? When was that? I still remember the village chief catching 2 fish, right? Oh, and the team leader's son also caught one a few days ago. Were they also taking public property for themselves? I'm telling you, there aren't many fish in this river. Over the years, everyone has accepted that whoever catches a fish owns it. When Li Chen's wife caught one, it was hers. Why should they share it with you? And besides, our family still has wild boar meat that we got thanks to others' help. Now you're thinking about their fish again. How shameless can you be? Blah blah blah." Wang Yan, known as the most talkative woman in Qingshui village, was very quick with her words, leaving others speechless. The team leader in charge of production originally wanted to scold a few words when the commotion started, but after hearing Wang Yan, he quietly left. Others remembered the wild boar meat at home and didn't speak anymore. Wang Yan won a verbal victory happily. Just thinking about having fish for dinner tonight made her even more excited. She worked extra hard and even finished work early. Hee, she's going home to make fish for dinner. Jiang Ailing watched Wang Yan run back home, her face turning red with anger. She declared unilaterally that her friendship with Wang Yan, built just yesterday, was now broken. Even after work and returning home, she was still angry and impatient, acting annoyed about everything. Li's mother couldn't hold back and scolded her a few times. Although she also thought that the second family was in the wrong for catching fish and not sharing, keeping the fish for themselves, Li's mother didn't think it was wrong. But if they took public property and gave it to outsiders instead of their own family, she felt it was a bit unreasonable. But any conflict should be resolved within the family. Jiang Ailing shouldn't have publicly scolded Shen in front of everyone. If the crime of taking public property for private use is proven, it would involve the whole family. This made Jiang Ailing even angrier. Smelling the fish aroma from the neighbor's house, she said sarcastically to Li Sanhong, "You treat them like older brothers and sisters, but they don't see you as a younger brother. From now on, pretend you don't have this second brother and sister-in-law. The bridge and the road are separate. They won't get anything from me." Mother Li angrily scolded, "Jiang Ailing, you've done enough. They don't owe you anything, and besides, what good things do you have to give them, Mom?" Jiang Ailing's face turned pale, and she was about to say something. But she was interrupted by Bao, who appeared at the door. She looked at him unhappily, and immediately saw that his hands were empty. According to the usual routine these days, when Bao shows up, he brings meat for Mr. and Mrs. Li. But now his hands were empty. Jiang Ailing instinctively thought that Shen no longer brought meat for the elderly, and she sneered. "Yes, I don't have anything good to give her, but even if I did, she wouldn't want to give it to you." Before she finished speaking, Jiang Ailing caught sight of the tall man at the door holding little Bao. She instinctively swallowed her words, but accidentally choked on her saliva and started coughing loudly. Jiang Ailing's face turned red. Everyone looked in her direction and saw Li Chen holding little Bao at the door. Li Sanhong saw Li Chen with a cold face and remembered what his wife had just said. He wondered if his second brother had heard it. Li Sanhong thought to himself that he was the youngest of the 3 brothers. If asked who was the most feared person in the family, it wasn't their parents or their eldest brother Li Dabin, but their second brother Li Chen. He couldn't help but feel pain from past lessons. In this era, usually, the eldest son was the most relied upon by the parents, and the oldest son was the favorite. The middle child, the second son, was often ignored by the parents. The Li family was no exception. His eldest brother, Li Dabin, had been favored by their parents since childhood. He was honest and sensible. Li Sanhong, as the youngest son, was the most spoiled by their parents, so he was a bit mischievous. His second brother, compared to the eldest and him, was somewhat neglected by their parents, so he was more reckless, often fighting and causing trouble. He would solve problems with fists rather than words, and he was both fierce and resentful. Young Li Sanhong didn't know at the time that, out of greed, he had stolen 2 yuan from his mother to buy snacks. 2 yuan was a huge sum at that time. After spending it, he started to feel afraid and tried to shift the blame. It wasn't the first time he had done such a thing, but he usually blamed his elder brother or sister. Coincidentally, that day, they were all away, and only his second brother was present. So he said it was his second brother who had stolen the money. As a result, his second brother beat him in front of their parents, causing him to cry loudly. He almost got beaten to death, while his parents nervously tried to stop the fight. Afterwards, they didn't blame his second brother at all. At that moment, he realized that his second brother was truly the head of the family, someone even their parents feared. From then on, he was afraid to provoke his second brother and stopped doing things that might cause trouble or false accusations. At this time, Li Sanhong was worried that his second brother might get angry and hurt his wife because of her recent words. He quickly stood up, forced a smile, and said, "Second brother, don't take what this crazy woman says seriously. You will always be my second brother." Li Chen slightly smiled and said, "You also blame your second sister-in-law for not giving Taiju fish?"
No.
Li Sanhong quickly denied. Second sister-in-law catches fish and gives it to whoever she wants.
Why would I be upset about that?
Li Sanhong's flattering attitude made Jiang Ailing feel very angry. She wondered why her husband was so timid. He wouldn't even stand up for his own son. Feeling upset, Jiang Ailing raised her chin and said, "Second brother, Sanhong is right. Second sister-in-law catches a lot of fish, and she can give it to outsiders like He Weidong and He Fugui. Why can't she give some to Taiju? Does she think that her nephew is less important than outsiders?" Li Chen didn't answer Jiang Ailing directly. Instead, he looked at Taiju with a cold gaze and asked, "What good thing did you do that I need to hear about?" Everyone was surprised and looked at Taiju. Feeling guilty under their gaze, Taiju quickly hid behind his mother. Little Erbao, being clever, immediately shouted, "Big cousin bullied us, took wang-sized fish, and refused to apologize. That's why my mom didn't give him any fish. I apologized." Taiju retorted loudly when he heard that. "But my second aunt still didn't give me any fish. You only apologized later," Erbao said angrily. "And my mom said I had to accept the apology from Big Brother, Little Bao, and Wang Kai before she would give the fish. You pushed me and Wang Kai into the water, so I don't want to accept your apology." Humph. Mrs. Li was very surprised when she heard this. She quickly came over to check on the second child. "Did he fall into the water ditch? Is he hurt?" "Let me see. No, I'm not hurt," the second child reassured his grandmother, but he still pouted and looked unhappy. He complained, "Grandma, Big Brother pushed us." Seeing that he was not hurt, Mrs. Li sighed in relief, but looked at Li Taiju with disappointment. Suddenly, the situation changed. Li Sanhong got very angry. He grabbed Li Taiju and started hitting him. "You little brat, who gave you the courage to bully your brother? And pushing him into the water ditch? I'll beat you to death," Li Taiju cried loudly and desperately. Jiang Ailing's face changed. "Li Sanhong, what are you doing? It's just kids playing around. Who didn't do that when they were young? Why make such a big fuss?
Stop it.
Don't hit him anymore. Li Sanhong, you're about to hurt Taiju. He's your son." Li Sanhong didn't dare to stop in front of his second brother. If his second brother got angry and beat Li Taiju badly, it would be serious. He was actually trying to protect Taiju. Why was this mean woman so stupid? Li Sanhong gave Li Taiju a hard punch, then apologized to Li Chen and the second child. Jiang Ailing wiped her tears and took Li Taiju back to his room. That was the end of the matter. Li Chen was quite pleased. He patted his little brother's head and said to Mrs. Lee, "Mom, you and Dad come over to eat with us tonight." Huh. Mrs. Lee still felt a bit embarrassed about misunderstanding Shin. She hesitated. "We'll just eat at home. We're already cooking. Grandma, I've already served the food. There are lots of delicious fish. Come over with Grandpa." The second child tugged at Mrs. Lee's hand and pulled her outside. Little Bao joined in. "Grandma, let's go eat." Mrs. Lee was worried her grandson might fall, so she quickly followed him a few steps. She was still hesitant. "Your grandpa isn't back yet." Mr. Lee wasn't home. He had gone to see the village chief about some matters. When he came in and heard them talking about him, he asked confusedly, "What's going on?" "Grandpa, my mom wants you and Grandma to come eat at our house," the second child said, pulling his grandpa. Mr. Lee didn't argue with Mrs. Lee. When he heard Shin had come to invite them and Lee Chen was there, he decided to go with the second child. His wife had already gone, so Mrs. Lee hesitated but decided to follow. Inside, Zhang Ailing was comforting Li Taizhu and almost fainted from exhaustion. At home, Shen Yi naturally heard the noise from old Li's house, but she didn't pay much attention. She prepared the meal, sat with Debeo in the room, and waited for them to return. When Li's mother entered, she saw Shen Yi and felt a bit nervous and shy. After yesterday, everyone in the village knew about Shen Yi's family background, and Li's mother was no exception. In this era, eating government grain was a sign of high status. In Li's mother's mind, Shen Yi's image and status instantly improved. Even though she had just misunderstood Shen Yi, she didn't dare to confront her. Now that the misunderstanding was cleared up, she felt a little uneasy. Shen Yi pretended not to notice Li's mother's expression. When they arrived, she stood up and greeted them. "Dad, Mom, you're here? Come, sit down." Li's father smiled and nodded, sitting down. Li's mother silently sat beside him. She looked around calmly, and when she saw the steaming rice and the tempting aroma of pickled fish slices, she swallowed hard and felt secretly amazed. This second family really has good conditions. They are so generous with food, and their cooking skills are excellent. The fish they made smelled so delicious. Then, Li's parents enjoyed the most delicious meal of their lives. They finished an entire large aluminum tray of pickled fish. Li's father and mother rubbed their round bellies, almost unable to walk. After the meal, Shen Yi thought about how Li's parents were there. She didn't know what to say to them, so she decided to clear the dishes herself and let Li Chen handle it. To chat with Li's parents, Li Chen naturally took the bowls and chopsticks from her and said, "Go and help Sanbao and the others digest their food." Shen Yi instinctively looked at Li's parents. In this era, most people believed household chores were women's work and men shouldn't do housework. Although she didn't have many chances to interact with her in her previous life, she knew from books that Li's mother had typical traits of a mother-in-law of this time. Even though she didn't need to watch their faces, knowing how Li's parents reacted helped her decide how to get along with them. To Shen Yi's surprise, Li's father didn't criticize Li Chen for washing the dishes. Instead, he watched happily as Sanbao and the others showed him their new clothes. As for Li's mother, her smile carried a hint of flattery. She agreed with Li Chen and said, Yes, let him wash. You just stay with Sanbao and the others. My mood is a bit complicated." After staying for a while, Mr. and Mrs. Li left. Shen Yi finished eating and took the 3 children back to her room. By the oil lamp, the children played and laughed on the Kong, a traditional bed, their voices full of joy. Shen Yi occasionally joined in, but she didn't quite understand their jokes, feeling a little bored. After washing the dishes, Li Chen noticed the water in the basin was almost gone. Before it got completely dark, he went to fetch a few loads of water and then took a bath. After his bath, he returned to his room without hesitation. He went straight into Shen Yi's room. Although she didn't tell him to sleep elsewhere tonight, she also didn't say he couldn't come over. So Li Chen decided to act innocent. If she didn't tell him to go back to his own bed, he planned to stay. But Li Chen never expected that the 3 children he raised with so much effort had no understanding of him at all. Seeing him come in, they thought he was there to tell them to go back to sleep, so they hugged their mother and said, Dad, we want to sleep with Mom tonight. You go back and sleep by yourself. Li Chen. If these weren't his own children, he would just pick them up and toss them out. Last night, Li Chen came over and the three children were already asleep. In the morning, when Li Chen woke up, they still hadn't woken, so they didn't know he had come to sleep there last night. Afraid that Li Chen would really leave, Shen Yi quickly said, Dad will sleep with us from now on. Li Chen caught the key point quickly. His narrow eyes sparkled with a little light. For him, that one sentence was enough. He leaned down to grab his unfilial second son, his tone tinged with a hint of danger.
What?
Dislike your dad?
No, Dad.
I didn't. Second son laughed loudly and dodged to avoid him. Big brother, run. Big brother hurriedly ran away, but little brother, the silly one, didn't know how to dodge and happily threw himself into his dad's arms. The whole room was filled with laughter and joy. Shen Yi watched the father and sons with a smile. At this moment, her heart was full. She was very happy that the whole family of 5 was sleeping together. Li Chen was also very happy last night, but tonight, he felt a little unhappy. All 3 children were fighting to sleep next to his wife.
They took his spot.
Second son even seriously arranged where his dad should sleep. Based on the previous night's arrangement, Little Treasure and Big Treasure sleep on their mother's right side. He sleeps on her left side. Tonight, their father came over, so he will sleep beside him. Oh, he also wants to share a wool blanket with their mother and others, while their father will cover himself with his own blanket. Li Chen. He chuckled angrily. Shen Yi. She held back her laughter and said nothing. Gradually, the night became quiet. Li Chen tossed and turned but couldn't sleep. His mind involuntarily recalled the look in her eyes when she was fishing. He started to feel a bit restless. Looking up, he saw her sleeping peacefully, embraced by others. Li Chen couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. This carefree woman. Chen Chong finished work late today. When he returned and saw the fish on the table, he was a bit surprised. He asked and learned about what his wife and stepson had experienced today. He found out that Shen Yi had helped them vent their anger and even gave them fish. He looked at her with a doubtful expression. Is this the Shen Yi he knows? Lin Daniu saw Chen Chong's doubtful look. Usually, she was obedient and respectful in front of him, but today she stood her ground a little and said with some blame, Yi is a very good person. She's not at all like what you're saying. That's because you don't know, Chen Chong instinctively rebutted. He wanted to explain why Shen Yi married Li Chen and how she had been trying to get a divorce, but the words got stuck in his throat, and he swallowed them back. The incident about Shen Yi liking the young man at the Knowledge Youth Station was no longer a big deal. It was better not to bring it up. He said vaguely, Anyway, she's not as good as you think. She might be planning something bad. Be careful when you get along with her so you don't get tricked. Hearing this, Lindania suddenly snatched the fish soup from Chen Chong's hand. Hiss! Chen Chong was scalded. What are you doing, Lindaniu? Since you think Yi's intentions aren't pure, this fish was caught by her. You should be cautious. Don't eat it or you might get poisoned. After saying that, she drank her bowl of fish soup directly. Chen Chong stared in shock. Is this his normally timid and dull wife? Could Shen Yi really be poisonous? He had only interacted with her for a day, and her personality seemed to have changed so much. What Chen Chong didn't know was that during the year Lin Daney married him, she always felt inferior in Qing Shui village. She was used to keeping quiet and swallowing her anger. When her son was bullied, she didn't dare stand up for him. But Shen Yi helped her. Although it was a small favor, Lin Daney's good impression of her kept growing. As for Chen Chong, even though he was now her man and the father of her unborn child, they didn't really act like a married couple. More like roommates sharing a life. So, she couldn't just watch Chen Chong falsely accuse Shen Yi without feeling upset. Life went on slowly and peacefully. Recently, Shen Yi was busy making clothes for Li Chen. Thanks to her sewing machine, she was working pretty quickly. Her sewing skills were poor, and she kept wasting fabric. What was meant to be clothes for Li Chen ended up with more clothes for the 3 children than for Li Chen himself. But luckily, she was good at sewing, so she could make padded jackets. To make padded jackets, she needed cotton. She initially planned to exchange some items with villagers for cotton, but they didn't have much. Everyone knew this winter would be cold and wanted to keep their cotton for themselves. So, she gave up on that idea. She had some cotton in her space, but since she hadn't gone to the city, she couldn't take it out directly. She planned to take it out the next time she went to the city. Fortunately, she had brought some yarn earlier, so she decided to make sweaters first. She gave some eggs to Lin Daniu and asked her to teach her. Lin Daniu was very patient and helped her get to know each other better. After 2 days of teaching, Shen Yi finally learned how to knit sweaters. Lin Daniu found it hard to watch and offered to help her. Seeing she had nothing else to do, Shen Yi gave her the remaining yarn and asked her to help knit sweaters for the 3 children. She also gave her some yarn to knit a sweater for Wang Kai. After so many days together, Lin Daniu understood Shen Yi's personality. She knew that if Shen Yi didn't accept her help, she wouldn't let her knit sweaters for the children. So she agreed. Shen Yi thought she was pretty quick at learning and smart, or she wouldn't be part of the Quick Travel Bureau. But when it came to knitting, she hit a wall, which made her feel very frustrated. After feeling defeated, her strong desire to win was reignited. Besides cooking, she focused all her energy on knitting sweaters. Li Chen wanted to speak several times but hesitated. Seeing her so serious, he felt happy and excited because she was making a sweater for him. At first, he doubted her change of heart was just because of the divorce, but now he was starting to believe she truly wanted to live with him. Looking into her eyes, his feelings grew more passionate. Even his gaze at others became less sharp and fierce. His change made Chin Chong, who grew up with him, notice that something was different. He secretly felt disappointed in Li Chen, thinking he was too weak. He just hoped Shen Yi would be gentle this time and not hurt Li Chen too badly. Soon, the autumn harvest was almost over. They finished eating the cured meat from before, ate 5 out of 7 fish they caught, and still had wild boar meat hanging on the wall. There were about 7 or 8 eggs left. After counting the supplies at home, Shen Yi finally relaxed a little. Although the food could last a few more days, villagers hadn't gone to the city for a long time. After the harvest, many villagers would rush to the county town. Shen Yi didn't want to join the crowd, so she planned to take this chance to go to the city, check her stored items, and bring some back. She also wanted to see if the man who bought her 2 watches last time was interested in buying more. If he wasn't, she would need to find another way to make money. When going to the city, she had to make sure the 3 treasures were safe. Recently, Lao had been staying at home cooking, so the night before, she went to find Dahua, hoping she could help take care of the children. She gave Dahua 3 cents, just like last time. The next day, when she took Sanbao over, she found that Li Mu's mother was there. She returned the money to Shen Yi, saying that if she was busy and couldn't take care of Xiaobao, just call her, no need for money. Shen Yi had to accept the money and hurried off to catch Nyoda Ye's ox cart. The harvest was nearing its end. Most people were still busy, but a few had already relaxed. Those who had free time wanted to go to the city, so Nyoda Ye resumed his business of offering rides. When Shen Yi arrived, there were already 4 or 5 people sitting in the ox cart. Seeing her, they all looked a bit awkward, but no one said anything. Shen Yi ignored them. When she arrived in the town, she first went to the supply and marketing cooperative. She looked at the wall on the left and saw that a piece of brick that had fallen out had been replaced with a new one. Although it's possible someone else put the brick there to do a good deed, Shen Yi still planned to check the address that the other person mentioned last time. Now she had some money coming in. But first, she wandered around the supply store. After leaving, she found a small alley, entered a hidden space, and disguised herself as a small, middle-aged man to go find someone. That brick was indeed placed there by Shou Fingshou. The 2 watches he got from Shen Yi were sold the next day. One sold for 170 yuan, the other for 175 yuan. After subtracting costs, he made a profit of exactly 25 yuan. In just one day. No, just 1 hour. What does this mean in today's era? where workers usually earn 20 or 30 yuan a month. Zhou Fengshou was overjoyed with the money. If that middle-aged man kept supplying him, he would become very rich. So, he went near the supply store overnight and placed a brick there. He waited anxiously and excitedly for someone to come, but no one showed up. He was so worried that he started losing hair, afraid that this chance to get rich would slip away. To prevent the brick from falling, he kept running over to check it. The rest of the time, he stayed at the spot where he had arranged to meet the person. He waited desperately until he saw someone. At first, he thought he was hallucinating. He hurried over with a flattering smile. "Brother, you finally came."
Come in, sit inside.
Shen Yi looked at the old, dilapidated house. She couldn't see inside, so she didn't dare to go in casually. She kept a serious face and said, "Let's talk here in the yard." It was a remote place with few people. Being outside made it less visible. If there was danger, it would be easier for her to defend herself or run away. Since he was a stranger, she had a gut feeling he wasn't a bad person, but since you can't judge a person by appearance alone, she still needed to be cautious. Zhou Fengshou, being in this line of work himself, understood her caution. He nodded quickly and said, all right, let's talk here." Thinking for a moment, to show her sincerity, she decided to introduce herself with her real name. "Brother, my name is Zhou Fengshou." "I don't know your name yet." Old Black. Shen Yi casually made up a name that suited her current appearance. Zhou Fengshou knew it was a fake name. He smiled flatteringly. "Black brother." Seeing that he still wanted to chat a bit more, Shen Yi cut straight to the point. "Still want to watch?" Zhou Fengshou's eyes lit up. He looked around and lowered his voice. "Black brother, how many do you have left?" Shen Yi looked at him sharply. "How many do you want?" This showed she had quite a few in stock. Zhou Fengshou's heart pounded, and his eyes flicked toward the basket on Shen Yi's back. Noticing his gaze, Shen Yi gave him a half-smile and looked at him with a teasing expression. Her makeup was quite good. When she smiled with her mature face, even the wrinkles looked kind and gentle. But when she didn't smile or wore a fake smile, her whole face looked cold and creepy. Zhou Fengshou stiffened and dared not look at her basket again. He forced a bright smile and made a gesture. Seeing his sycophantic smile, Shen Yi thought she had a big deal coming. But he just made a sign, leaving her speechless for a moment. Zhou Fengshou awkwardly chuckled and scratched his head. "I only have this much." Earlier, 320 yuan was all he had, and it was also the money he planned to return to someone else. He had bought those 2 watches out of a gambling impulse, biting the bullet. Fortunately, he guessed right and made 25 yuan profit. Excited, he spent about 10 more, so now he only had around 330 yuan left. "Money." Shen Yi extended her hand toward him. Zhou Fengshou wanted a bargain, asking if she could sell them cheaper. Seeing her slightly disapproving attitude, he didn't dare to ask any more and hurriedly took out the money to pay her. Shen Yi counted and took out 2 watches from her basket, handing them to him.
Check them.
"I won't be responsible for any issues after I turn around." Zhou Fengshou quickly examined them. "They're good." Shen Yi nodded and prepared to leave. Zhou Fengshou hurriedly called out to her. "Black brother, how many can you supply at most?" Shen Yi thought for a moment. 50 at a time. When Zhou Fengshou heard this, he trembled and swallowed hard. "Black brother, I mean, if I buy 50 at once, can you give me a better price?" He now used the respectful term, you, which made Shen Yi want to laugh, but she held back. "If you buy 50 at once, I will sell each for 150 yuan. Zhou Fengshou was so excited that his lips trembled. Shen Yi couldn't help teasing him.
"What?
Want 50? Do you have enough money?" Zhou Fengshou's expression stiffened. Then he said seriously, "I'll find a way." She raised an eyebrow. "All right. I'm leaving now, okay?" Zhou Fengshou smiled eagerly. "I'll see you out." She earned 320 yuan from one deal. She wasn't greedy today and didn't plan to sell anything just to make money. But she ran out of tickets and needed to earn some. Although she could get things from her space without tickets, in case it became inconvenient someday, she needed to buy from the supply station, so she had to exchange some tickets. The black market location could change at any time. The last place was already empty. Shun-yi visited several places but found nothing, so she decided to go to the residence building. Most residents there were city people who ate government grain, so they had plenty of tickets. She didn't look around or ask randomly. She just wandered with a try-it-out attitude. Soon, someone secretly pulled her into a corner. "Little brother, what's in that basket of yours?" "Ma'am, it's grain." Shun-yi looked at the middle-aged woman in front of her and smiled. She looked kind and friendly, completely different from her confident attitude in front of Zhou Fengshou. She lifted the basket to show the rice inside. When she took it from her space, she had deliberately mixed some mud from the ground into it. Not because she was mean, but because most rice in this era contained dirt and stones. The rice from her space was high quality, full, clear, and eye-catching. If it were perfectly clean, it might cause trouble. The woman's eyes lit up when she saw her rice. It was obviously good rice. "How much per jean? Not for sale, only for tickets," Shun-yi said with a smile, adding, "Only 10 jean." The woman quickly agreed and hurried home to bring a stack of tickets, including sugar tickets, grain tickets, cloth tickets, meat tickets, and so on. She easily got the ticket, so Shun-yi didn't continue selling anymore. She found a quiet place, took off her makeup, and since there was still some time before the ox cart left, she went to the scrap yard again to find some picture books and storybooks for children. Then she went to a state-run restaurant and bought 15 meat buns, 5 steamed buns, and a plate of braised pork. Finally, she took out some items from her space: half a rack of ribs, 2 pounds of pork, 2 pig's feet, 5 pounds of cured meat, and 30 eggs, all packed in a basket. She also carried 5 pounds of cotton. When she returned to the place where Old Man Nyo's ox cart was parked, 2 older women were already waiting on the cart. Shun-yi carried her things and found a seat to sit down. Soon, 3 more people arrived one after another. These were the older women who had come with her. When the time came, Old Man Nyo was preparing to head back with the ox cart. Suddenly, a voice called out from afar, asking him to wait. Shun-yi looked up. She saw a man wearing a hat, dressed in a blue shirt, loose pants, and wearing simple shoes, rushing over with a scholarly air. Shun-yi slightly curled her lips. If asked about her feelings for Lin Jiadong in this life, she would say she didn't love him, and she probably didn't hate him either. In her previous life, her role was that of a villainess who was ultimately killed by Lin Jiadong as punishment for her evil deeds against him and the heroine Jiang Wanru. It was her just desserts, morally speaking. Of course, she didn't feel guilty about them because everything she did was based on the plot of a novel, not her own true wishes. For Lin Jiadong, the male lead, she was just a helper on his path to success. To her, he was merely an NPC helping her complete her mission. Simply put, they were just collaborators with mutual needs, not involved in any deep love or hatred. As for the final fate of Sanbao and Li Chen, whether they went to jail or died, those were the consequences of her own actions, and she would bear the responsibility. In this life, this world was no longer a book. There were no designated male or female leads or villains. Everyone was just one of many ordinary people. Later, the past feelings of love and hate would no longer happen. As long as Lin Jiadong didn't provoke her, she had no intention of having any more contact with him in her life. Thinking of this, Shun-yi no longer looked at Lin Jiadong and turned her head away indifferently. Lin Jiadong saw Shun-yi immediately, and a complex look appeared in his eyes. Recently, Shun-yi had been bringing mung bean porridge to Li Chen every day and making clothes for him. This had already become known in the village. At first, he didn't believe it, but then 1 or 2 days later, he and Li Chen were assigned to work in the same area. He saw her carrying a lunchbox, taking her 3 children to find Li Chen, serving him porridge, and wiping his sweat. The tenderness in her eyes was real and sincere. This was the first time she showed such affection for him, even when she wasn't married to Li Chen and still liked him. Now, Shun-yi no longer liked him, or rather, she loved Li Chen even more deeply than before. When he first realized this, Lin Jiadong felt relieved. Shun-yi kept bothering him, which made him quite annoyed. She was already married with children. If she kept thinking about him and spreading rumors, it would be bad for him, especially since his own background was sensitive. Moreover, his relationship with Wanro was becoming more stable, and he didn't want Shinyi to ruin it. However, just now, when he saw her turn away coldly, he suddenly felt uncomfortable. He was used to her chasing after him and pampering him, but he had never been treated so coldly before. He even had the urge to get off the carriage and leave, to tell her that even if she didn't like him anymore, he never liked her and even disliked her. But thinking about the long journey ahead, Lin Jiadong kept a cold face and stayed in the carriage. The ox cart wasn't big, with no roof, 2 seats on each side, and a small aisle in the middle. When crowded, 4 or 5 people could sit on one side, and sometimes people would sit in the aisle when it was busy. Today, there weren't many people. The few women who bought things just placed their items on the seats, and when he got on, they didn't move their things to give up their seats. After a quick look around, only one seat was empty, the innermost seat on the left, opposite Shinyi. Lin Jiadong hesitated for a moment, but then sat down. In the past, she had chased after him. So why should he feel guilty now? Shinyi didn't look at him and boredly watched the scenery outside the road. Next to her, an older woman sniffed and suddenly said, "It smells so good, like braised pork, and also," she sniffed again, "and meat buns too." As soon as she finished speaking, everyone's curious eyes turned back to Shinyi. Everyone could tell that the delicious smell was coming from Shinyi's basket. Seeing their mixed expressions of envy but no malice or jealousy, Shinyi smiled and said, "Auntie, your nose is really sharp. You can smell all that just from here. Auntie is Grandma He Weidong, mother-in-law of Wang Yan." Auntie immediately puffed up with pride. "Of course. My daughter once took me to a state-run restaurant to eat braised pork. I know exactly what that tastes like." Auntie's daughter, He Jing, married into the city. Her husband and in-laws are workers, and their family is well off. And he often boasted about this. Everyone in Qingshui village knew the real reason wasn't just that, but because their family had a gossiping daughter-in-law. On the other side, Aunt He's sister-in-law, Heernyang, was with her today. They came to the city together. Heernyang looked dismissive. "Enough already. Just one meal, and you keep showing off. Li Chen's wife eats the same food every day and doesn't go around bragging. What are you talking about?" Auntie glared. Shen-Yi quickly played peacemaker. "Aunt Heernyang, you're right. The braised pork at the state-run restaurant really is delicious. I was just thinking that I came out today, and no one at home was cooking. When I got back, the men and kids would be hungry, so I wanted to buy some buns. But when I arrived at the restaurant, the smell was so tempting I couldn't resist. I spent a lot just to get this one portion. It might not even be enough for everyone at home. If only we could eat it every day, like you said." She licked her lips, imagining the days of eating braised pork every day. Although she hadn't changed much recently, she no longer acted as proud and aloof around villagers. They had gradually gotten used to her. While they still had some prejudice, it wasn't as strong as before. Aunt He and her sister-in-law smiled kindly at her. They knew Shen-Yi was just being polite. After all, everyone now knew her family was well off. Dad is the factory director, Mom is the street supervisor, and my older brother is still in the army. Their combined salaries probably can't buy many servings of braised pork. Shen-Yi says this to avoid hurting their feelings. They appreciate her kindness and smile, saying, "Li Chen is so lucky to have such a caring wife like you." They completely forget that in the past, when Shen-Yi didn't care about Li Chen and Sanbao, and Li Chen was sincerely good to her, they talked behind her back, saying Li Chen's marriage to her wasn't worth it. Shen-Yi just wants to share her good news about living happily with Li Chen, and she doesn't want Li Chen to suffer from rumors anymore. She smiles shyly, saying, "Having brother Chen as my husband is my real blessing." Everyone is a bit surprised. Does Shen-Yi really plan to live happily with Li Chen? The village women are not necessarily mean, but most of them love to gossip. For example, Granny He, who married Wang Yan as her daughter-in-law, asked gossipingly, "Li Chen's wife, how does your family feel about you marrying Li Chen?" "My family supports me. They say brother Chen is a good man and tell me to live well with him." Shen-Yi smiles. "My mom knows about the recent harvest. Brother Chen has been working hard and even gave me some money to help him recover his strength. Everyone looks at her with mixed feelings, especially Granny He. Everyone knows her daughter married into a working-class family, but in reality, her daughter's in-laws look down on her because she's from the countryside. Her in-laws make her do all the chores and treat her like a servant. Even when her mother-in-law visits, they act like she's just a poor relative. Lin Jiadong watches Shenyi, who is happily chatting with the village women and saying her family really likes Li Chun as a son-in-law.
His feelings are complicated.
He knows Shen's family situation well and how much they spoil their daughter. In the past, his family was better off than Shenyi's. Their parents even considered marrying them, but thinking about the changes in rural families, Lin Jiadong suddenly feels regretful.
If
a flash of Jiang Wanru's face crosses his mind, and his resolve hardens. He clenches his fist. Wanru is the one he truly loves. He must not let her down. After Shen Yi shares her good news, she takes out 2 steamed buns from her basket and happily lets the village women share them. A few older women felt a bit shy and kept saying no, but in the end, they reluctantly agreed and shared the beef with Uncle Da. Naturally, they didn't forget Lin Jiadong. Annie broke off a small piece for him. Lin Jiadong refused. Seeing that he didn't want it, and he took it back and ate it herself. Suddenly, she remembered that Shen Yi and Lin Jiadong knew each other. She smiled immediately. Look at me. I forgot you all came from the same place. Your family are neighbors, right? Yes, Shen Yi replied calmly. In the story, her character is a woman who is obsessed with Lin Jiadong. She even came from the countryside for him, but because of the strict rules about relationships between men and women in that era, she didn't dare openly show her feelings. Later, she unexpectedly married Li Chun and had a child. Afraid of being judged for having a complicated relationship, she kept her feelings hidden. She told others that Lin Jiadong was her neighbor, and they looked after each other because they lived in the same place. After she married, she only secretly asked Chen Jiai about Lin Jiadong's news. She didn't dare to go see him while her marriage with Li Chun lasted. So, not many people in the village knew she liked Lin Jiadong, until she left Li Chun and their child to go back to the city, and everyone found out. And he wanted to say more, but seeing Shen Yi and Lin Jiadong acting distant from each other, she thought Shen Yi was married and needed to keep her distance. They all agreed not to talk about their relationship anymore. Instead, she directly asked Lin Jiadong, Lin Jiqing, are your parents also workers? Lin Jiadong hesitated for a moment, quickly glancing at Shen Yi, worried she might reveal his family's situation. He could only be a youth worker because he had cut ties with his family. If others found out, he might end up working on a farm like his parents. Seeing that Shen Yi remained silent, he breathed a sigh of relief and then smiled at Aunt He, saying, Yes, but my parents are ordinary workers, and I have many brothers and sisters, so they don't have time for me. Aunt He nodded regretfully. She had thought that since Lin Jiadong's family was so close to Shen Yi's, they must be quite well off. Her niece, who was of marriageable age, could have been a good match for them. But she didn't expect that although Lin Jiadong also came from a working-class family, his family didn't pay much attention to him. He decided to give up. He was already quite old, and he had no strong roots in the village. He didn't know when he could return to the city. Without family support, anyone who married into his family would have a hard time. Mrs. He gave up, and Mrs. Eyre immediately chimed in with a cheerful gossip. Lin Jiqing, you're not young anymore. Shen Jiqing, who is younger than you, already has 3 children. Why haven't you married yet? Lin Jiadong hesitated for a moment. He was already 26 years old. Whether in the countryside or the city, that was considered quite old. Most of the young people sent to the countryside had either returned to the city or married local girls. He had been dating Jiang Wanru for several years, but only secretly. Others didn't know about their relationship and thought he had health issues, giving him strange looks. He had also talked about getting married openly, but Jiang Wanru didn't want to. She said her sister, Jiang Ailing, wouldn't agree to their relationship. He could only wait patiently. He forced a smile and said, I haven't met the right person yet. Mrs. Eyre nodded. That's true. Maybe you and the others will return to the city someday. No need to rush. Lin Jiadong smiled silently, which was his way of agreeing. Chen Yi knew that before the college entrance exams, with Lin Jiadong's sensitive status, even if he had a chance to return to the city, he wouldn't dare to go back. Seeing that Lin Jiadong didn't want to say more, everyone else stopped talking. The ox cart soon returned to Qingshui village. This time, she didn't want to be alone like last time. Chen Yi didn't let Uncle Niu take her to the door. When they reached the parking spot, she got off with the others. But she stayed at the back, as she had a lot of things with her, including 5 jeans of cotton, which took up quite a bit of space. She thought to wait until everyone else got off, then she would step down. The older women all got off first. Lin Jiadong stayed behind and didn't move. Although their family was now poor, they had once been wealthy and had received noble manners education. As a gentleman, he let Chen Yi go first. Seeing he didn't move, Chen Yi decided to leave first. Lin Jiadong followed her off the cart. As he stepped down with one foot, his other foot was still on the cart. Uncle Niu, eager to get home for dinner, thought everyone had already gotten off and hurried the ox cart along. Lin Jiadong suddenly lunged forward. Just as his foot was leaving the cart, his other foot still on it. He fell forward, with Chen Yi right in front of him. Chen Yi saw this out of the corner of her eye and quickly dodged to the side, dropping her cotton to avoid the fall. Lin Jiadong fell down and looked up in surprise at Chen Yi. "You just watched me fall." Chen Yi picked up the cotton again and raised an eyebrow. "Did I just stand here waiting for you to come at me? I still want my reputation."
You.
Chen Yi's attitude made Lin Jiadong frown. He wanted to say she wasn't like this before. Even if they couldn't be lovers, they came from the same place, so there was no need to be so hostile. Just then, a voice came from behind. Chen Yi turned her head and saw Li Chen walking over. He was wearing a white tank top, showing his muscular arms, broad back, and tan skin. His features were strong and defined. His short hair was slightly damp, obviously just washed his face. He had a towel hanging around his neck, casually. But especially, he looked very tall and strong. When he walked, his steps were big and steady, very commanding. Thinking he was her man, Chen Yi's lips curled up happily. She called out, "Brother Chen." She walked over to him with her things. "Why are you here?" Li Chen reached out and took the cotton from her hand. His other hand went to grab the rope of her basket behind her. His tone was emotionless. "I guessed you were back, so I came to help you with your things." Chen Yi put down the basket and Li Chen took it. "Wife, let's go home." Chen Yi was about to agree but suddenly realized, what did he just call her? In the 10 days since her rebirth, he had never called her wife. Last time, when she met the wild boar and he came to find her, he called her by her name. In her previous life, he only called her that once during an intimate moment in bed. She was annoyed and told him, "Don't call me that, it's disgusting." That was the night she was pregnant with little Treasure. She didn't look closely at his expression, but since then, she never heard him call her that again. Now, why did he call her that? Chen Yi looked up at Li Chen, meeting his dark eyes, like a whirlpool, mysterious and hard to read, filled with complex emotions. She caught a glimpse of Lin Jiadong behind them and suddenly understood. Li Chen was jealous. Seeing that she hadn't spoken, Li Chen's eyes darkened a bit. He coldly glanced at Lin Jiadong, then suddenly slung the basket over his shoulder. With his free hand, he grabbed her arm in a tone that left no room for refusal, calling her wife. "Let's go home, let's go home." Chen Yi smiled warmly, hugging his arm and affectionately pushing him toward their house. Li Chen's expression softened, and he followed her lead. As they walked, Chen Yi complained, "Brother Chen, you know what? I almost got bumped just now. The person who nearly hit me even questioned why I was just watching him fall. He's such a big man and I'm just a little woman. Should I just dodge or wait to be his cushion?" She quickly clarified, "Besides, I'm married with kids now. I have to keep my distance from other men. Doesn't he understand that? And I don't even know him well. Why would I let him use me as a cushion? Brother Chen, don't you think so?" Behind them, Lin Jiadong. Li Chen wasn't sure if he believed her, but he just responded with an Chen Yi wasn't discouraged and continued, "Brother Chen, I bought meat buns again. We don't need to cook lunch today." Oh, and there's braised pork too. She looked proud as she said, "This is the last piece of braised pork from the state-run restaurant today. I managed to get it." Li Chen listened carefully, without showing any impatience. When they got home, the three children were still at the old house next door. Li Chen put down the things and went over to call them. Shen Yi took out 2 meat buns from the basket and asked him to take them to Li's parents, saying, "I'm brewing malted milk here at home. You and the kids should come back quickly, okay?" Li Chen nodded, took the buns, and headed out. The buns were still warm, but the braised pork had cooled a bit. Since hot braised pork tastes better and isn't as greasy, Shen Yi put it in a steamer to reheat. She also took 5 bowls, rinsed them with water, and poured in the malted milk. It wasn't complicated. Every morning before breakfast, she boiled a pot of water, poured it into a thermos, and just needed to pour it out to brew. Just as she finished stirring, the excited voices of Erbao and Xiaobao approached from afar. Shen Yi looked up and saw them running back happily, with Li Chen and Debao following behind. "Walk slowly. Be careful not to fall." Before Shen Yi finished speaking, a chubby, cheerful voice exclaimed loudly. Recently, she has been eating and drinking well, becoming a bit rounder. Little Bao accidentally tripped himself, which made Shen Yi worried. She hoped he wasn't hurt. The next moment, she saw Little Bao lift his small head, his young face beaming with a big smile. He, Shen Yi. Li Chen then came over, picked up Little Bao, checked him for injuries, and saw no wounds. He casually brushed off the dust on him, set him down, and Little Bao ran off happily again. His 2 older brothers followed, leaning over the table, drooling as they looked at the braised pork. "Meat." Shen Yi cut a piece and fed it to him. He ate happily, with sauce all over his mouth. "Yummy, Mom, I want some too." Second Bao came over. Shen Yi fed both Big Bao and Second Bao some braised pork before telling them to wash their hands and eat buns. Third Bao ran off quickly. Li Chen saw water on the table, took a cloth, and wiped it clean. Shen Yi glanced at him, then used her chopsticks to pick up a piece of braised pork and held it near his lips. Suddenly, a piece of meat appeared in front of him. He paused, looked up, and saw her smiling gently. "Try it," Shen Yi said affectionately, her movements natural and intimate, as if feeding each other was just part of their daily routine. Li Chen opened his mouth and ate the piece of pork, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his lips. "It's very tasty." During this meal, Shen Yi kept trying to cheer Li Chen up. He went along with her, not finding fault with anything she did. After finishing the buns, he tidied up the dishes by himself. Shen Yi handed him a water bottle to refill. Once he finished, he was about to leave for work. Shen Yi handed him the water bottle, watching his distant figure walk away, and she sighed with a sense of frustration. Although Li Chen seemed normal, Shen Yi could still sense that he was in a bad mood. The reason was naturally Lin Jiadong. She had just explained this to him, but Li Chen probably didn't believe her completely. If she weren't a quick transmigration worker, but just an ordinary person, she wouldn't believe that someone who was originally in love with someone else, ignored her, and even wanted a divorce, would suddenly say out of nowhere that he loved her and wanted to live happily with her in the future. She would think that this person either had ulterior motives or was simply not thinking clearly. However, he didn't believe her, but she could take her time to prove herself. He showed signs of jealousy, and she could find ways to come for him. But he was so good at hiding his jealousy, not showing any signs of it, and he absorbed all the negative feelings himself, leaving her unsure how to comfort him. Shen Yi felt both helpless and complicated. When she first met Li Chen, he was known as the bully in Qingshui village. He fell in love with her at first sight and started to pursue her strongly. Every day, he would wait at the Jiqing station to bring her food, help her with chores, and if anyone dared to bully her, he would directly find someone to teach that person a lesson. His straightforward approach was so intense that even she, who was still following the story, felt overwhelmed, afraid that one wrong step might ruin everything. Who would have thought that after marriage, he would become so careful and reserved? Of course, Shen Yi could guess that all of this was because he loved her. He was afraid that if he caused trouble, she would get angry or upset, and she might revert to her old self and threaten to divorce him. Shinny felt both heartache and regret. She thought about everything messily and suddenly made a decision. It was a hot, blazing day. The sun shone brightly, and the endless rice fields stretched out. Hardworking farmers, with dark red sun-kissed skin and shining sweat, casually wiped their foreheads with towels draped over their shoulders and continued working. Chen was so hot that his throat felt like it was burning. He stopped his work, went to the edge of the field, took his water bottle, and drank several mouthfuls of boiling hot water. After finishing, he threw the bottle back. Then he picked up the nearby water bottle, threw it forward, and said, "Brother Chen, catch." Li Chen reached out and caught the thrown bottle, took a few sips, then threw it back to Chen Chong. Chen Chong caught it, threw it onto the field edge, and went back to work. As he walked, he asked curiously, "Brother Chen, what about Shinny?" "Sister-in-law." Noticing Li Chen's cool gaze, Chen Chong changed the way he addressed her. "Sister-in-law, why didn't she bring you mung bean porridge today?" "She's busy with other things." "Otherwise, I could do this work for you," Li Chen said, glancing at Chen Chong. Chen Chong immediately dared not speak and hurried back to work. Li Chen looked down the road but didn't see the figure he was thinking about so much. He looked at the sun in the sky. According to the pattern of the past few days, she should have brought porridge by now. But today she was late. Something must have delayed her, he thought. Thinking of this, Li Chen's heart sank, and his expression grew colder. Today was the first day since Shenyi's rebirth that she didn't bring mung bean porridge to Li Chen. After Li Chen went to work, she took the quilt outside to air it out, then took a nap with Sanbao and the others. When she woke up, Sanbao learned that today she wouldn't be bringing porridge to Dad and asked her curiously why she wasn't. Shen-yi replied, "Because Dad doesn't want me to bring it, so I won't." Sanbao believed her and didn't ask further. Wang Kai ran down to play marbles with them, and they started playing in the yard. Shen-yi tidied up the house a bit, washed some old clothes, and hung them out to dry. By then, the sun was almost setting. She took out some ribs, cut them into small pieces, marinated them, and washed rice to cook. She guessed Li Chen would be home soon, so she carried a basket of rice and sat under the eaves, picking stones. All the rice was from her space, but to avoid suspicion, she mixed in some small stones. Every day before cooking rice, she had to pick out the stones by hand. Sure enough, in less than 10 minutes, she heard a sound at the door of the yard, but Shen-yi didn't look up. Sanbao, who was playing in the yard, saw their dad coming back and ran excitedly to greet him. Li Chen closed the yard door and looked at his 3 sons running toward him. "Stay back, you're dirty." The 3 boys stood beside him for a moment, then went back to play. Li Chen went inside, put down his tools, and cast a faint glance at the woman under the eaves. Since he returned, she hadn't looked up once. Li Chen frowned, called out to Dabo. "Dabo, come here and help me wash my hands." His voice was a bit loud, as if reminding someone that he was back. But until Dabo hurried over to pour water and wash his hands, he kept glancing at her. She was still immersed in her stone-picking task. Li Chen. He found a stool to sit on and watched the 3 children playing in the yard. After a while, he asked casually, "Is it time to cook dinner? Can't you smell the rice aroma?" Shen-yi said without looking up. Li Chen asked again, "And the vegetables? What are we having tonight?" "I'll handle it." Shen-yi's attitude was very cold. "No need, I can do it myself." Li Chen choked, realizing she was very impatient with him at this moment. This was completely different from her attitude at noon. He quietly looked at her for a while, then stood up. "All right, I'll go take care of the vegetable plot." This time, Shen-yi didn't respond to him directly. Li Chen took a deep breath and left. He went to the vegetable plot, pulled weeds, watered the plants, and worked busy until it got dark. Only then did he return, and he was surprised to see they had already finished eating. Tonight, Shen-yi made steamed ribs with garlic. The ribs were tender and smooth, with a strong aroma that made everyone hungry just by smelling. The 3 children were holding bowls, eating ribs happily. Shen-yi was eating small bites, occasionally giving a few ribs to the little one who couldn't reach the vegetables. The scene was so warm and lovely. Dabao saw him out of the corner of his eye and called, "Dad, are you done?"
"Come eat."
"We saved some food for you." Li Chen washed his hands and went inside. Seeing the food left just for him, he couldn't help but ask, "Why didn't you call me?" The vegetable plot was just behind the yard. It was only a few steps or a shout away, so there was no need to prepare separate food for him. Li Chen looked at Shen Yi, clearly asking her. Shen Yi wanted to say something, but saw the little one biting a crunchy bone with a serious face. The little one didn't bite the bone into pieces, probably worried about hurting his fragile baby teeth. Shen Yi told him to spit out the bone. "Xiao Bao, we don't eat this." "Eat the meat." Li Chen, thinking she was ignoring him on purpose, was silent. He held back his feelings and started eating. After dinner, Li Chen usually washed the dishes and Shen Yi, as usual, took the 3 children to the yard to digest. After they finished, it was time for baths. Li Chen fetched a large bath basin for the children, filled it with hot water, and moved it outside to the yard, calling the children over to wash. Then he took a bucket, preparing to fill a bath for Shen Yi. Shen Yi saw this and said indifferently, "I don't need you to fill it." After saying that, she went forward, took the bucket from him, and headed to the kitchen. Li Chen looked at her silently, then followed her into the kitchen. After Shen Yi filled the water, he directly took her bath water, lifted it up, and went out. "Shen Yi, did I told you I don't need your help?" Li Chen, feeling stubborn, mixed hot and cold water and carried it to the bathroom. Shen Yi pursed her lips that were slightly raised, trying to look unhappy. She took her clothes into the bathroom. After she came out, the 3 children had finished washing too. Shen Yi took them back to the room and showed them children's books and picture albums she had found at the scrapyard. The children looked at the picture albums happily, lying on the kong, a traditional bed, asking Shen Yi questions about things they didn't understand. While answering their questions, Shen Yi listened carefully for any movement from Li Chen outside. She couldn't hear or see anything, so she didn't know what he was doing and hadn't seen him return to his room. Thinking for a moment, Shen Yi put away the picture albums, comforted the children to sleep, and then turned off the light. Outside, Li Chen looked at the room with the lights off. He frowned and felt a heavy feeling in his chest. He was annoyed and restless. Unable to hold it in, he kicked the ground hard, dust flying everywhere. After a while, Li Chen got up and took a shower. Just as he was about to return to his small house, he noticed the door to the next room was not fully closed. Did she leave the door open on purpose for him? Or did she forget to close it properly? Li Chen thought it was the latter. He didn't think that the carefree woman would leave the door open for him. He should close it himself and then go back to his own room. But Li Chen stared at the narrow gap in the door for a moment, then stepped forward and pushed the door open. This was her wife's room, and he had no reason not to go in. Li Chen went inside, thinking they were all already asleep. He moved quietly, but as soon as he entered, a head peeked up from the big kong.
Li Chen froze.
She wasn't asleep yet. Just as he was about to say something, Shen Yi spoke first. "What are you doing in here?" The moment she finished speaking, everything became terrifyingly silent, as if the air itself had frozen. Through the darkness, Shen Yi couldn't see his face clearly, but she knew he was staring at her with a very dangerous look. She looked at his outline, knowing he was holding back his emotions. She waited for a long time, but he didn't speak. Instead, she turned and left. Shen Yi couldn't believe it. She got out of bed, looked around, and saw that the door was indeed closed. She climbed back onto the bed, lay there for a while, but she was still not satisfied. She was so close to her goal, she had to add one more spark. Thinking about it, she rolled out of bed, thought for a moment, and found a lighter, more comfortable outfit in the wardrobe to change into. When she opened the door, she shivered slightly. It was now nighttime, and the temperature had dropped. She went to the neighbor's door and tried to push it, but it didn't open. So she decided to knock instead. Worried about waking the sleeping Sanbao, she moved carefully. But her knocking was loud and frequent, not very gentle. Inside, Li Chen was about to turn off the light and lie down. When he heard the noise, he guessed who was outside. He quickly sat up and opened the door. Under the dim light, he saw the woman outside and paused for a moment. She was wearing a traditional silk embroidered nightgown. Although it was long-sleeved and long-legged, the thin fabric revealed the inner lining. The V-neck showed off her slim, attractive collarbones, and her fair skin glowed like jade. Li Chen's throat moved nervously. This outfit wasn't something Shen Yi had brought from the space. It was real, from this time period. She had taken it from her family when she went to the countryside. But she had never worn it before. In the countryside, people were simple and honest. If someone saw her, rumors might spread. Also, because in the story, she didn't have time to hide from Li Chen. When he became wild, she always dressed very modestly at home, never wearing something so. Now, seeing Li Chen staring at her, she felt a little shy. But she remembered her goal and raised her chin. "Let me in." Li Chen's eyes darkened as he looked at her. He moved aside to let her in. As soon as Shen Yi entered, she said directly, "Li Chen, I want a divorce." Li Chen was about to close the door when he suddenly pulled it hard, making a loud bang. The door shut with a thud. Shen Yi was startled by the noise and instinctively said, "Be gentle. What if you wake Sanbao and the others? Do you think about what will happen to Sanbao and the others if you want a divorce?" Li Chen turned around, his face dark and cold, with a faint, cold smile on his lips. "I can take them away." Shen Yi quickly responded, "Take them and marry Lin Jiadong?" Li Chen finally lost his temper. He took a big step toward her, grabbing her chin. "Shen Yi, how dare you?" Shen Yi was hurt and forced to lift her head. Li Chen saw her pained expression, clenched his teeth, and still let her go. Before releasing her, he left a harsh remark. "Want a divorce? Dream on." After saying that, he turned to leave. He couldn't stay, or he was afraid he might really lose control and hurt her. As he opened the door, suddenly a soft embrace pressed against his back, with delicate arms wrapping around his waist. Li Chen froze completely. The woman's gentle but slightly sad voice came through. "I don't want to divorce you either, but I told you I want to live well with you, and you don't believe me. You." Li Chen's heart pounded loudly. The next moment, Shen Yi forcibly turned him around. "Listen carefully. Everything I'm about to say is sincere. If you still don't believe me, I will really divorce you." Shen Yi looked into his eyes. "I really don't like Lin Jiadong now. The person I love is you. Maybe what I'm saying is sudden, but I truly want to live well with you. I will never betray you in this life. You might still have doubts, but give me time. Time will prove what I say. You." Shen Yi paused, speaking clearly. "Do you understand?" Li Chen looked at her serious gaze, with a hint of fierceness. His Adam's apple moved, and he seemed a bit unsure. "Why, yes, I understand." Shen Yi was satisfied. She smiled playfully, suddenly tiptoed, wrapped her arms around his neck, and pressed her lips to his. Li Chen's breathing suddenly became chaotic. He instinctively wrapped his arms around her waist, tightening and deepening the kiss. Before long, Shen Yi was laid on the bed. The room was filled with warmth and intimacy. What does it mean to survive a disaster? Perhaps it's how Li Chen feels right now. Li Chen couldn't help but hold the person tightly in his arms, bowing his head. Only like this could he be sure it wasn't just his imagination. It's all real. After a while, he leaned in closer, his dark, shiny eyes fixed on her. He was asking for her opinion. Shen Yi's heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was about to jump out of her throat. For her, in a way, this was their first time. No words were needed. She wrapped her arms around his neck. As dawn broke, Li Chen woke up. He half closed his eyes, suddenly realizing something. He looked down, and in the darkness, traced her outline, unable to help but tighten his hold. He was so excited, he couldn't hold back. He gently brushed away her damp hair and kissed her softly on the forehead. It was time to get up, he still had to go to work. Li Chen reluctantly got out of bed, quietly put on his clothes, and left the house. The room was a bit dark. He accidentally kicked something, making a sharp, clang sound. He held his breath and looked back nervously. He let out a sigh of relief, but a proud smile flickered in his eyes. He was sleeping so deeply, it seemed he was really tired last night. He went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. These days, he and she always got up together to make breakfast. The quiet early mornings seemed to have become their special time alone. This morning, without her, Chen felt a little uncomfortable. He cooked a pot of lean meat porridge and carefully added chopped green onions and, before Shen changed, he used to cook for himself too, but he rarely put so much effort into it. He didn't bother making things like corn cakes or steamed buns. Most of the time, he just cooked rice with some sweet potatoes, sorghum, or corn, then went to his small garden to pick some vegetables to stir-fry. When going to the mountains, he would hunt some wild game. In the city, he would bring back some meat. But most of the time, he just ate pickled vegetables. It wasn't because he was lazy. He had to work alone to earn points, do house chores, tend the garden, and take care of the 3 children. He simply didn't have much time or energy to make fancy food. Still, their situation was better than many families in the village because Chen at least made sure everyone was full. The rice he cooked was mostly white rice with less coarse grain. That's why the 3 children looked thin but not as emaciated as some kids in the village who didn't have enough to eat. Chen also thought about cooking a mixed grain porridge, but then he remembered Shen had been emphasizing the importance of balanced nutrition these days. He also thought about how hard she worked last night. So, he put more effort into finding the meat she bought yesterday. After cooking, he thoughtfully added some coal to keep it warm until she woke up. After eating, he went into the house and woke up Bao and Bao. He told them to get up and ask their mother to sleep next door without disturbing her. He had cooked lean meat porridge for himself, and he told them to take care of their younger brother when he woke up. They shouldn't go out to play and should wait until their mother woke up. Then he left for work. Bao and Bao. Shen slowly woke up, feeling dazed. She reached to the side and found no one there. She yawned and accidentally saw the sunlight reflecting through the window. Outside, she could hear faint talking, which made her startle. After Chen called Bao and Bao to wake up, they got up on their own to wash up and have breakfast. When Xiaobao woke up, they helped him get dressed, wash, and eat. Bao and Xiaobao missed their mother a little. Xiaobao peeked through the door, while Bao climbed onto a stool to look out the window. They didn't see her, but their older brother sternly stopped them. Dad said, "Mom is very tired. Don't bother her to rest." Xiaobao, "Don't lie on the ground. It's dirty." Bao, "Come down quickly. It's dangerous." Bao sighed like a grown-up. "Big brother, what are we going to do?" Bao took out a picture book. "We look at this." Bao and Xiaobao's eyes lit up. The 3 of them each took a small stool and sat together to look at the picture book. Time passed slowly. Someone knocked on the door. "Hey, second family, it's Grandma," Bao said, running to open the door for Limu. "Grandma." Limu saw Bao, smiled, and patted his head. She then saw Bao and Xiaobao and asked, "What are you guys doing?" "Looking at pictures." Bao replied, showing Limu the picture book with pride. "Mom bought this for us." Limu took a quick look, thinking that Bao's family really spends money freely. Her smile deepened. She returned the book and asked, "Where's your mom?" "She's not awake yet," Xiaobao pouted sadly. His 2 brothers, though they couldn't read, understood the content, but he only knew how to look at pictures. Seeing something nice, he exclaimed, "Wow," and wanted to see more. But his brothers had already turned the page. He asked what the pictures were. His brothers initially answered him, but after being asked too many times, they got annoyed. They simply handed him a picture book to look at himself. It didn't look anything like Mom. Mom would be very patient and teach him carefully. He missed Mom. Limu was surprised to hear this. She had never come here early in the morning and didn't know Shani's routine. It was already noon, and she hadn't woken up yet. Bao saw the big bag Limu was holding and asked, "Grandma, are you looking for my mom?" Motherly put down what she was holding and said, "There is something I need to tell you." Bao casually said, "Dad said Mom was very tired last night, so we shouldn't bother her." "Grandma, maybe you can come back later." Motherly was surprised and looked up as the door to the front room opened. Shen saw Motherly and paused for a moment, instinctively pulling her coat tighter around her. She was still wearing her silk pajamas and, knowing someone was outside, quickly grabbed one of Chen's coats to cover herself. Seeing this, Motherly blushed and cleared her throat. Shen awkwardly said, Mom? Why are you here? Motherly weighed the cotton in her hand and said, A few days ago, I heard you wanted to exchange some cotton but couldn't find any. Today I happened to be free, so I went to visit my family in the neighboring village and brought back 2 jeans of cotton for you. Shun-yi was surprised. She didn't expect Motherly to go out of her way for her. Actually, she had already taken some cotton out yesterday, but she didn't say anything. She smiled and said, Mom, wait a moment, I'll change my clothes. Okay, Motherly replied. Shun-yi went inside to change her clothes. When she came out again, she was holding a bag of things and first handed 3 yuan to Motherly. Motherly had gone to exchange the cotton, so she must have traded something. Shun-yi didn't want her to lose out. The cotton was secretly bought with her mother's money, so Shun-yi was willing to give her money. She thought 3 yuan was a bit much, so she took out 30 cents and returned it to Shun-yi, saying, You don't need to give so much. Shun-yi didn't take it and handed her the package she was holding. Mom, this is some yarn I bought earlier. I bought too much, so take it home and make a sweater for yourself and Dad. Motherly was surprised and said, I can't accept this. You should give some to Li Chun and Sanbao. Shun-yi directly pressed it into her hands.
Keep it.
I heard this winter will be colder, and you and Dad are getting older, so you need to stay warm. Motherly couldn't refuse and accepted it, her face almost breaking into a smile. Xiaobao came over, wanting a hug from his mother. Shun-yi bent down and picked him up. Xiaobao hugged her neck and suddenly said, Mom, it hurts. Daobao and Erbao, hearing this, looked worried and asked, Mom, did a mosquito bite you? Where did the mosquito come from? Motherly frowned when she heard this. Although mosquitoes in the countryside are normal, the weather is getting colder now, and there are hardly any mosquitoes left. She looked over curiously. When Shun-yi had just gone to change her clothes, she noticed a strawberry-shaped mark on her neck from Li Chen. She chose a high-necked shirt to hide it, but Little Bao pulled it open, so she quickly covered her neck with her hand. However, her quick action was too slow, and Motherly saw everything clearly. Motherly chuckled and said, Oh, what's this? It's not a mosquito. It's your dad giving you a kiss, Mom. Shun-yi blushed, unable to resist her teasing, and hurriedly stopped Motherly. Motherly realized it wasn't appropriate to say this in front of the children, so she quickly stopped and gave Shun-yi a teasing smile. Shun-yi. But her words were overheard by the older and younger brothers. They didn't catch the rest of the conversation and thought their dad had hit her. They got worried immediately. Mom, did Dad hit you? They asked.
No, senjuji dinai.
Your dad didn't hit me. Then how did you get hurt? The brothers asked, not believing her. Shun-yi didn't know how to explain and looked at Motherly. This was all caused by her. She wanted Motherly to handle it quickly. Motherly awkwardly smiled, patted her head, and said, Oh dear, look at my head. Your dad will be home soon. I haven't cooked yet, so I'll go make dinner first. She hurriedly ran away. Shun-yi. The brothers thought they guessed right. They believed their dad had bullied their mom and even sent her to sleep next door. The younger brother's eyes filled with tears. Mom, don't worry. Big brother, and I won't let Dad bully you. When he comes back, we'll get revenge. Shun-yi felt both shy and amused. This little actor. She decided not to say anything and let Li Chen handle it himself. After all, it was his own fault. She even held on to a small hope that maybe, when Li Chen returned, the brothers would forget about this. But Shun-yi was mistaken. The brothers didn't forget. Not only that, they kept thinking about it. They couldn't even focus on their picture books and sat on a small stool at the door, waiting for their dad to come home and settle the score. Feeling strangely guilty, Shun-yi hurried to the kitchen to cook. When Li Chen returned from work and entered the house, he was immediately blocked. The younger brother asked, Dad, why did you bully Mom? Big Treasure, who was helping Shun-yi cook and light the fire, also peeked out and looked at their father with an angry face. Li Chen looked confused and asked, When did I ever bully your mother? You're just making excuses. Second Treasure jumped up anxiously. Dare you say the injury on Mom's neck isn't caused by you? Mom has injuries. Li Chen's face changed. He was about to go in and check, but then he heard Little Treasure say in a soft voice, Yes, it's red. Li Chen paused, remembered something, and a strange look appeared on his face. Seeing this, second treasure thought it proved his point and got angry. Dad, you bullied Mom. You're a bad person. He then went over and tried to hit his dad. Little treasure also ran over, copying his brother's actions. Li Chen was afraid in front of Shenyi, but he still looked stern in front of his children. He grabbed them with one hand each and pulled them apart. You've got guts? You dare to hit your dad? Second treasure struggled and shouted, but he didn't hurt his dad at all. Big treasure saw that his two brothers were held back, and he quickly ran out, angry for the first time at his dad. Dad, how can you bully Mom? As Big Treasure ran out angrily, Shenyi tried to catch him but missed. She didn't dare chase after him and hid in the kitchen like a quail, blushing and holding back her laughter. Li Chen hurried back from work, anxious and in a rush. He didn't see his beloved wife and instead was blocked at the door by the three disobedient children. He felt both annoyed and amused. I didn't bully your mom. Then why does she have injuries? That's not an injury. What is it then? Kids, why do you know so much? Move aside. So you did bully my mom. Second treasure wouldn't give up. Unless you tell me why my mom has injuries. Li Chen was so angry, he almost spat blood. That's because I was giving her a massage, he said. Inside the kitchen, Shenyi listened carefully to the noise outside and was worried Li Chen might say something inappropriate. She quickly came out to stop him. Brother Chen. Li Chen immediately shut up and looked at her from afar. The scene from last night replayed in Shenyi's mind like a movie. Her cheeks flushed, and she glared at him angrily. After a moment of arguing, she reassured the three treasures that their dad hadn't bullied their mom, and only then did they calm down. Dinner wasn't ready yet, so Shenyi went back into the kitchen. Dabao followed behind her, going back to light the fire. Li Chen came in to send Dabao out to play, taking over his task of lighting the fire. At first, Shenyi pretended to stay calm, but in the end, she was too embarrassed by his intense gaze and turned around angrily, asking, "What are you looking at?" "Looking at you," Li Chen replied. Shenyi. After last night, this man was starting to show signs of letting himself go. Shenyi ignored him and focused on cooking. Today, she was making shredded potatoes with meat. She first cooked the pork until it was about 3/4 done, then added the potatoes, stir-fried a few times, and covered the pot to simmer. While waiting, she couldn't help but pinch her waist. The next second, a pair of big hands covered hers, gently pressing and kneading, and a low voice asked, "Still sore?" Shenyi put her hands down and awkwardly hummed, "Who's to blame? Me." Li Chen immediately responded, stepping closer. His dark eyes looked at her softly and asked, "You said you want to live a good life with me in the future, right? Last night, I was with you." Shenyi glared at him, her face full of anger, cheeks flushed. "If it's like that, don't you believe me?" After hesitating a bit, she still gave him a very clear answer. "Yes." Li Chen's lips curved into a smile, and his deep, affectionate eyes suddenly became bright and clear, sparkling like tiny stars in the night sky. Shenyi was also touched by his happiness, but the smell of burnt food in the air prevented her from sharing tender moments with him. She quickly lifted the lid and stirred the food. Luckily, it wasn't too burnt. Looking at the troublemaker, Shenyi said annoyed, "Watch the fire." Li Chen obediently sat back down. The shredded potatoes with meat were ready. Shenyi carried the dish to the main room and returned to see Li Chen tidying up scattered firewood on the kitchen floor. Since the wild boar incident, she hadn't gone up the mountain to gather firewood again. Li Chen originally planned to use enough firewood for more than 10 days, but because she had been cooking more these days, it was almost gone now. It probably only lasted until tonight. Shenyi said, "I'll go gather firewood this afternoon." Knowing that Li Chen still felt uneasy about their last encounter with a wild boar, she added, "I probably won't be so unlucky next time and always run into wild animals. If you're really worried, my mother didn't go to work today. If she has free time, I'll ask her to check on Xiaobao and give her a few eggs." "No need," Li Chen disagreed. "I'll go this afternoon." "You stay at home, huh?" Shenyi looked at him. "Aren't you working this afternoon?" "Harvest season is over," Li Chen explained. "Only some finishing touches remain, and not many people are needed." The village decided that people could volunteer to work this afternoon. Those who work will earn work points. I'll gather firewood, so I won't go. Shani immediately felt happy. The harvest season was finally over. She had been worried seeing him wake up early and work late every day. If it weren't for the restrictions of the times and the difficulty explaining her space, she would have wanted him to stop working altogether. Harvesting is so hard. It's finally finished. Why don't you rest at home for a couple of days before going to gather firewood? No need, Chen refused. I can handle this much work. He had done much more strenuous work before and was used to it. Now that he was back and didn't need to cook or take care of the 3 treasures, he could manage everything himself. Shani looked at his determined expression. Since there was no firewood at home, she didn't persuade him further. Then take a nap this afternoon. When the sun isn't so strong, go out. I'll go with you. Chen hesitated for a moment and agreed. All right. After eating, they couldn't just lie down for a nap immediately. Shani started knitting a sweater. Chen, feeling restless, tidied up the kiln area, then grabbed a few bricks and wooden sticks to line the eaves of the kitchen. When they collected firewood later, they could stack it on top. After finishing, he washed his hands and called out, "Wife." Shani's heart skipped a beat. She looked up at him. The man looked calm, as if he was used to calling her that. Shani, this man, was sure about his feelings. He didn't need any time to get used to it. As for herself, she felt a little embarrassed. What's wrong? Unknowingly, Chen saw her expression was unchanged and quietly let out a breath of relief. He had called her that yesterday too, but back then, it was more about declaring his ownership to Lin Jiadong without much thought about the consequences. He had just returned and had been thinking about it all along. Every time he tried to speak, he hesitated because of her disgusted face that night. When he finally spoke out loud, he found it wasn't so hard after all. Chen said, "I'm going to Qiangzi's house to borrow a wooden cart. Having a wooden cart would be the best, as it wouldn't require so much effort to carry things by hand and could help gather more firewood." Shin-Yi saw his empty hands and asked, "Are you just planning to go like that?" Sure enough, men often don't understand these social manners. Shin-Yi smiled and put down her sweater. You can't go empty-handed when borrowing something. Wait a moment. She went to get 3 eggs, put them in a small bag, and handed it to Chen. Even though you and Qiangzi are good friends and don't mind these things, Qiangzi is married now. Whether Dania cares or not, we should show proper respect. Okay, Chen said, holding the eggs, and suddenly felt more connected to their relationship. Soon, Chen pushed the wooden cart back. Shen-Yi prepared some water for him to wash up and then go take a nap. He said he could handle it, but his body wasn't made of iron. After staying up so late last night and waking early this morning, he quickly fell into a deep sleep. They had planned for him to sleep for an hour, but seeing how soundly he slept, Shen-Yi didn't want to wake him. When the 3 children woke up, she called them all outside. Chen slept for almost 2 hours and woke up around 4 in the afternoon. Shen-Yi made each of them a cup of malted milk. After drinking, she took a chopping knife, filled it with water, and the whole family set out to go up the mountain to gather firewood. Chen pushed the wooden cart, with the 2nd and 3rd children eager to sit on it. Chen also lifted the oldest child onto it and pushed them quickly downhill. The 3 children giggled happily. Shen-Yi followed behind, worried about them. Brother Chen, go slowly, don't fall with them. Sambao, hold the handle. Chen obediently stopped. But Sambao didn't like that and twisted his body as if he could make the cart go faster. Dad, hurry up. Go, go, go. Chen looked at Shen-Yi. Seeing her husband's gaze, the 2nd child's eyes twinkled, and he suddenly jumped off the cart, grabbing Shen-Yi's hand. Mom, come up too. It'll be fun. This idea pleased Chen, and he said, I can pull you all. Shen-Yi. Looking around, she saw that many people who didn't go to work had come up the mountain to gather firewood. She was so tall that if she went alone, people might think she was a monkey. I won't go. Shen-Yi immediately refused, then grabbed her little brother. Erbao, you shouldn't go either. Her trick worked well. Erbao immediately left his mother and ran after his father's cart. Mom, what did you say? I didn't hear. Shinyi. Such a clever little girl. Today, quite a few people came to gather firewood. Besides old Li's family, where only Li's father, Li Deepening, and Li Sihong went to work, the rest, Li's mother, He Zhaodi, Zhang Ailing, and other girls, had all come. Shinyi specifically looked around. The little girl from the main house was there, but she didn't see Li Taizhu. She was thinking about how favored Li Taizhu was in old Li's family. Li's mother and the others also saw Shinyi and her group and were quite surprised. Not only old Li's family, but others also kept looking at them. Most of these looks were directed at Shinyi. Chen Jai and Lin Jiadong were also there. When Chen Jai saw Shinyi, she looked at Lin Jiadong beside her. Her eyes flickered, and suddenly she asked, why are you up the mountain gathering firewood with Li Chen? This had never happened before. Lin Jiadong's eyes flashed with a complicated look, but he quickly returned to normal. He placed a bundle of firewood into his basket and said indifferently, they're a married couple. What's wrong with gathering firewood together? But the person she likes is you. Chen Jai's words were cut off when Lin Jiadong suddenly shot her a look. She couldn't help but feel a bit proud inside. Lin Jiadong clearly didn't like Shinyi, and he couldn't even stand to hear that Shinyi liked him. However, soon she grew annoyed. She had been giving Shinyi an egg almost every morning these days. Shinyi always accepted it, but she didn't know if Shinyi ever returned anything. Her face was really thick. No, she had to take the initiative. Otherwise, all these eggs she gave would be wasted. Shinyi didn't realize she was being schemed against. They found a spot where no one was gathering firewood, and the whole family of 5 started working. Li Chen took a knife to chop firewood. The 3 treasures picked up dry branches from the ground. At first, Shinyi also used a knife to chop firewood, but as Li Chen chopped more and more, she started bundling the firewood herself. I must say, Li Chen is really good at working. Before long, he had cut a large pile of wood, enough to fill a whole cart. They could only first take the cart back, with Daba helping his father push it. Erbao and Xiaobao stayed on the mountain with Shinyi to continue gathering firewood. Shinyi had just tied a bundle of firewood when she heard someone call her. She turned around and saw Chen Jiao looking angry. How could Li Chen make you go up the mountain to cut firewood? You're spoiled. How can you do such hard work? Shinyi looked speechless. Are you okay? Chen Jiao saw that Shinyi was upset and quickly changed the subject. Don't be mad. I mainly brought you some eggs. Chen Jiao took an egg from her pocket and handed it to Shinyi. By the way, what were you doing this morning? I wanted to give you an egg, but I couldn't find you. I specially cooked this for you. I hardly want to eat it myself. Shinyi. She always emphasized that she cooked it just for her and that she was reluctant to eat it herself, as if she was trying to show her kindness. Shinyi looked up and scanned the area near Lao Li's house, focusing on Dawawa, and waved at her. Dawawa was next to her mother. When her mother saw her, she pushed Dawawa to come over. Dawawa ran over. Second aunt. Shinyi then gave the egg to Dawawa. Chen Jiao's eyes widened. This is the egg I gave you. Why are you giving it to someone else? Since you gave it to me, I can give it to others, Shinyi replied. Chen Jiao didn't lie. She really was reluctant to eat the egg because her family didn't give her money and drained her resources. She had no money herself. If she weren't hoping Shinyi would buy her winter clothes, she wouldn't have given her so many eggs. Things she herself was reluctant to eat, Shinyi casually gave to others. It felt like a slap in her face. But she didn't dare get angry at Shinyi. Her goal hadn't been achieved yet. She forced a smile that was even uglier than crying. Yes, I gave it to you. Do whatever you want with it. Shinyi nodded. Do you have anything else? If not, I need to get back to work. Yes, I do, Chen Jiao immediately said. She also saw that Shinyi had changed a lot recently. If she didn't take the initiative, she wouldn't get her money for winter clothes. Shinyi raised an eyebrow. Her greedy expression finally couldn't be hidden. Tell me, what's the matter? Chen Jiao immediately looked upset and pulled Shinyi to turn away. I only ask because I have no choice. Can you lend me 10 yuan? Winter is coming soon, and I have no clothes. I need to buy cotton and fabric to make 2 warm coats. Shunyi looked half smiling. I remember you asked me to lend you money for clothes every year. When she said lend, Chenjai immediately became alert. Isn't that money from you? In the story, Shunyi was very generous to Chenjai, and she never said the money was a loan. But now, Shunyi didn't want to admit it. When did I say it was a gift? In my first year here, you saw I was wearing thin clothes in the cold winter and gave me money to buy some. I told you I didn't know when I could pay you back, and you said I didn't have to, Chenjai quickly explained. That was the first year. I didn't say anything the second year, right? Chenjai's eyes widened. Because Shunyi said she didn't have to pay back the first year, she naturally assumed Shunyi had given her the money as a gift in the second year too. Shunyi continued calmly, we've been working in the countryside for 7 years. Every year, I give you 10 yuan to buy clothes. The first year you didn't have to pay me back. The remaining 6 years total 60 yuan. When you pay me back, I'll lend you money again. Chenjai was stunned. Alright, I need to work now. Please move aside, Shunyi said, trying to go around her, but Chenjai grabbed her arm. Chenjai originally wanted to ask Shunyi for money, but now she owed her money instead. She couldn't stay calm. You can't treat me like this. I thought that money was from you and I used it. Thought I gave it to you? How dare you ask for so much? Shunyi scoffed. Let go. Erbao saw her mother was angry and immediately stepped forward, trying to pull Chenjai away. My mom said let go. This is my matter with your mom. You, a kid, shouldn't interfere. Chenjai pushed Erbao's hand away. Because of Shunyi, she had always looked unfavorably at Sanbao, and her push was a bit heavy. She forgot they were on a hillside. With that push, Erbao lost his balance and fell backward. Shunyi quickly grabbed his arm, and Deebao from behind hugged Erbao to prevent him from rolling down the hill. Shunyi's heart almost stopped from fear. When she saw that the second child was fine, she quickly slapped Chenjai. With a loud smack, everyone within 100 meters could hear. Mother Li hurried over, followed by other members of the Li family. Seeing this, others also came over to watch. Chenjai, noticing the situation was bad, covered her face and cried sadly. Compared to Shunyi's fierce expression, most people naturally sided with Chenjai. Lin Jiadong looked at Shunyi with a serious face and said, Shen Jiqing. In front of everyone, he called her that. In public, hitting someone like this isn't good, right? You didn't even ask what happened before protecting her. Shunyi sneered. Are you guys related? What are you talking about? Lin Jiadong quickly glanced at Zhang Ailing in the crowd. I mean, no matter what happened, you're both women. You can sit down and talk calmly. Why hit people? You don't even know what happened but rushed to help her, and now you say you're not related, Mother Li immediately added, glaring fiercely at him. Fine, I won't say anything. Lin Jiadong dared not speak further in front of his sister-in-law. He didn't want to get involved with other women. Mother Li then asked, what's going on? She owes me money and hasn't paid it back. She also wanted to borrow more, and when I refused, she pushed second child. Shunyi said, glaring at Zhang Ailing. Mother Li heard this. Money and her grandson were her life. She shouted loudly, You wicked woman! You owe money and refuse to pay it back, and you even push people? Is there any justice left in this world? I didn't. The money was clearly given to me by her. Chenjai argued through tears. I feel sorry for you. In winter, I saw you had no clothes, so I lent you 10 yuan each year to buy clothes. We've been working in the countryside for so many years, and I never missed a year. The first year, I really felt sorry for you. I said the money was for you, but my money didn't come from nowhere. I didn't want it back that first year. For the next 6 years, that's 60 yuan. I didn't explicitly say it was a loan, but I didn't say it was a gift either. If you had any shame, you'd know to pay me back, right? Shunyi finished speaking in one breath. Before Chenjai pushed second child, she wasn't really planning to take back the money she had given her when she was trying to go back to the past. Now she had changed her mind. She must get that money back. Otherwise, let's go to the police station. Shunyi issued her final warning. Chenjai looked at her in disbelief and shouted, I even brought you eggs these past few days. Is this how you treat me? She was shouting as if bringing a few eggs was like giving her mountains of gold and silver. If you hadn't mentioned it, I might have forgotten, Shun-Yi sneered. You've eaten a lot of my things over the years, haven't you? I also bought you many things. When I first arrived, I bought those household items like basins and blankets for you. Earlier, when she was sent to the countryside, she secretly took 500 yuan from home. At that time, to get along well with the local youth, she was very generous. Coincidentally, Chen was poor and eager to flatter her, so she happily bought her many things. Li Mu, upon hearing this, widened her eyes in shock. Wow, the second family is really generous to others. I don't even know how much all this costs. She immediately said, yes, yes, yes. If you don't pay back the money, go to the police. Seeing Shun-Yi's serious expression, Chen calmed down and looked at her. Shun-Yi, are you really going to go this far? What do you think? Shun-Yi looked at her. Chen leaned in as if to say something, but Shun-Yi avoided her. Chen gritted her teeth and finally said one word, Lin. Lin Jiadong's face darkened. Chen was clearly referring to something, and Shun-Yi knew exactly what. She knew Chen was most aware of her relationship with Lin Jiadong. Chen had threatened her, saying that if she was so ruthless, she would tell others about her marriage and children, and secretly inquire about Lin Jiadong. She was sure she would be threatened because if she revealed it, not only would she face criticism, but Li Chun would also be mocked. Shun-Yi's face turned cold. Lin, what? What do you want to say? Seeing her stubborn attitude, Chen ignored her and said, you and. Halfway through, she caught a warning look from Lin Jiadong. She felt both angry and resentful, wanting to say more but afraid that Lin Jiadong would be upset with her, losing her chance to be with him in the future. Even if Chen told Shun-Yi about her feelings for Lin Jiadong, there might be some rumors, but it wouldn't have a big impact on Lin Jiadong. Because Shun-Yi had liked Lin Jiadong alone, Lin Jiadong had never paid attention to her. However, Lin Jiadong's background was not suitable to be made public, and he was also afraid that Shun-Yi, in anger, might reveal his family's situation. Shun-Yi took the initiative first. Although Chen hid her feelings well in front of her, Shun-Yi had read novels and knew that Chen also liked Lin Jiadong. She immediately looked at Chen gaze, which was fixed on Lin Jiadong, and examined them carefully. Chen, what do you have with him? Why are you looking at Lin Jiqing? Are you two dating? By turning the situation around, even if Chen revealed her past with Lin Jiadong, it wouldn't be very believable. What are you talking about? Chen face twisted in confusion. Isn't that so? Shun-Yi raised an eyebrow. You told me before that you liked Lin Jiqing. He just defended you so well. I thought you two were dating. How did Shun-Yi know she liked Lin Jiadong? She had kept it a secret very well. Chen panicked and didn't immediately deny Shun-Yi. Instead, she instinctively looked at Lin Jiadong. Everyone around was gossiping and watching Lin Jiadong and Chen. Lin Jiadong was very anxious. It was bad enough that he was defending Chen and getting involved, but now Shun-Yi was also making things worse. He quickly tried to clear things up. Shen Jiqing, you misunderstood. Chen Jiqing and I are innocent. We're not dating. Whether you're dating or not is up to you, Shun-Yi said indifferently, turning the topic skillfully. What I care about now is whether you still owe me money. You've been eating, drinking, and using my stuff all these years. Everyone knows you're a freeloader. I don't want much, just a little. Including that 60 yuan, just pay me back the 100 yuan you owe. Chen opened her mouth, wanting to bring up Shun-Yi's love for Lin Jiadong during her marriage, but she couldn't find the right words. She was also terrified to realize she had lost her advantage. Even if she spoke more, without evidence, she couldn't prove Shun-Yi was lying. She had no evidence, because she had only told Shun-Yi about Lin Jiadong verbally before. Her mind was in chaos. She instinctively responded, I don't have money right now. Not having money is fine. Shun-Yi had already thought of a solution. Then just use work points to settle it. She originally wanted to go to the collective farm to search for Chen belongings, but then she thought better of it. Chen Jiai's family seemed to have put some kind of spell on her, exploiting her so much that she didn't even resist. Whatever good things she had, she would send back home. Even if she searched, she wouldn't find anything valuable. The harvest just ended, and her work points are probably the most valuable thing she has now. Chen Jiai worked very hard to send more grain home, often earning 8 centimeters, sometimes even 10 centimeters. With this year's good harvest, she was sure to receive a lot of grain. Maybe even some money. No way, Chen Jiai screamed. Since the harvest, her family kept writing to say they wanted to send grain back. She was truly a pitiful woman. But a person in need can also be someone to dislike. Shen Yi didn't want to feel sorry for her. Having played the role of a villainous character for many years, she believed in karma and that everyone gets what they deserve. Shen Yi called Dehua. Dehua, can you go find the village head or the team leader? Tell them to come here. She needed the village head or team leader to witness, so her work points could be used to settle her debt. Dehua, hurry up, Li Mu urged. Don't call the team leader, call the village head. The village head was from the Li family clan, so it was easier to handle this matter with him. Dehua ran off immediately, with Airbao following. Li Chun came with the village head. On the way, he overheard Dehua and Airbao explaining everything. When they arrived, his gaze on Chen Jiai was cold and sharp. If Chen Jiai had been a man, he probably would have pushed her to the ground and beaten her. Since they were all from the Li clan, the village had naturally sided with Shen Yi. Moreover, this matter was clearly in her favor. He immediately agreed to use Chen Jiai's work points to cover her debt to Shen Yi until it was paid off. Chen Jiai knew the situation was settled. She cried and ran away, not even bothering to pick up the firewood she had found. With Chen Jiai gone, the farce was over. Everyone mumbled and dispersed, feeling that they had enough gossip for the day. The main gossip was about 2 things. First, Chen Jiai's character. Second, Shen Yi's foolishness and her wealth. What Shen Yi didn't know was that because of this incident, the villagers started to treat her more kindly. They thought that if they could get close to her, maybe they would gain some benefits. Of course, Chen Jiai's feelings for Lin Jiadong were never openly admitted or denied by her, only spoken about by Shen Yi. Over time, rumors spread, and it became accepted as true. As for whether the two were dating, people talked about it, but it didn't cause much fuss. First, Lin Jiadong denied it. Second, everyone thought they weren't dating, so even if they were, it wasn't a big deal. However, Lin Jiadong became anxious. He knew he had a partner, even if others didn't, so early the next morning, he went to the county town. Jiang Wanru was working as a temporary female worker at a textile factory there. He went to apologize to her. After all the fuss, it was almost evening. Li Chun and Shen Yi had gathered some firewood and loaded it onto a cart. There was still space, so they also packed the firewood Li Mu and her family had collected and took it all home. A large group of people headed down the mountain to go home. Li Mu followed Shen Yi, hesitating to speak. She wanted to tell Shen Yi that she shouldn't be so generous with outsiders in the future, but then she remembered that the money was Shen Yi's own, so she had no right to say anything. She kept her thoughts to herself. When they returned home and saw her husband, she couldn't help but complain about the situation. Second sister's sewing skills are really poor. Even if she has money, she shouldn't be wasting it like this. Sanbao and the others will get married someday, and there will be many expenses. Old man, do you think I should say something to her? Say what? Even if second sister's sewing is bad, she didn't take your money. Just mind your own business. Li's father finished speaking and looked at her. What's wrong with you lately? In the past, when second sister wasn't taking care of her children, you didn't dare say a word. Now, why are you so demanding of her? Li Mu realized her own change after her husband's words. In the past, Shen Yi's attitude was such that she couldn't control her even if she wanted to. Now that Shen Yi has improved, she unconsciously expects more from her. Having been married for decades, Li's father saw through her thoughts immediately and scolded, "Second sister is clever." The fact that she occasionally sends you and me gifts shows she still cares, especially because we are her parents and Sanbao's grandparents. Her previous close relationship with Chen Jiqing, and now her sudden change to report Chen Jiqing to the police, shows she's not a kind-hearted person. Don't be foolish and upset her. You know how she feels about the second child. If she gets angry with you, she won't support you anymore. Lee's mother was reminded by Lee's father and suddenly felt worried. I understand. I won't interfere with her anymore. Lee's father nodded. His wife was a bit complicated inside, but she was obedient and understood quickly. By the way, yesterday I asked you to go to the neighboring village to exchange some cotton for the second child's family. Did you go? Yes, I went, Lee's mother replied. She gave me the money and also handed me some bundles of yarn, asking me to knit a sweater for herself and you. Lee's father felt relieved and then remembered something. Although the second child's family gave a lot, you shouldn't favor them too much. If you keep showing favoritism, the third child's family is starting to notice. Whenever Jiang Ailing was mentioned, Lee's mother became unhappy. Today, she went to exchange cotton for the second child's family, and somehow Jiang Ailing found out. She told the elders that Lee's mother was biased, and Lee's mother overheard this. How dare the third child's family say, I favor one over the other. If anyone is biased, it's them. Over the years, I've favored their household the most. Their husband and son always get the best food and clothes. She secretly sent grain to her sister, and I turned a blind eye every time, Lee's mother said angrily. Then be fair, Lee's father said impatiently. Especially with the eldest family. You should care about them too. I think they seem to have worries lately. Lee's father thought for a moment and asked, do we still have some cloth vouchers left? Winter is coming soon, and I heard this year's winter will be colder than before. Tomorrow, go to town and buy a few bundles of cloth so everyone can make new clothes. Lee's mother listened and wondered how much it would cost to make new clothes for everyone. She hesitated and asked, are the girls in the family also getting new clothes? Yes, all of them, Lee's father confirmed firmly, understanding his wife's thoughts. The girls haven't had new clothes in 2 years. You can't just favor your grandson and hide it. If the cloth vouchers aren't enough, trade something for more. Lee's mother didn't dare argue and agreed. Lee's father then asked, did Taizhu go with you to chop firewood today? Today, everyone was supposed to go up the mountain to cut firewood, but after finishing his meal, Li Taizhu disappeared. After feeling disappointed with Li Taizhu, Lee's mother no longer spoiled him and felt quite angry. But since he is a grandson and Lee's father is someone who really knows how to hit, he instinctively hid and said, he went. Today I saw him wandering around the village. Lee's father looked at his wife with a sharp gaze. He didn't go. Lee's mother quickly changed her answer. Lee's father was disappointed and said, he's already 9 years old. He doesn't go to school or work, and he looks like he's just wasting time. Do you want to raise him like this for the rest of his life? Lee's mother felt wronged. She did spoil Taizhu a bit, but the main culprit was Jiang Ailing. Lee's father decided, tomorrow after the harvest, you go to town to buy cloth. I'll go cut firewood. If he dares not to go, I will break his leg. Lee's mother didn't dare say anything more. Now she also felt that spoiling Li Taizhu like this might not be right. Meanwhile, a family of 5 returned home. Shen Yi started cooking. De Bao was in charge of lighting the fire. Li Chen split the firewood he brought back, and Bao took Xiao Bao to carry the chopped firewood to the kitchen. Shen Yi cooked soybeans with pork stomach. It took a while to stew, and by the time they ate, it was already dark outside. The family ate by oil lamps. The pig's trotters were soft and tender, and the atmosphere was warm and happy. After dinner, they did some light activities, moving the chopped firewood back to the kitchen and stacking it neatly. Then they took baths. As usual, Li Chun was the last to finish. When he returned to the room, Shen Yi was sitting with San Bao looking at picture books. Bao saw his father come in and immediately said, Dad, since you punished Mom last night by making her sleep next door, from now on, you sleep next door. Li Chun glanced at his wife, and Shen Yi looked up at the sky innocently. Li Chun turned to Bao and suddenly said, actually, I slept with my wife next door last night, and my wife was happy about it. Bao reacted for a moment and then realized that the wife his father mentioned was his mother. His eyes widened in shock, unable to accept the fact that his mother had been abandoned. Mom, is that true? Shin-yi chuckled awkwardly. Bao understood and said sadly, Why did you go to sleep next door with Dad alone? Do you like Dad more than us? Bao and Xiaobao looked at their mother with big, dark eyes like grapes. Little Treasure also crawled over to her and happily said, I like Little Treasure, Shin-yi. Shin-yi hugged Little Treasure, feeling pressured, and thought hard about how to pour water. After a long while, she finally managed to say, I like everyone. Second Treasure was very disappointed and puffed out his cheeks. Then he was picked up by his father and placed next to his older brother. If you keep whining, you'll have to sleep in the next room. Second Treasure looked at his strong father and didn't dare to resist. He looked at his mother as if she was a heartbreaker. Shin-yi immediately turned against him, glared at Li Qian, and waved for her little second to come back and lie beside her. Be good. Mom loves you the most. Do you love me more than Dad? Yes, I love you more than Dad. Second Treasure was so happy he cried. In a place Shin-yi couldn't see, he secretly gave his father a victorious smile. Li Qian. Little brat, I raised you for nothing. Since Second Treasure won, he naturally slept in the same place as before. Little Treasure and Big Treasure were on Shin-yi's right side, Second Treasure and Li Qian on her left, with Second Treasure in between Li Qian and Shin-yi. Li Qian was the only one covered with a blanket. Everyone was tired, and they turned off the lights to sleep. Li Qian didn't know if he had slept too much at noon or for some other reason, but he couldn't fall asleep. He looked at the peaceful breathing of the mother and children beside him, feeling both satisfied and a little sad. He also wanted to hold his wife and sleep. Just as he was about to close his eyes and try to fall asleep, he suddenly felt the blanket on him being gently pulled. He immediately opened his eyes and saw his wife sitting up, speaking softly with a teasing tone. Move Second Treasure over. Li Qian's eyes immediately lit up. He sat up quickly and moved the sleeping Second Treasure beside him to where his wife was. Be gentle. Don't wake him up, Shin-yi reminded. Li Qian immediately eased his movements, not wanting to wake this little bunny, or he wouldn't be able to hold his wife. After placing Second Treasure down, he quietly pushed the plush sheep away. Shin-yi saw this. After arranging Second Treasure, Li Qian lay back in his spot, tenderly pulling the blanket and signaling his wife to come in. Shin-yi lay down, and Li Qian sat up slightly to straighten the blanket on her other side. When he lay back down, he suddenly became a bit reserved and didn't hold her. Shin-yi felt both amused and touched, so she took the initiative to wrap her arms around his waist. Li Qian paused for a moment, then turned to his side, slipped his arm under her neck for her to rest on, and gently pulled her into his arms. Without needing any words, they fell asleep in each other's embrace. The next day, the main task for the 5 members of the family was still to go up the mountain to gather firewood. It was also the day when the team officially finished the autumn harvest, so Chen Chong didn't have to work in the fields and could join them in collecting firewood. That meant the wooden cart couldn't be borrowed by Li Qian anymore. Li Qian didn't want Shin-yi to work too hard. Although he could carry firewood himself, it was tiring and time-consuming for one person. So the 2 families discussed it and decided to gather firewood together and split it evenly afterward. The idea came from Shin-yi. Lin Daniu felt bad because she was pregnant and couldn't help much. In her family, only Chin Chong was strong enough to do heavy work, and Wang Kai could only help a little. But in Shin-yi's family, all 5 could join in. To show her gratitude, Lin Daniu offered to make Shin-yi a cotton-padded jacket. Shin-yi couldn't refuse, so she gave her the fabric and cotton. From then on, the 2 families worked together. Li Qian and Chen Chong took turns pulling the cart and chopping wood. Shin-yi tied the chopped wood into bundles, while Sambao and Wang Kai picked up dry branches. By the end of the first day, Shin-yi was completely exhausted. Before moving to the countryside, she had been pampered by her parents. After arriving, she once spent a day harvesting wheat, but managed less than 10 square meters before being reassigned to cut pig grass. After a few days of that, Li Qian fell in love with her at first sight and even started preparing the pig grass for her. Then they got married, and after she became pregnant, she never did farm work again. Tying firewood was easier than chopping or carrying it, but it still required strength to keep the bundles from falling apart. After a full day, her arms were sore and aching. That night, Chen helped massage her arms, feeling deeply sorry for her. He told her to rest at home the next day, but Shunyi refused and went along again. This time, she didn't tie the wood but picked up dry branches like sanbao. After 2 days, she felt better and started helping with tying the bundles again when she could. Chen Chong never complained, and whenever he saw Shunyi tying wood, he would tell her to stop and let him do it instead. Because he was afraid his brother would scold him. They gathered firewood efficiently over 7 or 8 days, enough for both families to use during winter. On the day before they finished, Li Chun and Chen Chong went hunting for wild game. They caught 3 wild chickens, 2 wild rabbits, and found 3 nests of bird eggs. Shunyi decided to show her cooking skills the next evening and invited Chen Chong's family to dinner. Chen Chong was very happy. During the autumn harvest, he passed by the Li family every day on his way to work, smelling the delicious aroma. He couldn't resist and asked someone to bring a little meat from the city. His wife wasn't good at cooking and didn't like to use much oil or salt. He was worried she would ruin the meat he bought. Since getting married, he hadn't cooked in the kitchen, but that day he specially went into the kitchen just for those few pieces of meat, using plenty of oil and salt. However, when he ate it, it didn't taste quite right. Instead, he found himself craving the food from his brother's house even more. Every day, when passing by his brother's house, he would smell the aroma several times, as if he had already eaten the food. To thank Shunyi, he didn't take any firewood that afternoon and instead went to his brother's house. The next day, Shunyi slept in until noon. Only after Li Chen finished preparing lunch did she get up.
Li Shen's cooking.
Well, it was edible. As someone who liked to sleep in, Shunyi was generous enough to eat it. Lazy people have no right to complain, but she thought she could train herself in the future. The third child, Sanbao, was not so polite. Although they had grown up eating Li Chen's cooking, going from frugal to luxurious was easy, but going back was hard. Recently, they had gotten used to Shunyi's cooking, so they couldn't stand Li Chen's. Even the second child said directly, "It's not tasty." His father was so annoyed he wanted to scratch his teeth and punished him to wash the dishes. The dishes weren't cleaned well, so Li Chen washed them again and called the second child over to watch, teaching him how to wash dishes. The second child pretended to be pitiful. "Dad, I don't want to wash dishes." "Then who do you want to wash for you?" Li Chen asked back. The second child looked at him, clearly implying that his father used to wash the dishes. Li Chen looked at him with a half-smile and asked, "I need to work to earn points. Your mother cooks, your older brother helps with fire. What did you do?" "Little Bao doesn't do anything either," the second child weakly replied. "If you could become as small as Little Bao, I wouldn't let you do anything either," Li Chen said. Bao couldn't find a reason not to work, so he could only agree silently, feeling very regretful. He shouldn't have spoken out about how his dad's cooking was bad. Shunyi watched nearby, feeling a bit sorry for her little second son. She couldn't help but discuss with Li Chen, "Maybe we should wait until next year." Li Chen always had a different attitude toward his wife and son. He whispered, "We can't spoil them. At their age, they can do some simple chores." Shunyi nodded. She was a caring mother and knew that because she had been too indulgent to Sanbao in her past life, she always wanted to spoil them. But this approach was actually wrong. It was better to have Li Chen, a strict father with principles, to guide them. Afraid she might be too soft, Shunyi simply pretended not to see Bao's pitiful look and went back inside to knit a sweater. She had said that Chen Chong's family would come over for dinner tonight, but Chen Chong's family arrived in the afternoon. Lin Dania helplessly explained for Chen Chong, "He's craving your cooking. He's been talking about it since yesterday. If I hadn't stopped him, he would have come to your house last night and waited." Chen Chong was embarrassed because Lin Daniu had exposed him in front of Shunyi. "Nonsense. That's an exaggeration." Lin Daniu ignored him and whispered to Shunyi, "You shouldn't have invited him for dinner. He once told me you're not as good as I thought and warned me to be careful of you." Hiss.
Can he say that?
Is he talking about his wife or Shunyi? Lin Daniu. Chen Chang quickly spoke up to stop Lin Daniu, worried that his secret might be revealed. I'm not as good as you think. Shunyi had overheard and looked at Chen Chang with a half-smile. Meanwhile, Li Chen, who was stacking firewood, also shot a dangerous look over. The way these two couples looked at each other was almost frightening, about 70% alike. Chen Chang's heart trembled. In fact, over the past few days, when their families went up the mountain to gather firewood, Shunyi had observed how he and brother Chen and Sanbao were doing. She was starting to believe that Shunyi was really planning to spend her life with brother Chen. Afraid that dinner might be ruined, he quickly pretended to slap his own mouth. Sister-in-law, I was wrong. You're beautiful, kind, gentle, elegant, virtuous, and so good. I was just talking nonsense before. I was blind and wrong. Can you forgive me? He spoke in one breath without stopping. Shunyi couldn't help but smile a little. Of course, she didn't really blame Chen Chang. After all, even Li Chen didn't believe her before, let alone Chen Chang. But she didn't see the need to explain anything to Chen Chang. She wasn't planning to live with him, as long as he had no bad intentions. The rest could be left to time. No way, Shunyi said directly. Chen Chang immediately looked disappointed. Was dinner really going to be lost just like that? Shunyi pointed to the cage in the corner where the chickens and rabbits were kept and said bluntly, let's settle the score. Go kill the chicken. Chen Chang's eyes lit up. He hurried to catch a chicken, flattering. Okay, I'll handle it. Sister-in-law, you can go inside and sit. Just leave everything to me. As long as you're the chef later, that's fine. Lin Dania looked at her husband with a greedy expression that was hard to watch. She waved a package in her hand at Shunyi and said, forget about him. I've made you a warm coat. Let's go inside and take a look. Hearing this, Shunyi's eyes brightened. Sounds good. The two women linked arms and went inside. Chen Chang saw them leave and couldn't help but complain to his brother. Brotherly, does Lin Dani usually talk to me like that? Why does she change when she's in front of your wife? Does your wife have some kind of magic? Li Chen didn't care about how Chen Chang's wife behaved. He only cared about his own wife. He picked up a piece of firewood and threw it at Chen Chang. So you dare to talk behind my back about my wife? The chicken was startled and clucked loudly. Chen Chang looked nervously at the piece of wood on the ground. Luckily, he dodged it. Seeing his brother's dangerous gaze, Chen Chang quickly backed off and ran into the kitchen. Brother, I'll go boil water and kill the chicken and rabbit. Outside, the two men were busy, and inside, the two women were also not idle. Earlier, Shunyi had given Lin Daniu 8 meters of cloth and 4 jean of cotton, asking her to help make 2 pieces of clothing, a short cotton jacket and a long coat, both intended for Li Chen. However, Lin Daniu made 3 pieces. Besides the 2 she was asked to make, she also made a women's version from the remaining fabric for herself. I saw you didn't make anything for yourself, so I thought since there's still quite a bit of fabric left, I'd make one for you. Try it on. Shunyi was a bit touched. When she made clothes for Li Chen, she used a lot of fabric. So when she gave fabric to Lin Daniu, she also tried to give a little extra, about 1 meter or 2, leaving room for her to work with. Even if the leftover clothes are not used up, Lin Daniu would keep them herself, and Shunyi wouldn't say anything. But she didn't expect Lin Daniu to make her a piece of clothing. Thank you, Shunyi said gratefully. She tried it on, and was a bit surprised. I didn't tell you my size, how did you figure it out? It fits so perfectly just now. After making clothes for so long, I can tell, Lin Daniu smiled. Shunyi couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. Amazing! She felt a bit ashamed of her own skills and looked at the other 2 pieces of clothing. She couldn't help but praise. They look really nice. Lin Daniu felt a little shy from Shunyi's praise and modestly said, it's mainly because of the 2 drawings you gave me. Without them, I couldn't have made such nice clothes. That women's coat isn't one I drew, right? You made it too, and it looks great. When Shunyi asked Lin Daniu to help make clothes earlier, she specially drew 2 design sketches. These designs combined current styles with popular styles from later times. She also considered that it wasn't good to be too flashy at this time, so she chose the most fashionable black and gray colors of this era. The clothes wouldn't look out of place when worn, and even if you didn't look closely, you could see the intricate details inside. But she wasn't a designer, and her drawings were quite abstract. She mainly wanted Lindanu to see if she could make them. If she couldn't, she would just let her look at the designs and try to make them. Unexpectedly, Lindanu actually made them almost exactly as she envisioned. Even the women's cotton-padded jacket that Lindanu made for her was based on those two design sketches, combined with feminine features, and she used her creativity to make it. "Don't praise me too much. I'd be embarrassed," Lindanu blushed. "I'm just being honest. What are you shy about?" Shunyi teased her. Over these days, their relationship had improved a lot. Although Lindanu is a bit honest and shy, she is very kind and sincere. Shunyi was happy to be friends with her. As they joked, Shunyi suddenly had an idea. She had many clothing styles in her mind. If she combined them with Lindanu's skills, they might be able to work together and make money. Of course, this idea was just a fleeting thought. It's only 1973 now. The college entrance exam was restored in 1977, trading relaxed in 1978, and the private economy appeared in the 1980s. Currently, buying and selling are not allowed. In this environment, trying to make big money by selling clothes is almost impossible. Making small money is easier because she has plenty of resources to buy and sell, so there's no need to make things so complicated. After the college entrance exam, if Lindanu is willing, she could consider it. Killing chickens and rabbits takes time, and since it's still early, Shunyi told the two men what side dishes to prepare and let them handle it themselves. Shunyi sat under the eaves knitting a sweater. Besides her cotton coat, she plans to make her own clothes for Chen, because as long as she wears them inside, no one will see how ugly they are. Shunyi made herself laugh. Lindanu kept looking toward the kitchen, wanting to help, but Shunyi stopped her, saying, "You're not feeling well, so don't go over there." Lindanu looked at Shunyi's confident expression and then at Chen and Shin Chong busy in the kitchen. She clenched her teeth and sat down. The three children were in the yard looking at picture books. A few days ago, when they chopped firewood, they kept bragging to Wang Chai that their mother bought them picture books and how beautiful they were, which made Wang Chai think about them for many days. Now, they were discussing the content of the picture books. Bao and Wang Chai had different opinions and were passionately explaining their views. Lindanu saw them arguing until their faces turned red and worried they might fight. She instinctively wanted to call Wang Kai, but Shunyi stopped her, saying, "It's okay, let them argue. They won't fight." Over these days, she had gotten to know her sons a little better. Xiao Bao is carefree and a little foodie. As for his other traits, he's still young and can't be judged yet. Bao is mischievous, brave, clever, not afraid of trouble, and sometimes likes to cause trouble. Bao is sensible, steady, and gentle. But when his little face shows no expression, he has his father's aura. When he's angry, even Bao doesn't dare to provoke him.
So they can't fight.
As long as they don't fight, Shunyi fully supports this kind of healthy brainstorming. It helps develop their thinking and understanding. Lindanu was originally worried that they would cause trouble and Shunyi would be upset. After all, it's one thing when Bao and Bao fight. They're Shunyi's children. But Wang Kai is different. Seeing that she didn't mind, Lindanu relaxed and felt a little more fond of Shunyi. The two of them chatted casually for a while. When Chen and the others finished preparing the chicken and rabbit, it was almost evening.
Dinner could be served.
They cooked 2 wild chickens and 1 wild rabbit. Shunyi planned to make yellow braised chicken. She heated oil in a pot, added star anise, dried chili peppers, Sichuan peppercorns, and slices to release aroma. Then she added the chicken to fry out the water, added rock sugar, soy sauce, and pepper for color, and then included potatoes and mushrooms. After mixing evenly, she poured in a bowl of water and simmered on low heat for 10 minutes, finishing with a high heat to thicken the sauce. For the rabbit, she made braised rabbit. She blanched the meat to remove the smell, drained it, then heated oil in a pot, added green onions, garlic, and Sichuan peppercorns to release fragrance. She added the rabbit and stir-fried, then added seasonings and simmered on low heat for 20 minutes. Finally, she added chili peppers and dried chili, then increased the heat to thicken the sauce. The smell was amazing. Chen Chong clicked his tongue. He turned to look at Lin Daniu. His wife was quick and efficient, so why was her cooking skill lacking? As a foodie, Chen Chong felt a bit regretful and decided to eat 2 more bowls later. Tonight, the 2 families planned to eat in the yard. They set up tables and chairs and sat together. There was white rice, yellow braised chicken, braised rabbit, and Lin Dania's special spicy and sour radish cubes. Everyone was salivating, waiting for Shunyi to take the first bite. Once she did, the others, Debao, Erbao, Chen Chong, and Wang Kai, immediately picked up their chopsticks. The food was delicious. The chicken and rabbit were caught by Li Chun and Chen Chong. Since so much was prepared, they decided to save some for the elders to try. Chen Chong and his group put some in a bowl and set it aside to give to his mother later. At the Li family's side, Shunyi had already sent some to Erbao before they started eating. Of course, she only sent some for the 2 elders. Originally, with so much wild game, they could have cooked more and shared with the other members of the Li family, but Shunyi didn't want Jiang Ailing to eat. Whether she was petty or calculating didn't matter. For someone who would take advantage of Sanbao and not being able to speak to complain about them, Shunyi didn't want to show her generosity. But if she explicitly said Jiang Ailing couldn't eat, it seemed unlikely. So, she simply decided not to send any. This made Jiang Ailing feel very annoyed. During the meal, in front of Mr. Li, she started to mock Li Sanhong sarcastically, saying, "We're chopping firewood together and you're inviting us to eat?" People might think Chen Chong is actually your second brother's real younger brother. Li Sanhong just felt a headache and scolded his wife. "Stop talking. Why is my second brother chopping firewood with Brother Chong's family? They have a wooden cart and they caught those wild chickens and rabbits together." "Come on," Jiang Ailing said dismissively. "Chen Chong only has 1 worker in his family. His lazy son doesn't count. My second brother and second sister-in-law went too. Who's really getting the benefits? Besides, before they went with my second brother, how come Chen Chong couldn't catch any wild chickens or rabbits? It's because he's relying on my second brother. If he asked you to go, you could catch them too." Mr. Li, who usually didn't show much anger to his daughter-in-law, put down his chopsticks and looked at Jiang Ailing with dull eyes. On the surface, Mrs. Li was the head of the family, but in reality, Mr. Li was the one with the most authority. So when Mr. Li showed his displeasure, Jiang Ailing didn't dare to be rude anymore and quietly shut her mouth. Inside, she couldn't help but curse. In the past, it was Mrs. Li who managed the children and daughter-in-law. Mr. Li usually didn't interfere much, but recently, it seemed like he had suddenly started to control the family. Every day, he forced her son Tai Zhu to go up the mountain to chop firewood. When Tai Zhu was thirsty and ran back to drink water, he was scolded. She almost saw her son get beaten to death. It made her heart ache. Mrs. Li saw Jiang Ailing's timid look and chuckled softly. She thought, "She's just a coward who's afraid of the strong. It's time for the old man to teach her a lesson." As she thought this, Mrs. Li took a piece of braised rabbit meat and chewed it happily. It smelled delicious. Of course, she didn't know what Jiang Ailing was really thinking. If she did, she would definitely scold her. Tai Zhu wasn't running back just to drink water. He was actually sneaking back to slack off. They ate 3 jin of rice, 2 wild chickens, 1 wild rabbit, a plate of spicy and sour radish cubes. All 8 family members finished everything. After the meal, Chen Chong's family washed the dishes before leaving, and Chen Chong was the one who washed them. Was Chen Chong so conscientious? Of course not. After eating, Lin Daniu eagerly wanted to wash the dishes. Shunyi didn't dare to let her. Not only because it wasn't proper for guests to wash dishes, but also because she was pregnant, and Shunyi didn't want to make her work hard. In the end, Lin Daniu said she always washed dishes like this at home. She had a good reason, and was holding a bowl. Shunyi didn't dare to compete with her and could only look at Li Chen. Li Chen saw her gaze and kicked Chen Chong. "Hurry up and wash the dishes." When Lin Daniu saw it was Chen Chong, He hesitated for a moment and handed him the bowl. Chen could only sadly start washing the dishes. There were 3 bird eggs, a wild chicken, and a wild rabbit. Shen asked Wang Kai whether he wanted the chicken or the rabbit. Wang Kai chose the rabbit. Shen then gave them 2 nests of bird eggs, not giving them a chance to refuse, and sent them out. Chen Chang's family left shortly after, and Shen heard a knock on the door. She went over and opened it. It's Chen Chang. Older sister-in-law. Chen Chang smiled. I'm looking for Brotherly. Shen was a bit confused. She called Li Chen over. Li Chen came out, and Chen Chang pulled him aside to whisper something. Finally, Li Chen turned back and said to Shen, Wife, I need to go to Chen Chang's house. Shen nodded. Go ahead. Li Chen and Chen Chang left together. Li Chen didn't go to Chen Chang's house. It was already dark, and the 2 of them used flashlights as they left the village entrance. At the village entrance, a beam of light shone from under a tree. Li Chen and Chen Chang headed toward the light. The brightness was blinding for Chen Chang, who cursed, Hey, turn off the flashlight. They immediately turned it off, and someone called out flatteringly, Brother Chen, Jiangzi. As Chen Chang approached, he punched him. I saw the mark at your house. I guessed it was you. Are you here to pay back the money? Hand it over. How long has this been dragging on? Jiangzi cough. The person was hit the back by Chen Chang and coughed twice. He quickly fumbled in his pocket and took out a small stack of money, stuffing it into Chen Chang's arms. Chen Chang saw the money, relaxed his grip, and counted it. He took out 10 bills and handed the remaining 20 to Li Chen. Brother Chen, yours. He then returned the remaining 20 yuan to the man, who refused to take it. This is a thank you for my buddies for lending me money. Please have some meat. Chen Chang heard that and didn't refuse. He took 10 yuan himself, and the other 10, along with 200 yuan, he handed to Li Chen. Li Chen glanced at the man. If Shen were here, she would be surprised to see that this man was an old acquaintance, namely, Zhou Fengshou, the middleman who bought her watch. Li Chen asked, How did you pay it back if you had money? Hearing this, Chen Chang also found it strange. Could it be that you went and robbed someone? Zhou Fengshou had just relaxed his breathing, but when he heard this, he almost couldn't breathe again. Do you really think I am that kind of person? Or are we not brothers anymore? I may not be a proper person, but I wouldn't do something like that. Seeing how angry he was, Li Chen and Chen Chang exchanged a look and believed him. Li Chen walked over, leaned against a tree, and looked at Zhou Fengshou. Did you just come to pay back the money? They are all brothers. Who doesn't understand each other? If Zhou Fengshou only came to pay back the money, he definitely wouldn't have given them an extra 10 yuan in interest. He's good at everything, but he's too stingy. Zhou Fengshou smiled flatteringly. As expected, only Li Chen knew him well. So he directly asked, Brother Chen, Brother Chang, are you really planning to stop doing this in the future? He was vague about what this was, but Li Chen and Chen Chang understood. It was about buying and selling goods. Li Chen used to do this kind of work. The money he gave to Shen and others came from this. Over the years, because he was cautious and didn't have high spending habits, he wasn't suspected. The 2 brick houses he built were the most expensive things he bought, but he had just helped the police catch a gang of enemies and received a reward of 300 yuan. Worried about retaliation from his accomplices, he didn't publicize it, but the village leaders knew, so no one suspected him. Later, he got married and had 3 children, and he rarely did this kind of work anymore, focusing mainly on his family. As for Zhou Fengshou, his family lived in the county town. He had no parents, no official job, and relied on odd jobs to get by. He loved money. He used to hang out with Li Chen and made quite a bit. But later, his grandmother, who took care of him, fell seriously ill, costing a lot of money. He borrowed money from Li Chen and Chen Chang, but his grandmother passed away 2 years ago. In the past 2 years, relying on being alone, he often did small business deals privately. As for Chen Chang, he always trusted Li Chen. When Li Chen stopped, he also stopped. Under Li Chen's guidance, he used his money carefully, so no one suspected him. So, when Zhou Fengshou asked this question, both Chen Chang and others looked at Li Chen. Li Chen was silent for a moment and suddenly asked, Have you found a good way to make money? Previously, when Zhou Fengshou asked, Li Chen always refused. Does this mean there might be a chance now? Zhou Fengshou was a bit excited. He nodded and talked about the watch business. He said excitedly, I've taken 2 watches twice, and each time I sold them in less than an hour. In just an hour, I made about 20 or 30 yuan. Huge profit, brothers. Old He also said he could give me 50 watches at once, each costing 150 yuan. If we sell them at 170 yuan, we'd make a profit of 20 yuan per watch. 50 watches would mean 1,000 yuan profit. 1,000 yuan. What does that mean? We could sell 1,000 jin of grain in the black market. Watches are better than grain, easier to carry and less dangerous. Plus, that's just based on the lowest price estimate.
We can raise the price.
It's almost the end of the year, and many people are getting married. The demand for watches will naturally increase. Even if people have money and go to department stores, they might not find what they want. This is our chance. Zhou Fengshou became more and more excited, as if he already had the money in hand. Even Chen Chang looked excited listening to him. Only Li Chen remained calm. Seeing Li Chen's expression, Zhou Fengshou wasn't sure if he had convinced him. The reason this matter must convince Li Chen to join isn't just because of his skills. An important reason is that Li Chen knows people who can lend him money. 50 watches at 150 yuan each total 7,500 yuan. Right now, in the entire county, there aren't many places with that much money, let alone lending it out. Zhou Fengshou didn't have this channel, and neither did Chen Chang. Thinking of this, he quickly signaled to Chen Chang, who had already been persuaded, to join in. Brother? Chen Chang hesitated and called out. Li Chen glanced at him. You wanna? Chen Chang swallowed hard. Yes, he wanted to. He had earned less than Li Chen before, and over the years, he had spent a lot on his mother's medicine after her fall, and although he didn't spend much on his marriage, he bought a sewing machine that cost a lot. Now, his wife was pregnant with his child. He would need money for many things. But he had no money left, only the 100 yuan Zhou Fengshou owed him. Brother Chen, winter is coming soon. We have time to try it. Also, Chen Chang's eyes darted around slyly, starting with what his brother cared about most. Brother, even if you don't think about yourself, you should consider your wife. She's used to being pampered. Are you willing to let her suffer with you? He automatically ignored the fact that Shen Yi's family was wealthy. From what he knew about Brother Chen, he wouldn't simply enjoy the benefits from Shen Yi's family without effort. So, even if Zhou Fengshou doesn't come this time, Brother Chen will definitely find a way to earn money. Yes, 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 Zhou Fengshou hurriedly agreed. Although he hadn't met Shen Yi, he had heard from Chen Chang that Li Chen loved his wife very much. 2 of the 3 people were watching Li Chen closely. Li Chen thought for a moment and asked Zhou Fengshou, Are you sure you can trust this? Zhou Fengshou nodded. Old He may look ugly and fierce, and he's got a bad temper, but I think he's trustworthy. Li Chen nodded in agreement. I'll find someone tomorrow. Zhou Fengshou and Chen Chang immediately smiled. Zhou Fengshou said, Brother Chen, if you borrow the money, you can keep 50%, I'll take 40%, and Qiangzi, you can take 10%, okay? Chen Chang agreed naturally. Actually, this business could be a partnership between the 2 of them. He was just carried along.
It was settled like that.
The 3 of them went home separately. When Li Chen arrived home, Shen Yi and Sanbao had already finished washing up and were playing on the bed. Li Chen listened outside for a while, smiled, then went to wash up. At 3 a.m. the next day, Li Chen woke up. He didn't wake anyone and left directly after washing up. Shen Yi woke up at 7 but didn't see him. She thought he had gotten up to make breakfast, but when she went to the kitchen, she still couldn't find him. Just as she was wondering, she saw him coming back from outside. What are you doing? Shen Yi muttered unhappily. It's so cold, and you don't know to sleep a little longer, Li Chen explained. I couldn't sleep, so I went for a walk. Shen Yi nodded. She was still a bit sleepy and a little confused. Do you want to wash up? I can boil some hot water for you, Li Chen asked kindly. Yes, Shen Yi replied, sniffing. Let's make some egg porridge for breakfast. I'm hungry, okay, Li Chen said affectionately with a smile, and headed to the kitchen. Shen Yi followed behind him and gently held his arm. Li Chen wanted to pull away, saying, "I'm feeling cold." Shen Yi shook her head. She just wanted to lean on him. Li Chen gave up and didn't resist. He liked how naturally close she was to him. In the kitchen, after washing the rice, he started cooking. Li Chen lit the fire, and Shen Yi leaned on him, closing her eyes to rest. She murmured, "Today, I need to go to the county town." Knowing she was chatting with him, Li Chen asked, "What for?" "I sent a letter to my mother and them. It should have arrived by now. I need to check on them." Li Chen nodded. "I'll go with you. I want to visit a friend." "Okay," Shen Yi mumbled, falling asleep. Li Chen changed his position to make her more comfortable. Shen Yi woke up after a short while. The porridge was ready. She washed up, and the 3 children were also awake. After breakfast, Li Chen took Little Treasure to visit Li's mother. Last time Shen Yi went to the city, Li's mother returned the 3 cents she had given her and said that if she went to the city, she could send Little Treasure to her to take care of, free of charge. Shen Yi guessed that even if she gave Li's mother a fresh egg, she might not accept it. So she asked Li Chen to bring 2 boiled eggs to her instead. Li's mother accepted them. When she found out Li Chen and Shen Yi went to the city together, she smiled happily. The couple seemed to be very close now. The second child heard that their parents planned to leave them behind to go to the city. He kept saying he and his older brother also wanted to go. Li Chen gently lifted him away. He pretended to be pitiful in front of his mother. Shen Yi almost agreed but finally refused, feeling it was too difficult. Li Chen thought he probably had important matters to attend to in the city. As for her, besides checking the letter, she also wanted to find Zhou Fengshou to see if he still needed to buy goods. It wouldn't be good to take the older and second children along. He promised to bring back picture books and treats for them and gave each of the boys 2 large white rabbit candies, then convinced them to stay. Li Chen also borrowed a bicycle from the village chief. Shen Yi sat sideways on the back seat with a basket on her back, and Li Chen rode the bike, heading toward the city. When they arrived, Li Chen first took Shen Yi to the post office. At the post office, Shen Yi quietly said, "If I get my mom's letter, I will reply right here. It might take a little time. You said you wanted to find a friend. You don't need to wait for me. Go find your friends. The post office and the supply and marketing cooperative are nearby. I will go to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some things later. Let's meet there." Li Chen also had his own worries. He nodded and then left. Shen Yi went into the post office. Unexpectedly, she didn't receive a letter from her mother. She estimated the time and thought it might still be on the way. She decided to come back in a few days to check again. After leaving, she went straight to the supply and marketing cooperative. Sure enough, she saw that the wall with the missing brick had been filled in with a new brick. She found a place, entered a space, dressed up as an old man, and went to the meeting spot she had arranged with Zhou Fengshou. When she arrived, Zhou Fengshou wasn't there. Just as she was about to leave, she saw him coming back. When he saw her, his eyes lit up. "Brother He," Zhou Fengshou greeted warmly. He was glad he had come back in time, or he would have missed her. He clenched the basket in his hand.
Today was really a lucky day.
Shen Yi looked expressionless, not showing any happiness. 2. She then took out 2 watches from the basket on her back. No, Zhou Fengshou quickly said. Shen Yi frowned. Could it be just one this time? The next second, Zhou Fengshou's flattering voice sounded. "Brother He, you told me last time you could supply 50 watches. Is that still true?" Shen Yi was surprised. Had he already collected enough money so quickly? 50 watches would be 7,500 yuan. That's not easy to gather now, especially for someone like Zhou Fengshou, who might have something behind his business. Thinking about this, Shen Yi became a bit wary of Zhou Fengshou. To appear tough, she kept a serious face and said in a rough voice, "That's right." Zhou Fengshou's eyes lit up again. He patted the basket in his hand, looked around, and lowered his voice. "Brother He, I have the money." Shen Yi casually glanced at the old basket in his hand, which was filled with dried vegetables and such. Fearing she wouldn't believe him, Zhou Fengshou carefully moved some dried vegetables aside, revealing a corner underneath. In the next second, he covered it again. Although she only took a quick look, Shen Yi saw a thick stack of banknotes. Faced with so much money, she didn't show any signs of happiness, still frowning. Zhou Fengshou secretly felt nervous. This person might be a tough character. He decided not to have any bad thoughts and smiled politely, saying, "Brother He, my money is ready. When can you deliver the goods?" "Right now," Shen Yi replied, signaling to go inside. She had just looked for Zhou Fengshou outside and saw that inside there was only a simple Kong bed. The bed was empty, showing it was a temporary rented place. Now she could go inside. Zhou Fengshou quickly invited her in. Once inside, Shen Yi took down her basket, lifted the cloth cover, and revealed neatly arranged small boxes. "There are 50 here." Zhou Fengshou was surprised. Inside that large basket were all watches. 50 watches, even if combined, would be quite heavy. Yet, he had just seen her carry it easily. He wondered, with her slim and weak appearance, could she be a skilled fighter? Both of them were suspicious of each other and dared not act rashly. This made their transaction smoother. Zhou Fengshou paid Shen Yi, and she handed over the watches. Then Zhou checked the quality of the watches, and Shen Yi verified the amount of money. After both checks, the deal was done. Zhou Fengshou rubbed his hands eagerly, trying to hide his excitement, and asked nervously, "Brother He, when will there be more goods next time?" Shen Yi put the money into her basket, carried it on her back, and glanced at Zhou Fengshou, thinking for a moment. Watches are limited in supply at department stores. She had already brought out so many, which was quite eye-catching. Seeing that this person could gather so much money at once, he might have some powerful backing. It was better not to let him get too greedy. She set a deadline. "I can only supply 50 watches a month. This month is covered, so you'll have to wait until next month for more." "All right, got it." Zhou Fengshou immediately agreed eagerly. He saw Shen Yi as a wealthy person now. Of course, he hoped for more supplies, but 50 watches a month was already a lot. However, he wanted to discuss something with Shen Yi. "Brother He, my brother wants to meet you. I wonder if you could kindly agree?" "Of course, I was talking to you about negotiating the price and getting more benefits." The brother Zhou Fengshou mentioned is naturally Chen. When Brother Chen gave him the money, he told him that this black brother could offer a wide price range, so there was room to negotiate further. He asked Zhou Fengshou to see if he could arrange a meeting. Zhou Fengshou always trusted Chen's ability. With Chen involved, their profit margin could definitely increase, and they might even get more goods. But there was no need to say all that out loud. Zhou Fengshou complimented him, saying, "Black brother has helped us so much. My brother wants to thank you. Don't worry, my brother would never hurt you. He's smart and capable. Maybe you two can become friends." "No need," Shen Yi politely declined. "I haven't really helped you much. It's just a mutual benefit deal." Zhou Fengshou didn't expect her to be so dismissive. He hesitated for a moment, but quickly recovered and flattered her. Yes. If Black Brother isn't comfortable, then forget it. Making friends is all about fate, haha. Shen Yi nodded and said nothing more, preparing to leave. Zhou Fengshou's assistant saw Shen Yi out and said, "Black Brother, take care." After Shen Yi left, Zhou Fengshou looked at the 50 watches. He was so happy his smile almost reached his ears. He emptied the basket, put all the watches inside, covered some with dried vegetables, and discarded the rest. Then he carried the basket back to his home. His house wasn't far. After leaving Xinbao Alley and crossing a street, he reached his home. Seeing Chen and Chen Chong still there, Zhou Fengshou was so excited he almost jumped for joy. "Brother Chen Chong, we did it." Chen Chong hurried over when he heard, seeing the basket of watches, and was so happy he couldn't tell north from south. Yes, we got it." He picked up one of the small boxes, opened it, and asked Zhou Fengshou, "Have you checked everything?" "Of course," Zhou Fengshou said. "I handled things carefully." Chen Chong grinned and patted Zhou Fengshou on the shoulder. "You're awesome, brother. Get lost." Zhou Fengshou joked and scolded him with a smile. Originally, Zhou Fengshou didn't know when Old Black would come, so he told Li Chen and Chen Chong to wait until they got the goods before notifying them. He didn't expect to get it so quickly. He planned to start selling today and probably shared his experience with Li Chen and Chen Chong. Basically, he would walk through the streets looking for couples getting married or observe men who looked rough but dressed neatly and weren't wearing watches, then ask them questions. Zhou Fengshou confidently said, "Brother Chen, Brother Chong, trust me, this will work. Remember that slogan? If you don't have a Shanghai watch on your wrist, no girl will want to marry you." It might sound a bit exaggerated, but for those not-so-good-looking men who aren't married, it's definitely useful. Chen Chong looked at him with admiration. "Old Zhou, no, Brother Zhou, I'll try your method soon. You'll definitely sell a lot." Zhou Fengshou was flattered and proud. "Li Chen, this batch of goods doesn't need you to sell," Li Chen said, picking up a small box. He opened it and saw brand-new, sturdy silver watches, which looked better than those in department stores. When he said that, Zhou Fengshou and Chen Chong's eyes lit up. Zhou Fengshou lowered his voice and asked, "Brother, do you have a way?" "Not sure if it will work." Li Chen closed the box, not making promises. "I'll talk to someone about it. If it works, the profit will be at least 35 yuan per watch." Both Zhou Fengshou and Chen Chong were stunned. Previously, Zhou Fengshou only bought 2 watches at a cost of 160 yuan each. Selling them at 170 yuan each gave a profit of about 10 to 15 yuan per watch. Now, they bought 50 watches at 150 yuan each, which meant a profit of about 20 to 25 yuan per watch. During the new year, even if prices rose to around 180 to 185 yuan, the profit would be about 30 to 35 yuan per watch. But if prices rose too much, people in this small town might be discouraged from buying. Li Chen said the profit could be at least 35 yuan per watch. At least. That means it could be even more. Zhou Fengshou felt like he was about to faint from excitement over the money. Selling 1 watch could cover a person's monthly salary, and they could sell 50 watches each month. Chen Chong finally asked with some caution, "Brother Chen, isn't that too high?" "No, it's not high," Li Chen said. "If this route can be opened, these watches will be sold in big cities like Beijing and Shanghai. There is a high demand for watches there, but the supply is far behind. Selling them on the black market in those cities can fetch prices much higher than this." "Brother Chen," Zhou Fengshou's eyes filled with tears. He reached out to hold Li Chen's hand. "You're really my lucky star. I love you so much." Li Chen pushed him away with a look of disgust. Zhou Fengshou pretended to be heartbroken. Chen Chong couldn't stand it anymore. "Stop pretending and get to the point." Zhou Fengshou quickly straightened up. Li Chen then asked, "What did old He say? Is he willing to meet with me?" Zhou Fengshou sighed. "Brother Chen, I tried hard, but he doesn't want to see you." Li Chen's eyes flickered. He didn't expect the other person to be so cautious. He nodded. "If he refuses, then forget it. Next time I see him, I'll ask if he has other industrial products to sell." Zhou Fengshou's eyes lit up. "Brother Chen, are you saying?" Li Chen glanced at him. "If he can supply so many watches, he must have access to other industrial products too." Zhou Fengshou seemed to see a new way to make money and got very excited. "Brother Chen, I understand now," Li Chen nodded. "But remember, try not to get too close to him. Just keep a mutually beneficial trade relationship." Zhou Fengshou was smart and understood what his brother meant. Now, industrial products are produced in large quantities. If old He can supply so many, there must be a big backing behind it. Zhou Fengshou cautiously said, "Brother, I get it." After giving instructions, Li Chen put a box into his pocket. "I'm leaving now. Wait for my news." Zhou Fengshou asked him to stay. "Brother, can you wait until after lunch to go back?" Li Chen waved his hand and left a carefree figure behind. Chen Chong cheerfully said, "I'll stay and eat with you." He had just seen a lot of meat in Zhou Fengshou's kitchen. Brother Chen still needs to go back and be with his wife. Don't expect him to stay and keep you company. Wife. Zhou Fengshou looked at Li Chen's back with a resentful face. "Is the wife more important or the brothers? Then for you, is Brother Chen more important or me?" "Of course, Brother Chen," Zhou Fengshou answered without hesitation. The next moment, Chen Chong gave him a sharp tap on the head. He gasped and glared at Chen Chong. "You." Chen Chang looked at him like he was a fool. You dare compare your place in Brother Chen's heart to sister-in-law's? You're asking for trouble and overestimating yourself. Zhou Fengshou snorted softly. Aren't I just afraid Brother Chen will delay earning money? Don't worry, Chen Chang said. In Brother Chen's heart, earning money is less important than sister-in-law. Zhou Fengshou felt even more upset. He angrily said, and you dare compare your position to Brother Chen's in my heart? You're worth less than you are less than a pig or a dog in my heart, Chen Chang said fiercely, not willing to lose. After Zhou Fengshou left, Shun Yi found a place to remove her makeup. She took out 2 pounds of pork belly, a ready-slaughtered chicken, and 15 pounds of lean meat from her space. She had just seen Zhou Fengshou's dried vegetables and suddenly remembered she needed to prepare some food for winter in advance. For staple food, the team would distribute grain in a few days, so she didn't need to bring any. For vegetables, Li Chun had grown large amounts of cabbage and radishes in the backyard garden. It was a bit monotonous, so she planned to ask Li Mu if other families had grown different vegetables to exchange for some, then dry some vegetables for storage. That left only meat. At the end of the year, the team would also distribute some meat, but those few pounds wouldn't satisfy Shani. She planned to go to the county town later to buy more. The pork belly and chicken she took this time were for eating in the next few days. As for the lean meat, she wanted to make dried meat. She also thought about catching some small fish in the river while she had time, using her space to catch a few, then drying them to keep as small fish jerky. It wasn't impossible. After her last experience, her fish-catching skill had become well known throughout the brigade. Shunyi was thinking about various things. Her family had many children, so she needed to prepare more food. If it was cold and she didn't want to go to town, her family wouldn't have to eat plain food. When she arrived at the supply and marketing cooperative, she saw Li Chun waiting outside. She ran over happily. Brother Chen, Li Chun saw her and smiled. Seeing her heavy basket, he reached out and took it. Just finished writing a letter? No. Shunyi showed a little unhappy expression. My mom's letter hasn't arrived yet. Let's come back and check again tomorrow. Li Chun comforted her. Okay. Shunyi smiled. Just as she was about to hug Li Chen's arm, she noticed the boy with a red mark on his arm watching them. She gave up and entered the supply store with Li Chen. While chatting, she said, I was free earlier, so I went to the meat factory and bought some meat. Li Chen replied. He had already seen that the basket was full of meat. Inside the supply store, Shunyi's exchanged voucher was useful. She used it to buy a jar of face cream, 2 pounds of chicken cakes, and a can of milk essence. After shopping, they went to the scrap yard and found a stack of nearly 5 pounds of picture books and storybooks. The 3 children and Li Chen all liked eating meat buns, so Shunyi bought 20 meat buns this time, without buying bread. They were almost ready to head home. On the way back, Li Chen thought the basket was too heavy, so he didn't let her carry it. Instead, he hung it in front of his chest. Shun-yi sat sideways on the back of the bicycle, and they pedaled toward home. Maybe because Li Chen was riding with a basket hanging in front of his chest, or because they looked very good together, they attracted many people's attention along the way. In a way, this was a compliment to the man Shun-yi married. She felt quite proud. From her perspective, the broad back blocking her view ahead felt like a wall, giving her a strong sense of security. She wanted to hug him, but in the city, there were often patrol officers walking around, so she didn't dare to act impulsively. When Li Chen reached the entrance of Qingshui village, Shunyi didn't hesitate anymore. She quickly hugged his strong but slim waist and said, Brother Chen. Her sweet voice and her soft body leaning on his firm back made Li Chen. After that night, although they moved to sleep together every night after the children fell asleep, because they had been chopping wood in the mountains these days, she was so tired when she came back that she would fall asleep as soon as she hugged him. Li Chen was a vigorous man. Even before, he had endured a lot, but now, every day, he held her in his arms and couldn't get close to her, which made him very frustrated. Still, he cared for her and didn't want to upset her when she was so tired, so that thing never happened again. Now, with her teasing him like this, he suddenly felt fiery inside and said in a husky voice, What's wrong? Shinny didn't notice anything unusual about him. Thinking of the young couples they had just seen outside the cinema, she said playfully, "Let's go watch a movie next time." "Okay," Chen replied, his throat moving slightly. Shun-yi didn't notice his reaction and continued, "Just the two of us, without the kids." "Sure," Chen said. Shun-yi smiled, resting her face against his broad back. Then, in a playful way, she gently rubbed her cheek against him. Chen immediately tensed up. Since they were in public, he had to remind her softly, "Honey, don't tease me." His voice was low and rough, sounding much like it did that night when he was deeply moved. Shun-yi finally realized what was going on, and her face turned warm with embarrassment. In front of their children, she was a gentle and graceful mother, but when she was with Chen, she couldn't help but become a sweet and tender woman again. Still, even though she felt shy, after all, they already had 3 children, so there was no need to be too reserved. Sitting on the back seat of the bicycle, which had no footrests, she couldn't lean close to his ear. Instead, she pressed lightly against his back and whispered something softly. Her words drifted into Chen's ear with the wind, making his ears turn red. He answered in a low voice, "All right." When they got home, Shin-yi went to the old house to pick up their youngest child. She saw Hijaori playing with the little one. When Hijaori noticed her, she smiled and greeted her warmly. Not wanting to be rude, Shin-yi politely nodded in return. After bringing the child home, the family had meat buns for lunch and didn't cook anything else. When she woke up from her nap, Shun-yi started preparing the 15 pounds of lean meat to make dried meat. Chen helped her, while their 3 children sat in the yard looking at picture books. Even their dog, Wang Kai, joined them. As Shun-yi worked, she talked to Chen about her plans. When she mentioned making dried fish, Chen said, "Small fish. There are plenty near the river a few hundred meters from the village entrance. If I take a net, I can catch a whole bucket. If you want, I'll go later and bring some back tonight." Shin-yi's eyes lit up. "Really? If that's the case, why doesn't anyone else catch them? Small fish have little meat and too many bones. They also taste quite fishy, so most people don't like them," Chen explained. Shin-yi understood. These days, people usually eat food with less oil, less salt, and no strong seasonings. Small fish have many bones and a strong fishy smell that can't be hidden. It's normal not to like them. Shun-yi said, "Then go catch some fish. I'll make some small dried fish. They're very tasty." Chen agreed immediately. In the afternoon, he went to cast his net. After dinner that evening, he went to collect the net. Chun Chong went with him. At the village entrance, they parted ways. Chun Chong went to collect the net for him, while he carried a small box with a watch and headed in another direction. 4 hours later, Chen returned. Chun Chong was waiting for him at the village entrance, standing next to 2 full buckets of small fish. When he saw Chen, Chun Chong hurried over. "Brother, is it done?" A slight smile appeared on Chen's face. He nodded. "Yes. The profit is 40 yuan per fish." "Wow." Chen Chong was very excited. "Brother, did I hear that right?" 40 yuan, Chen nodded. He picked up the 2 buckets of small fish from the ground. "I'm going back now. You should go find Lao Zhou. Use the night to deliver the goods. I've already told Lao Zhou how to do it. Just remember to do some disguising." "Got it." Chen Chong nodded quickly. He grabbed a flashlight and hurried to the county town to deliver the goods with Shou Fengshou. Chen carried the 2 buckets of small fish home. Sambao was already asleep, and the lights in that house had been turned off. But the small hut was still lit. Chen looked at the faint light shining out, feeling warm inside. He remembered what she said on the bike at noon, and his heart felt a little warm. Inside, Shun-yi was knitting a sweater. She yawned, looked at the time, and couldn't help but worry. Why hadn't he come back yet? Could something have happened? Thinking of some stories about fishermen accidentally falling into the water and drowning, Shun-yi couldn't help but feel anxious. The more she thought about it, the more uncertain she became. The more she thought, the more worried and scared she felt. Suddenly, she heard some movement outside. Her eyes lit up. She didn't even have time to put on her clothes. She opened the door and went out. She saw Li Chen pouring small fish into a broken water tank in the yard. "Brother Chen," Shunyi called out. Li Chen turned around at the sound, saw her wearing thin clothes, and hurried over after putting down the bucket. "Why are you out here dressed so lightly? I am worried about you." Shunyi finally felt relieved upon seeing him. Ignoring his dusty appearance, she hugged him and said with a hint of guilt, "You shouldn't go fishing at night anymore. Our family isn't short of a few dried fish." Just as she was about to mention how dirty he was, Li Chen paused, reached out to hug her back, and looked down at her. "Are you worried about me?" "Yes," Shunyi nodded. He was a bit tall, and she had to stand on tiptoe to reach him. She simply hooked her arms around his neck and climbed onto him. Li Chen couldn't handle her enthusiasm. His breathing grew heavier, and he bent down to lift her hips, heading into the house. As soon as they entered, he leaned in to find her lips. Shunyi just wanted to hug him, but she didn't expect him to be so eager. His hair tickled her, making her want to laugh. She held his head to stop him, saying, "Wait a moment." Seeing her trying to stop him, Li Chen paused at her neck, making a gentle, pleading gesture, as if urging her to speak quickly so he wouldn't be delayed. Shunyi clearly felt his body change. She reached out and pushed him away. Li Chen was a bit annoyed but followed her force and kept some distance. Before she could speak, his hoarse voice, tinged with a little grievance, asked, "Didn't you say you'd give me tonight?" His words were very direct. Shunyi's face turned red. She whispered, "I was coming on my period." Li Chen was momentarily stunned. In those days, people were more conservative. Shunyi added, "Menstrual period." Li Chen looked as if he had been struck by lightning. Seeing his stunned expression, Shunyi wanted to laugh, but also felt a bit sorry for him. She gently patted his head, looking innocent. "I forgot the date." Li Chen took a deep breath and touched her belly. "Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Shunyi shook her head. These days, people went to bed early and woke up early, mostly eating coarse grains, so she rarely had menstrual pain. She was the same, and she was cold-sensitive, always keeping warm and drinking mostly hot water. She didn't feel much, just a bit lazy. Li Chen relaxed, but his own fire still hadn't cooled down. In the end, you can imagine the rest. In short, Li Chen's gaze on his wife grew hotter and hotter. The next day, the weather turned colder again. Shunyi was reluctant to get out of bed, so Li Chen took the initiative to make breakfast. When Shunyi woke up, he had just gone to fetch a bucket of water. Seeing him sweat despite the cold weather, Shunyi felt a little worried. "Brother Chen, why don't we dig a water well in the yard?" In Qingshui village, there are about 90 households. Only 2 or 3 have their own wells in their yards. The rest fetch water from the village's public wells. There are only 3 public wells, and people usually queue up during the day to get water. The nearest well to the Li family is about 500 or 600 meters away. Going back and forth takes time and effort, especially in winter when the ground is frozen, and extra caution is needed. Moreover, for their family of 5, including the 3 children, Shunyi can't carry water, so only Li Chen can do it. All the water needs for 5 people and the garden in the backyard put a lot of pressure on Li Chen. Besides, they also need water for watering the garden, which uses even more water. It would be better to dig their own well. Li Chen naturally agreed with Shunyi's suggestion. He didn't mind, especially since he noticed that her water usage had decreased a lot these days. He knew she was trying to lighten his load. She cared about him, and he was happy, but he didn't want her to change her lifestyle just because of him. "After breakfast, I'll go to town to find a professional to check if we can dig a well in the yard. If it's suitable, we'll do it," Li Chen said. "Okay," Shunyi replied happily. She knew a little about well digging from her geography knowledge, so she understood that there was water underground in their yard. "I won't go. Please also ask at the post office if I have any letters." After lunch, Li Chen went to town. First, he checked the post office, but his letter still hadn't arrived. Then, he turned to Zhou Fengshuo's house. The business he had yesterday was successful. Apart from the principal, he earned a total of 2,000 yuan. According to the agreed split, Li Chen received 50%, which is 1,000 yuan. Zhou Fengshuo got 40%, which is 800 yuan, and Chen Chong received 10%, which is 200 yuan. Zhou Fengshou and Chen Chong were overjoyed. They didn't expect to make so much money in just one day and said they wanted to celebrate. Li Chen refused to join them, warning them not to show off too much, and then went to find a well-digging master. The master who brought the news said that their yard is suitable for digging a well. Although he didn't specify how deep it should be, he marked a spot for it. So, the plan to dig the well was set. Once the location was decided, there was no need to hire anyone. I could do it myself. Li Chen also had no other tasks recently. Of course, I couldn't do it alone. I needed to find 2 more people. When Li's mother heard this, she immediately went home to call Li Dabin and Li Sanhong. Li Sanhong wasn't at home at the time, so Li's mother told Li Dabin to help Li Chen dig the well with him. Li Dabin agreed without hesitation, and He Zhaodi also didn't oppose. In fact, she was very supportive. However, Zhang Ailing, upon hearing that her husband would go, asked first, "Mother, will there be any pay?" Shen Yi hadn't told Li's mother about this yet, but she came back quickly, so Li's mother didn't know if there would be pay. Still, she got angry and said, "It's just family brothers. Why would there be pay?" Hearing this, Zhang Ailing was unhappy but didn't dare to argue with her mother. She said, "Mother, Sanhong might not go. My eldest uncle plans to raise pigs next year, and the team has already agreed. They want to build a pig pen now, and Sanhong can help. Mother, I and my sister have grown up, and my eldest uncle has helped us a lot. He's already doing well, so I feel a bit embarrassed to refuse." So, this was her way of refusing to help Li Chen dig the well on behalf of Sanhong. Li's mother was upset and said, "Your words don't count. I'll ask the 3rd brother when he returns." Zhang Ailing pouted, but didn't mind. Sure enough, after Li Sanhong returned, Li's mother asked him. Li Sanhong looked at Zhang Ailing and then at Li's mother, feeling a bit awkward. Still, he sided with his wife, saying, "Mother, my wife is right. My eldest uncle has helped us a lot. Now that I'm asked, I should help. 2nd brother already has his big brother there. Chen Chong is close to 2nd brother, so he can ask Chen Chong for help." Li's mother took a deep breath, telling herself not to get angry. Did she not know she could also ask Chen Chong? But Chen Chong is Chen Chong, and Li Sanhong is Li Sanhong. The brother who is truly related to Li Chen is Li Sanhong, not Chen Chong. After all, they are all her own sons. She naturally hoped her children would help each other more. Of course, Li's mother had her own hidden motives. She clearly sensed that the 2nd family didn't like the 3rd family, so she wanted to use this chance to ease the tension between the 2 families. They didn't understand her hard work at all. Shen Yi truly didn't understand, and she didn't even want Li Sanhong to come help. After all, Zhang Ailing's personality was unpredictable, and she worried about what might happen next. But when Li's mother heard about needing help, she immediately went to call someone. She didn't even have time to stop her. While she was thinking about how to refuse, Li's mother shyly came to tell her that Li Sanhong couldn't come anymore. This suited her just fine. She said, "Qiangzi heard we are digging a well and already said he would come to help. Since Sanhong can't come, it's fine." Li's mother looked disappointed, but Shen Yi pretended not to see. What Li's mother didn't expect was that a few days later, she saw Li Sanhong still hadn't built a pig pen for Zhang Ailing's uncle. She casually asked why he hadn't gone yet. Zhang Ailing awkwardly explained that her uncle's family thought raising pigs used too much grain and didn't want to do it anymore. This made Li's mother very angry. But Zhang Ailing, with a guilty face, came closer again. She changed her mind and wanted Li Sanhong to help the neighbors. She even asked if she could talk to her 2nd brother's family about it. Li's mother remembered that her eldest son had been working next door these days, so she could stay for meals. Every meal was just plain rice with some meat and vegetables. She understood now. She sneered, "If there's no pay, I won't let the 3rd son go. Now that he knows there's meat and rice, he wants to go again? Dream on." Zhang Ailing looked upset after hearing Li's mother's words. "Mom, what are you talking about? Wasn't it just because we had no choice before? I didn't know my uncle wouldn't build it anymore. Now that there's time, what's wrong with helping out?" Aren't brothers supposed to help each other? Lee's mother didn't believe her. Stop dreaming. No chance anymore. Who cares? Zhang Ailing scoffed. Lee's mother was so angry her chest hurt, and she left. This was something Shun Yi found out when she went to exchange vegetables with someone. She heard it from Wang Yan. Shin Yi just smiled and didn't let Wang Yan get her hopes up about gossip. She watched her leave with a bit of regret. Now it's late autumn. Most families had already harvested their vegetables, leaving only some Chinese cabbage and white radishes. Li Chen also grew Chinese cabbage and radishes, so Shin Yi didn't take any. Instead, she exchanged some dried vegetables, which saved her trouble. While Li Chen and the others were digging the well, Shin Yi was busy too. She dried the small fish Li Chen caught and went to the city twice, bringing back nearly 30 jin of lean meat to make pork jerky. He also brought back the cabbage and radishes from the backyard, placing them in the cellar. 10 days passed quickly. The day before the team distributed grain, the water well was finally dug and bricks were laid around the top of the well shaft. Shin Yi settled the wages with Chen Chong and Li Dabin. For 10 days, at 1 yuan per day, each of them received 10 yuan. Chen Chong didn't mind, but Li Dabin refused. Little sister-in-law, we're family, no need to pay me. And she gave so much. When he built a house for others before, he earned only 7 or 8 mao a day, and sometimes no meals were provided. Big brother, this is what I should do. Thank you for helping me and brother Chen. As the saying goes, close brothers settle accounts clearly. Please take this, Shani said with a smile, worried he might refuse, and added, if you don't take it, I'll give it to my sister-in-law or mother. After all, they haven't separated the family. But it doesn't have to be that much, Li Dabin said. He had been eating here for lunch and dinner these days. These were the best days he had eaten in a long time. Shin Yi insisted on giving it to him. In any case, she was determined to give the money away. It wasn't because she was overly generous, but to prevent possible future problems. Since her place was just a few steps from old Li's house, fetching water here was definitely more convenient than going to the communal well. Of course, in special cases, she wasn't saying she wouldn't give, but the decision to give or not should be in her hands, not taken for granted just because she helped dig the well. Li Dabin saw her insist and, seeing Chen Chong had already accepted, had no choice but to take it. When he stepped outside, his weathered face, worn from years of hard work, suddenly lit up with a smile. Though rare, it looked a bit strange. When he returned to old Li's house, Li's mother was startled to see him. Old Dabin, have you been cursed? Li Dabin took out the 10 yuan Shun Yi had given him. Mother, my sister-in-law gave me this wage. Li's mother's face changed. Did you ask her for it? Li Dabin shook his head. I said I didn't want it, but she insisted on giving it to me. Changzi also took some. Hearing this, Li's mother smiled. They hadn't yet separated the family, so the money should be confiscated, but when she saw Zhang Ailing staring at the money in Li Dabin's hand, she waved her hand. This money is yours. Keep it. Li Dabin, hearing this, handed all the money to his wife. Zhang Ailing looked at He Zhaodi and also smiled, feeling jealous and almost scratching her hands. She muttered resentfully, Mom, didn't you say there was no pay? If there was pay, you wouldn't have let Sanhong go to your uncle's place, right? Mother Li's face darkened, and her tone was sarcastic. Zhang Ailing froze, then huffed and walked away. Father Li was called by the village chief to help plan the harvest and the grain distribution, so he went out early and returned late every day. He didn't know that Li Chun was digging a well. When he found out, he immediately asked Mother Li, did you contribute some money for the well? Mother Li looked confused. Now it was Father Li's turn to feel upset. They've all dug wells. Isn't it easier for us to fetch water from their places than from the village well? Mother Li finally realized and looked surprised. Is it too late for me to send money now? No, since the eldest went to help and the second family has already paid for their work. Even if we want to contribute money, she might not want it. Forget it. Father Li waved his hand. Just continue fetching water from the village well. Let the eldest and the third family take turns. Mother Li could only nod, but she wanted to say, even if we don't pay, In special situations like icy roads in winter or muddy paths when it rains, we can talk to the second family. If they agree, we could also fetch water from there. Fatherly snorted. The eldest can ask, but the third family isn't willing to help dig the well. If they want to fetch water, it depends on whether they have the face for it. Motherly was speechless. Such troublesome matters. The next day, the whole village became lively because it was grain distribution day. Early in the morning, some people eagerly took cloth sacks to the drying yard, waiting. Shunyi's family wasn't in a hurry. They finished breakfast slowly, and after Chen Chang's family finished theirs and borrowed their wooden cart, they arrived. When they arrived, Sanbao sat on the cart, Li Chen pushed it, and Shunyi walked beside him, watching villagers receive their grain with happy smiles. Shunyi asked Li Chen, "Should we give some grain to Dad and Mom?" Their household had split, and they were giving grain to Li father and Li mother for their retirement. "Yes," Li Chen said, "twice a year." Shunyi nodded. Respecting parents is not something to argue about. She was just thinking about her own parents. In the past 10 days, she also went to the city twice but didn't receive any letters from her parents. This made her feel a bit anxious, wondering if her parents were angry that she married and had a child in the countryside without telling them all these years. In her previous life, because of the original story, she was childhood sweethearts with Lin Jiadong, so she was a time traveler. In a way, Shen's father and mother were truly her biological parents. As the only daughter in the family, she was the most loved. When she graduated high school, her parents used many connections to find her a job at the supply and marketing cooperative. But she secretly went to the countryside, which made her parents very angry. Still, they wrote her letters, repeatedly warning her not to marry Lin Jiadong in the countryside or marry into the countryside at all. They promised to find ways to bring her back to the city. Later, when her father fell ill and retired, her mother took care of him, so she had no time to worry about her. During that time, she married Li Chen. In her previous life, she kept her marriage a secret from her parents. After leaving Li Chen and Sanbao and returning to the city, her parents found out she was married and had a child. Although they were angry, they didn't blame her much because they didn't want their daughter to be stuck in the countryside forever. They wanted her to stay with them. But they felt guilty and secretly came to Qingshui village every year to visit Li Chen and Sanbao. Yet she still caused them worry, and in the end, she made them lose their loved ones. In her previous life, besides Li Chen and Sanbao, the people she felt most guilty about were her parents. Thinking of this, Shunyi said, "Brother Chen, I want to send some food back to my parents." "Okay," Li Chen replied without hesitation. "If there's not enough food, we'll buy more." Hearing this, Shunyi looked at him. Although she knew he would support her, hearing it in person still made her very touched. Li Chen softly said, "You are good to me, so I have to be good to you too." Shunyi smiled and gave him a playful look, then sighed. "It's a pity I can't send too much. Now, only the postal service can send things, but the postage is very expensive. Sending too much would be better than just sending money back for her parents to buy at the supply and marketing cooperative. It is not realistic to send money home for her mother to buy food. Even if her mother doesn't suspect where her money comes from, she would definitely want to keep the money to pay for her father's medical treatment." Li Chen understood her worries and said, "It's okay. You can send as much as you want. I know someone in the transport team who can help send the stuff to Beijing." "Really?" Shunyi's eyes lit up. "Really," Li Chen replied. He often dealt with people from the transport team in his previous work. Shunyi felt happy and touched, looking at him with shining eyes. This loving and joyful look greatly boosted Li Chen's pride, and a small smile appeared on his face. They were walking around a corner now with no one nearby. The children were playing loudly with bags of grain in front of them, not paying attention to the couple. Shunyi's heart moved, and she leaned close to his ear, blushing as she whispered, "I left a few days ago, Li Chen." He looked up at the sun overhead, knowing he would have to wait until evening. It was almost noon now. The grain collection site was still crowded with people, and lively sounds could be heard from afar. Many villagers had already finished collecting their grain. Most of the people in line to receive grain were young workers, and villagers who had finished their share were nearby watching the scene. Seeing Shunyi's family of 5 arrive, everyone's eyes followed them, especially when they saw them pulling a wooden cart. They instinctively looked at Chen, who was squatting under a tree with an angry face, and their curiosity was piqued. The Li family had already taken their grain and left, but Li Mu knew that today Chen planned to use her work points to offset Shunyi's, and she was worried Chen might cause trouble. So, she brought He Zhaodi and Jiang Ailing to help. Jiang Ailing was reluctant but still wanted to see the fun, so she came along naturally. Therefore, the appearance of Shunyi's family of 5 drew a lot of attention. In Qingshui village, grain distribution always prioritized villagers first, then the young workers. Although Shunyi was also a young worker, since she married Li Chen and was considered a villager of Qingshui village, she could receive her grain before Chen. That's why Chen had been waiting there early in the morning. Was she so aware?
No.
Last night, she even delayed until the very end before showing up, only to be reminded by Lin Jiadong. Now she is in Qingshui village. She can't compete with Shunyi. If she doesn't come, Shunyi might take all her food. This scared Chen a lot. Her work points to pay off her debt to Shunyi are already certain. Shunyi will definitely take her food, but she should at least keep her basic rations. Otherwise, what will she eat? So this morning, Chen was the first to arrive. She waited all morning and was watched by villagers like a monkey. Getting impatient, she didn't go to find Shunyi. Instead, she went to the team leader to ask to get her share first. The village head nearby refused, and her frustration was obvious. When she saw Shunyi and the others coming over, she didn't stand up or try to join the line with them. Shunyi didn't mind. When it was her turn to get food, Chen would have to come over obediently. First, she took Li Chen's share. Li Chen almost always received 10 kilograms daily, so he got quite a lot of food. Most of it was coarse grain, but there was also a good amount of fine grain. When loaded onto a wooden cart, it was almost a full cart. In addition, he received 50 yuan. Li Chen used all that money to buy rice and wheat. Everyone was stunned by his boldness, but that wasn't all. Now, as long as someone has a rural household registration, regardless of whether they work or not, they have a basic food ration. Shunyi also has one, but since she doesn't work and has no work points, she didn't dare ask for it. Of course, she was also worried that someone might feel jealous and report her. As a youth sent to help build the countryside, not working could easily lead to being reported. Maybe next year, she would have to go to the fields too. Shunyi didn't even want Li Chen to go to the fields, but given the policies of the time, she couldn't change that. Still, she didn't want to go herself. So she planned to think of a way to avoid going to the fields during the winter. After finishing Li Chen's share, it was time for Chen Jia's. She dawdled over, testing the patience of the impatient team leader. He finally shouted angrily, which startled her. She hurried over. The scorekeeper calculated Chen Jia's work points. When Shunyi saw the result, she was surprised. She had quite a lot. She was considered one of the heroine workers among the women in Qingshui village. There is naturally enough food, and I also received 36 yuan. The village chief directly gave the 36 yuan to Shunyi. As for the food, Shunyi took all of Chen Jia's 80 jin of rice and 100 jin of wheat. The supply and marketing cooperative sells rice at 0.15 yuan per jin and wheat at 0.13 yuan per jin, but tickets are required. So, the village chief, the team leader, and the accountant decided to calculate the rice at 0.2 yuan per jin and the wheat at 0.18 yuan per jin for Shunyi. This means the value of the food is about 34 yuan. Adding the 36 yuan Chen Jia received, the total is 70 yuan. Therefore, Chen Jia still owes Shunyi 30 yuan. Shunyi does not plan to use Chen Jia's coarse grains to settle this debt. She doesn't lack coarse grains and doesn't intend to send them home. She told the village chief to postpone using Chen Jia's work points to pay the debt until next time. Chen Jia was furious and widened her eyes. If she receives money again next time, wouldn't Shunyi take it all?
No.
I don't agree, Chen Jia said to protect her interests. Since you're using work points to pay, then pay it all at once. I can give you all my sweet potatoes and potatoes. Then I won't use work points. If you have the ability, pay me back the money, Shun-yi sneered. Chen Jai choked and turned to the team leader for help. Although there were some disagreements between the team leader and the village chief, they were both from Qingshui village, and old Li's family was also watching closely. Shin-yi, as both the creditor and a member of Qingshui village, had reason on her side. After weighing the situation, the team leader naturally sided with her. Chen Jai had no choice but to angrily drag her coarse grains away. Shin-yi, however, did not leave. She smiled and asked the village chief, "Village chief, can I buy the remaining food?" Her words stunned everyone. The village chief looked at the food behind her. Besides what Li Chen received, there was also Chen Jai's fine grains. Li Chen bought 50 yuan worth, which is 200 jin of rice and 100 jin of wheat. The village chief couldn't help but say, "Still buying? Will you finish it? We shouldn't waste food." "I can finish it," Shani said with a smile, not afraid to reveal her purpose. Buying so much food, she didn't want others to suspect she was reselling it. That would be troublesome. "It's because our village's rice and wheat are big and full, very tasty, so I plan to send some back to my parents to try." This grain was all grown by the villagers of Qingshui village. When people praised their rice, everyone around was very happy, especially the village chief, who smiled and said, "Of course. Our village's grain this year is among the top 3 in the entire commune. A few days ago, when we delivered the grain, the leaders even praised us. If you want to send some back to your parents, it's definitely worth it." The village chief praised and looked at the accountant. The accountant looked at the ledger and nodded with a smile. Then the village chief said, "Actually, we weren't planning to sell this grain, but since you are a filial child, we will give you 100 jin each of rice and wheat. More than that, we can't give." This suited Shun-yi perfectly. She had also planned to buy that much. She took the 36 yuan she received from Chen Jai, added 2 more yuan, and smiled as she thanked them. So, Shun-yi and her family returned home happily, pulling the large wooden cart twice to carry everything. This time, Zhang Ailing was not just jealous. When she got home, she immediately told Li Mu, "Mom, second sister-in-law sent too much grain to her family, and it's all fine grain. Don't think these are all from her family's money. We saw just now, it was second brother who used his hard-earned money to buy the grain. I really have to say, Mom, you are second brother's real mother and second sister-in-law's mother-in-law. You can't even get fine grain, but she doesn't remember you and instead worries about her parents in the capital. That's not respecting you at all." After applying the eye medicine, she didn't stop. She also tried to persuade, "Second sister-in-law married into our family, so helping her family again and again isn't right. I think, Mom, you should go next door now before she sends the grain away. Bring it back for yourself to eat. It's better than letting her send it back to her family." When Li Mu heard that Shin-yi was planning to send so much grain home, she felt a little sour inside. But she remembered her husband's words and didn't say anything to Shin-yi. Recently, she had been especially annoyed with Zhang Ailing. When Zhang Ailing said this, she didn't foolishly go next door to get the grain. Instead, she became more clear-headed. Her anger grew. She looked around and saw the broom at the door. She quickly grabbed it and rushed forward, swinging it at Zhang Ailing. "Your mother, Zhang Ailing, you troublemaker. Do you want me to go next door to get the grain? Are you trying to make me eat it, or do you want to eat it yourself? Girl, are you hitting me?" Zhang Ailing couldn't believe it. As soon as she finished speaking, a broom came down. She quickly dodged. "Ah, Mom, stop hitting me. Why? Can't I hit you anymore?" Motherly swung the broom again. "Is it because the second son's family supports her family or ours? Does she care about my wife? Of course I know what my wife thinks. Or do you think I've lost my mind? Trying to stir trouble? Tell me, what are you really up to? Huh? Do you want to make our family chaos? Is that it? Huh? Keep talking. Keep talking. You've got a nasty mouth, huh? I spit on you. If I don't beat that nasty mouth today, who knows what kind of nonsense will come out next." Zhang Ailing was frightened and immediately covered her mouth, lowering her head. The broom then tangled in her hair. Mother Li was strong. During the struggle, Zhang Ailing's hair was pulled out in several places. She was in pain and scared, crying out and trying to run away like a mad person. Seeing that Mother Li was really determined to hit her, Zhang Ailing was also scared. She quickly shouted to Li Sanhong, "Li Sanhong, where are you? Your mother is going to kill me.
Li Sanhong.
Are you dead or what?" In this era, it was not uncommon for mothers-in-law to hit their daughters-in-law. But Mother Li, known as the infamous mean mother-in-law in Qingshui village, had never actually hit her daughter-in-law before. Her reputation came from her harsh words, which could insult ancestors for 18 generations. Zhang Ailing often added her own words to the insults, and over time, Mother Li's reputation as a cruel mother-in-law spread. But Li Sanhong was not at home. Besides Mother Li and Zhang Ailing, only Dahu and Li Taizhu, who was forbidden by Li's father to go out, were left in the old Li house. Dahu was just a little helper at home. When the two big figures argued, she didn't dare get involved and quietly stayed in the kitchen to cook. Li Taizhu, recently, because Mother Li no longer gave him the best food, and Li's father made him go up the mountain to chop wood or kept him at home, and Zhang Ailing kept brainwashing him, he harbored deep resentment towards Li's parents. He almost saw them as enemies. When he saw his mother being beaten, he couldn't hold back. He immediately rushed to hit Mother Li. "I won't let you hit my mom." Mother Li was suddenly hit by Li Taizhu and looked at her beloved eldest grandson in disbelief. "Taizhu, you hit me?" "I hit you because you hit my mother," he replied. "I'm your grandmother," Mother Li shouted angrily. "No, you're not my grandmother," Li Taizhu said loudly, with a fierce look. "You don't give me meat to eat, and you let Grandpa hit me. I hate you, you." Mother Li was furious. Before, she thought Li Taizhu was just a little lazy and selfish, but not beyond help. She believed she could guide him back on the right path. So, in the past few days, her husband was trying to discipline Li Taizhu. She didn't speak up for him, but she watched him being scolded and felt her heart ache for him. Worried he might see her soft spot for him, she cooked eggs to help him get stronger, and she even cooked one for all her grandchildren. She tried so hard to be kind to him, but he actually hit her? Mother Li suddenly broke down, her disappointment overflowing. "Since I'm not your grandmother, then get out. Just leave. Get out of here." While scolding, she grabbed a broom to sweep at Li Taizhu's feet. Li Taizhu was not like Zhang Ailing. He was afraid to hit his mother because she was his mother-in-law. Actually, because she loved him since he was little, he was not afraid of Mother Li. When she hit him, he would grab her broom. If she didn't let go, he would hit her hand. Although Li Taizhu was only 9, he had grown tall to about 1.3 meters. He wasn't fat but very strong, and it hurt to be hit by him. Of course, Mother Li worked in the fields all year, so she was quite strong and could handle Li Taizhu. This made Li Taizhu even more aggressive. Mother Li's heart was bleeding. While hitting him, she scolded, "You rebellious brat, I will beat you to death. You old hag, I will beat you to death," Li Taizhu retorted, dodging and cursing. "Stop, you old woman. If you hit me again, don't forget you will live with us in the future. If you dare to hit me, I will make my father kick you out," Li Taizhu threatened. Mother Li was in disbelief. She understood what he meant. According to their customs, if they split up, the parents would live with the eldest son. She had previously favored the third son's family partly because of this. And now Li Taizhu actually used this to threaten her? Li Mu's anger grew, and she hit Li Taizhu harder. "How dare you say such rebellious words? I was blind to love you so much before, you ungrateful wolf. And now you want to kick me out? Fine, today I will beat you to death first." This time, Li Mu was really furious and used force, grabbing Li Taizhu by the collar and hitting his backside. Li Taizhu cried out in pain, scratching Li Mu's face and hands. Li Mu, feeling the pain, didn't let go but instead hit even harder. Zhang Ailing was stunned. She wanted to rescue Li Taizhu but dared not hit Li Mu, so she begged, "Mom, stop hitting him, please. Li Taizhu, admit your mistake to your grandma. Quickly." "Mom, stop. Li Taizhu is your grandson. Don't hurt him." She didn't speak, but when she did, Li Mu got even angrier. Just now, if Li Tieju's words hadn't been influenced by Jiang Ailing, she wouldn't believe it even if she were told. She immediately let go of Li Tieju and started chasing Jiang Ailing to hit her. Jiang Ailing didn't dare fight back with Li Mu. Seeing that Li Mu was about to hit her, she ran and begged, "Mom, stop. I didn't mean what I said just now. I was only thinking of you. Think about second sister-in-law." "Mom, I was wrong. Mom, I was really wrong. Please stop hitting me." This gave Li Taiju a moment to breathe. He looked at his grandmother's back, his eyes filled with growing hatred. Never underestimate a child's malice, because their hatred is often more direct and pure than adults. Li Taiju picked up a brick. The commotion here was loud enough that neighbors on both sides heard it. Gossip lovers rushed over to watch the scene at the door, and Shinyi also arrived. After Li Chen brought back the grain, he left to find his friends at the transport team in town. Shinyi stayed home to cook lunch. When she heard the shouting from next door, she didn't want to get involved at first. But when she heard Li Mu calling the second family name, she knew it was related to her. So she asked Sanbao to watch the fire at home and went over to see what was happening. When she arrived, she saw Li Taiju holding that brick, aiming it at Li Mu's back, and there were exclamations around her. Before she knew it, she grabbed a broomstick at the door and threw it at Li Taiju. The broomstick hit Li Tieju's right forearm, causing sharp pain from the hard object. A brick fell to the ground, and Li Taiju cried out loudly. While crying, he looked at Shinyi with hatred and squatted down, trying to pick up the broomstick with his left hand to hit her. Shinyi and he both reached for the broomstick on the ground at the same time, each grabbing one end. Li Taiju is not left-handed and couldn't use much strength with his left hand, so he naturally couldn't win against Shinyi. Shinyi squeezed the broomstick slightly and pulled it away, then directly poked Li Tieju's stomach. The stomach is a very fragile part of the body. Even a gentle poke can cause pain all over. Li Taiju covered his stomach and bent over. Shinyi turned and directly hit his backside. Li Taiju was now completely unable to fight back, crying loudly and heartbroken on the ground. Li Mu stopped her hand and looked at the brick on the ground, feeling very disappointed. "Shinyi, how dare you hit my son?" Jiang Ailing looked furious. It was okay for Li Mu to hit Li Taiju because she was his mother-in-law. But Shinyi, why did she hit her son? Jiang Ailing ignored the brick on the ground and was filled with hatred. All of this started because of Shinyi. If it weren't for her, Li Mu wouldn't have hit her, and none of this would have happened. Jiang Ailing turned around and also grabbed a broomstick. Shinyi had learned some self-defense skills. She couldn't fight a wild boar, but she wondered if she could fight Jiang Ailing. When Jiang Ailing raised her broomstick to hit her, Shinyi quickly used her skills to skillfully hit Jiang Ailing's arm. Jiang Ailing looked helpless, and before she could strike back, her broomstick fell to the ground. There were no new enemies now, but old grudges remained. Shinyi took the opportunity to seek revenge, playing a game of hitting and poking with the broomstick, like fencing. Here a strike, there a poke. Jiang Ailing felt both pain and anger, hurriedly dodging and looking clumsy, which made the onlookers laugh. More and more people gathered to watch. The space at the door was too small, so they went home to bring chairs or climbed over the wall to watch. It was very lively. People who didn't know what was happening might think they were watching a circus performance, without tickets. Li Fu and Li Dabin and Li Sanhong returned home and saw the scene, feeling quite confused. Wang Yan, standing on a long bench, saw Li Fu and Li Dabin and Li Sanhong and smiled happily, saying, "Uncle Li, your family's lively scene is really fun to watch." "What is all the fuss about?" Li Sanhong, unaware of the situation, asked excitedly. Wang Yan deliberately kept her distance and said to the people at the door, "Everyone, make way. Make way." Sanhong is back. Hearing this, everyone moved aside, revealing the scene inside. Li's mother looking distressed, Li Taiju crying sadly, and Shinyi hitting Jiang Ailing. The scene was very clear to the Li family father and son. Li Sanhong felt dizzy and lightheaded. Li's father's face instantly darkened, his forehead veins bulging, and his deep voice boomed, "Everyone, stop right now." "Shinyi, Hearing his voice, hurriedly withdrew her hand, looking a bit regretful. Jiang Ailing lost all her composure. When she saw Li Sanhong return, she burst into tears. Li's father stood in the middle of the yard, holding back his anger, his presence commanding. He looked around and asked, "What exactly is going on here? Mother and second sister-in-law hit me and Taiju." Jiang Ailing sniffled and spoke quickly. Her hair was messy, her face swollen, her clothes wrinkled, and she had lost one shoe. She looked very miserable. Seeing her and her equally distressed son, Li Sanhong's face was not good. He looked at Li's mother and Shen Yi, clearly trying to hold back his anger, and asked in a questioning tone, "Mother, second sister-in-law, what is really happening here?" Li's mother was so angry at Jiang Ailing's false accusations that she nearly spat blood and was about to scold her, but Li's father shot her a stern look. Li's father then turned to Shen Yi. "Second daughter, I know you wouldn't hit the third daughter without reason. You tell me what happened." "Father," Shen Yi, unable to carry the weight of justice alone, said, "I came in halfway through. I saw Taiju trying to hit mother, so I stepped in. I don't know the full story. Maybe we should ask someone else." While speaking, Shen Yi looked outside. Li Dabin was shooing away the onlookers, and Wang Yan, standing on a stool, was about to leave reluctantly. Shen Yi immediately said, "Father, I don't know when Sister Wang arrived, but maybe we can ask her. I arrived quite early." Wang Yan, who had been listening carefully, suddenly shouted, "Uncle Li, I saw almost everything. I can tell you what happened, I promise I won't lie." Li's father and agreed. Wang Yan then started explaining eagerly. Although she didn't hear Jiang Ailing instigating Li's mother and Shen Yi, she heard Li's mother loudly scolding Jiang Ailing. Based on what Mother Li said and today's incident with Shen Yi buying grain, it's clear that Jiang Ailing was stirring trouble. Although a gossiping woman can be annoying sometimes, she has her strengths, especially in storytelling. She describes things vividly and lively, making listeners picture the scenes clearly. Father Li's face grew darker. His anger towards Mother Li and Shen Yi shifted to Jiang Ailing and Li Taiju. Since so many people are watching, even if Jiang Ailing tries to argue, she can't win. After hearing the story, Shen Yi felt speechless, but was glad she had acted quickly and given her a good punch. Feeling better, she decided not to stay and watch how the situation would be handled. It was now up to the third branch of the Li family and father and Mother Li to deal with it. Shen Yi didn't want to stay and see more. Li Chen would be back in the city soon, and Sambao hadn't eaten lunch yet. She didn't want her husband and son to go hungry over something unimportant, so she said, "Dad, since everything is clear now, I'll go home first." Father Li was about to agree, but Mother Li immediately said, "I'll go with you." Finally, Dawawa, who had been in the kitchen, came out shyly and said, "Grandma, the food is ready." "Good, it's ready. But we need to save some for our third daughter-in-law and grandson, or they might not take care of us when we're old," Mother Li said firmly, her tone sharp after learning the truth. Li Sanhong's face turned pale. "Mom, don't call me Mom. You know what your wife and son did today. They tried to turn me against your second brother's family, threatened to kick me out, and even try to hit me with a brick. Just see how we can fix this," Mother Li said sternly, glaring at Li Sanhong. "Mom, Mother Li cut him off. "And you, do you also want to leave me and kick me out? Do you want me to die?" "Mom, what are you talking about? I would never want you to die. I want you to stay with me happily," Li Sanhong quickly replied. "Then tell me, are Li Tieju's words something he said because he's naturally clever, or did someone teach him to say those things?" Mother Li asked angrily. Li Sanhong hesitated, looked at his wife, and felt overwhelmed. "Just protect her," Li's mother said angrily, trembling. "Fine, Li Sanhong, I don't dare stay at home anymore, so no one can look at me with disapproval or try to hurt me when I'm not paying attention. Just see how today's matter gets resolved. When it's settled, I'll come back. If you don't want me to return, fine, go next door and tell them. I'll immediately jump into the river and come back tonight." Li's mother then turned to Shen Yi and said firmly, "Let's go." Yi was surprised. How did she manage to bring Li's mother back? At the door, Bao and Xiaobao were waiting. Shen Yi had told them not to come out earlier, so they stayed quietly at home. When they saw their mother return, they cheered happily. They also saw Lee's mother, who looked disheveled with scratches on her face and hands. Erbao's eyes widened as he ran over. Grandma, what happened? Who hit you? Was it Taiju? I'll go and get revenge for you. Erbao's small face was full of anger, and he clenched his fists tightly. Xiaobao saw the bloodstains on his grandma's forehead and whispered, "It hurts." Seeing his two obedient grandsons and comparing them to Taiju, Lee's mother couldn't help but cry. She hugged Erbao and Xiaobao, choking on her words, "Good children, Grandma isn't hurt. I've already taught him a lesson." Yi looked at her tearful mother-in-law, left the space for the 3 generations, and quietly went inside the house. Debeo was in the kitchen watching the rice steam, and when he heard the noise, he ran out. "Mom, what happened?" "It's nothing." Yi patted Debeo's head. "It's all settled now. Is the rice ready?" "Yes." Debeo nodded. "Good boy," Yi said. "The dishes can be made by the cook." Grandma came over and isn't in a good mood. "You and Erbao, Xiaobao, go keep her company. Serve her some water and wipe her with a cloth. There's some anti-inflammatory medicine in the cabinet. Bring it over and help her clean her wounds." "Did Grandma get hurt?" Debeo's face tightened. "I know, Mom." He ran out to find his grandma. As soon as he stepped into the kitchen, the faint sounds from the old house suddenly grew louder. Sharp crying, angry shouting, and the sound of a stick hitting flesh clearly reached her ears. Yi rubbed her ears and went back into the kitchen to cook. Today, she planned to make sweet and sour shredded potatoes and stir-fry dried beans with meat. Just finished making sweet and sour shredded potatoes when Lee's mother came in. "Yi, do you need any help?" "No, I can manage myself," Yi said quickly, busy stirring the pork belly she just added, without turning around. Lee's mother said again, "Let me help you light the fire." Yi finally turned her head to look at her. Her face was clean, and she had a shy smile. Yi understood. Lee's mother was probably worried that she hadn't asked before deciding to stay here, and she was feeling a bit nervous about it. "Then you can light the fire," Yi said without refusing. She wasn't upset about Lee's mother coming without asking. After all, today's matter was somewhat related to her, and Lee's mother was her mother-in-law, Li Chen's real mother, and Sanbao's biological grandmother. She was willing to be tolerant. Although their relationship was like family, it wasn't based on blood, but on marriage. In this kind of relationship, Lee's mother wouldn't see her as her own daughter, and she couldn't love Lee's mother as her real mother. So it was best to keep some boundaries. When those boundaries were crossed, it was important to let the other person know that there were conditions. "All right," Lee's mother nodded quickly and sat down by the stove. Looking at the full pile of firewood in the kitchen, Lee's mother felt very pleased. The second family was learning how to live properly now. Just as her thoughts formed, she noticed that the pork belly in the pot had released a lot of oil. The second family hadn't skimmed it out, but had directly added chopped dried beans into the oil. She could make 3 or 4 meals with that oil, but the second family had used it all in one go. "Hey, you," she thought angrily. Lee's mother instinctively wanted to scold her, but she realized she was in the second family's house, not her own. The person cooking was Yi, not someone who would listen to her. She quickly swallowed her words. Yi pretended not to understand. "Mom, what's wrong?" Lee's mother chuckled awkwardly, coughed a few times, "Just clearing my throat." "Oh," Yi said softly, trying not to laugh. She saw out of the corner of her eye that Lee's mother was staring at the oil in her pot with wide eyes. She didn't need to guess. Lee's mother probably thought she used too much oil and was wasting it. Her oil amount isn't actually that much. Dry beans need more oil to taste good. Lee's mother is used to being frugal, so she just overreacted a little. Lee's mother felt upset about the food until they ate. Li Chan was late in returning. Yi was about to save some food for him when she saw him coming back. She quickly went out to greet him and asked eagerly, "Brother Chen, how did it go?" Li Chen smiled and nodded. "My friend said it's okay. He needs to deliver goods to Beijing tomorrow." "Really?" Yi immediately smiled happily and eagerly helped him carry the things in his hands. The things weren't heavy, so Li Chen handed them to her easily. "But he leaves early tomorrow, so we need to send the grain to him today. When I just got back, I also went to see Uncle Nyo. he said after he takes some passengers into town this afternoon. He can come back and help us carry the grain. Thinking for a moment, Chen added, if he can't come back, I'll use the wooden cart to carry it. Don't worry, I will definitely send the grain to your parents. I'm not worried, Chen said. With a man who always considers her, what does she have to worry about? I'll go with you. Okay, Chen smiled affectionately. Chen then looked at what he was holding. Although it wasn't heavy, it was a big, bulging bag. What did you buy? I told you I was going to cook rice, right? You bought so many buns, but you can't finish them. Chen scolded playfully. You like to eat them. I just happened to pass by and bought some, Chen explained. It's okay if you don't finish them. Keep them for later. The weather won't spoil them. I'll eat them when I want. Chen curled her lips. She liked buns naturally, but she was more used to eating rice for her main meals. Maybe because every time she went to town, she bought buns, so the man thought she liked to eat buns as her main food. Alright, actually, I didn't cook much today. Mom came over, so we can just eat buns. Chen had now figured out her family's appetite, so she cooked a fixed amount of food. She had just cooked rice when Lee's mother arrived. She didn't cook more, but she did prepare some extra dishes. Chen didn't have time to ask how his mother came over. His mother, carrying Sanbao, came to call them from the kitchen. Second child, the rice is ready. Come eat. I'm here, Chen said, calling Chen. Brother Chen, let's go eat first. Chen nodded, and only after he got closer did he notice that his mother's face and hands had scratches. He frowned and asked, what happened? Lee's mother touched her wounds and looked uncomfortable. It's nothing, just a small injury. It was Iron Pillar who did it. Bao, who always had a bad relationship with Li Taiju, saw a chance to complain and didn't want to miss it. Chen gently pinched her second son's small face. He's a little guy who remembers grudges. She explained what had happened earlier, ending with, I just fought with Li Taiju and Jiang Ailing. Don't go and confront them now. San Hong already knows, and we should wait for his opinion. Chen immediately rolled up her sleeve and asked, are you hurt? No, Chen said, allowing him to check her hand. She looked a bit proud and said, I was holding a broomstick so they couldn't get close to me. Before Chen could speak, Bao's eyes lit up as he exclaimed and circled around his mother. Mom, did you really fight Taiju? Were you really good at fighting? Just okay, Chen said modestly. Mom, can you teach me next time? I want to beat Taiju too. Bao clenched his fists, looking eager. If you don't eat properly, I will beat you next time. Chen picked him up. Eat your food. Bao huffed at his father, and then whispered in his mother's ear. Mom, next time you fight Taiju, can you take me along? I want to hand you the broomstick. Chen was speechless and amused. She gave him a piece of meat. Eat quickly, or your dad might really hit you. Bao shot a sidelong glance at his father, who was giving him a sinister look. He shivered and obediently started eating. Finally, Chen managed to calm Bao down. She looked up and saw her mother's bowl of porridge, but it wasn't really porridge. It was just a bowl of water with only a few grains of rice in it. She sighed and took out the buns Chen had bought earlier. Mom, don't worry about not having enough food. I made more dishes and Brother Chen also bought a lot of buns. No need, Lee's mother refused. I've already eaten a lot for breakfast and am full. Even after eating breakfast, I've almost finished digesting it, especially since I did physical work in the morning to help with chores. Chen didn't know how to tell her, so she handed the matter over to Chen. Chen took 2 meat buns and handed them to Lee's mother. Don't be shy. Eat quickly. Okay. Lee's mother replied obediently while holding the buns, then silently started eating. Chen looked at them with some admiration, especially at Lee's mother. She was very different from how she behaved in front of Li Sanhong. There is a reason for this. Chen is about the same age as Li Sanhong. When Chen was born, Lee's mother was pregnant with Li Sanhong. She was busy with work and had little energy to care for Chen, so she left him to her mother to take care of. After giving birth to Li Sanhong, she had even less energy, so she ignored Chen quite a lot. Because of this, Chen has never been close to her since he was young, and with his reputation for being fierce, she couldn't stand up to him at all. During this meal, Li's mother hardly ate any vegetables. Shen Yi felt it was unfair, so she asked Daba and Erbao to serve her some food. Li's mother kept saying, "Enough, enough," but she kept glancing at her face, acting like she was a bad daughter-in-law who wouldn't feed her mother-in-law. Shen Yi ate faster. When the three children finished, she said, "Mom, I need to go back to the room to write a letter to Grandpa and Grandma. Do you want to come with me?" Grandpa and Grandma are still a new concept for the three children, but from what their mother told them, they knew that their grandparents were kind and gentle elders. When they heard their mother was going to write to Grandpa and Grandma, the children got very excited. "Mom, can we also write letters to Grandpa and Grandma?" "Of course, but can you write?" "No." "Then just tell me what you want to say, and I will help you write it." "Okay." The three children immediately cheered up, more eager than their mother. Each of them grabbed her hand and pulled her toward the house. Only Li Chen and Li's mother remained in the main room. Li Chen raised his hand and moved the vegetables closer to Li's mother. "Can we eat now?" Li's mother, realizing what he was thinking, awkwardly coughed and quietly asked Li Chen, "Second brother, if Mom comes over here, do you think your wife will be unhappy?" "No." Li Chen gestured toward the dishes on the table and said, "If my wife really didn't want you to come over, she wouldn't have cooked so much food." Li's mother sighed in relief. That's good. So, you should be nicer to my wife. If you're kind to her, she'll be kind to you." Li Chen looked at his mother with a warning tone. "My wife has her own way of doing things. She doesn't say much to you, or Dad. She's always been honest and caring with me and Sanbao. Don't be foolish and listen to others' gossip, then come trouble my wife." "I haven't," Li's mother quickly replied, almost like she was about to swear. "I was also angry at what the third daughter-in-law said today. That's why I didn't hit her." Li Chen responded. Since they weren't very close, he didn't know what else to say after that. He just pointed to the dishes on the table. "Eat up. There's still rice in the pot." "Okay," Li's mother agreed. She was more relaxed in front of her son. After dinner, Li's mother took over the task of washing the dishes. Li Chen went back to his room to find his wife. Inside, Shen Yi had already written a letter. Seeing Li Chen come in, she greeted him. "Brother Chen, do you want to say something to Mom and Dad?" She didn't specify her parents. Li Chen's lips curled up, but he looked a little nervous.
What?
"What should I say? Dad is a bit of a fool." Bao took the chance to tease his father. "Just say what you want. No need to ask." After saying that, Bao looked for someone to agree with him, turning to his older brother. "Big brother, do you think so?" Bao glanced at him and defended their father. "Dad's not a fool." Bao, Dad is not a fool." Little Bao, seeing his second brother look disappointed, quickly agreed with him. But he was too young, and his words didn't carry much weight. Bao just gave him a half-hearted smile. Little Bao pouted and changed his tune. "Dad's not a fool, Li Chen." His second son was always mischievous if he didn't get disciplined. "Hurry up," Shen Yi poked him with a pen, a teasing smile on her face, deliberately annoying him. Li Chen didn't brush her off. He thought carefully for a moment, and then said, "I want to tell Mom and Dad that I will take good care of you." Shen Yi, unable to tease him successfully, turned red in the face and shoved the pen into his hand. "You can read, so you write it yourself." Li Chen had studied for a few years. After Shen Yi finished speaking, he actually started writing carefully, one at a time. Shen Yi watched him write, feeling so touched that her eyes nearly welled up. But then, the mischievous little troublemaker, Bao, who couldn't read, counted his fingers and said cleverly, "Dad, isn't 'I will take good care of you' 10 characters? Why did you write so much?" He then made a cute face as if to say, "Even though I can't read, don't trick me." Li Chen. Shen Yi. At this point, Shen Yi, who loved spoiling him, couldn't help but feel like hitting someone. After sealing the envelope, Li's mother had already washed the dishes. She wasn't sure how many days she would stay here, so Shen Yi went next door to change the bed sheets and quilt. Li's mother watched her with a look of gratitude. After changing the bedding, Shen Yi took a short nap and woke up around 2 o'clock. Grandpa Nyo had finished his work and returned to help Shen Yi carry food. Besides the grain Li Chen received, there was also some bought grain and fine grains shared by Qinjiai. In total, there were 380 jin of rice and 300 jin of wheat. Li Chen's share remained untouched for their own use. Shen Yi planned to send 200 jin each of rice and wheat to her parents. Additionally, she took 10 jin each of dried meat and small fish, packed in bags, to send to her parents. There wasn't much else. What surprised Shen Yi was that after learning this, Li's mother specifically went back to old Li's house and brought 20 jin of dried vegetables and 20 jin of dried sweet potatoes. She joked, "These aren't good things. I don't know if the in-laws can eat them, but they are rare in the city, just for something new." Gifts with sincere feelings, Shen Yi thanked her. "Mother, thank you. It's nothing to thank me for. You saved me today, and I haven't even thanked you yet," Li's mother said with a smile. "You all go ahead. I'll stay at home and watch over Sanbao and the others." "Nai, we don't need to watch over them. We want to go to the city with Dad and Mom." Bao, dressed in new clothes, came out happily. Big Bao also put on new clothes inside and was helping little Bao get dressed. Motherly was surprised. "Are the three treasures going too?" They kept asking to go earlier. "Since there's no sun today and we have a cart, I let them come along," Shen Yi said helplessly. "Then go ahead. I'll stay at home to watch the house for you," Motherly replied. Just as the family of 5 was about to leave, there was a loud bang at the neighbor's door. Li Sanhong dragged out Li Taiju, who was crying loudly. "You little rascal, you made such a big mistake, and you still don't realize what you did wrong. Just get out and think about it. When you understand your mistake, come back to me." Sanhong, Jiang Ailing followed behind, trying to pull Li Sanhong's hand to help Li Taiju. "Li Taiju is your own son. If you send him away, where will he go? Li Taiju, quickly admit your mistake to your father." "Hurry," Jiang Ailing cried, hitting Li Taiju. Li Taiju was carried out, clearly scared. He shouted, "Dad, I know I was wrong. I won't do it again." "Boo-hoo. Should you apologize to me? Or to your grandma?" Li Sanhong, panting heavily, pointed at Motherly, who was coming to see Shen Yi and her family off. He kicked Li Taiju.
"Go, apologize to Grandma."
"And you." The last part was directed at Jiang Ailing. Jiang Ailing didn't dare refuse. She pulled the battered and tearful Li Taiju toward Motherly. "Mother." Before she finished speaking, Motherly's face darkened. She closed the door with a bang, returning to Shen Yi's house. She refused to accept such an apology. Jiang Ailing and Li Taiju, rejected and looking embarrassed, turned to look at Li Sanhong. Li Sanhong, with a hard heart, said, "If I don't forgive you, then you don't need to come back." Then he slammed the door shut behind him. Jiang Ailing clenched Li Tieju's hand, looking sadly at Shen Yi's family of 5. The onlookers watched as Shen Yi's family got on the ox cart and headed into town. Jiang Ailing thought to herself, "That's so unfair," and felt like crying. Once in town, they first took the grain to the transport team. Li Chen's friend at the transport team was Zhao Yuliang. Seeing them, he was very friendly, calling Shen Yi sister-in-law and promising to deliver the grain to her home. Shen Yi hesitated, wondering whether to give Zhao Yuliang some money to help deliver the grain to her parents or to send it later. At this moment, Li Chen took out an envelope, slightly turned his body to block it, and handed it to Zhao Yuliang. "Old Zhao, there's some money in here. Please help me give it to my parents-in-law." Shen Yi looked at the envelope, seeming to think it was quite valuable. "Okay." Zhao Yuliang quickly took the envelope and put it in his pocket. "I promise to do the task." After securing the envelope, Zhao Yuliang said goodbye. "Brother Chen, sister-in-law, if there's nothing else, I'll go ahead and get busy." Go ahead, Shen Yi said with a smile. After Zhao Yuliang left, she looked at Li Chen with a meaningful gaze. Li Chen. Pretending to stay calm, he cleared his throat. "Wife, shall we go shopping?" "Yes," Shen Yi replied, glancing at Uncle Nyo playing with Sanbao nearby. She whispered, "Brother Chen, honestly, how much money is in that envelope?" 500. Li Chen looked at his wife and didn't dare hide anything. He honestly told her. "Wow, that much?" Shen Yi asked again, "Can you tell me how much secret savings you still have?" "Another 700, Li Chen said straightforwardly. "I'll give you the money when we get home." Shunyi felt quite satisfied and was a bit curious about why he had so much money. A faint guess was trying to come out in her mind. But now, outside with many people and eyes watching, it wasn't a good time to ask. It was already around 4 p.m. The family of 5 still planned to walk around the city. Uncle Nyo's time was up. He needed to gather his customers from noon and couldn't wait for Shin-yi and her family. Lee Chun gave Uncle Nyo 2 yuan and he left. It would get dark around 6. Walking back with Sanbao would take at least 50 minutes. Shin-yi estimated the time and felt a bit regretful about bringing Sanbao. If it were just her and Lee Chun, they could walk back in about half an hour. But her reason for letting Sanbao come was important. They hadn't taken any photos of their childhood yet. Those moments are beautiful but fleeting. Shin-yi wanted to take some photos to remember. Also, her parents hadn't seen Lee Chun and Sanbao's faces. After taking the photos and developing them, she planned to send them to her parents. So, the family of 5's first stop was the photo studio. The photo studio was bright and cheerful. On the walls and on glass tables, there were many photos of different sizes. The photos were in black and white. People in the photos were sitting or standing in neat poses. At that time, cameras were not common, and taking photos was a special and precious event. Even the lively second child became shy in front of the camera. He looked at the camera, pursed his lips, kept his hands at his sides, and stood straight with his legs together. When a mischievous little boy becomes serious, he looks very cute. The prices for photos of different sizes varied. Shin-yi chose 5-inch photos, which cost 50 cents each. They bought 20 photos, costing 10 yuan in total. They took family photos, pictures of the 3 children, a photo of Lee Chun and Shin-yi together, and individual photos of each person. Some photos were printed twice to send to Shin's parents. It took about a week to get the finished pictures. After paying, the family of 5 went to the supply and marketing cooperative store. Earlier, when they dug the water well, Shin-yi had visited the city twice. She went to the residential area to buy 30 jin of grain, exchanging tickets for it. She returned with many tickets. She also bought many things at the cooperative store, preparing to go home. Lee Chun borrowed a sturdy bicycle from somewhere so they didn't have to walk home. Big and second children sat in front, while Shin-yi held the little one in the back. The strong bicycle carried the whole family home. Shin-yi didn't expect that when they were almost home, she saw a crowd gathered from afar. It looked lively, but when her family arrived, no one paid much attention to them. Lee Chun stopped his bicycle. The family got off, and Shin-yi saw clearly what was happening at the door. Jiang Ailing was kneeling with Li Taiju at her house's front door, shouting, "Mother, Taiju, and I really know we were wrong. Please forgive me. Considering I married into the Li family all these years, bore 2 sons and 2 daughters for the family, and have worked hard without much credit." She spoke kindly, trying to take all the blame herself and lessen Li Tieju's fault. Jiang Ailing was very clever. Her biggest mistake was stirring trouble between Li's mother and Shin-yi. She didn't fight Li's mother or hit Shin-yi. Instead, she kept getting beaten herself. So, her pitiful and tearful appearance stirred up a lot of sympathy. Words like poor, mistreated, shouldn't be so cruel, and wicked mother-in-law were frequently used. Mrs. Li, standing behind Mr. Li, almost exploded with anger. Mr. Li, facing so many people, was clearly holding back his anger. He tried to calm the situation, saying, "Third son's family, we'll talk about this when we go home. You get up first. Big brother's family, hurry and help third son's family to stand up," but Jiang Ailing refused and struggled to pull away from Hijaudi. "Let go of me. If my mother-in-law doesn't forgive me, I won't get up," she started crying again. A group of people blocked the door of Shin-yi's house. Shin-yi wanted to go back, but couldn't get in. She looked around and didn't see Li Sanhong. The door of old Li's house next door was open. From her view, she could see Li Sanhong's home. Li Deepening was standing there, calling Li Sanhong out to help Jiang Ailing get up. "I won't go," Li Sanhong shouted angrily. "If Ailing wants to kneel, let her kneel. If she dares to fight with her mother-in-law and grandma, she's gone too far. Let them kneel. If mother still isn't satisfied, Keep hitting her. I won't say another word. He refused to come out and stop this fuss. Chen Yi sneered. That's Li Sanhong's attitude. It seemed like he wanted Jiang Ailing and her son to learn a lesson, but in fact, he was secretly using this chaos to pressure Li's mother. Now, Jiang Ailing and Li Taizhu were kneeling outside. As their husband and father, Li Sanhong was acting like he was defending his family at all costs. If Li's mother still ignored their kneeling and apology, it would only make her look mean in front of everyone. In short, Li Sanhong chose to protect his wife and son over his mother. Jiang Ailing was lucky to have such a good husband. It had to be said, Li Sanhong and Jiang Ailing's way of using the situation to their advantage was very clever. As more and more onlookers cheered loudly, Li's mother couldn't hold back anymore and was about to give in. Suddenly, Li Chen appeared, looking stern. He turned and strode toward the old house, kicking the door of Li Sanhong's house. Li Sanhong, come out. When Li Chen spoke, Li Sanhong inside paused briefly, sounding a bit unsure. Second brother, you shouldn't try to persuade me. I'm very disappointed in them now. If they don't learn a lesson, they won't remember it. His words sounded quite artistic. But Li Chen wasn't so easy to fool. Li Sanhong didn't open the door. Instead, he turned and went into the kitchen. Soon after, he came out holding an axe. People watching outside gasped in surprise. Li's father and mother were terrified, thinking Li Chen was going to use the axe to threaten Li Sanhong. They quickly grabbed Chen Yi's hand. Go stop second brother, quick. Yi remained calm. Dad, Mom, it's okay. Brother Chen won't do anything foolish. Li Dabin, nearby, was not so calm. He hurried forward to stop Li Chen. Second brother, don't be impulsive. Big brother, move aside. I'm just chopping the door, Li Chen said, then stepped aside, raised the axe, and swung down. There was a loud crash. The door was still quite fragile. With one chop, the wooden door broke open, hanging precariously on the wall. Li Sanhong, sitting on the Kong, stood up in shock. Li Chen didn't waste words. He grabbed his collar, half dragging and half pushing him out, then threw him in front of Jiang Ailing. You deal with her, or I deal with you. You decide. Then Li Chen looked at the crowd watching and said coldly, still want to watch the show. His tone was not friendly. His stern, sharp features and narrow, piercing eyes carried a fierce aura. Remembering his previous reputation for being fierce, and seeing how cleanly he chopped the door and forcefully pulled Li Sanhong out, everyone watching was a bit intimidated. They instinctively started to scatter, especially when they saw him still holding the axe. They quickly ran away like frightened birds and animals. Ignoring those who secretly hid in the corners to watch, only Li's family remained. Jiang Ailing and Li Taizhu, who had been shouting earlier, no longer dared to scream after Li Chen swung the axe. When Li Chen threw Li Sanhong beside them, they clutched his clothes in fear. It was as if a pause button had been pressed. The noisy scene suddenly became quiet, and everyone's eyes focused on Li Chen. Yi carefully observed. Most of their gazes were either surprised or fearful. Among these gazes, only San Bao's was neither. No, Xiao Bao still had some of that emotion. His big, grape-like eyes looked shyly at his father. After hesitating for a moment, he finally gathered his courage, stepped forward, and tugged at his father's sleeve. His father didn't lower his head to look at him, but simply patted his head casually. The worry in his eyes instantly disappeared. As for the older and second brothers, they looked at Li Chen with admiration. This made Chen Yi feel a bit proud. Li Chen is a good father. Even if he's strict, the children know he won't hurt them, so they aren't afraid of him. The fuss had calmed down, but the problem wasn't solved yet. So, the family sat in the main hall of old Li's house. Li's father and mother sat at the main seat. Li Chen and Chen Yi, along with the older couple from the main house, sat on the left. On the right were Li Sanhong, Jiang Ailing, and Li Taizhu, but they didn't dare to sit. They just stood. The children had been sent outside. The scene was serious, like a formal family meeting. But no one spoke. Chen Yi waited, but she couldn't wait any longer. They had just returned to the city and hadn't even had a meal yet. She didn't want to waste time playing games here. She broke the silence first. Mom, now everyone is here. How do you want to handle this? Just say it. It was impossible for Lee Sanhong to agree. He would want to protect Jiang Ailing and Li Taizhu and didn't want to fall out with Li's mother. Li's mother opened her mouth but hesitated, glancing at Li's father. Li's father hunched over, looking much older, with a tired voice. 2 choices. 1. Split the family. 2. Li's father looked at Jiang Ailing and Li Taizhu and said 2 words. Divorce. Jiang Ailing was shocked and frightened. Divorce was very rare in this era, especially in rural areas. A woman getting divorced was seen as being rejected by her in-laws and was very embarrassing. Moreover, Jiang Ailing's parents had already passed away. If she divorced, she might not even have a home to go back to. Jiang Ailing clearly understood this. She suddenly knelt down with a thud. Dad, no, I can't divorce. I apologized to Mom.
Mom, I'm sorry.
I was wrong. I really was. Li's mother looked at her with disgust. Jiang Ailing then tugged at Li Sanhong's sleeve. Sanhong, you speak. I gave birth to 2 sons and 2 daughters for you. How can I divorce? Hurry up and talk to Dad and Mom. Mother Li also looked at Li Sanhong. Mother. Li Sanhong felt torn. On one side was his caring and loving mother, and on the other was his wife and son. Protecting one would hurt the other. Mother Li understood, and was very disappointed. Then let's split the family, said Father Li. After speaking, Father Li glanced at Li Deepening and He Zhaodi. It was no longer possible for them to live together with Li Sanhong. Although their custom was that after splitting, parents would live with the eldest son, there were special cases where they stayed with the eldest son's family. But Mother Li's gaze immediately shifted to Chen Yi, with a meaning that was clear without words. Of course, it wasn't because she liked Chen Yi very much, nor because Chen Yi's living conditions were better, but because Chen Yi's house had a son, while the main house did not. Her movement was a bit larger, and naturally, He Zhaodi on her lap tightened her grip.
Chen Yi
said nothing. She didn't dislike Father and Mother Li. If Li Chen had been the oldest or youngest, and tradition said she should live with them, she wouldn't refuse. Since she married Li Chen, she should accept his parents. But if it wasn't her responsibility to handle everything, she wouldn't take on so much herself. Li Chen also knew about these customs. Since he wasn't very close to his parents, he thought his parents had a better relationship with his older brother, so he didn't speak. Mother Li was about to say something, but Father Li interrupted. Eldest, I and your mother will live and eat with you. Do you have any objections? Li Deepening naturally had no objections. Father, Mother, I'm happy to live with you. We have no issues. Father Li looked at He Zhaodi. Eldest, what about you? He Zhaodi looked at Mother Li, hesitated for a moment, and said, Father, I have no objections either. The decision about the second elder's household was made. The specific division of property had already been arranged when Li Chen split from the family, just that the main house and the third house hadn't separated yet. As for the belongings they had bought over the past few years, they would discuss and decide among themselves. Next, they discussed the care of the elderly. After the discussion, Chen Yi and Li Chen took Sambao home. The situation was resolved, so Li's mother naturally didn't go to Chen Yi's place to stay. She only watched their backs as they left, hesitant to speak. At the Li family's house, De Hua had already prepared dinner, so they ate from one pot tonight. They would split the food tomorrow before parting ways. After dinner, Li's father went back to his room and saw Li's mother sitting on the bed, sighing deeply. What are you sighing about again? Li's father asked. Li's mother looked at him with a sad expression, holding back her feelings but unable to stop herself. She hesitated and asked, Old man, can't we live and eat with the second family? No. Li's father immediately replied. We already agreed. We will stay and eat with the oldest family. But Li's mother stammered. The oldest family doesn't have a son. Having been married for many years, Li's father knew what his wife was thinking. He was frustrated and said, You always remember the bad things and forget the good. Do you remember what happened with Jiju? Having a grandson doesn't mean everything is perfect, and having a granddaughter doesn't mean she's not good enough. Can you stop thinking so heavily about boys and girls? San Bao and the others are doing well, Li's mother muttered. Li's father felt a lump in his throat. I mean, are San Bao and the others not good? I also think San Hua and the girls are very good. I know, but it's different, Li's mother muttered. She knew San Hua and the girls were good, but she still preferred grandsons. Li's father rubbed his forehead. His wife listened to everything else, but she refused to change her views about valuing boys over girls. Just as he was about to say something, he saw a figure at the door out of the corner of his eye. He instinctively looked over and saw a shadow. Even Li's father was startled and took a step back instinctively. He wondered if it was something unclean when he heard a familiar voice say, "Dad, Mom." Li's mother reacted quickly, grabbed the kerosene lamp, and shone it toward the figure. It was the familiar face of Hijaudi, looking hurt and disappointed. It was clear she had overheard everything just now. Li's father rubbed his forehead in frustration. What a day full of problems. Li's mother was timid in front of Shen Yi and Li Chen, but in front of other members of the Li family, she was very fierce. She immediately started scolding. Hijaudi, what are you trying to do? Scaring someone in the middle of the night? Father, mother. Hijaudi felt a bit nervous. I want to talk to you about something. Can it wait until tomorrow? Motherly scolded, a bit startled earlier. But despite her scolding, she still let Hijaudi come in, lit a candle to make the room brighter. After lighting the candle, she sat on the Kong bed and said impatiently, "Go ahead. What's the matter?" As soon as Motherly finished speaking, Li Deepening ran over. Seeing his wife there, he sighed in relief and quickly went to pull her aside. "Wife, it's late. Let's not bother Mother. Let's go back and rest. Deepening, you should tell your parents." Hijaudi held him back. "If we don't try, how will we know if it can work?" Li Deepening said. "I've dug a few wells over there, so I know the situation well. How do we know if it won't work unless we try?" Hijaudi insisted. "What if it does?" The couple was speaking in riddles, leaving mother and father Li confused. Was this about the second brother's family? Motherly scolded impatiently. "What nonsense are you two talking? Can you speak clearly?" Li Deepening, shut up. "You're the eldest, you say it." Hearing this, Hijaudi hesitated again. "Mother, I want to say, just say it quickly," Motherly urged, getting a bit impatient with their stammering. Seeing her mother-in-law's impatience, Hijaudi took a deep breath and said firmly, "Mother, do you think I don't want to live with Deepening because we don't have a son? Could we possibly adopt Xiao Bao?" Motherly was stunned, her eyes wide. "What did you say?" Seeing her mother's shocked expression, Hijaudi repeated herself. "So," Motherly swallowed hard, "are you planning to adopt Xiao Bao because of me, or is it your own idea?" Hijaudi opened her mouth, thinking about the years of being ignored for not having a son, about Jiang Ailing's arrogance because she had a son and her bullying, about her own inferiority for not having a son, and finally about Mother Li's recent words. Suddenly overwhelmed with sadness, tears streamed down her face. She couldn't speak at all, only nodded randomly. She didn't want to adopt Xiao Bao, but she couldn't have a son herself. Li's mother felt very mixed emotions at that moment. She looked at Li Deepening again and saw that, because of his wife's words, tears were also welling up in his eyes. Seeing the timid and tearful appearance of the couple from the main house, Li's mother wanted to scold them, but she couldn't bring herself to speak. Li Deepening was her eldest son, and the one she cared about most. He was honest and hardworking. Over the years, he had done almost all the heavy work at home, which made her feel at ease. She hardly had to worry about him. Hijaudi, one of her 3 daughters-in-law, was the one she liked the least. Besides not being able to have children, she always looked grim. She thought that such a face would bring bad luck. So, over the years, she didn't value her much. Now she suddenly realized they had been ignored for so long. They were only in their 30s, yet they looked so worn out and old. Li's mother looked at her husband. The old man frowned but had a clear look in his eyes. He wasn't very surprised that Hijaudi had brought up this issue. "Mom, is that okay?" Hijaudi asked again. Seeing the hopeful look in the eyes of the couple, Li's mother opened her mouth but said, "The second family won't agree. Can I talk to my second sister-in-law about it?" Hijadi saw that Li's mother seemed more relaxed and added, "They don't have a daughter. If they like Dawawa, I can." "I can." She didn't have much confidence in her words. She didn't even want to give her own daughter away, let alone Shani. Li loved the 3 children very much, and she knew that a little. Hijadi choked up again. Li's mother looked at her crying and sniffling, and felt a bit sad too. But right now, the most important thing was to stop Hijadi from going to find Shani. How could Shani possibly give her son to the older family to raise? And Li Chen wouldn't agree either. When he was in the hardest times, he never thought of giving the 3 children away. This couple was not easy to talk to. Li's mother remembered how Shani had hit Jiang Ailing this morning, and how Li Chen had dragged Li Sanhong out of the house with an axe.
She shivered.
Maybe after Hijadi told them, they would turn against her directly. They had already fallen out with the 3rd house today. No matter what, she couldn't let the other 2 households have conflicts again. Since it was because of her, the problem could be solved easily. Li's mother immediately smiled gently, saying, "Old family, how complicated it is to adopt and readopt. Actually, I just realized that grandchildren might not be that important. Otherwise, someone like Li Taiju would probably make me so angry I'd be furious. I really like Sanhua and the others. They are so well-behaved." How Zhaodi's eyes lit up instantly. "Mom, are you serious?" "Absolutely," Li's mother smiled warmly. "In the past, I thought grandchildren were the best, but now I believe granddaughters are even better. From now on, your dad and I will live with your big family. Don't dislike us, okay?" "Of course not," Hao Zhaodi quickly replied, finally showing a small smile. "So, you won't go ask the second family anymore?" Li's mother asked worriedly. "You really shouldn't go. If you do, and the second family gets upset with you, I won't be able to help." And why would she want her big flower? If she wanted a daughter, she could have one herself. Li's mother didn't dare say the last part, afraid it would upset Hao Zhaodi. "I won't go," Hao Zhaodi said. "All right, then go back and rest," Li's mother said very kindly, turning to Li Deepening, who looked equally touched. "Deepening, take good care of your wife. Don't think about adopting Xiaobao. Remember, children are always best when they are biological. If you really want another child, go see a doctor. You're still young and can have children. Even if you can't conceive, it's okay. I won't blame you. To me now, grandchildren are all the same, understand?" "Yes, Mom," the honest couple from the big family was deeply moved again. "Then go back and rest. Take this candle. Be careful on the way." Li's mother generously handed them a candle and saw them off. Across the street, Jiang Ailing came out of her house and saw this scene, almost thinking she was seeing things. Li's mother saw her and shot her a sharp look before turning back inside. Back in her house, she immediately took a deep breath and muttered, "It." How could she have such thoughts? Li's father had already gone to bed while they were out. Hearing this, he snorted twice and turned over. "It's because you favor boys over girls." Li's mother looked embarrassed but still argued, "Can I be blamed for that? But why not?" She couldn't really explain why she felt that way. She turned off the light and lay down, thinking for a long time. In the end, she decided to be fairer to her grandchildren in the future. Yes, she would be nicer to the eldest, less involved with the second, and as for the third, she would do as she pleased.